What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the third part of a story where Issei left the Gremory and married Sona. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Well, with that out, let's get into part 3. You didn't know her, Irina, and I'm going to ask you please not to talk to her like that. I know that your faction respects the deceased, respects the first woman I loved. Issei sentenced, surprising the exorcists, especially his friend. Two didn't. I didn't know. Forgive me. Irina asked, knowing that she had made a mistake in rushing her words. Leave it like that. But listen. She believed in her god more than anyone. I've faced members of all three factions lately, why do you think there are renegade exorcists? Angels who desert heaven. The brunette, who didn't want to continue the fight when he saw little Issei scared, decided to end the fight, but not before saying a few words to his friend. Your faction isn't as beautiful as you see it, and if you refuse to see it when someone comes to open your eyes, I assure you it won't be pretty. Curing a demon because you can't differentiate them isn't heresy. It's innocence. Said Issei, calming his temper. I'm really sorry. Irina said, knowing that her friend had learned much more than she had about the supernatural world. Now leaving the subject behind. What is the reason why you want to meet with me? Asked a brown-haired man, being calmer. We possess 2 of the 7 fragments of Excalibur Mimic and Excalibur Destruction. We wanted to know if you could accept and protect them. Before Irina could explain the situation to Issei, Zenobia stepped forward seeking to free herself from that responsibility as soon as possible. Are you sure? I'm a demon. This fact surprised the exorcists, as they believed he had only awakened his sacred gear, not that he had been reincarnated. A demon. Before being the Sekiryuite I was reincarnated as a demon, currently I am a free player, but I don't know if I am a good option to protect those swords. Continued the brown-haired man, not wanting to take responsibility for that task. Why doesn't God do it? I think it would be a better option, don't you think? After all, I've heard that too much exorcist blood has been shed protecting those swords. Irina looked surprised at her friend's words. And she didn't know how to respond because he was truly right. It was better for her creator to take care of this. If God had the power you preach, he wouldn't leave his followers to their fate. Said the brown-haired man who unconsciously attacked the fallen god. God surely has more important things to focus on. Irina declared, blindly defending her deity. What kind of things? The brunette asked, knowing that any answer his childhood friend gave him would be incorrect. Surely he must be looking for a way to help our cause, finding our enemies or protecting the young believers. Irina replied, trying to justify her god in vain. Don't try to lie to yourself. You know very well that nothing you say is true. If God were trying to help them, he would have taken his swords to heaven. He's omnipresent. He should know where his enemies are and be protecting the young ones. If that were true, Asia wouldn't have been expelled from the church. God doesn't care about humans. He stopped caring about them years ago. The brunette refuted, letting out a bit of his resentment towards his friend's faction. Don't say that. Our Lord would never abandon us. And I won't let a demon slander his name. Following these words, Irina pulled a sword from her robes and prepared to attack Issei. He, for his part, was surprised by the action and could barely react, putting his right arm up as a cover. The sword cut Issei's arm to the bone, causing the brunette to feel great pain. Issei reacted by taking the sword in his left hand to absorb it with gift and then immediately moving away. In a moment, there were 4 people pointing different weapons and spells at Irina while surrounding her. Stop. Asa, retreat. Ordered the brown-haired man when he saw that his leaders had appeared to defend him. Events happened so quickly that the chestnut tree's companions never thought that this reaction would happen, which is why they took so long to react. Issei-sama, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we don't plan on standing idly by and watching him get hurt, much less by church envoys. Asa stated, looking straight into Issei's eyes. There, the latter could see a certain resentment that his leaders possessed. Aiko, please. The brunette said as he stretched out his injured arm. The girl approached to heal his arm as best she could without saying a word. What do we do with them, Sarah-sama? Sona was obviously upset by the young brunette's actions. Nothing, this is no longer a matter for the devils. Zenobia Quarta, I will accept the sword in good faith. You are free to stay in my territory or leave, the same goes for your case. Exorcist. It is the only help I will give you. After saying these words, Issei disappeared with his leaders through his magic circle. The others present were speechless about what had just happened and were completely shocked that the friendly reunion had ended in a fight. Daughter, if you want you can stay with us and I'm not going to stay under the same roof as a disgusting demon. Irina replied before leaving the place. Zenobia knew her friend was wrong, but she wouldn't leave her alone knowing how impulsive she could be. With that thought, she followed her silently. I'm sorry for my daughter's behavior, Kayako. Hikaru apologized knowing that her friend would be upset with her. As long as Issei is okay, I won't have any problems with you, Hikaru. What worries me most now is what she'll do from now on. Ayako wasn't upset, she was worried about the decisions her son and the young woman she had raised would make. Kuo City. Forest. Why did you do it? Asked Akemi appearing next to her sister to get closer to see the wound of her carrier. Because you let them go after what they did to you. Yami was upset, her wielder didn't even try to defend himself or hit back. Because I imagined how it would have all ended. Her killing me, or me killing her. Said Issei, visibly sorry and hurt. It's not the first time this has happened to us. But we've never gone this far. The brunette began to comment, sinking deeper and deeper into his memories. I remember we fought once and I ran off into the woods. I got lost and hid. She was the one who found me, but we both got lost. Issei said, remembering with a certain grace in his voice. We both leaned on each other and waited for our parents to come get us. I don't even remember why we argued. And I'm sure she doesn't either. The brunette finished, summarizing many things. Now we get to hurting each other. How am I going to end up? Asked the brunette, taking responsibility for the fight. The two sisters were annoyed that their carrier took responsibility for everything, and this issue in particular bothered them even more. Why do you blame yourself for everything? Asked Akemi, who looked at him annoyed. It was her fault too. Don't take all the responsibility on yourself because you don't deserve it. Issei saw for the first time how the blue-eyed girl's eyes were crystallized and on the verge of tears. Yami wouldn't admit it either, but he hated when his carrier blamed himself for things that were often beyond his responsibility. You promised months ago that you would stop blaming yourself for everything, even Drake got tired of reminding you. But you hurt us by doing it. It hurts us to see you sad. Evil. Angry over things that are none of your business. Akemi shouted, tired of hearing her bearer blame himself for everything. Maybe for you it's already something common, but it's not Issei. You're not responsible for everything. Yami added while trying to comfort his sister. I'm sorry. The brunette apologized again, knowing that this time he was indeed guilty. He never took into consideration the emotions the sisters would feel. After all, for them, no one was stronger than him. And hearing that he was always to blame for everything, the nonsense that happened around him, made them angry. Stop apologizing for everything and act accordingly. You have responsibilities. Yes. But don't burden yourself with responsibilities that aren't yours. Yami said, annoyed by her bearer's pathetic attitude. You're right. I tried to carry everything that was happening around me, but I only hurt myself and the people who love me. Issei getting up and then hugging the sisters. I'm sorry for my idiotic behavior. You're right, I should stop taking responsibility for things that aren't my responsibility. But Arena is my friend, and I want to help her. The brunette said, determined to find his friend. But now I want to talk to my leaders. I need to train again and talk about a certain matter with them. Said Issei, having a bad feeling about the future. Isn't every night enough? Yami asked, a bit fed up with what was happening. Yes. But I need training that doesn't put my life at risk. The brown-haired man said, knowing that they would return that night. Sitri residence. Hours later. Sarah, Kayako, and Hikaru were making dinner while chatting with Griselda, who was cleaning up a bit. Akane was watching some TV next to Grafia, who was eating some snacks, as her belly was now much bigger. She would soon give birth, and if she was still there as if nothing had happened, it was thanks to the brunette with his constant power boosts. Takeda, June, and Hinako had gone out to buy some things the night cooks were missing, and they would be back soon. The youngsters took advantage of the opportunity to train and practice their skills on their own in Issei's absence. Riaz, who was in the underworld with her servants and Ravel at the time of the meeting with the exorcists, was very surprised by what had happened that afternoon. She also couldn't understand how such a pleasant encounter could have ended in a dangerous fight. They all showed great results, but that's when Riaz remembered something important. Issei didn't train with them. He helped everyone else. How was it possible that he was getting stronger if he didn't train alongside everyone else? You don't have to worry about Issei's training, he trains with other people at other times. Clarified Sona, seeing the friendly expression. Other people. Issei protects the deserter demons. He's been doing it for months. They're in his territory, so I recommend you don't interfere. Sona mentioned as she began training on her own, seeing her friend's intentions. Oh, I see you started without me. Issei looked a little tired and a little beaten up when he appeared through the door of the place. He was with Akemi and Yami, and it was obvious they had appeared through a magic circle. Issei, how are you? Riaz asked, starting a friendly conversation with her pawn. For the first time, she decided to respect Sona's words because she trusted that he would tell her sooner or later. The next day, being Saturday, they decided to go for a walk around the city, buy some things, and have lunch out. After all, they deserved a break after training for 5 days straight. Issei bought a lot of clothes for Akemi and Yami, who were very grateful for the gesture from their carrier. He had put off going shopping with them for a long time in order to save up a good amount of money and be able to buy them clothes in bulk. He even managed to buy some small gifts for Sona, Yura and Tsubaki, who were a little embarrassed by this gesture. At noon, they decided to go to different restaurants for lunch because there really were a lot of them. They agreed to meet in an hour at the park to walk around a bit more and then return home to rest. This was so everyone could bond better with each other and get to know each other better. The groups had been randomly assigned. Sarah, Kayako, Takeda, Hinako, June and Ruruko ended up in one group and by unanimous vote, they chose to eat pasta at an Italian restaurant in the mall. Kiba, Akeno, Ria, Saji, Tomo and Riaz finished the other group where, unanimously, they would have lunch at a barbecue restaurant. Yura, Momo, Kaneko, Tsubaki, Hikaru and Akane would have lunch at a children's themed restaurant at the little girl's decision, whom no one dared to challenge except the adults and Issei. Issei, Sauna, Ravel, Akemi, Yami, Griselda and Grafia were the remaining members and they decided to have hamburgers for lunch at a restaurant that Grafia recommended. But they never imagined that on their way to the family restaurant they would come across a peculiar scene. Help the church achieve its Catholic goals. Help the homeless orphans with a grain of sand. Irina and Zenobia were begging in the middle of the street. It didn't seem like anyone was helping them or paying attention to them. They were just looking at them strangely. This was perhaps because neither of them spoke Japanese, although Irina could speak it, but they spoke in Italian. Griselda wanted to go over and confirm her suspicions, but she immediately stopped. How could her daughter possibly be in Japan begging for alms when she was a powerful exorcist? Griselda. One of them is called Zenobia Quarta. Is that who you're looking for? Asked a brunette, seeing how the blonde woman opened her eyes in surprise and immediately approached the young women. Zenobia. Is that you? Griselda said as she approached. For her part, the aforementioned woman pulled back her hood to look at her mother, her eyes filling with tears. She immediately dropped what she was doing and ran to hug her. After all, she hadn't seen her in several months, and with everything that had happened and everything she'd investigated, she'd assumed she was dead. I missed you, Mom. Me too, daughter. Me too. Mother and daughter hugged each other in tears at such a miraculous meeting. And while all this was happening, Irina and Issei stared at each other with serious expressions. Neither of them knew how to apologize to the other, and now they were in this situation. Issei-sama. Can you come have lunch with us? Asked Griselda, drawing her daughter's attention with the way she addressed the brunette. Sure. Why not? Replied the brunette, starting to walk towards the restaurant, not wanting to talk to Irina yet. Once inside the restaurant, everyone ordered what they would eat and were now waiting for it to arrive. Everyone was chatting pleasantly except for Irina and Issei, who remained silent. Seikuyuite. Thank you for your help at this time. Zenobia thanked the brown-haired boy for his act of compassion by giving them something to eat at a difficult time. No need. Issei replied curtly, looking away. Soon the brunette began to recognize the place where they were. It's the same restaurant where Grafia took him for lunch years ago when he was a child. Soon, his mind filled with fond memories until he remembered why he was there that day. He had come to see Irina and her family off. This is the restaurant where you brought me that time, said Issei looking at the silver-haired woman who just gave him a cute smile. Every time I feel sad I come here. Because this is where I met you and where I took you all those times you did something for me. Grafia showed that she had that old noodle necklace that the brown-haired boy had made a little over a decade ago. Thank you. For awakening old memories. The brown-haired boy smiled quite happily, which reminded Grafia of that little boy she had taken care of for many years. Seikuyute-sama. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation, but I want to ask you something very important. Zenobia intervened at the moment with great sadness, but she wanted to know if Issei was willing to help them. What do you want to order? The brunette asked, his smile fading. Apparently, his good mood had returned. Vera. A long time ago, the sacred sword Excalibur broke into 7 fragments. Ruler, Nightmare, Mimic, Destruction, Blessing, Transparent and Rapidity. Zenobia began explaining, drawing the attention of Akemi and Yami, who hadn't heard of Excalibur in a long time. They were extremely surprised that it had been destroyed in battle. Ruler was lost years ago, and we don't know where it is. The other 6 fragments were divided among 3 different branches of the church. 4 were stolen recently. Irina and I were the bearers of Mimic and Destruction, and we were tasked with protecting them from whoever is behind them, said Zenobia with some anger in her voice when mentioning the last part because she didn't understand how 2 17-year-olds would be capable of having such responsibility. Issei immediately knew that Kakabiel was after the Excalibur fragments, which is why Fried had 4 in his possession until he stole Nightmare. And now that I possess them, what do they need? Protection or hiding place? Issei looked seriously at Zenobia, who looked at him somewhat surprised. After all, she did not expect those words. I don't know. Zenobia said, lowering her head as she tried to control her nervousness. She didn't want to cause any trouble for the Sekiryuite. She assumed he already had enough of them in his territory, and she didn't want to upset him. Until you tell me what you want, I can't give you either of them. The brunette said, looking out the window. Griselda was about to intervene, but she knew it wasn't the right thing to do. If her daughter didn't know what to do, she'd have to figure it out on her own. Okay. But I want you to know something important. The White Emperor Dragon has been awake for quite some time now. The young woman with green bangs thought that with this, she would convince the brunette to help them. I know. He's been awake for almost 10 years, maybe more. If you'll excuse me, I'll go to the bathroom. But the Sekiryuite's response was disappointing to the young exorcist. The others, even though the food had already arrived, respected Issei's decision and knew that he would not be eating lunch there. The brunette headed to a park, sat down on one of the many benches there, and began to think about how to talk to Irina again and apologize. He didn't want to continue being upset with her and wanted to help them with their problem, but his anger won over his reason, and that's why he snapped at Zenobia, who had nothing to do with their fight. Issei returned to the restaurant to find everyone had already left. Checking the time, he realized a full hour had passed and they should already be gathered in the plaza where he'd been before. Upon arriving at the agreed upon location, he realized the 2 exorcists weren't with him. Something that caught his attention. Where are Irina and Zenobia? The brunette asked as he approached Griselda, his only leader present. They said they had things to do. But they won't be coming back. Tomorrow they'll leave for Tokyo, where they'll hide them again. The woman replied, very worried about her daughter and her friend. Damn. The brown-haired boy muttered, worried about the young women. The girls had suggested going for crepes for dessert, a suggestion that was immediately accepted. During their trip, everyone noticed Issei was a little upset and worried. And he would have remained that way if it weren't for his own mother, who had grown tired of seeing her son like that. Issei, what's wrong with you? Nothing. It's just that. I'm worried. There are a lot of rogue demons around the area, they just haven't revealed themselves yet. The brunette replied, seeing how it was already getting dark and he was starting to feel even colder. Irina and I. We acted like idiots. The brunette thought aloud as he watched the sunset between the buildings. Zenobia has a wish and a dream to fulfill. And she's fed up with the church. She's only there for Irina. She doesn't want to leave her alone. And Irina is too devout with her faith, but she's also started to waver. The brown-haired boy commented on what he had felt after talking a little with the blue-haired girl and his childhood friend. Issei-sama. Let me find my daughter. Griselda requested. I want to go too. If I'm with Griselda-san, nothing bad will happen. Hikaru supported the blonde woman in her request so that a positive response from the brunette would be easier to get. Fine. If you don't come back until 9, I'll go get you. The brunette said, and then saw how the 2 mothers began to run towards where the 2 girls had gone. Don't worry, Griselda is a former exorcist. They'll be fine. Sona added, trying to calm Issei down. Although she couldn't help feeling that something bad was going to happen soon. Hours later, as Issei was about to have dinner, he was looking at the night sky through a window. He'd received a call from Hikaru, telling him to give them more time. But at this point, and considering the temperature, he wouldn't be able to hold out any longer. Right now he was analyzing his territory using a magic circle, trying to find the women and Irina and Zenobia to finally end the search and the worry. Issei. You're worried about them, aren't you? Sona said, approaching with little Akane in her arms. Akane had fallen asleep while trying to wait for her mother. She had already eaten dinner, so with her stomach full, she fell asleep watching cartoons with Yami and Akemi. Yes, it's 11 at night and they still haven't returned. I think they're close to them, but even so. It's dangerous to walk around the forest at night. Revealed the brown-haired boy who had already found Griselda and Hikaru. What the hell are they doing there? There's nothing to take shelter in. Sona analyzed seriously, thinking the brunette was referring to the 2 exorcists. Maybe Yuri outdoors. Joked the brown-haired boy, making Sona blush, who wanted to respond with a scream, but having the little girl prevented her from doing so. Haha, sorry. I couldn't help it, haha. I'm getting into the bad habit of making bad jokes when I'm nervous. The brunette excused himself, trying to hold back his urge to burst out laughing when he saw how his friend was red-faced from the comment and from holding back a scream to scold him. Mom. Whispered little Akane in her sleep. Well, that's it. I'll go get them. I'll be right back. The brown-haired man said, then disappeared using a magic circle. Idiot. The young black-haired woman muttered, still a little embarrassed by the comment. Kuo City. Forest. In the old church, Zenobia and Irina were standing in some sort of pool, naked, washing their bodies individually. Zenobia's expression showed anger and frustration. Irina's face showed a hint of guilt. She hadn't stopped messing things up since she arrived in Kuo, and she knew it perfectly well. Well, it couldn't be worse. Right. The young brunette spoke timidly, trying to converse with her friend. What couldn't be worse? What couldn't be worse? Zenobia was fed up with what had happened lately, and those words were the straw that broke the camel's back. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you buying that stupid painting of that fake saint. Zenobia shouted angrily as she pointed at a poorly done painting of a man with wings. You fought with the Securitate, we don't even have money to eat a miserable piece of bread, and now we are here enduring this deadly cold because of you. Finished the blue-haired girl, who lost strength in her legs and fell to her knees in the pond. We were sent here to protect and hide the sacred swords, but what can two girls do against a murderer who eliminated stronger exorcists? Zenobia's voice began to break as she released everything she had to say. Even if we manage to get the support of the celestial dragon, we are obstacles compared to him. Zenobia continued, looking at her reflection in the water as tears fell into it. Irina only listened to her friend because for the first time she was being completely sincere. I want to be a mother, have a quiet life, have a pet. Live in a faraway place with the person I love. But now I know that will never happen. Because we don't matter to God whether we die or not, even after everything we've done for him. Zenobia had lost her composure as she cried while hugging her knees. She had lost hope in her Lord a long time ago, and the situations she had been exposed to a long time ago worsened her condition. Irina couldn't be angry with her friend for what he said about her God, because she herself had already agreed with him. She had realized that her friend's words were true. God didn't care about them, and no matter how much they prayed for his name, he wouldn't help them. Zenobia's sobs began to fill the dilapidated place. Not just any kind of cry, but one that expressed sadness, pain, and despair. Irina stood up and went to hug her friend. To try to comfort her even though she was the one to blame for everything. I'm sorry Zenobia. I'm sorry for everything that happened, everything I did, plus. I'm nothing more than a useless, stupid girl who doesn't know how to do a single damn task. The young woman began while shedding tears of guilt for her mistakes. Suddenly, they felt the atmosphere begin to heat up as they heard footsteps. Then, they felt a maternal embrace. Irina, you're not useless, you're so much more. No matter what mistakes you made just now, you'll learn from them and be better. I know it. I'm not very good at expressing my feelings, and I know I didn't give you the affection you expected as a child, but no matter what happens Zenobia, there will be nothing that will stop me from taking care of you or seeing you fulfill your dream. Because what fills my heart the most is seeing you smile. The mothers of both young women had arrived without making much noise and had hugged them to comfort them. Mom. How did they find us? Asked Zenobia, hugging her mother without wanting to leave her side. He brought us. Griselda replied, looking toward the exit, where the Securitate could be seen with his back to them, while a ring of fire was above them. This was what warmed and illuminated them. He used his magic to heat the place so they wouldn't get sick. Explained Hikaru, who got up to look for something. She also gave us this for you. They'll probably be a bit big for you, but it's better than wearing those suits. Said Griselda while she had some clothes for the girls in her hands. Okay, get changed. We'll go home. Hikaru started walking toward the exit, intending to leave the girls alone to change. Griselda mimicked this action. Issei-sama. Thank you very much. Thanked the former exorcist who was almost starting to cry. Thank you. For reuniting me with her. Griselda couldn't hold it in any longer and began to cry with joy and luck. She had been saved by the Securitate, and he had reunited her with her daughter. What more could the glorious Securitate do? Hikaru hugged her to comfort the young woman, while also feeling grateful to the young man who had cared for her during her first 5 years of life. The brunette, for his part, didn't respond. We're ready. Said Zenobia, leaving without carrying anything. She left the rest behind because she thought she wouldn't need it anymore. See Securitate. Thank you very much. The blue-haired girl thanked the brunette for the act, while giving him a beautiful smile that only those people without any worries could give. It was nothing. The brunette smiled back. He watched as the three women began to move forward while he stayed behind, intending to talk to Irina. Irina, I'm sorry for what I said. I started attacking your religion because of past problems that aren't your fault. The brunette began apologetically without looking the young brunette standing next to him in the eye. No. Forgive me. I only focused on what's important to my faction and put our friendship aside because of a stupidity. Irina replied, knowing that part of what happened yesterday was her fault too. I guess we're even then. Issei smiled at the young woman again. Yes. I think so. Irina smiled back, feeling calmer. Mom. Why do you treat the security with so much respect? Asked a young woman with blue hair looking at her mother, who seemed somewhat surprised by the question. A long time ago I was about to be tortured and killed by a rogue demon. With every step I took while fleeing from him, I begged his name and prayed for him. But God didn't help me. Griselda didn't want to give many details because she hated that day. Then I remembered the words Dulio gave me before escaping from the church. And I tried to summon the security by mentioning his name. I begged for help just once, firmly believing that he would answer. And so it was. Those words surprised Zenobia, who was increasingly beginning to lose faith in her lord. Griselda, for her part, did not want to tell her daughter that she had given her life in exchange. She wanted that detail to remain a secret. He appeared, saved my life, and took care of me until I fully recovered. He made me one of his leaders and gave me protection. And now he reunited me with you. Griselda said, smiling as she remembered the good time she spent with the brunette, who cared for her and treated her like part of his family, despite not sharing blood ties. I no longer believe in the biblical God. I only believe in him. The exorcist finished saying, looking back, finding that Irina and Issei were chatting pleasantly. And I don't regret it. Okay. Let's go home, it's getting colder than before. Said the brown-haired girl, arriving with the others to create a magic circle and get home. Sitri residence. Just now. Sona had informed the members of the mansion that Issei had gone out for a moment to look for Hikaru and Griselda. So Grafia, Sarah, June, Hanako, and Raruka were sitting at the table, drinking tea, while the last two were doing some homework. Riaz, meanwhile, was watching TV with Akeno, Tsubaki, Momo, and Ria. Tomo and Kiba were playing chess off to the side. Hineko, Yura, Saji, and Ravel were eating snacks while playing cards. Sona, after leaving little Akane in her bed, went to the underworld with the excuse that she needed something from there. Her mother thought it was odd, but she knew Sona kept a lot of things in her old room, and maybe she wanted something from there. She just let it go. Hey, I know it's a bit sudden, but could you help me prepare a surprise party for Issei? It's for his birthday. Ayako asked timidly as she appeared at the entrance with a list in hand. Takeda, Akemi, and Yami were behind her, carrying some boxes full of things. After all, they had just returned from doing some shopping while the brunette was away. Sure, it's no problem, and tell me. When is it? Sarah asked, paying close attention. Although the topic of the chestnut tree's birthday caught the attention of everyone present as they wanted to help. It's tomorrow. It was at that moment that everyone stopped chatting and then looked very surprised. We'd be happy to help you. How about we throw him the party tomorrow at noon in the old school building? That way it'll be harder for him to find out. Said Yura, who recovered before everyone else. That's a great idea, Yura-chan. Kayako said with a smile on her face. As I recall, what Issei likes the most are hamburgers. Maybe you can make some smaller ones like snacks. Rafia added, remembering the brown-haired boy's tastes. And soda. Ria shouted excitedly for her beloved pawn's birthday. And so it was that those in the house began to plan at the last minute what they were going to do that night and the next day. When a magic circle appeared in the middle of the room, everyone went back to what they were doing before so as not to ruin the surprise. After answering some rather strange questions about his tastes and other things, Issei went to sleep while the others agreed they'd stay a while longer chatting about girly things. The brunette didn't pay much attention and went to sleep. Hours later. It was already past midnight and Issei was lying in his bed, unable to sleep. Yami and Akemi were in another room. The brunette explained to them that, as women, they should have their private and personal space. He had no problem with them sleeping with him, but they should let him know first. He came up with this idea after both sisters almost saw him completely naked after he got out of the bath, although he couldn't help but feel that it was almost on purpose. He couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was going to happen, and he lay staring at the ceiling until now. After all, those nocturnal visitors hadn't appeared that night, nor the night before. Something was happening, and it was making him nervous. I say. Sona's whisper brought him out of his thoughts. Sona. What's going on? Asked a brown-haired boy, quite surprised by Sona's appearance at that moment. I see, can I come in? Sona felt quite nervous and Issei noticed it. Sure. Before we go in. Could you close your eyes for a moment? Sona asked as she continued to stick her head out the door, clearly holding something. The brunette obeyed, quite curious about her friend's attitude. Sona entered the room and closed the door behind her. The brunette wasn't looking, but she could hear and smell the surroundings. She smelled a sweet aroma as soon as she heard the door close, and some time later she smelled the scent of a match. He heard Sona's footsteps approaching. He didn't know why, but it made him a little nervous. The brunette scent invaded his senses, letting him know she was quite close. Open them. He obeyed, being surprised by the light emitted by some candles that numbered 18. Issei looked a little confused by this, but it didn't take long for him to remember what day it was. Happy birthday. Issei. The young brunette was completely embarrassed. She'd been planning this for a while, and she wanted to give the brunette a special gift. But she couldn't find anything else to do but make him something with her own hands. The brunette briefly glanced at her friend's hands, who quickly hid them behind her back. But that brief moment was enough for her to realize that she had prepared the meal herself and had encountered a few inconveniences, as some of her fingers were bandaged. I'm not used to baking things, and why I had some problems. And the brown-haired boy stretched out his arm and took his partner's hands, healing them slowly. You didn't have to bother. Thank you very much, Sona. The brunette thanked, very happy. Although don't you think that drawing a dragon is a bit exaggerated? Issei said, seeing his friend's failed attempt to make that drawing. Well, I thought. Maybe I could go out of my way and decorate it better. The young woman's face showed a look of embarrassment. Her sister had advised her to try to draw something meaningful to decorate the cake. Well, considering it's the first time I've seen one of your drawings, it's quite nice, said the brunette, imagining how many attempts the brunette had to make. Happy birthday to you. Sona began to sing softly, bringing Issei out of his thoughts. Hearing Sona's voice sing relaxed him immensely. It was something strange. It was the first time he saw and felt so calm. It could also be because it was the first time he heard Sona sing. Somehow it gladdened his heart and made him forget about his problems. Happy birthday, dear Issei. Happy birthday to you. Go on, make a wish. Sona looked very happy as she clapped happily. After all, it was the first time she'd done something like that for someone, and that she could celebrate someone's day without having to follow the demonic customs. Although that wasn't the whole reason for her happiness. There was something else. Somehow, that scene brought a sense of déjà vu to Issei, but he decided to let it go for now. Later, he would study several of his memories in depth. It wasn't the first time it had happened to him, and it was already starting to bother him. Leaving that aside, Issei made his wish and blew out the candles gently. What did you ask for? To be the king of a harem? Sona asked sarcastically, although she really wanted that question answered. If I tell you what I wish for, it won't come true. But I can assure you that being the king of a harem was not my wish. The brown-haired boy, drawing courage from deep within him, took his friend's hand and intertwined his fingers with hers. After all, he'd felt like he was falling in love with Sona for months. And maybe it was just his birthday wish, but that night, he had the courage to declare his love for her. Sona. I don't know how to continue, and that it's something sudden. But for a while now I've been feeling something more for you. Because every time I'm with you, I feel calm and I know it may sound a little hasty, but what I want to tell you is, I love you. The brunette opened his eyes in surprise as he heard the young black-haired woman finish her words. Sona, for her part, was deeply embarrassed but continued to take the brunette's hand. He even felt her hold it even tighter. I love you too. Issei. Declared the young woman, surprising the young man in front of her even more. So. Would you like to be my girlfriend? Still not being able to believe what was happening and attributing it more to the fact that she had finally managed to fall asleep and this was a dream. Yes. I would love to. Replied Sona, smiling with such great happiness that it made her cry. So, slowly, they drew closer, somehow drawn to try to seal that proposition, or perhaps, trying to follow what, for them, was a dream they didn't want to wake up from. But feeling the warmth of each other's lips, that small rush that ran through their bodies when their lips met, confirmed that this wasn't a dream. But a reality, one they were happy to be a part of. They slowly separated, as if they wished the moment would never end, but the lack of air forced them to. Needless to say, what they felt was a romantic French film, and a passionate kiss was simply a rough and clumsy kiss that only lasted a couple of seconds. But that doesn't mean they didn't feel it was quite an experience. This is one of the best birthdays I've ever had, said the brown-haired boy, still not believing his great luck and believing himself to be the luckiest man in the world. This is the best day of my life, Sona said, sitting next to the brown-haired man to rest her head on his shoulder, feeling like the luckiest woman in the world. Hours later, Irina got up at 5 a.m., as was her custom at church. At that time, she was supposed to begin praying to start her day well, but this time she didn't want to. She doubted her Lord, and that made her feel bad. After all, she couldn't remember her life before she had devoutly believed in him. She wanted to get those thoughts out of her head, so she decided to go for a walk to clear her mind. As she walked through the streets, she remembered that near the city's mountains, she and Issei had buried a time machine. She smiled to herself with a certain melancholy. When she returned, she would propose that idea to her friend. She also wanted some time to decide what to do with her vows of faith, and she felt that carrying her everywhere would be more of a burden than a blessing. Well. What do we have here? It's the stupid dragon's little exorcist friend. Not paying attention to her surroundings, Irina was surprised to hear that voice, and when she wanted to face that guy, she felt something go through her leg and left an unbearable burning sensation. Then, she had that same sensation on her right arm. I hope you don't take this the wrong way, dear, but this is personal. Or maybe a little, yes. Shouted that voice, kicking the young woman's face with such force that it made her bleed. Call him. Come on. Make him come here. Bring that son of a bitch who did this to me. The man grabbed Irina by the hair and made her look at his face. The young woman could see that the man had a horrible burn scar on half his face, and he was even missing an eye. Come on. I heard it last night. Summon the name of the security. Fried shouted angrily, wanting to face the security before hitting the young brunette again, who was unable to defend herself. Sitri residence. Issei sat next to Sona on the roof of the house, holding hands, watching the sunrise. They hadn't slept that night yet, believing it to be a dream, although they were gradually beginning to realize that what had happened was real. I love you. Issei, after gathering courage for a moment, said that, looking Sona in the eyes. Me too, Issei. I love you too. For her part, the young black-haired girl placed a kiss on her beloved's cheek, being somewhat embarrassed, but above all very happy. What do you want to do today? Asked the brown-haired boy, forgetting it was his birthday. Don't ask me. Today is your special day, did you forget? Replied the brunette with a tender smile. It's true. Maybe, go out to eat like yesterday. The brown-haired boy wondered, already out of ideas, because his greatest wish had come true. Don't you want me to make you breakfast? Asked Sona, getting up and then offering her hand to help Issei. Issei. Save me. Please. When the brunette was about to accept the help of his now girlfriend, he heard that voice in his head. And that voice, it seemed very familiar to him. Issei quickly got up, looking very worried. What's going on? Sona was surprised by her beloved's reaction. It's Irina. She's in trouble. Issei felt the feeling that had previously been troubling him quickly return, stronger than ever. He also perceived an aura that hadn't appeared in a long time. I'll go with you. Sona said determinedly. No. Wake up the others. Kakabiel just appeared. Revealed the brown-haired boy, surprising Sona since she didn't notice anything. I'm not going to let you go against him alone. Declared the young woman, determined not to abandon her beloved to his fate. Irina's fading. Besides, she's not near Kakabiel. She's with Fried. She must have been hunted down somehow. Issei, using a magic circle, put on his battle clothes. Wake up the others, tell them to get ready. Kakabiel is at the academy. Said Issei, ready to answer his friend's call. I'm going to be watching you, Issei. Sona said as she ran to do what the brown-haired boy asked her to. I trust you take care of me. The brunette smiled before disappearing in a pillar of fire. Sona, for her part, cast a magic circle in each room, where her voice could be heard while using another to change her clothes. Park. Irina. Irina, where are you? Upon appearing, Issei shouted his friend's name, hoping she would respond. Glancing around, he saw, horrified, Irina lying on the floor in a pool of blood. She was bruised and injured in several places. Irina. The brunette rushed over to try to heal his friend's wounds, who was semi-conscious. He took the girl's hand, and she left him a small ring, leaving the brunette a little confused. We meet again, bastard. Issei was surprised to hear that voice behind him. But he didn't have time to turn around and face Fried, because he felt something beginning to tear at his flesh, piercing his bones until it pierced his body. The chestnut-haired boy knew perfectly well the pain of the sacred, but that sword was doing much more damage than normal, making him vomit blood. Do you see what happened to my beautiful face? But of course you see it. Said the priest, who was angry after what happened to him. Fried. Badge, you damn wretch. Muttered the brown-haired boy, who was still suffering the effects of the sword. Do you feel how it burns you? Do you feel how it's different from my light bullets? This is Excalibur blessing, capable of purifying any damn being like you. Fried pulled the sword out of Issei's chest, causing him to begin to bleed. Well. I guess I don't need it anymore. Said Fried, taking out his weapon to end Irina's life. Wait. Let her live. And I'll hand over Mimic and Destruction to you. The brown-haired boy tried to negotiate with that idiot, knowing that his objective was the sacred swords. Mimic, don't give me that nonsense. That idiot confessed to me that she lost her. Give me Nightmare and we have a deal. Although of course I don't know how she'll get out of here if she can't walk. Said Fried, believing that the security was deceiving him. But he had Destruction, Mimic and Nightmare. Why would Irina lie to Fried even if she was about to die? Okay. I'll give you one now, and another when I've finished healing her and sent her to a safe place. Replied the brunette, who could barely speak because of his injured organs. He was trying to heal himself with Asia's sacred gear, but the healing was very slow for some reason. Go ahead. Try it. Nightmare first. The mad priest sentenced, and then saw how the sword that had been stolen from him months ago appeared. Although of course, Issei didn't hit a real nightmare, after all he knew that if Fried used the sword's ability against his friends, the fight could get very tough. With Drake's help, he managed to make Mimic take the form of Nightmare. Issei got up, already healed, although he still felt a terrible burning in his chest. He slowly walked over to Irina and began healing her. The young woman wanted to get up to fight, but couldn't because she felt weak from the blood loss. "Get ready," whispered the brown-haired boy as he created a magic circle beneath him to send her back to the Sitri residence. "Now son of a bitch. Give me destruction," said Fried, getting dangerously close to the Sekiryuite. "It's time to end this, Fried. And this time, there's no one stopping me," said Issei before summoning his sacred gear. "Do you really think you'll beat me while being injured by a holy sword made for purification?" Fried mocked, believing it would be an easy fight. When a snake is cornered, it attacks more ferociously than before. "We dragons share that behavior," said the brown-haired man, entering his false mode to make things easier. Sitri residence. Irina had just appeared in the living room of the house, trying to get up, failing due to lack of blood. That's where everyone was gathering after what Sona had told them. "Irina." The young woman heard someone shout her name, but she didn't recognize the voice. Bakaru was the one who ran to help her daughter, who was beginning to lose consciousness. "Issei is in trouble," the young woman managed to murmur before falling unconscious. "She has no wounds, she must have fainted from the amount of blood she lost," said Sarah, seeing how Irina was covered in that vital liquid. "Issei." Sona's scream alerted everyone, and they ran to the place where the scream had been heard. To their surprise, she was in Issei's room. "Sona. What's happened?" "Ah." When she arrived, she saw the magic circle her daughter had created, paralyzing her. Issei was covered in bleeding wounds while breathing heavily and holding his sword. In front of him was Fried, covered in blood, showing some wounds but looking happy. "It works, damn it." Sona had her eyes covered in tears as she tried again and again to get the transportation magic circle to work to get to Issei. She had seen firsthand how the brunette had been ambushed by that wretch. She immediately wanted to go help him, but her magic circle was somehow repelled. Sarah knelt beside her daughter to help her cast the spell. Sarah was secretly grateful that Kayako wasn't there at that very moment. Pushing that thought out of her head, she knelt down and began helping her daughter with the circle. Despair also began to eat away at her, growing even more so every time she heard the brunette's complaints, as he was hit by Fried's slashes. One by one the demons began to help in the magic circle, hoping that their combined forces would activate it once and for all. Park. Issei couldn't react, the first wound he received for some reason was still burning brightly, and he felt his strength disappearing as he continued fighting. False mode had long since disappeared. "I'm tired of playing. Boss," said the madman, tasting the blood staining his face. The brunette's blood, obviously. Hearing that last part, Issei felt a very powerful aura emerge behind him and launched an attack. Issei blocked the attack with his sword, but it broke upon contact with the spear of light that threatened to split him in half. As his weapon broke, Issei didn't know how to defend himself from the next attack that was about to land. And it was Graham who appeared out of nowhere to break that spear of light, thus defending its bearer. "Ah. How troublesome, who would have thought you were a carrier of Graham?" said Kakabiel, creating another spear of light in his hand. "I'm not going to give up that easily, Kakabiel." Issei sounds agitated and somewhat sore while he wielded Graham. "Do you remember this place? It was here where I first controlled Rainer's mind. And forced her to kill you." Kakabiel said, revealing something of utmost importance as he looked at the landscape before stopping his gaze at the fountain in the middle of the park. Issei, for his part, was shocked, having not expected the cadre to reveal that detail to him. And he didn't know what to think or say. "Why?" was the only thing the brown-haired boy questioned. "She fell in love with you, being just a simple human." Kakabiel revealed to Issei, what he was trying to do was make the young brown-haired boy lose mental stability by telling him certain truths. "How could she have fallen in love with me? I only knew her for 3 days." The brunette reproached, knowing that those memories were vague. "So you still don't remember? You see, the day that little nun died, you went crazy." Kakabiel sat down on one of the benches there, while with one hand he gave the order to Fried to leave. "What do you mean?" the brunette asked while holding his head. "Let's just say, you made certain decisions while out of your mind," said Kakabiel, watching as Issei held his head with a grimace of pain. "Your king didn't blame you for your actions, but he was afraid that you would make a drastic decision. So he decided to seal those memories, but he was inexperienced, and it ended up affecting other things too." Issei held his head while feeling great pain. "You and Rainer were together for about 6 months. I had to get you out of the way for my plans. The only one who was close to you and who wasn't being watched all the time by the demons here was Rainer, and I used that to my advantage, since I needed her for my plans," revealed Kakabiel, unleashing Issei's memories about his relationship with the aforementioned fallen angel. She was the one who contacted your king to save you. And she was also the one who decided to confront me by threatening to tell her father what I did. From that moment on, I have had her under my control. It was I who made her kill that nun, it was I who forced her to kill you. It was I who forced her all this time. Revealed the cadre, who little by little felt how Issei's power was increasing. You damn bastard. I'll kill you. That dark aura that had appeared in the forest 4 months ago suddenly emerged like an erupting volcano. Summoning a chain, the brown-haired boy approached to fight Kakabiel, surprising him with his speed, managing to land a strong punch to the face, a kick to the abdomen, and a dragon shot at point-blank range. Kakabiel, now recovered from the shock, easily stopped the slash Issei intended to land on him with Gram. Using this to his advantage, the cadre created a small sphere of light that he brought close to the brunette's face, causing it to explode. Sitri residence. The spectators were shocked by what they had seen and heard. Riaz only lowered her head for a moment upon hearing the part where she altered Issei's memories. This action confirmed to those present that what she said for Kakabiel was true. Although they could understand that she was only trying to protect her pawn. Issei landed near the fountain where he died the first time. He tried to get back up, but the pain in his chest was greater. Kakabiel, without wasting time, approached the Sekir'Yuatei and tried to snatch Gram from him, but as he brought his hand closer to the hilt, he felt fear. Because he felt that if he touched that sword, he would die somehow. I must admit. Sekir'Yuatei, you surprised me. Wielding our brother's greatsword. You're full of surprises, although of course I'll make sure to put an end to it right now. The cadre took the hand of the brown-haired man who refused to let go of Gram and made him point at himself. Kakabiel slowly began to exert force so that Issei would injure himself with the sword. The latter was using all the strength he had to prevent this from happening, while repeatedly telling Yami not to abandon his sword form because he didn't want to risk her as well. What do you gain? By controlling Raynor. By uniting the holy swords. What do you gain? By killing me. The brown-haired man managed to formulate while he felt Gram's blade on his chest about to tear his flesh. What happened to that brat is obvious. She's the only one Azazel wouldn't attack the holy swords to involve the angels. And with you out of the game, there will be nothing to prevent one side from being the favorite to win. After all, we can attribute the death of the demon wielder of the Sekir'Yuatei to the angels and their exorcists. At the same time, Azazel's papers recruiting sacred gear wielders will come to light in order to have an advantage in the war. And to rekindle the flame of the fallen angels. The death of Raynor, Azazel's daughter, at the hands of demons. Explained Kakabiel, knowing that Issei could no longer exert more force to stop Gram. Draw. Another one. Will take my place. They'll stop you. Said Issei, feeling how Gram began to pierce his chest. Yami, for his part, wanted to adopt his human form, but for some reason he couldn't do it, and with each scream from his carrier, he became more desperate. Who? Sona Sitri and her entourage. Your king and his entourage. If what those useless people told me wasn't a lie, no one can leave hell for the rest of the day. Kakabiel declared, smiling. They'll find out. Everything you did. They'll kill you. Issei blurted out as he felt his life slipping away. I would have liked you to see with my Sekir'Yuatei how the demons, celestial angels and fallen angels kill each other. Now, die. Said Kakabiel, pushing Gram with all his might, breaking the fountain and leaving the brown-haired boy underwater, managing to make him remember when he begged for help before being reincarnated. Nuo. Sona shouted, releasing a large amount of power, freezing the entire room and breaking the magic circle with which they saw Issei. Park. Upon arriving, I ignore Kakabiel, who was looking seriously at the fountain where he had seriously wounded the Sekir'Yuatei while holding Excalibur Destruction in his hand, and then made it disappear. But his eyes found nothing but small particles of light floating in the air above the fountain. Where? Where is it? Asked Sona without even turning to look at Kakabiel. Angels, fallen angels, and demons all have something in common, child. When they die, they turn into particles of light. Don't worry, though. They'll quickly reunite. Kakabiel said, summoning a spear of light as he approached Sona. But he was stopped by Kiba, who appeared along with the other demons, and reacted quickly to defend the Sitri heiress. Well, I didn't expect to see you here, Lady Sitri. Kakabiel said, obviously displeased with a woman's presence there, as she could be a nuisance. I'd love to stay and chat. But I have some final preparations to make. The cadre disappeared as he wrapped his wings around himself. Sona fell to her knees as she stared into space, her recent partner and former best friend. The person with whom she shared many of her secrets and loved with all her heart. Had simply disappeared. She knew something was wrong, knew she should have been with him from the beginning. But she trusted him, thinking he'd return quickly. She began to reproach herself in many ways, while bitter tears formed in her eyes. And her sobs became louder. Tsubaki approached to try to calm her, but even she couldn't hide her pain and reassure her king. Kiba, despite appearing calm, was devastated. He already hated the holy swords. And now that they've taken another friend from him only increased his hatred. Kaneko just started crying, hiding her sobs and clenching her fists as she stood next to Akeno, who slowly shed tears as well. Issei. No. Rias muttered as she fell to her knees after no longer feeling the chestnut's pawn pieces. She had managed to save him so many times before. And now she couldn't do anything. Tomo maintained her composure, but she still shed a few tears. She hugged Ria, trying to calm their pain together. Yura was perhaps the most affected of all the members of Sona's entourage as she began to beat the ground until her fists bled while she shed tears. She only stopped when she lost all strength in her body. Baruko clung to Sarah, trying to hold back her tears. The matriarch, for her part, placed her hand on the young brunette's head as she tried to control her emotions. Her power shook the entire room. That strong, determined, and brave woman. She clenched her free fist so tightly that it began to bleed. Her sadness and pain were being overshadowed by her anger and thirst for revenge. Her power was overwhelming her control. Now she understood why the young brunette often couldn't control that feeling. Grafia maintained her stoic gaze for a while, tears of bitterness fell from her eyes for not being able to help the young Gremory pawn, but more than anything, a great thirst for revenge arose in her, awakening her power as Queen of Devastation. Sitri residence. Kayako cried out loud while hugging Takeda, who wanted to stand firm for his wife, but she couldn't stop her tears. Griselda was comforted by Zenobia, the blonde-haired woman who felt a strong hatred towards the angels because they participated indirectly in the death of her leader, since she knew that the magic that held the demons back was heavenly light. Silently, she swore revenge against that angel who dared to indirectly kill her leader. Silently, after wiping away her tears, Griselda began to head for the exit. She would seek out Issei's leading demons so they could help avenge the Sekiryute's death. "Where are you going?" asked Zenobia, somewhat intrigued. "I'm going to look for the other leaders." "Stay here, don't even think about going there. You'll only get in the way," ordered the blonde woman before being stopped by Akemi, who hid her regret well. "I'll accompany you." Akemi was now wearing her signature armor. It felt heavy. After all, she hadn't worn it in a long time. "No. Protect them. We don't know if they'll attack here. Keep the people Issei tried to protect safe," Griselda ordered before leaving the room. "Why couldn't you protect him, sister?" whispered Akemi, beginning to sob as quietly as she could. "Come on, Kayako, we must continue taking care of Irina. We must tell her what happened to Hikaru," said Takeda, approaching his wife to help her up. "Doesn't it affect you? Doesn't the death of our son Takeda affect you?" Kayako shouted, looking at Takeda, who was surprised by the action and the question. June, Zenobia, and Hinako were slightly startled by the tone of voice Issei's mother used. But they decided to remain silent out of respect for her grief. "It hurts, Kayako, it hurts a lot. But the best thing we can do now is not to get in their way," replied Issei's father, hugging his wife. "Issei. He was the first of our children who could smile. He was the first to give me a smile when I was born. I felt strongly about him and I want his murderer to pay. But I know I can't do it," Takeda said with fury in his voice. "The best thing we can do is help Hikaru not to lose Irina and not hinder those who can do something." Takeda separated from his wife and looked into her eyes, showing that they were full of tears. You're right. We'll only get in the way of the others," replied Kayako, who tried to calm down, but she managed to do so little by little. "June. Please look for towels and disinfectant, maybe she still has wounds. Hinako-chan, you look for bandages and cotton. Zenobia-san. Stay close to her. She will need support to bear the pain when closing her wounds," ordered Kayako, who took first aid courses in the last 2 months to not be so useless and help a little more. The three nodded and quickly began searching for what was requested. Kayako stood up and hurried back to Hikaru, leaving her husband alone. "Damn," shouted Takeda, hitting the ground hard. "You promised you'd always be here. That you wouldn't abandon us. I swore to protect you, son. And now I'm here, powerless to do anything." Once alone, the chestnut-haired boy's father began to vent his pain. "I wish that this was just a bad dream." Takeda mentioned seeing how his hand was bleeding and hurt, confirming that it was not a dream. "Park. We don't have time to mourn. We must fulfill what Issei set out to do. We will protect the city and avenge his death," said Sarah, slowly controlling her power. "Today, 18 years ago, little Issei was born. Today he also died. And today will also be the day we kill his murderer. I will make sure it happens," Grafia said, letting out her power without being able to control it, and for some reason she didn't feel weak or that her power was diminishing. "I feel sacred auras in the school. They must be there," Sarah said, summoning a magic circle that would take them there. "Grafia, help me put a barrier around the school, the rest. Prepare, he will be here soon," said Sarah, knowing that Kakabiel would soon arrive at the place. After all, she could see Freet in the schoolyard. Saji silently stood up and started walking towards the rooftop because he wanted to be alone with his thoughts and better control his feelings. Come on girls. We must be strong, he wouldn't have wanted to see us like this. We must be strong, said Raruko, trying to encourage her classmates, but even she couldn't stop crying. He would have fought even against the Demon Kings. Let's not let his memory be shattered like this. He supported us and now we must fulfill what is ours. Tomo shouted, getting up from the ground while tightly gripping her katana. Because if we don't do it, nobody will. Finished the young reddish-brown girl as she walked out the door to where her partner Peon was. Momo stood up next to Ria, and after wiping away her tears, they began to follow their companions. You're right. Issei always encouraged me to get up when Kaneko knocked me down. Today I'll do it one last time. And I'll give it my all, said Yura, who imitated her companion's gesture. Come on, guys. Let's not let them defeat us so easily. We're from the Gremory clan. We don't give up without a fight, Ria said, inspired by the others' actions. Her servants followed her, ready to avenge their fallen comrade. Come on. Ravel. The Redite offered her hand to the young blonde, who was sobbing silently. She wiped her tears and accepted the help to get up. I promised that I wouldn't let my brother down. But that doesn't matter to me now. Today I will fight for what Issei-sama believed in. And I will do so until my fire goes out, said the fourth Phoenix heiress, following her sister-in-law, feeling her signature power burning brighter than before. Come on, Sona. Get up, said Tsubaki, somewhat recovered, offering her help to her king, who ignored her. Stop crying. Come on, we have to be strong. He's the one who carries the responsibility until the moment of his death. Are you going to let his death be in vain? Shut up. His death will not be in vain. And he will not go unavenged, Sona declared, gritting her teeth to contain her anger while simultaneously unleashing some of her magical power. Her tears had turned to rage, and her rage to a desire for revenge. I'll make sure of it myself, swore the Sitri heiress, watching as a magic circle began to form in the sky while she began to feel a great thirst for blood. Rooftop of the academy. Once the barrier was up, Sarah and Grafia reached the rooftop where they saw everyone looking toward the courtyard. They didn't have to get close enough to know who they were. There stood Freed, a familiar figure, an old man in papal robes, and a man dressed in a black suit with no tie and a two-button collar. He had an angry expression, black hair, and a windlass in one of his hands, which he held elegantly. To one side of the man in the suit stood a young woman with black hair and empty red eyes. She was wearing a knee-length black dress over a pink blouse. The fallen cadre looked closely at each person standing on the roof of the school building and frowned even more when he saw the Ice Queen of Devastation. I thought those useless people would take care of them. They promised, so they better keep their promise. Kakabiel spoke seemingly to nothing, being very annoyed. A large black magic circle appeared beside him, from which 34 beings, 34 demons, appeared. This surprised Sarah and Grafia, who recognized them immediately. Forgive our delay, Kakabiel-sama. But we had to make sure that the barrier in the underworld is so strong that not even the strongest demons can break it. Last time, Ajuka helped Surzich's escape. Excused one of the many demons that appeared there. That doesn't explain the presence of those two, Kakabiel reproached, even more angry. We tried to get them out of the way, but the Sekiruyuite himself slaughtered our soldiers. Another demon explained fearfully. They clearly knew that if they tried to confront the cadre, they would lose in mere seconds. And how many assassins did you lose in these 2 months? 2 or 3. It was evident that Kakabiel was annoyed by the presence of those two. No, my lord. We lost 20 elite assassins. Grafia and Sarah heard that with great surprise, as they now understood why Issei generally didn't train with the others. He was busy fighting the council's demons. They couldn't believe that this was happening while they were sleeping. They must have been the most aware of it. Not for nothing are they the most experienced in this matter. But my lord. Lucifuge is pregnant, sick and weak, it will be no problem to face her, said the same demon, trying to justify himself. And what's the point of attacking a pregnant woman with such a disease? If the Sekiruyuite was able to exterminate her pathetic soldiers, she would wipe them out with a single snap of her fingers. Kakabiel replied, still annoyed. Remind me why I accepted you into this plan. The cadre ordered as he swirled his glass more and more slowly. We promised to remove the powerful demons from the territory, the man replied, lowering his head. And you weren't able to do it, Balam. I hope you fix your mistake. Kakabiel held back the urge to make them disappear with a single spear of light and gave him another chance, although it would be the last. Freed is the bastard with the burned face. Who are the rest? Saji asked, trying to calm his emotions as he saw the bastard still covered in blood. His friend's blood. The old man is called Valper Galilei, the Archbishop of Massacre. He experimented for a long time with the requirements to be able to carry a sacred sword. He managed to achieve it. He managed to create an object that allows the user to carry a sacred sword without any problem," replied Kiba, who began to summon a sword. To do so, he tortured several volunteers who were tricked into accepting the role of guinea pigs. Most of them were children. They all died, and only I survived. The young knight concluded, not hiding his hatred for the man. "The ones who just appeared are members of the 34 pure blood pillars left in the underworld. They are the demonic council," Greyfear replied, who began to feel how her strength and magic were beginning to be drained rapidly. "Alex Balam is their current leader. And my ex-husband. The demon at his side is his lover." Sarah looked with great hatred and disgust at her ex-husband and his lover as her power returned. "That girl over there is the one who killed Issei for the first time and the one who begged me to revive him," Ria said upon recognizing the girl. She introduced herself as Amano Yuma, but her real name is Rainer and she's a fallen angel. Although, Kakabiel revealed that he controlled her mind. "I don't know how to act against her." Sounda finished Ria's explanation with the same tone as hers, one full of resentment towards the crazy priest. Galilei begins. Kakabiel ordered the bishop to create a series of symbols on the ground where Fried placed each of the swords he had stolen, plus the one Kakabiel had given him. "Why are you so upset, Kakabiel? Did things not go as you expected?" The one who spoke was an angel with white wings, who descended from heaven. He was dressed strangely, and most of his clothes were white or gold and were somewhat damaged. He had black hair, light blue eyes, and a beautiful face that showed annoyance. "Look in a mirror, Metroton." "What? Didn't your angels listen to the supposed voice of God? Michael almost killed you, you were lucky you were able to crawl and escape," Kakabiel said ironically, annoying the archangel even more. "Shut up. Now they'll understand there's only one way to save themselves. And that's domination over the other factions. The war must return to end it once and for all." The demons were perplexed by what they were seeing. An angel had a strong desire for war when they were supposed to yearn for peace. "Heaven. Throne of God." A man with blonde hair and light blue eyes opened his eyes in surprise, then revealed an annoyed expression. He had a well-developed physique, was dressed in a rather peculiar armor, and was seated on a golden throne. This man was Michael, leader of the angels. He had witnessed, thanks to the power of omnipresence, the brutal murder of the Securitate. He had sensed holy light magic and knew exactly who it was. He had listened to Kakabiel's words and wouldn't allow the treaty to be affected. He quickly called the most trusted person he knew, Gabriel, one of the 5 celestial archangels, and his sister. "What's wrong, Michael?" said a beautiful woman with a not-so-voluptuous figure. She was dressed in a loose white tunic and wore some golden armor. She had a beautiful face with fine features, long golden hair, and beautiful jade-colored eyes. Her pupils were cross-shaped and always bright gold. "I called you Gabriel because the Securitate was killed." Michael stood up from his throne, revealing his 12 wings, which were a brilliant golden hue. The archangel knew immediately that her brother was angry. "Who killed him?" asked Gabriel, who also showed annoyance at the news. "Kakabiel." Using Gram against its wielder, and was also helped by an archangel, who prevented the arrival of the Securitate's allies. Gabriel's eyes sharpened upon hearing the statement. How was it possible that one of his brothers would seek to kill a celestial dragon? He hadn't done anything that seriously affected the church, and he doubted he was planning anything against her. "I've noticed strange behavior in one of our brothers for a long time. And I regret not having acted sooner." Michael knew he was guilty in some way for not paying attention to what was happening in his faction. "I'll take care of him now. I want you to go help," Michael ordered, using a magic circle to change his clothes and show others more suitable for combat. "But I still haven't found Ascalon. What if he has her?" Gabriel knew who his brother was referring to, since he had also begun to suspect him a long time ago. "Ascalon chose the Securitate as its wielder, now I don't know where it is. But I know that bastard doesn't have it. Go help the demons. I'll make sure it doesn't get out of here." Gabriel was surprised by the revelation, but didn't give it any more importance and nodded. "Take care, brother. And do what you think is necessary." Gabriel said this with regret before disappearing through a magic circle. For his part, the leader of heaven approached a nearby table to activate 2 magic circles. 2 silhouettes appeared within them. The first belonged to a beautiful woman with brown hair and amber eyes, dressed similarly to Gabriel. The other silhouette was of a man with red hair and brown eyes, dressed similarly to Michael. It was Uriel and Raphael, respectively, whose faces showed great surprise at having been summoned by Michael and seeing him wearing his old battle dress. After all, he hadn't worn it since the war centuries ago. "Michael. What's going on? And where is Gabriel Nisama going?" The first to speak was Uriel, who seemed somewhat surprised because she had just seen her sister fly towards the pearly gates. "What happened, brother?" Raphael, seeing the serious expression on Michael's face, understood that something was wrong. I want you to come here now, it's an order. That last word, uttered by the strongest archangel of them all, was what completely surprised them. And they dropped their work to arrive at the scene as quickly as possible. The Securitate was killed. Michael began, looking at the golden throne with some resentment. Who was it? Why would they do something like that? Asked Uriel, who was a fan of the brunette for everything he did, even though he disliked some of those things. It was a Cacabial. Helped by one of our brothers. Why? Why would one of us help Cacabial? Raphael asked, somewhat intrigued. I don't know. But what I do know is that it was Cacabial who has been stealing the fragments of Excalibur. I don't know why exactly. I want everything closed, no one will be able to leave heaven for a whole day, and tell Metriton to come here. Michael revealed, surprising the other seraphim even more. But if we close everything, due to the sky system we won't be able to go out or use magic circles either. Said Uriel, pointing this out to Michael. Metriton won't get out. I'll take care of it myself. Michael stated sternly. With those last words, they immediately knew who had helped in the murder. Well. Anyway, I'll prepare the angels. After that, Raphael disappeared through a magic circle before they were deactivated. What are you going to do, Michael? Asked Uriel, staring at the aforementioned. I'll tackle the problem at its root. Shut the sky. The seraph replied without looking at the woman. She left in silence. Michael reproached himself for not intervening, but he couldn't have anticipated his brother's actions. His celestial magic was slipping through his fingers as he couldn't control his anger. And those words he heard next made his job even more difficult. You called me Michael. A well-built man entered the room. He had black hair, light blue eyes, and a handsome face. He was dressed in gold armor, and among the pieces of armor, it was possible to see that beneath it, he wore a white tunic. He was also accompanied by a group of younger angels. Tell me, Metriton. Why did you do it? Began the leader of heaven as he looked at the golden throne in front of him. What do you mean, brother? Metriton, for his part, preferred to play dumb. Over the past few months, your behavior has become erratic and you've distanced yourself from us. I thought your concern was related to heaven. Not that you were planning murder. Why did you help Cacabial? Michael cut straight to the chase, using a calm tone of voice. Metriton just smiled, looking at his brother with that smile that showed confidence in what he was going to say. Almost immediately, the atmosphere between them became tense. Dragons were responsible for the heavy losses we suffered during the Great War, and we can't breed angels so easily. The demons developed a system of reincarnation, and fallen angels breed like rats. We're falling behind. The only way to save ourselves is to make both sides kill each other. And then hunt them like animals. Even children. Michael refuted his brother's words, appearing calm. The younger angels heard this with surprise. They knew their mentor Metriton longed for peace more than anyone, but not that he would seek it through domination. Why did you help assassinate the Securitate? Michael knew that his brother had evaded his first question and decided to be more direct. He killed several exorcists in that city and protected renegade demons. He deserved to die. Metriton justified himself, trying to fill the heads of the younger angels. You're talking about the exorcists killed by an expelled member of the church. The last two exorcists sent there were defended by the Securitate. And about the demons, they were families of deserted demons acting peacefully. None of the actions you mentioned were true, nor do they justify your crime. Michael claimed, surprising the other angels present. Now we're going to argue over a trivial matter, brother. You should be worried about what happens next. Michael was very annoyed by his brother's attitude. The spectators were frightened by their leader's anger and slowly began to back away. I'm not going to support you in that stupid idea of ruling over the other races. Metriton. I see. So you're condemning our people to fall behind the other factions. We won't fight directly. We'll stay back and watch them kill each other. And with that disgusting dragon off the board, they'll have no way to get past us. We have Ascalon, nothing can stop us. Metriton had brought several angels to hear his argument with Michael. Every word that came out of his mouth was coldly planned to try to convince these angels that he was right. Condemning our race would be doing what you want. Starting the war again. You would condemn our race to a massacre from which we will never recover. Michael refuted angrily, before continuing he preferred to regain composure. The Securitate was chosen by Ascalon to be its bearer. And he was also the bearer of Gram. He represented the union of the three races. But you put an end to all of that by killing him. That information about the bearer of Ascalon confused Metriton, who didn't believe his brother's words, but at the same time he knew perfectly well that he wasn't lying, since his wings never changed color. The angels began to murmur, but unfortunately for Metriton, they weren't the ones he wanted to listen to. So, the Securitate was the bearer of Gram, the twin sword of Ascalon. He would perhaps forge an alliance with the other factions. He was actually chosen by Ascalon. A demon. That's something great. I don't understand. If we forge peace, we could finally live without fear of a war breaking out. Those whispers reached Metriton's ears, and he didn't like them. His plan was to make the nearby angels see Michael as the one who would condemn them and attack him, so he could sneak attack and kill his brother, but none of that was happening. I see. Then there is no other option. In a quick movement, Metriton tried to attack Michael with a dagger of light that was aimed directly at the heart, but he missed. Michael was upset and expected that kind of outcome with his brother. When Metriton attacked, he easily saw the attack and grabbed the seraph's hand, managing to stop his attack with ease. Only to break the dagger of light with his other hand and deliver a strong knee to Metriton's chest, which knocked the wind out of him and broke his armor in the middle of his chest. Once there, Michael kicked the seraph's face with such force that it lifted him slightly in the air. He then grabbed the wounded seraph's foot and slammed it into the ground. Metriton tried to get back up until he was on his knees on the ground. He tried to catch his breath, but at the same time, he was completely surprised by his brother's strength. He had never faced him before, so he accepted that he was stronger because he was the older one. But with that simple attack, he realized why he'd been chosen as leader of the angels. He raised his gaze slightly to see Michael, and for the first time in his life, he was afraid. Afraid of dying as he felt his brother's aura demanding blood. It was there that Metriton related the nickname that the 12-winged seraph had previously had. The Scourge of God. Feeling the other lesser angel's eyes on him, he decided to try one more time. He wouldn't be demoted so easily. He quickly stood up, creating a spear of light that aimed at Michael's face. Michael's expression was calm, but his aura showed how upset he was. It didn't take much for the leader of the angelic faction to dodge Metriton's thrust, position himself to the side of him, and land a hook to the pit of his stomach. He then grabbed his head and smashed it against the golden throne that had once belonged to God. Michael's strength was such that he easily destroyed the throne. Don't forget, Metriton, because I am the leader of the angels. I will not allow you to cause more damage than you have already done. Michael said these words as he approached slowly while a sword of light was created in his hand. His brother, who was slowly emerging from the rubble, watched in terror as his face bled and his armor was almost completely broken. He hadn't taken into account the vast gap between his power and his brother's. He believed Michael would be much easier to defeat, and he understood this in a rather unusual way. Wait, Michael. Metriton's arrogant attitude disappeared, revealing how scared he was of dying. He tried to create an escape magic circle, but it wasn't responding. Last words. Michael asked to make sure. For some reason he didn't believe a single word that came out of his brother's mouth. Of course. Surprise. By the time Michael realized it, Metriton had caused a small explosion of light that blinded him for a second, giving the cowardly angel enough time to fly off to the gates of heaven. Once recovered, Michael wasted no time and began following Metriton. The angels in the area saw their supreme leader chasing one of their seraphim. They were very confused by this, but their doubts would soon be resolved. Michael watched as the gates of heaven began to close, and despair began to grow in his being. If he couldn't reach it, he wouldn't be able to follow it if he managed to cross, and he would break his word. Just as he was about to reach him, he had to break suddenly because the gates of heaven had closed in his face. And Metriton was on the other side. Ha 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 ha. How does it feel, Michael? To have failed to kill me? Don't worry. I'll make sure that all of them know that the powerful leader of heaven sent me to execute them. Ha 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 ha. Metriton was mocking Michael, while he just looked with contained hatred. Don't worry, brother. Metriton got too close to Michael and whispered. I'll make sure the message is well engraved on the corpses of those demons. Said Metriton before starting to fall towards the human world. Metriton. Michael shouted directly to the heavens while expelling all his power. The angels watched their leader with a little fear. They had never seen him like this. The archangel quickly returned to the site of their previous confrontation and cast a magic circle there to see what was happening in the human world. Uriel and Raphael arrived after sensing their brother's power erupting fiercely. What happened, Michael? Uriel asked, receiving no response from his leader, who was staring intently at the circle. The other archangels decided to do the same as their leader and carefully observe the projection of the magic circle. Galilee begins. Uriel and Raphael were surprised to see Metriton descend from the sky and immediately knew the reason for their leader's annoyance at having failed. Why are you so upset, Cacabiel? Did things not turn out the way you expected? Look in a mirror, Metriton. What? Didn't your angels listen to the supposed voice of God? Michael almost killed you. You were lucky you were able to crawl away and escape. Raphael looked at his brother with some fear and began to think that maybe he should tell him his secret so he wouldn't get into trouble. Shut up. Now they'll understand there's only one way to save themselves. And that's domination over the other factions. The war must return to end it once and for all. Uriel couldn't understand why his brother could have such a strong desire for war. Something similar had happened in the underworld. The four Mau couldn't leave the underworld. No one could leave the underworld. Everyone stared at the scene in amazement. The only ones who opposed Kakabiel's plan were the Sitri demons themselves and a couple of humans. Well, they no longer have the Securitate on their side. Tell me, do you think they have any hope after we eliminated that plague? Metriton spoke with a tone of absolute superiority. He felt that his plan could no longer fail. The only one who could turn the tide of the battle was already dead, and the demons in front of them did not pose much of a challenge. Or so he believed. After all, the Securitate had shown them long ago that despite being overwhelmed, one could succeed in their mission. They were afraid of what he could do. They cowardly murdered him because of that. They feared his power. Tomo was the one who responded because she wouldn't let them insult her friend. The rest of the group simply didn't respond, but they supported the young woman's words. Riaz could barely contain her power, as could Sona, who was the one unconsciously releasing the most energy. Sirzichas was relieved to see his wife in good shape. Her condition was already quite noticeable, and according to his calculations, the baby's birth was barely a month away. His calmness was soon overshadowed by hatred and rage toward the council demons. He knew they were planning something, and just seeing them there confirmed his suspicions. Serafal was very worried and helpless at not being able to go help her mother and sister. And her being was filled with hatred, seeing the being that made her mother and sister suffer. Seeing Alex Balam participating in a plan that endangered her mother and sister awakened a great thirst for blood in the young Leviathan, something that had not happened since the ancient war. Even if I let him live, you would still be tormented by the curse that always haunts those who possess the red celestial dragon, causing pain and suffering to the ones you love. I only did you a favor. Metriton said, speaking seriously. The curse of the red celestial dragon is not to cause pain to the beings it loves directly. They must bear the pain caused by the people who want to destroy it, so they look for any way to do it. Even hurting those the dragon loves. Grafia answered, letting her power escape, showing pain for the loss of Issei. And if they loved him so much, why did they let him carry all their problems? Without even worrying about him. The Kabiel replied, taking a neutral position, participating in the conversation for the first time. Because we didn't know about it. We didn't realize it, and we let him carry our problems, responsibilities that weren't his. Sarah replied, feeling a little guilty. After all, she never knew about all those murder attempts. So Kakabiel didn't do you a favor, but the Securitate. He helped him rest. I can't say in peace, but at least he's resting now. If they had killed the stupid current Lucifer's pregnant bitch earlier, we wouldn't have to deal with her now. Sirzichas let go of his power a little when he heard Metriton name his wife. But Lord Metriton, it wasn't our fault. The Securitate thwarted our attacks. Refuted a member of the demonic council. Don't you dare mention my name. The archangel shouted, forming a spear of light in his hand. Stop, idiot. Do you want the demon kings to appear here? Balam threatened to break the seal that kept the kings trapped in the underworld. Metriton's expression was furious, but he relented. He was an elite seraph, but even his brother Michael would have a hard time facing 4 demon kings, and after what happened in heaven. He preferred to avoid any fight of that magnitude. We tried to do everything possible to eliminate them. During these 2 months we have sent elite assassins and mid-class soldiers to deal with the problem. Sending elite soldiers or legions of demons to the human world meant attracting the attention of the fallen angels and even those of your own faction, and I highly doubt that you would be able to hide the presence of thousands of demons. Balam refuted, justifying his actions as well as demonstrating that he would never bow down to an angel, despite not being as strong as him. Those present who had heard that conversation between the demon and the angel were even more surprised. Issei had protected Grafia and Sarah daily for the past 2 months. These two were hurt for not having been more attentive to realize those murderous intentions and not being able to help Issei. Guilt invaded them, but soon that feeling turned into hatred towards the beings in front of them. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Rainer, Fried. Take care of the low-class devils. You will keep your word and take care of the 2 high-class devils and the Supreme. You, Valper. You told me you were missing one, right? Ordered Kakabiel while continuing to look ahead and only turning to see the Archbishop of Massacre, who only nodded at his question. Indeed, my lord, of course, if we count the one that the Securitate stole from Fried months ago. Otherwise 2 sacred swords would be missing. The old man replied, smiling calmly. Fried. At the cadre's shout, the mad priest approached and presented the swords in his possession, one of them. Still soaked in blood. In turn, and without saying anything, Kakabiel handed over Excalibur Destruction. Metriton, help Valper finish the ritual. The angel looks at Kakabiel with annoyance upon hearing those words. I'll do what you tell me just this once. But next time I'll give the orders. Said the seraph with authority. Yes, 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 as you say. Kakabiel said, then raised a shield, enclosing himself, Metriton, the old man, and the sword fragments. That way, he would ensure that no one would interrupt the ritual. At the same time, he closed his eyes, and Sarah could notice how Rainer's eyes began to glow dimly. Kakabiel had already ordered his people to attack, and they didn't take long to do so. The first to move were Rainer and Fried. Sona and Ria's group prepared to receive the first attack, but were surprised when Fried passed at high speed next to them and launched a kick at Sona that she managed to block barely, but was still pushed away from her group. Something similar happened with Ria's. Rainer launched herself at her, showing her a small sphere of light, which exploded, momentarily blinding her and preventing her from blocking an attack that sent her to the same place as Sona. Along the way, she dragged Ravel with her. The young phoenix could not dodge, partly due to the fear and surprise that this action of the fallen one brought. In this way, in just a few moments, they managed to separate the high-class demons from their respective retinues. Both leaders quickly recovered and tried to return to their own, but they ran into members of the Demon Council blocking their way. "How are you, daughter? I haven't seen you in a while." The speaker was a man with a very good physique, black hair, red eyes, and dressed in a 16th century English-style suit. This man was Alex Balam, father of Serafal and Sona, and ex-husband of Sona Sitri. "I'm not your daughter, bastard." Sona's voice came out with pure hatred and resentment, being in front of the man who abandoned her as a child for another woman, who made her mother suffer, and who is a participant in the murder of her beloved, put her in a very bad mood. "That's no way to talk to your father, darling," said a woman with a very voluptuous figure, sky blue eyes, and amber hair. "This is Crystal Furfur, Alex Balam's lover and representative of House Furfur on the Demon Council. Don't you dare say a word to me, you miserable whore," was Sona's response through gritted teeth, letting out a little of her power. "Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. The only one who could call you that is already dead," said Crystal, provoking Sona, and putting her index finger to her chin and putting on a thoughtful face she said. "What was his name?" "Ah. Haidu Issei, the weakest Sekiruite and the most pathetic demon." Unable to control himself any longer in the face of that woman's provocations, Sona launched an attack, creating an ice spear in his path. "Did you really think it would be that easy, girl?" Crystal replied, showing a proud smile as she stopped Sona's attack by holding the tip of the spear with both hands. To her surprise, Crystal felt her hands, instead of cooling, becoming soaked. She looked in that direction and saw that her hands were completely wet with water. Soon, the liquid solidified, holding the Furfur clan representative's hands in its grip. Sona wasted no time pulling her spear, sending Crystal flying forward, then landed a powerful knee strike to the middle of her face, drawing blood. After this action, she quickly moved away to avoid being isolated from her companions. "He taught me many things about hand-to-hand combat, and my mother taught me how to use my skills to their full potential," Sona stated, dissolving the ice spear to summon 2 defensive magic circles. Ria stood next to her friend, displaying offensive magic circles. "You damn brat. Look what you've done," Crystal shouted, her nose bleeding non-stop. "Wow. I thought it would be easier," Balam declared, looking seriously at his daughter, an action that was returned. Suddenly, the demon launched a powerful attack at Sona, though it never reached her. Sarah had gotten between them, easily deflecting her ex-husband's attack. "How have you been, love? Have you been taking good care of those curves?" Balam asked with a smile on his face as he looked Sarah up and down. Sarah, for her part, didn't answer, she just raised her hand forward, showing a small magic circle in her palm. Suddenly, the same circle appeared below the members of the Demonic Council, and almost immediately several ice stakes began to emerge. Stakes that managed to injure several members of the council and eliminated 4 with the help of Grafia, who had invoked a magic circle on them, managing to restrain their movements. Among those who perished were the representative of the Gremory clan and the Bale clan, who were the longest-serving members of the Demonic Council. "But what?" Balam looked surprised at his ex-wife, who always showed a gloomy look. "Don't forget your position, you filthy high-class devil. Don't forget why my clan holds the rank of prince," Sarah shouted, revealing her 5 pairs of wings as she froze part of the ground around her. Grafia, for her part, would watch Sarah's back. After all, she couldn't venture into close combat like she usually did. "You won't be able to beat all of us. Bitch," Balam sentenced, releasing his 2 pairs of wings. The rest of the council members imitated this action. "I'll take care of the 2 brats. You make her suffer," Crystal said, glaring with hatred, especially at Sona. How was it possible that a child had made her bleed with such a simple movement? "You've lowered yourself, Balam, before you didn't follow anyone's orders. But now you limit yourself to being an angel's lapdog," questioned Sarah, wanting to annoy her ex-partner. "I want to rule. If war breaks out and the leaders die, I and the rest of the Demonic Council will rule. It won't be too difficult to wipe out the angels and the fallen angels. We will rule over all races," Balam responded, showing his airs of grandeur. "I know what you're thinking. That it's stupid to associate with them. A deadly alliance in which we'll end up killing each other. But there's no remedy. The only beings who could stop us were two, one is far away and doesn't care about our affairs and the other, is dead. With those last words, Sarah became enraged and was ready to attack with everything. Meanwhile, Sona and Ria's servants were about to face Fried and Rainer. The former mocked their recent mission, while the latter looked seriously at her opponents without saying a single word. Suddenly, to the young demon's surprise, a tear fell from Rainer's right eye and they could read the sound of a sorry on her lips. Suddenly, Rainer appeared in front of Saji, landing a powerful kick in his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. She immediately jumped to attack Yura, who barely managed to block the powerful kick to her face. Astonished by the fallen angel's movement, the other demons didn't notice when Fried approached them from behind, ready to attack them with a lightsaber granted by Kakabiel. But that attack was stopped by Kiba, who never lost sight of the mad priest. Frustrated, he drew his light bullet gun and began shooting at the demons in front of him. Tsubaki and Akeno put up a barrier to stop the bullets. After witnessing this, the young men clearly understood what Issei meant when he told them the enemies wouldn't wait for them. With that in mind, they prepared to counterattack. Grafia and Sarah complemented each other very well as they fought, counterattacked, and repelled the council members' attacks. Soon, though, Grafia began to resent the effort she was putting in. Those negative feelings of resentment and hatred were starting to take their toll on her, making her stomach hard. This caused her pain. She began to run out of energy, and she could no longer attack with the same strength as before. Sarah evidently noticed this and had to adopt a defensive position to protect King Lucifer's wife. Because she didn't want to lose anyone else. Sona and Rias weren't faring any better against Crystal. They weren't used to fighting together, as the two often differed in their strategies and decisions. Aside from this, Sona's father's lover had much more experience in combat. After all, the members of the demonic rabbit had participated in the height of the faction war. At first, the Furfur clan representative thought the fight would be much more complicated since they were two high-class demons. But seeing how Sona and Rias often got tangled up in each other's attacks due to being so close together, Crystal began to play with them, having fun every time both demons missed an attack because of the other. Even so, the young women often surprised her, managing to slightly injure her when they got close enough. Suddenly all fighting ceased as they felt a strong holy aura coming from where Kakabiel and Metriton were. This moment was taken advantage of by the Gremory clan servants and Sitri to reposition themselves and safeguard the most injured, which were Iruko, Kaneko, Yura and Momo. Who could no longer fight after receiving light bullets from Fried and the wounds inflicted by Rainer. Although they were not entirely well either, Fried had gotten used to feeling pain to a certain extent in his training with the church, and Rainer was the most injured, but she fought as if those wounds did not exist. Finally. Here it is again. Valper shouted in ecstasy while grinning like a madman. The 5 swords that were previously in a magic circle disappeared in a flash of light. When they ceased, inside the magic circle and in exchange for them was a rather strange sword with a golden hilt, which showed a bluish color from the sword guard to half the length of the blade and several details on the blade itself. It was the length of a bastard sword, but it was lighter than one. After so much time separated. Excalibur Mimic, Excalibur Blessing, Excalibur Transparent, Excalibur Rapidity and Excalibur Destruction are together as one. The demons looked terrified at that sword that released a strange sacred aura in the place. Wait a minute, old man. Excalibur Mimic. I gave you Excalibur Nightmare, what happened? Fried asked, quite confused, while looking at Valper, who didn't hesitate to answer. What you brought me was Excalibur Mimic in the form of Excalibur Nightmare. It seems the Sekirute took it to his death. It's a shame, Nightmare would have been better. After all, it has the power to create illusions and manifest your worst nightmares. Surely the Sekirute knew this, and that's why he decided not to give it to you. Valper explained briefly, witnessing the sword, very proud of his action. Damn lying bitch. Fried muttered, referring to the young girl with pigtails who dared to lie to him. In the past, demons could not stand against your power, fallen angels burned at the mere touch of you, and angels knelt before you for your greatness and majesty. You are finally back, Excalibur. Metriton said with clear intentions of carrying the sword. Fried. You will use this sword. At that moment and by Kakabiel's order, Fried took the sword while smiling like a true psychopath, forgetting all his previous annoyance. Metriton looked confused and quite annoyed at the cadre, but before he could utter a single word, Kakabiel spoke. Neither you nor I can carry that sword and you know it. I would burn myself if I touched it in you, because by taking that sword, you would go against heaven and its rule of peace. You would fall. And I'm sure that none of your angels would follow a fallen angel. Kakabiel said looking at Metriton seriously. Faced with this justification, Metriton gave up his attempt to use that legendary sword. Suddenly, taking advantage of the fact that the demons were still in shock over what had just happened, Metriton created and launched an arrow of light towards Sarah, which quickly created a defensive barrier. But the arrow was so powerful that it shattered the barrier like glass and grazed the Sitri leader's face. "Coward. What bad aim you have," Sarah shouted, preparing to return the blow. "You think so?" Metriton replied, looking at her with a smile as he pointed in Sarah's direction. The matriarch quickly turned around and froze. The sound of falling water droplets could be clearly heard in the ensuing silence. Unfortunately, it wasn't water that was dripping. But blood that fell steadily, staining the floor. Almost at the same time, a body could be heard falling to the ground. The light particles of the arrow could be seen slowly disappearing, not before hitting its target. Sona had been severely wounded in the abdomen. The arrow had pierced through her. Originally, Metriton had aimed for Riaz, but Crystal managed to see the direction of the arrow and with a swift movement and a kick, managed to position Sona in front of Riaz. Quickly and without leaving Grafia behind, Sarah approached her daughter, but not before driving away her husband's lover with Riaz's help. Sona vomited blood and almost choked on it if her mother hadn't arrived. "My wings haven't lost their color, nor has my magic changed Kakabiel. There's no excuse for me not to use that sword. I let this priest use it, but then it will be mine," said Metriton, who had done that only to prove to Kakabiel that he would not fall from heaven's grace. For his part, Kakabiel only limited himself to looking seriously at the seraph and then closed his eyes again. "And no. I understand, how was Issei able to endure this?" said Sona, who could barely bear the burning sensation in her wound. Sarah glared at Metriton angrily and, after leaving her daughter with Grafia and Riaz, quickly went to attack the seraph. However, Metriton quickly got ahead of Sarah and cut her off by hitting her in the stomach, then sending her crashing to the ground with a kick. "Don't forget, disgusting demon, that I am a seraph," Metriton proclaimed with pride and arrogance. "It's shocking that one phoenix tear can't heal a wound like this," Grafia admitted after using 3 phoenix tears to heal Sona's wound. "Her light magic is much purer than that of the other angels. We no longer have phoenix tears," said the silver-haired woman as she helped the young heiress up. "Damn. Even though it's healed, it still burns," complained Sona while holding her abdomen. "Don't get distracted, pretty boy," Fried warned, attacking Kiba from behind. Kiba had gotten distracted by what happened with Sona. It was Tomo who rushed in and deflected the mad priest's attack, but her sword was destroyed by the now rebuilt Excalibur. "Here," Kiba said as he created a katana-shaped demonic sword and handed it to the young Sitri knight. "Thanks. It's going to be very complicated from now on." Tomo quickly launched herself at Rainer, who was about to execute Akeno, who was already badly injured. But the swift movement, she stopped her enemy's spear of light and, remembering Issei's words, she delivered a strong kick to Rainer's neck, who hadn't expected that attack, falling heavily to the ground. GGGHH. The fallen angel held her head, clearly showing signs of pain as she trembled on the floor. Kakabiel, in turn, opened his eyes when this happened. Rainer stopped trembling and lay unconscious on the ground. "Wow. I wasn't expecting an attack like that from a female knight. Don't the knights of your clan have honor?" Kakabiel asked, feeling betrayed, but also surprised by that act. After all, that young woman managed to break the control seal, already weakened by all the past confrontations against the Sekiryuite and other enemies. "It doesn't matter. That girl is no longer useful to me. Not as she is now," said the cadre, watching as the blood from the young black-winged angel's wound slowly stained the ground. "Good. It's time for me to personally join the battle." Kakabiel revealed his 10 wings as he rose from the ground. A bolt of lightning struck behind him, creating a horrifying sight for the demons, who were already beginning to lose heart. The rain that began after the lightning only added to the drama. "My revenge against the demons begins now," Kakabiel shouted as he rose from the ground and unleashed his power. Centuries ago. Petra. The young city seemed to have sprung from the mountains themselves, as they shared the pinkish hue of the local stones. The city prospered, serving as an important meeting point for traders from China, India, the Mediterranean, and more. The passages into the city were often located between large pink rock formations, which were painted a deep red. As if it were blood. And indeed, it was blood. A man with black hair and red eyes, dressed in what appeared to be a disheveled, dirty, and blood-stained toga, was trying to stay upright by leaning against the wall, unknowingly staining it with his blood. This man was called Kakabiel, the angel of the stars, and one of God's archangels. He had been intercepted by the demon king Satan, who wanted to discuss a matter, but he refused to listen to the word of one of his traitorous brothers, and then began a fight he didn't win. Throughout his journey to the city, in search of a Christian temple to return to the heavens where they would help him, he pondered why the supposed herald of wrath had let him escape when he had the absolute advantage in the battle, or why he had even left him alive. He also wondered why his talent hadn't been able to prevent that encounter. With so many questions and unknowns. In the end, he just wanted to hear what his brother had to say. His thoughts were interrupted when he stumbled over his own gate and found no strength to get up, his senses were fading, and the last thing he saw with his blurred vision was someone approaching him. In parallel to the above. "Do you have the list, Farah?" asked a middle-aged man with brown eyes, a robust build, tall, dark skin, black hair and beard that already showed a lot of gray. "Yes, father," replied a young woman with a slightly lighter brown complexion than the man next to her. She had honey-colored eyes, long black hair, and was wearing red clothes. She was carrying a large vase of water on her head, which she had to put down so she could hand him the shopping list. "Are you sure you can carry that alone?" the father asked, somewhat worried about his daughter. "Yes, father, I'm fine," she said, smiling confidently, ready to pick up the vase again. But a loud noise caught her attention. Turning to look in the direction of the sound, she saw a man on the ground. He appeared to be injured and somewhat dehydrated. She ran to help the man, followed by her father, who carried the vase by hand. "Are you okay? Can you hear me?" the girl said to an already unconscious man. "Father, can we help you?" asked the girl, looking at the man with a pleading look. "Let's take him to your mother. She'll know what to do." The man went to get the cart with which they went to the city to drop off the purchases and then return for the dying man. The next day. Bakabiel was beginning to wake up, feeling a little better about his injuries, but he felt very thirsty and a little hot. He slowly tried to sit up, occasionally feeling a few sharp pains in the area of his wounds. "You're awake now? How are you feeling?" Farah's father asked, looking at Bakabiel seriously. After all, it wasn't common to see Caucasian people around the place. He wondered if he could even understand him. "Where am I?" Bakabiel asked, looking around for some water. "Here." The man offered him a small cup of water. Bakabiel wasted no time taking it and drank from it as if his life depended on it. "Thank you very much, and I apologize for the inconvenience." The archangel was saddened by his actions. The man, despite not knowing what language the man in front of him spoke, could understand his words. "No problem. My name is Akram, my daughter and I found you at one of the city entrances. My wife healed you as best she could." Akram commented, watching as Bakabiel tried to stand, barely managing. "I thank you from the bottom of my heart for saving my life, but now I must go." Bakabiel knew he wasn't in Christian lands, and he thought he was possibly trespassing on Olympic or Hindu territory. He didn't want any trouble with either of them and wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. "You should stay until your wounds heal completely, it's dangerous to leave the city with so many bandits around," suggested Akram, trying to stop the man who could barely walk. "What's wrong, father?" Bakabiel saw the young woman in red clothes enter and was amazed at how beautiful she was in his eyes. "Oh. You're awake now. How are you feeling?" With those words, the archangel regained awareness of his surroundings. I feel better now. Now I want to continue on my way." The black-haired man responded with some difficulty speaking. "I told her to stay because the outskirts of the city are so dangerous, but she doesn't want to reason," Akram said when he saw his daughter. "You're too sick to continue on your way, come on. My mom made you something to eat. By the way, my name is Faraj." The girl took Bakabiel's hand, forcing him to follow her. The dark-haired man, not entirely convinced to accept the gesture, just let himself be led. "Good morning. Are your wounds hurting a lot?" asked a woman with the same skin tone as Farah, brown eyes, and long, mid-waist black hair. She was wearing a light yellow dress. "Not so much anymore. Thank you so much for taking care of me," Bakabiel thanked, looking around the place curiously. He noticed almost immediately that the family didn't possess much. They were humble, but they still shared their food with him. Unconsciously, he began to think of trying to repay that kindness by returning sometime after he returned to heaven. "My mom's name is Tasman," Farah whispered, giving him a smile that seemed contagious as Bakabiel returned the gesture. "Where you're from, kid, it's obvious you're not from around here. If I may, I think you might be from the west," Akram asked, wanting to know the name of the young man he rescued, his origins, and why he was so hurt when he was found. "That's right, sir. I'm from a small town miles to the west. My name is Bakabiel." Bakabiel introduced himself, trying to pass himself off as a human, as he firmly believed he shouldn't present himself as an angel in foreign lands. "How did you end up like this, Bakabiel?" asked Tasman, remembering the serious injuries he had. For her it was a miracle that the young man could move. "I was ambushed by bandits. They beat me up and took everything I had." He lied. It was the first time he'd done so. But he remained determined not to reveal his species. "And so you want to continue on your way? You'd better rest and wait for your wounds to heal completely. Come, I'll show you around," Farah said, getting up from the table and then almost dragging Bakabiel out of the house. "Farah, don't come back late and don't take him climbing, he's not well yet," Tasman shouted, looking at her daughter and the young man with great concern. Akram would go out to watch them. He didn't distrust Kakabiel, but he didn't trust him either, and he wouldn't let anything happen to his daughter. Kakabiel stared in amazement at the place, bathed in a beautiful orange hue by the sunset. Everything seemed to have sprung from the pink mountains. There were gutters through which water flowed to keep the soil moist, and a few animals grazed a few grassy areas in the area. But something caught his attention and made him stop. It was like a kind of garden on top of a wooden surface that was raised high off the ground. Does this catch your attention? Farah said, observing the same thing as the black-haired man. We call it terrace farming. We use it mostly in areas where the soil is not fertile. Come, I'll show you how to harvest. The girl climbed onto the terrace using an acrobatic movement. You can use that ladder. A young black-haired woman pointed out, looking at Kakabiel with a smile, as if she were mocking him. Not far behind, the archangel climbed using the strength of his arms. Wow, you look much better than I thought. Farah said with an incredulous look. Show me your hands. My dad always says you can tell a person's worth by the way their hands are held. The young woman explained, seeing Kakabiel's confused face. Knowing this, she proceeded to show him her hands. Oh, are you a farmer too? She asked, a little excited when she saw that he had some scars on his hand, assuming they had the same profession. No. I was a warrior, I don't know anything about this. This was true, Kakabiel was one of the commanders of heaven, he had no idea what the girl was trying to explain to him. Oh, I see. There aren't many of those here. This city is very quiet. Well, you have to take this from here. So they spent the whole afternoon. Farah explained and showed him things, and Kakabiel grew increasingly interested and amazed by the city. They had no gods, and if they did, many of them belonged to the Olympians, who weren't interested in that beautiful city. Months later. In the end, Kakabiel was convinced to stay in that house until his wounds healed. But little by little, as he worked with the family to try to repay the favor they had done him by saving him, he began to forget his goal of returning to Christian lands. After all, life as an ordinary human didn't seem so bad to him. That city was far from the war between factions. He was curious to try to return and see how things were going, but he knew that if he did, he wouldn't be able to return to the family that had shown him so much love. After all, that family saw him as a member. Akram took him to work with him on his farm and often to carve stone to earn money. Hasmin began to see him as another son, scolding her husband when he made him work too much. But Farah began to see him differently. After all, he was kind and attentive, and she couldn't deny that she was very attracted to his looks. He was the most beautiful man she had ever seen, and he was also very brave, single-handedly repelling some thieves who took advantage of the cover of night to rob them. It was then that she learned that being a warrior wasn't a lie. And the same thing happened to Kakabiel. Farah was fearless, brave, kind, somewhat stubborn, but above all, very cheerful. When they told him the meaning of her name, he knew it suited him perfectly. He believed that smile had won him over from the first day he met her. Her body was also very attractive to him. But how could he love a human without falling from heaven's grace? His two brothers, Azazel and Penemu, fell in love and consummated the act. His brother, Shamhaza, fell in love with a human. Barakiel did so because he disagreed with his father. But most importantly, would Farah reciprocate? Would his parents agree? Those questions and doubts kept him awake at night. So he preferred to go out and try to look at the stars, hoping to see how things would turn out, but every time he was about to do so, he stopped looking. He didn't want the stars to reveal his destiny. He wanted to find out for himself, whether for better or worse. Here you are. Those words pulled him from his thoughts, but oddly enough, they were the source of those thoughts. Farah had come out to look for him for some reason. I needed to get some air, it's very hot. Said Kakabiel somewhat nervously, trying to hide how blushed he was. I really wanted to tell you something. Farah was very nervous, she hadn't felt like this in a long time. Why yes? Kakabiel asked, swallowing his saliva, almost as nervous as she was. He felt his heart beating frantically at the sight of Farah's beauty under the moonlight. The truth is, I don't know how to tell you, but be direct. I love you. The young woman shouted while her face was hot and somewhat red from embarrassment, but at the same time, she felt some peace for finally being able to say it. Although soon that peace began to turn into anxiety as she felt the passage of time and she didn't hear an answer. She timidly raised her head, only to see a somewhat shy smile from Kakabiel, who was very happy with those words. I love you too. With those words, Kakabiel stopped being an angel and became completely human. Because he no longer cared about falling. He only cared about that moment, which was theirs and nothing else. He stood up so he could get a good look at his beloved, and without a second thought, after that answer, she jumped up to kiss him with her eyes closed. It was right there, with that passionate kiss, that Kakabiel revealed his 10 cloud-white wings. And they slowly turned black as night. But just as quickly, they vanished, unseen by anyone. Or so he thought. Months later. As time passed and Kakabiel lived with Farah's family and friends, he gradually abandoned Christian traditions to learn and follow the traditions the people of that city knew and practiced. The now fallen angel greatly admired the city's customs, traditions, holidays, and art. For this reason, he allowed his wedding with Farah to be held in accordance with the traditions and norms of that city. Kakabiel was dressed in a white toga that left half his chest exposed, a black sash tied around his waist, and sandals. He was sitting next to his future father-in-law, Akram, waiting for Tasman to come in and give them the signal to go out into the garden where the wedding would take place. "Are you nervous?" Akram asked, rubbing his hands together uneasily. "Something. This is far from the customs of my land, but it's also nice," Kakabiel confessed while showing a nervous smile. "Are you really going to take care of my daughter?" asked Akram, trying to shake off his own insecurities. "She can be very stubborn, somewhat hard-headed, and too brave to realize what she's getting into, but she's a good girl. As a father, I want to see her happy. But I'm worried about not being there when she needs me," Akram commented, expressing his concerns to his son-in-law for the first time. "That's why. I want to trust that you will be there to take care of her when I can't," Akram concluded, looking into Kakabiel's eyes for an answer. "I promise you, I will do everything in my power to protect her and you from all evil," Kakabiel swore, completely determined. "Kakabiel, Akram. Come, we're about to begin." Tasman appeared to take the two men to the place where the ceremony would take place. Upon arriving, Kakabiel was amazed. The arrangements and decorations reminded him a lot of Christian weddings. Tasman led him by the hand toward an arch made of leaves, flowers, and fruits planted there. Farah managed to read some books with Akram's help about your homeland and its customs. "She wanted it to have some of that touch of your lands," revealed the young woman's mother, showing her crystalline eyes, because she too would have liked to have a ceremony like that. "Take care of my daughter." Saying this, she stood to the side looking towards the road made of rock dust from the Pink Mountains, thus simulating a red carpet. There, holding her father's arm, Farah approached while wearing a white toga that left her arms, legs, and part of her neck uncovered. Kakabiel couldn't have been happier or more excited. 1 year later. It was almost 3 a.m. and a high-pitched cry began to echo in the quiet night. Farah had just given birth, with her mother's help, to a little girl with a dark complexion similar to her mother's, crimson eyes like her father's, and black hair like both of them. "Congratulations, Kakabiel. It's a girl." Tasman came out of the room carrying the little girl, now clean and wrapped in a white cloth. Tasman was speechless. The girl looked so delicate, like a porcelain doll. "Don't be afraid, hold her." Farah's mother gently placed the little baby in her father's arms, who couldn't hold back his tears of happiness. "How's Farah?" the angel asked, looking at his mother-in-law. "Come in, she'd like to see it too. You can decide on a name there." Tasman stood next to her husband, and together they left to give the couple some privacy, at least for a moment. "What's it like?" Farah asked weakly as she saw her husband walk in with her daughter. "She's just like you. Beautiful," Kakabiel said, fascinated by the small being he held in his hands. "Yes, what a beautiful time to be born," the young woman joked, somewhat pained. Kakabiel placed his hand on his partner's shoulder, healing it slightly and taking away most of the pain. "What do you want to call her?" asked the angel, handing the baby to his wife. "Don't you want to call her with a name from your lands?" Farah asked, somewhat puzzled. "No. I no longer have anything but a name that links me to those lands, now I belong here. And I want to have a name from here." Kakabiel responded, completely determined. "How about Samira? That means afternoon chat buddy." "Heh, that'll look good on her," Farah blurted out, kissing the baby's head. "Then, Samira will be." Kakabiel approached his wife to kiss her forehead and let her rest. 4 years later. That beautiful city that had sprung from the Rose Mountains, with its beautiful art, magnificent technologies, and a meeting point for merchants from around the world, was now devastated, with the gutters turned into rivers of blood and hundreds of corpses scattered throughout the city. Crops and homes were burning, and desperate screams of people were heard seconds later, dying. Wounded, bewildered, and confused, Kakabiel held the bodies of his wife and daughter, who were slowly beginning to breathe their last breaths. His father-in-law, Akram, was a little further away, a sword stuck in his chest. To one side, Tasman lay face down, several arrows stuck in her back. His confusion only grew greater when he saw that in his hand, there was only an empty glass cup. "Why? Why? What is this?" the fallen angel shouted, desperately hoping that it was all a dream. "No." Her cry of denial and the feeling of the glass she was holding hurting her as it broke made it completely clear to her that this was not a dream. "We warned you." The echo of a deep voice was heard. "Yes, but he still didn't obey us." He responded with the same effect, but in a slightly higher pitched voice. "But really, who can blame him? He wanted to defend his loved ones," continued that voice, justifying the act he had just witnessed. "Yes. You remind me why we are doing this after refusing to help him. Replied that thick voice, showing some displeasure with what he had seen. Because neither you nor I want to wait for the next one to wake up, grow up, and reintroduce ourselves. Of course, that's the best case scenario, since he might not even wake up, Red. The high-pitched voice replied in a neutral tone. These words revealed who they were talking about. Issei. You're right. Will you go, Office? Asked the now revealed dragon god of dreams. Don't you think it would be better if the god of dreams gave him a hand? Office asked, wanting Red to have a little more respect for the brown-haired boy. You're the one in charge of him. I still firmly believe that there are many other beings more capable than him. It's not that difficult to take Drag away from him and give him to someone more capable. The dragon said, looking away. Many times, Red, I've seen you behave like a true and majestic dragon god, but unfortunately, I've also seen you behave like an idiot. And this is one of those times. The dragon among dragons responded to her partner's answer, making Red look at her sideways and rethink his words. Using her index finger, the woman with hair as black as night, a good figure and deep purple eyes, opened a kind of crack into which she entered. She appeared in a park where there was a man with long black hair, dressed in an elegant suit, who had in his possession a sacred sword too wide to be used with one hand, but that man held it as if it were cotton. This man with the sword was Kakabiel, who stared in astonishment at the arrival of that woman. In front of this man was a young man with brown hair, lying on the ground under a pool of dark red liquid that gushed from a deep wound in the middle of his chest, in which was still embedded a black sword with a crimson red edge, stained with the blood of its former wielder. He was completely muddied by his own blood, his brown hair being the only thing that could be distinguished from that bloody scene. "Oh, Office Ouroboros," he said with a trembling voice as he took a couple of steps back. "I don't know why you seem surprised, little crow. You knew perfectly well this would happen. After all, I highly doubt you've stopped seeing them. Angel of the stars." Office said in a neutral voice, though Kakabiel could sense a hint of annoyance. Kakabiel looked around and saw a half-formed magic circle. He stared at it for a few seconds, but the circle seemed unchanged. Instinctively, he looked at the trees. They showed clear signs of the wind rustling their leaves. But they didn't move. He looked at the young chestnut tree in front of him, seeing that his blood was no longer spreading. It was as if everything around him had frozen. "How did you?" the cadre tried to say, a little nervously. But soon, that nervousness transformed into calm for some reason. "I don't have to explain anything to you. I'm not interested in your intentions, nor your faction. But what you did to the Securitate is something I can't ignore," Office said, slowly approaching Kakabiel. "Are you going to interfere?" Kakabiel asked calmly. "When he approached us for help, we denied it and warned him not to participate in this, but he's a child and he's human, he'll follow his heart despite the consequences. With me here to take him, I don't see why I should interfere. I'm only interested in his survival," Office sentenced, lifting the brown-haired boy's body using her magic and preparing to leave. "Wait. I want to know something, and I believe only you have the answer." The cadre dared to make that request, even though he knew that if he disturbed her, his existence would end in an instant. To his surprise, Office stopped pacing and glanced over her shoulder at the cadre. As if she were expecting the question, although of course that didn't mean she was going to answer. "Who was there that day?" Kakabiel asked vaguely, wanting to get rid of that doubt. "There were only remnants of sacred magic left there, the most disgusting and repugnant magic I've ever had the displeasure of knowing." With that, Office walked over to the badly injured brunette. The cadet was thoughtful for a moment. "Thank you. Now I have no regrets about what I have to do and how it ends," said Kakabiel, looking towards the magic circle that had already finished forming and from which a young black-haired woman with violet eyes was emerging. Kuo Forest. Office appeared in the old church next to Issei's body, which was barely breathing. She then threw him into the pond in the middle of the room they were in. Quickly, so he wouldn't drown, a young woman with black eyes and hair ran up despite her obvious pregnancy. "Biku, get him out of here. LaFay, help me heal him," the young woman shouted as she held the young man's head. Following this woman's words, the aforementioned men approached. "Don't touch the sword, Biku. It will kill you if you do." The one who said this was a young man with blue eyes, long blonde hair tied in a small braid that rested on his left shoulder, with a sword hanging from his waist and dressed in a suit. "I know. There's a reason that crow didn't dare touch her. But I can do this," replied Biku, a young man with dark eyes and short hair, perfect for fighting without discomfort. He wore Chinese armor from the Three Kingdoms era and carried a kind of staff on his back. Biku took one of the unconscious young man's hands and with it grabbed the sword that had wounded him by the edge, using a little force to pull it out. The sword simply fell to the side of the wounded body, although the edge of the sword slightly injured the brown-haired man's hand. "See? It wasn't that hard," the young man said, smiling as he shook his hands, as if he had just accomplished his life's work. "Come on, LaFay, help me with this." said the young black-haired woman as she cleaned the excess blood from the Sekiryute's wound. Leave my Miss Udemy, you don't have much time left, said Arthur to relieve the young black-haired woman now identified as Yu. Kuroka, can you help Lefei heal her wounds? Yu asked, looking pleadingly at a young woman with golden eyes and black hair, dressed in a disheveled black kimono, revealing a prominent cleavage. The characteristic feature of this young woman is that she has feline ears and a pair of tails of the same animal. Why so much concern for someone you barely know, Yunaya? Asked Kuroka approaching Issei, obeying Yu. He saved me and Kayako-san a couple of weeks ago. Those words surprised everyone present who didn't know about this matter. We went to see some shops in Kuo to buy some clothes and other things for dinner. After that, we wanted to get off the road to cast a magic circle and return home. That's when we realized someone was following us. Yu continued, looking at the young brown-haired man who was almost healed. I tried to summon the magic circle as soon as possible, but they appeared. A couple of renegade demons attacked us. It was evident by the deformities in their bodies. The young woman continued while looking for some water. Surely the young man who saved her would wake up thirsty because of the amount of blood he lost. I tried to use the magic seals Lefei made for me, but I panicked and they fell off. I froze when I saw them, and Kayako-san didn't want to leave me behind. I thought we would both die because of me. That's when he appeared. Yu looked at Issei with a small smile as she remembered how he had saved her. A few weeks ago. Kuo City. Night. Yu and a woman who appeared to be about 44 years old, with a hint of gray in her black coiled hair. She had blue eyes and was wearing a neat light purple kimono. Both wore faces terrified by the deformed demons before them. Ha ha ha, what good catches we have here. Sniff sniff. Oh. One has a double reward. Those words only scared Yu and Kayako more. I don't like waiting. The other demon shouted, leaping to attack the women. However, the act ended abruptly when the other demon received a kick to the face, opening a wound. This caused him to lose his balance and fall heavily to the ground, but he wasted no time and managed to recover. You are in my territory, renegades. Leave and I will not pursue you, said a firm and serious voice. This voice came from a young man who had positioned himself in front of the two women to prevent them from hurting them. But look who it is. The Gremory brat. What are you going to do, kid? Cry until your mistress comes to save you? Ha ha ha. The first demon mocked, letting out a laugh at the end. Nobody makes me bleed and gets away with it, shouted the other demon who was running to attack Issei. They never change, the young man said, covering his fist in flames before dodging a devastating blow from the second demon and landing a powerful punch to the demon's face, which confused him. Issei took advantage of the confusion to quickly and effectively end his life. How did you do that? The remaining demon stuttered, watching in terror as his companion's body disappeared into particles of light. You seem to be more focused than your friend. Get out of my territory and you will live, stay, and die with him, the brown-haired man sentenced while reaffirming his words by wrapping his fist with fire again. Terrified and somewhat confused, it took the remaining demon a couple of seconds to make a decision. In the end, he decided to flee and live another day. He didn't know exactly where the monster's territory ended, but he wouldn't stop until he was out of the city. Are you okay? Issei asked, looking at the women who were already calmer after seeing someone supernaturally friendly, even more so when this stranger had saved them. Thank you so much. I don't know how we could thank you, said Yu, almost hugging Issei out of happiness. I have a slight idea, said the brown-haired boy, approaching to pick up one of the seals that Yu had dropped. Pretend this encounter never happened. I'm a supernatural being, humans shouldn't know of my existence. Issei extended his hand to hand the seals to Yu, who looked at him with a small, though somewhat confused, smile. She knew that the young man in front of her had discovered that they had connections to the supernatural, but she didn't know to what extent. And above all, don't tell the hacker Yuiku what happened tonight. I don't want him to have a reason to show up early. Especially in the situation I'm in. Take care of yourselves. With this last word, Issei disappeared in a blaze of fire, leaving the women surprised. For they had discovered that they had been saved by the Sekiryute. Kuo Forest. Present. I see. So that's why you didn't tell me who saved you. But I'm surprised he knew you two were related to me, admitted a young man with silver hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a dark green shirt and a black leather jacket, accompanied by dark purple jeans with a silver chain hanging over them, and black shoes. This is getting interesting. Come here, girl, said Office, who used that ability that stopped time again. In the distance, Gabriel breathed heavily upon seeing the direction in which that voice sounded and discovering that its owner was none other than Office Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity. Nervous and unsure of what to do, she chose to obey the deity's voice rather than her duty. After all, she firmly believed that if she was calling her, it was for something important. Why yes. Goddess Office. The seraph of heaven doubted whether she was even capable of holding her head high in front of such a being. "Do you know any technique, spell or ability to heal?" asked a black-haired woman, who used her large and majestic wings to prevent the young blonde from seeing Issei. "Why yes. How can I help you?" Gabriel asked. She had read and heard stories about her deceased siblings when she was younger. They described Office as a monstrous being, devoid of feelings or mercy when it came to killing. The expressionless face she managed to see out of the corner of her eye confirmed some of those stories, and she feared it would confirm more if she didn't do what was asked of her. "Well, let's just say that one of my dragons disobeyed me and now needs help to recover." Hiding her wings, Office let Gabriel see the already healed but unconscious Issei, who was quite pale from the blood he was missing. Gabriel slowly approached and placed his hand on the brunette's forehead, trying to assess how serious his condition was. Fortunately, he noticed that the weakened Sekiryute's regeneration was very rapid, even despite his condition. He began to get scared when a dark aura began emanating from Issei, and he began to breathe heavily. Cautiously, he moved away. So what Red told me was true. Office murmured, drawing the attention of those present. "What does Office-sama mean?" Bali asked with great curiosity. "You'll understand later. Now is there anything we can do to make him wake up right now?" asked the dragon deity as she approached Issei and placed her hand on his head. "They managed to hurt his soul. I think it could be because they damaged one of his demonic pieces," Gabriel added, showing an expression of terror. With what he had managed to study, he knew perfectly well that those pieces played an important role in the soul of the reincarnated person. "Can you do something to fix them?" Yu asked, getting a little closer to Gabriel, who looked at her sadly. "No. Although perhaps, if we heal her soul the pieces themselves will repair themselves." "No, it wouldn't work unless," the seraph opined, though she quickly regretted it because it was a stupid idea. "Unless what?" asked Office, getting dangerously close to the celestial angel. I can try to replace his damaged pieces with others, and in theory they would take care of healing his soul. But he already used all of his master's pawn pieces," Gabriel said without much hope. "Do they have to be necessarily pieces of the same clan?" Office continued while looking neutrally at Gabriel. "I don't think so. But that would make him serve two different clans. I don't know how his personality would be affected, or even if the demons could exert control over him through the pieces," the seraph commented, knowing that time was running out. "Try these. But don't remove the other pieces," said Office, taking 3 ice blue pawn pieces out of a dimensional gap. "I can't promise it will work," Gabriel warned, taking the pieces fearfully. "I know this child. He will not die in a way that does not honor the dragons. Even so, I will ensure his memories," Office said as she closed her eyes and placed one of her hands on the chest of the brunette, introducing a tiny part of her energy. Subconscious. Issei found himself surrounded by the soul fragments of the former sacred gear wielders. They said nothing as they watched him breathe heavily, holding his head as if it was about to explode. Office watched this from afar. She wasn't going to interfere because if she did she would be proving the dream dragon right. And no. I can't let my past torment me. What they show me is a lie. Issei shouted, getting up little by little, while he still felt as if his head was going to explode. "And even if that were true, I won't let it affect me. I won't become one of you," the brunette declared, glaring fiercely at a carrier fragment. "I think it's too late for that, kid," the oldest ancient wielder replied. With that, the other fragments headed back toward the castle that represents the sacred gear. "I see that your past worries you in some way, kid." The black-haired woman spoke for the first time, drawing the brown-haired man's attention. "Oh, Office-sama. What are you doing here?" Issei asked, quite surprised by the presence of one of the deities of his faction. "Let's just say that the dragon I have to train to be a good faction leader suddenly disobeyed a direct order not to interfere in matters that do not concern us." Office's tone of voice was serious and showed her obvious annoyance. "I know I did wrong, but I'm not going to allow my loved ones and the city full of my memories to disappear while I just stand there watching," Issei stated, trying to look Office in the eyes without success, but without lowering his gaze. "Well, those words have to be backed up with actions, and being here you won't be able to do much." Office walked through Issei's subconscious as if she was looking for something. "I have to wake up," the brown-haired boy muttered, searching for Drake with his eyes, without success. "No, you won't. Not at least until you see this." In the end, Office, with a simple snap of her fingers, well positioned in a specific place, revealed a crimson magic circle. Circle that Issei recognized instantly. It was his master's magic circle. The Gremory clan seal. "Why is it here?" Issei asked, slowly approaching. "Your mistress sealed part of your memories. Do you want to find out why?" Office said, seeing the face of the boy next to her. For his part, Issei hesitated for a moment to answer. But in the end, he nodded. "Good answer." After all, he who doesn't know his own history is doomed to repeat the same mistakes. With that, the deity stretched out his outstretched hand and quickly closed it. With this simple act, the Gremory clan seal exploded. Get ready. You might not like a lot of the things you're about to see, but you have to accept that everything is in the past and you can't do anything to change it. But you can improve now. Offa said, disappearing. Reality. Good. Now we just have to watch. The office rose until she was levitating a couple of centimeters off the ground. She brought her hand forward and opened a kind of gap in space. What did Offa-sama do? You asked, knowing that a question might not be answered since she wasn't considered part of the dragon faction. At least not officially. I only revealed things to her that you hid from her past, I suppose because of her young age. It was for her own good. The goddess answered, turning to look at her and surprising the young woman. What you are going to see are the memories that this child had with that fallen angel. There are not many memories, but they are important to him. Said Offa, seeing how in that gap the images of a couple of young people chatting on a bridge during the sunset began to appear. Memory. How are you, Yuma? Asked younger Issei, less muscular and with shorter hair. The slight twinkle was clearly visible in his honey-colored eyes. This Issei was a first-year high school student at Kuo Academy, wore that uniform, and was still only 15 years old. It was really boring. I don't like math, and we were given a topic I barely understood. Replied a young woman with black hair, wearing the uniform of a different academy than her classmate. This young woman was Rainer in her Amano Yuma disguise, only with shorter hair and a less developed body. I can help you with that if you want. I'm not the smartest in my class, but I manage well. The young brunette commented, puffing out his chest a little. I'd love to. When would that be? Yuma asked, a little nervous about rushing things. After all, it had been a whole month since they met and she wanted to know a little more about her companion. How about this Friday afternoon? I'm not tied to any club at my academy, so I have the afternoon free, of course if you can. Issei could speak more fluently compared to the first day they met, with luck he could formulate a word because of how nervous he was. Really? I mean, thank you very much, of course I can that day. Yuma almost showed his excitement completely, but he managed to suppress it in time. So. It's a date. She murmured, blushing, causing this feeling to also be reflected in Issei, who just remained silent. The gap between the images distorted slightly before showing a different scene. A lot of time had passed, as was evident by the length of Issei's hair. Yuma's hair was also noticeable, but in the scene, it was tied to one side, making it difficult to notice. Although it was noticeable, both of their heights had increased slightly. These two were standing at the edge of a pond in the woods next to the city. There was a gap in the trees where the sunset could clearly be seen, as if it had been left there on purpose by nature's whim or work. You know. This is a good place to hang out. I've been here so many times that I don't even remember how long ago we found it. Said Issei, breathing deeply, as he felt the drops of his hair leave a wet trail down his neck and wet his shirt. It was a couple of months ago. Don't you remember? It was when I tripped and, trying to help myself, we both ended up in this pond. Yuma replied, splashing in the water with his bare feet. His hair was also wet, as he was trying to cool off from the scorching heat of the season. Hahaha. It's true, to top it off that day it was so cold, we both ended up getting sick. The brown-haired boy remembered, showing a smile that made Yuma fall in love more and more, and that little by little gave him courage. I say. See, can I ask you something? After mentally debating it for a moment, Yuma realized that there wouldn't be a better time to say what he felt. What he had started feeling a little over a month ago. Of course. What is it? Issei asked, looking at Yuma with that smile, which only managed to make her blush a little more. Well. It's not really a request, it's more of a question, but. I think it's better another time. The young woman said nervously, trying to forget the subject, looking at the pond with a somewhat sad and frustrated expression. She was annoyed with herself for backing out at the last minute. Come on Yuma, say it. I'll help you with whatever I can help you with, and if I can't, I'll help you find a solution. If there isn't one, I'll always be there to support you. Issei approached to take the black-haired girl's hand without thinking very carefully about his previous words, as they seemed more like a declaration of love than a proposal for help. Would you like to be my partner? Yuma said, very embarrassed and blushing while she firmly held the brunette's hand, who seemed unresponsive. For her, time had stopped, and a feeling of sadness filled her when she didn't receive a response from Issei, even though it was already night. On the verge of tears, she slowly released her grip on her partner's hand, assuming the young man didn't want anything to do with her. Soon, though, just before the contact ended, Issei gently squeezed the brunette's hand, drawing her attention. I'm not very good at this. But yes, I do want to. Issei had a hand on the back of his neck, unable to look directly at Yuma because of how nervous he was. He also loved her very much, but he didn't know if she loved him back. The gap distorts again to show Issei and Yuma wearing coats, walking in the sunset. Winter had arrived and Issei's birthday was approaching, so the brunette wanted to go shopping. Maybe that way, the brunette would give her a clue about what to get her for her birthday. "Oh. Look at this. It's very pretty," said Yuma, approaching a shop window and seeing in it a kind of lilac-colored fabric bracelet that was very pretty in his eyes. "Something caught your attention?" Issei asked, peeking his head from the side of Yuma's, causing their cheeks to scrunch together. "Move, you're crushing me," said the young woman jokingly, gently pushing the brunette. "Did you see anything you like?" Issei approached the window with a smile. "Yes. It's there," Yuma replied, pointing at Issei's reflection, making him blush. She immediately quickened her pace a little to leave him behind, forcing the brunette to jog slightly to catch up with her. "Please take one." Suddenly, a young woman dressed as if she were cosplaying approached Issei, offering him a brochure. He impulsively accepted it, but it was immediately snatched away by Yuma, who just looked away. He assumed it was due to jealousy on the part of his partner. Some time later, the two were walking peacefully through the city park. It had a fountain in the middle of it. Incredibly, it was still filled with water. These two were betting on the day the fountain would be frozen over. "Well, it seems I lost again. I guess I owe you something, right?" said Issei, watching the water flow. "Yeah. And I think you know what it is, right?" Yuma asked, closing his eyes and positioning his lips. A second later, he felt his partner's lips rest on them. "Ta-dan!" Issei shouted as he held in front of Yuma's eyes that bracelet that he had liked so much. "Oh. How? When did you?" "When you walked away from me, I took the opportunity to buy it quickly. I wanted to give it to you for Christmas, but I couldn't resist," said the brunette, looking away, somewhat embarrassed by the recent kiss. "Thank you so much." Yuma's smile quickly disappeared as he realized the situation they were in. After all, the sky had suddenly turned violet and the gentle breeze had stopped. He clearly recognized the aura of the person who had summoned the pocket dimension, but why would it have to appear at that very moment? "I'm sorry to interrupt, Rainer. But I have matters to attend to." That voice came from Kakabiel, who had appeared there showing his wings. Yuma turned to look at him, looking surprised. "What's wrong, Yuma? Is something wrong?" "Buage?" asked Issei, who couldn't see or perceive the cadre. But before he could finish speaking, his stomach was pierced by a spear of light coming from the cadre that had just appeared. "Issei!" Yuma shouted, holding his partner while his clothes were stained with his lover's blood. "Why? Why did you do this, dude?" Yuma shouted, trying to somehow help his partner, even though she didn't know anything about healing magic. "In time. You will understand." With that, Kakabiel disappeared, but the artificial dimension was still present. "What do I do? What do I do? Maybe." Yuma took out the pamphlet that had been given to Issei, squeezed it a little while closing her eyes tightly trying to contain her tears, and left it on the chest of her beloved, who fought hard to stay alive. The pamphlet was made so that only humans could activate it. Even though she tried, she couldn't get anyone to come to their aid, or so she thought. "I promise I'll come back. Okay? I'll go get help. Please hold on. I'll get my dad to help us. I'll tell him everything that happened, but please. Hold on. I won't let you die. I promise." Seeing that no one would answer her cry for help, she would go to the underworld herself in search of her mother. She would know what to do and how to help them. What she didn't know is that she would never get to speak to her mother or her father. Because they would ambush her. "Yuma. Yuma. Come back." Issei murmured his beloved's name as he tried to get up, only to fall completely into the fountain, cutting off his only source of oxygen. He didn't have the strength to get out of there, and his vision began to fail. The fountain began to turn crimson, similar to the color of the blood that was leaking from Issei's lethal wound. Reality. The gap distorted slightly before returning to its natural state. Only this time, nothing was showing in it. Apparently he didn't like seeing that too much, although I can't figure out if it's because she didn't come back or because what he believed until today was a lie. Office commented without taking her eyes off the gap. Why did Kakabiel kill him? At least he would have done his job properly. Ouch. Biku said, only to receive a pinch from you, who was standing next to him. I don't know and I don't care. I just want to find out when and where this child became an evil dragon. Revealed Office, drawing the full attention of those present, even Gabriel's. She had already faced an evil dragon in the past, which is why that aura seemed so familiar to her. If it weren't for the Sekiruyuite of that time, she would surely have been defeated. What? It doesn't make sense. We celestial dragons can't fall. Vali said to himself, trying to think of some possibility. That's because Drake wasn't the one who fell. But his carrier. Those words were said by Red, who had just emerged from a breach in space. What does Red Sama mean? You asked, hoping for an answer. The bearers of the celestial dragon slowly become dragons through the constant use of their powers. A dragon can become an evil dragon at any stage of its transformation. Fortunately for you, Red was much more flexible when it came to choosing who to speak to. So many carriers of both dragons have been lost too early. Some were just children. It is these carriers that torment both celestial dragons to activate the Juggernaut drive, not only so that they fall to their wrath faster, but also so that the new carriers share the same destiny. Said Office, looking with some pity at Issei, because in her eyes, if it weren't for that, he would be a great member of her clan. Why did Office stop showing her memories? Red asked, also curious as to why his partner was so willing to see when and where he succumbed to his negative feelings. It seems like he doesn't want to see anything else for now. But he knows he's running out of time. Oh. He's resuming his memories. Office said, turning her attention back to the breach. This will help a little. Red sent a small sphere of his power to Issei's head, where it entered and produced a small change. What did you do? I thought you weren't curious about the security. Office asked without taking her gaze off the gap. Now we'll look at the memories in more detail. I want to know how serious it is. Red responded dryly. Subconscious. Issei could see himself in that memory, holding hands with Asia. He remembered being reincarnated as a devil almost 6 months ago. He remembered thinking that at that time, Rainer had tricked him into dating him for a couple of days and then finished him off. He was shocked to see that Rainer was with him because she truly loved him, with no other intentions. Now he understood Kakabiel's words. That he had manipulated everything to kill him. This was 2 months after we became a couple. This was the day before, the day he died. Issei clutched his head tightly. He had remembered many of his experiences with the man he believed to be his first love. Many dates, some fights, very happy moments, but what bothered him the most? Their first time together. What's missing here that I don't remember every day? Issei wondered, freeing himself from those memories, but being even more confused because he always complained and tormented himself with that day, in search of some gap in which he could have saved Asia. Now he wanted to know if something else had been involved in the death of that young blonde. It's true, the night of the renegade demons. What am I missing? He asked himself, seeing how he and Saji were standing in front of the abandoned factory currently used by the deserted demons. He assumed that Riaz or Sona had repaired it afterwards. He remembered how in their fight they had destroyed and compromised a lot of the structure. Memory. It'll be a piece of cake, right Haidu? Saji said, looking very confident as he loudly opened the door of the place, seeking to attract the attention of the demons, in his words, clumsy ones who had dared to invade his city. I'm not too sure about this, Saji, maybe they just want to be a piece. I'm sure not all of them are bad. Issei said, entering behind the young blonde. He had talked about this with Asia a little while ago and in a way. She had convinced him a little. Soon a lightning bolt struck near the forest at the same time a storm began. He felt that something wasn't right. Where the hell is that guy? Saji wondered as he walked deeper into the factory, leaving Issei somewhat behind. It's shocking that your masters sent only you to this place. How careless of you. Said an elderly man coming out from behind a couple of old boxes. Don't worry, I'll be enough to finish you off. Said the Sitri pawn, summoning his sacred gear. You know, in my long years living and serving as a demon, I can tell you better than anyone. That there is nothing better than teamwork. At the end of this, the demon snapped his fingers and something rammed into Saji at high speed. Saji. Issei shouted as he saw how his partner had been left unconscious with a single movement. Now. You're the only one left. Said the being that had charged at Saji. In the dim light coming in from the street, Issei could see a pair of black feathered wings. They weren't demon wings, they were the wings of a fallen angel. WH. How? A fallen angel and a demon working together? Issei wondered, seeing how that fallen angel was the same one who ambushed him a couple of days after his reincarnation, and the same one who would kill him on the night of his king's engagement. You. Now you work with those you seek to exterminate. Issei shouted, summoning his twice critical to fight. No. I didn't come to fight you. I came to kill you, don't take it personally, kid. I'm just following orders. From one moment to the next, that black-winged angel landed a kick on Issei's back that managed to push him a couple of meters inside the factory, impacting strongly against a pillar of the structure. A still unconscious boosted gear wearer quickly stood up only to receive a punch from the demon. When he got back up, in a lot of pain, he thought about flying away through one of the broken windows. But as soon as he opened his wings, they were grabbed tightly by the angel and then ripped out by the roots. He couldn't even scream in pain as he was immediately hit in the face with a force capable of breaking the wall behind him. Trembling from the pain and burning sensation caused by the raindrops on his back, Issei tried to get up, repeating the same phrase to himself over and over again. No. I'm not going to die here. I have to go back to my parents. I have to keep my promise to Asia. He muttered to himself, trying to find strength. Oh, that traitor nun from the church. You shouldn't worry about her. We're taking care of her right now. said the black-winged angel as the demon lifted Issei up and immobilized him with magic. In front of Issei was the figure of Fried in front of Asia, who was wearing a cloth. In front of her were a large number of hooded priests saying something that she barely understood because they were saying it in Latin. Right now we will remove his sacred gear. Don't worry, Fried told me that he will make him have an unforgettable moment before he dies, said the demon, but Issei wasn't listening to them. His attention was totally on Asia, who was tied with chains to a cross. She had bruises on her face, dried tears and a couple of cuts. Her limbs showed marks of whipping, wounds and bruises. But his attention was focused only on the girl's hands and feet because not only was she restrained, but in a crude and bloody act of trying to imitate the Son of God, she also had her hands and feet nailed to the wooden cross. In front of her, the mad priest held his church-made lightsaber. He didn't utter a single word, but rather a sickening cackle. He pierced Asia's stomach with it, causing her to let out a heart-rending scream and beg for her beloved to come and rescue her. Seeing that scene changed something inside him in a certain way. He began to feel a strong urge to kill the beings in front of him and those who had hurt Asia. Graya. With that angry shout, Issei expelled a great amount of power both in memory and in reality. In the memory, younger Issei had awakened the boosted gear. Seeing this scared the fallen angel greatly, who did not hesitate to flee, since he was not crazy enough to face an enraged celestial dragon alone. The chestnut-haired man cruelly murdered that renegade demon, and he hadn't paid attention to the coward who fled the scene. His only concern was getting to the old church as quickly as possible to try to save his beloved. Wounded and covered in his own blood, Issei arrived at the church where he encountered 3 of the 4 fallen angels he would fight the night he declared himself a free man. More specifically, the childlike Goth, Donasik, and Rainer. Don't think you'll make it past this point. You may be the bearer of a celestial dragon. But not even you can fight 3. Said the fallen man, looking confident. In response, Issei only increased his power, feeling his back and other wounds begin to burn intensely. Idiot. The fallen angel uttered, then tried to charge at the brunette. But his attack was repelled by a powerful spell. By destruction magic. Go Issei. I'll stop them. Said a soft voice full of determination and courage. Ria-sama. Thank you. The brunette muttered before continuing to run in the direction of the church. The fallen angels in front of them didn't stand in their way. After all, the prey in front of them was much better. They would finish off the wounded lizard later. Do you really think you can take us on alone, Gremory girl? Asked Donasik, looking proudly as he created a spear of light. No one mentioned that she was alone, foo. Akeno said, emerging from behind a pair of trees. Her presence annoyed the fallen, but they wouldn't give up. You are Rainer. You loved him more than anyone. I don't know what or who forced you to do this, but I won't let them go unpunished if they hurt my dear pawn. Sentenced the heiress of the Gremory clan, releasing the power she inherited from her mother, while looking sadly at Rainer who only looked at her neutrally. But even with the rain and the distance they had from each other, Rias could see how Issei's ex-partner was crying and whispered a soft "I'm sorry." Issei abruptly entered through the church door, such was the force he used that he literally destroyed them. Bastards. He shouted upon seeing the large number of beings covered in white robes, who returned to look at him in astonishment, which then turned into fear upon seeing Issei's countenance. I knew you would come. Asia whispered almost inaudibly, but Issei heard it clearly thanks to his enhanced senses. Ignoring the terrified beings, Issei rushed to Asia, who was almost unconscious. But before he was even halfway there, he was hit in the legs by light bullets and then kicked backward. The person responsible for those injuries was none other than Fried. Did you really think it would be that easy? I can see why you're so perfect. Hahaha, you're a pair of idiots. Mocked the priest, who always smiled crazily. Although I see that. You're not that stupid. Said Fried, seeing how his leg, with which he had pushed Issei, had a wound, as if they were claws. Oh. I see, so it turns out you are the wielder of the Sekiryuite. Hahaha, how pathetic. Fried continued as he approached one of the robed beings, and a greenish aura emanated from his hands with which he healed Fried's wound. Issei slowly got up knowing that what the crow told him was not a lie. They had taken the sacred gear from Asia. So that's what we have, huh? Fine, die already. Fried's speed was far superior to Issei's, he couldn't even see him approaching. His head would be rolling on the ground now if it weren't for a sword stopping the attack. Kiba. Issei muttered, seeing his friend soaked and looking serious, like he had never seen him before. Take her, Issei-kun. We'll take care of him. Now Kaneko. With that, the young silver-haired girl stealthily appeared behind Fried, who, seeing himself surprised, quickly turned around to try to defend himself, but unfortunately he only managed to receive a strong punch from the Gremory tower head-on, which knocked him out, breaking a wall of the church, leaving Issei alone with Asia. Don't think we're going to let you get to her. She's a heretic of the church, and such a gift from our god doesn't deserve to be in a disgusting woman who gave herself to a demon. shouted a woman's voice, the one who now carried Asia's sacred gear. Are you from the church? You bastard daughter of a bitch. Without hesitation, Issei launched himself at her, but he wasn't looking to attack her. He was only looking to retrieve Asia's rings. As he did so, he turned to look at those he thought were priests, only to find them pointing artificial lightsabers at him. Issei knew perfectly well that he was in no condition to fight, so using what little strength he had left, he quickly ran to deliver a strong blow. With the gauntlet in his left hand, at the base of the cross, managing to break it. Following this, he grabbed it as delicately as possible and ran out of the church trying to lose his pursuers. In doing so, he lowered Asia, who was still barely conscious. Carefully and quickly, to spare his beloved pain, Issei freed her from the nails that had imprisoned her to the cross. Ice. Issei was focused on trying to cover the bleeding in Asia's limbs and abdomen. Ice. You're hurt. Here. Heal yourself. The brown-haired man put the rings on her index fingers, then took off his bruised shirt and stood over Asia, who was almost naked. My love. But those words and the delicate touch of her hand, Issei finally paid attention to his beloved who was looking at him with a tired look. You know very well that I can't do it. Asia replied, trying to dry her beloved's tears. You have to try. No. I don't want to. I don't want to lose you, said Issei, holding the blonde's hand to his face. She, for her part, took off her rings as best she could and took the young man's left hand next to hers. I've always dreamed of the day we get married. Even though we don't spend much time together, she whispered as best she could while placing a sacred gear ring on Issei's ring finger. Will you fulfill that dream, my love? She managed to say while smiling as she placed the other ring on her beloved's hand. Without answering, Issei took the ring and gently placed it on the ring finger of his beloved's corresponding hand while tears almost blurred his vision. I accept. But you'll have to take care of this for me, she said, returning the ring to Issei, aware of her fate. She wrapped her own hands around Issei's hands and her sacred gear activated, partially healing the brunette without him noticing. No. We will be together in life and in death, Issei sentenced while listening to the priest standing near them. No. Papa Takeda and Mama Kayako will be alone. Promise me that you won't leave them. That you will live a full life. A life that I couldn't have. Promise it. Please. Promise me. Asia begged while with her hand she made Issei look at her. I promise. But I don't know how I'll continue without you. Issei promised and protested, knowing that once again, he would lose his partner. I'll be with you. Always, my love. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Asia's hand lost strength and she fell to the ground. When Asia died, something inside Issei did too. There it is. It's here. A man shouted as he slowly approached Issei. You ignorant bastard. Give me back the sacred gear, it's rightfully ours, exclaimed the woman who had previously healed freed. The man closest to Issei grabbed him by the shoulder, trying to make him turn around. But he only found death. In a swift movement, Issei grabbed the priest's arm and threw him to the ground a few meters away from Asia's body. Without saying a word, Issei approached and stepped on the priest's hand until ahhhh. The brunette had exerted such pressure that he broke the priest's hand almost effortlessly. He tried to defend himself by taking out the artificial holy light sword. But before he could activate it, Issei grabbed that loose arm with both hands. Putting a foot on the priest's chest and exerting monumental force, the brunette ripped the priest's arm off without showing any expression. This only made the screams of pain intensify, but they ceased when the brunette stepped on the priest's neck, cutting off the air to his lungs. He kicked his legs, slamming his broken hand against Issei's leg, trying to beg for mercy, but all of this was ignored by Issei, who continued until the priest stopped moving, and even then he didn't move until he was sure that he was truly dead. So, you're from the church. You're acting in the name of your god. Huh? You think you have a lot of power and that your god will help you tonight. I'll show you what true power looks like and that your god won't protect you. Dry eye. That scream reached the ears of Riaz and Akeno, who stopped fighting to look in the direction of that sound. Looks like the job's done. We're no longer needed here. Let's go. Donasek ordered as he disappeared through a magic circle. His two companions followed suit. Hiba and Kaneko were further away from the side of the scream, but they still managed to get there before their leaders. The sight they saw horrified them. Dozens of dismembered, torn corpses and severed limbs, along with their blood, were scattered all over the place. And in the middle of it all, was Issei, the newest member of their clan, wounded all over and covered in blood. He was carrying a body. Asia's, who had died from no longer possessing her sacred gear and from the injuries it caused. Without turning to look at them, Issei went deeper into the forest looking for a place where his beloved would rest. Reality. Issei woke up as his body was covered in the healing aura of Asia's sacred gear. At the same time, he no longer felt the burning sensation caused by Freed's sword. He felt different, but he didn't quite know why. Wow. I thought I told you that you shouldn't leave until you saw everything, said Office, looking directly into Issei's eyes, which avoided her gaze while the iris of his eyes turned black. Clear sign of an evil dragon. I don't know where you left off, but I've seen everything I had to see, Issei said, his eyes returning to their original color. The others present didn't dare say a single word, as they didn't want to interrupt. I saw how I cruelly killed all those priests. Asia died in my hands after leaving me her sacred gear, said Issei, looking Office in the eyes. And the deity of infinity knew there was something else. And I heard my companions after fully turning into an evil dragon due to the emotional blow caused by remembering my past with Rainer and losing Asia. The current Sekiryuite confessed, unable to get rid of the image of his master bandaged all over, but even so. He gave her a smile without demanding absolutely anything for her actions or her injuries. I am an evil dragon, the brown-haired boy acknowledged, unable to look red in the eyes. I'm sorry that my past worthlessness was the reason for my downfall, Issei said as he looked around, meeting a familiar gaze. He preferred to remain silent for the time being. Come on. We're leaving, Red ordered as he opened a dimensional breach. There's a lot to do, and you should start organizing your territory, Office mentioned, looking at Issei, who couldn't take his eyes off the direction of Kuo Academy. I can't. I have to help my friends, my family, my partner, said Issei, looking at his deity. No. We ordered you to stay out of the Christian faction's problems, and yet you disobeyed, and look where you are now, Red claimed, joining the discussion. I know. But I don't want to lose anyone else or for my friends and family to suffer, please. I'm not begging you as a dragon, but with the last bit of humanity I have left, Issei said, kneeling before the dragon gods. I beg you. Please let me help. Even though he feared being decapitated on the spot for kneeling down as a carrier of a celestial dragon, Issei was determined to want to help his friends. Fine. But after that, you will return with us and organize your territory, said Office, taking pity on the brown-haired boy, but not before setting a condition. Let's go, Red ordered, looking at Issei seriously. When his wife crossed the gap, being the last of those present to leave, he spoke. I don't hate you, kid. And it's not your fault they conspired to take away everything you held dearest. You were young and hadn't even awakened Dreg. My wife trusts you despite what you are now. And so do I. Don't let us down, don't let her down, Sekiryuite. With that, Red left, leaving Gabriel, Issei, and Vali alone, the latter having stayed behind for some reason. However, the dimensional gap didn't close, as if it was waiting for the hacker Yuiku. Why did you stay? Issei asked neutrally. After all, he hadn't felt any hostility from Vali. I wanted to give this to you, the hacker Yuiku replied, showing Issei a blue orb he was holding in his right hand. Without hesitation, Issei took the orb and looked at it closely for a moment, wondering what it could be. What is this? He asked after a while, unable to find an answer to that question on his own. An orb from my sacred gear contains my ability to divide. Specifically, it contains 100 divisions of power. You just have to support it on your enemy, and their power will be divided 100 times. Saying that, Issei looked at the orb again, but this time with some surprise. I didn't know we could store our abilities in orbs. Why are you helping me? Asked the brown-haired boy, seeing that the hacker Yuiku was about to cross the dimensional gap. Consider it payment for helping my wife and mother in the past. Without another word, Vali stepped through the gap and it closed. With his retreat, a storm began. Issei looked at the blue orb he had been given for a moment and then put it away. He knew it would work, but he would use it in due time. Issei turned to look at Graham, who was still in sword form, lying on the ground. Yami. Issei called worriedly to Graham, who quickly took his human form and hugged Issei while hiding his face in his chest and holding onto his clothes tightly. I'm sorry for worrying you. Issei hugged the young blonde while he felt his chest getting wet. She can take human form, Gabriel murmured, drawing the attention of both young people. Yes. Ascalon too. Akemi. Extending his right hand, Issei pronounced the name of the young woman with blue eyes, and a flash of light came out from a certain place in the city to where they were. Exactly the same thing happened as with Yami, only Akemi's sobs were more noticeable. How is it possible? Asked Akemi, looking at Issei in tears. My God saved me. But I feel like something isn't right, he said, touching his chest. It could be. Because now you theoretically possess 11 pawn pieces. This clearly caught Issei's attention, because how was this possible? Please explain to me, Gabriel. Saying this, Akemi looked at the seraph who had tried so hard to carry her, but still couldn't. I'm glad to see you already have a carrier. Gabriel didn't seem resentful, rather she felt relieved that Akemi had chosen a neutral being. The attack you received damaged your soul or some of the pawn pieces that are there. You weren't going to wake up if you didn't have all your pieces working. Their goddess gave me some pawn pieces that were blue in color similar to ice. Explained Gabriel, looking at Issei with concern. Sona's pieces. I see. Issei muttered as he looked back at the academy in the distance. Will you resort to those methods? Asked Gabriel. Issei looked at her, knowing exactly what she meant. I don't know. What I know is that I'm not going to let my friends die because of the stupid desire of a power-mad seraph, a manipulated cadre and a bunch of demons pretending to be something they're not. Replied the brown-haired boy who was still being hugged by Akemi and Yami. Griselda went to look for your leaders. She said that maybe they would help. Akemi mentioned, calmer. And they will. But I don't want them to get involved. I wouldn't forgive myself if any of those children grew up without their parents. Said Issei, still thinking of a solution to the problem they had. Come on. We'll discuss it with them. Maybe they already have a plan. Everyone stood near Issei, only to be engulfed in a pillar of fire. For Gabriel, this mode of teleportation was quite novel. Upon arriving, Issei found himself threatened by spells and weapons from his own leaders, who looked at him with doubt. They knew the demons were cowardly enough to pull such a low-level trick on them. Asa, Hajim, Aiko, Hideki, Griselda. Lower your weapons. We're not going to hurt you. And no, I'm not some illusion or trap of the demons. Even with those words, Issei's leaders didn't lower their weapons, but began to doubt their grip on them. Asa. Trust me. When Asa's sword came down, the others imitated his actions. How can I be sure you're our leader? Asa asked, still on the defensive. Because if it weren't for me, I wouldn't be with them, and I wouldn't be able to stand the presence of an angel. Issei said, referring to Akemi, Yami, and Gabriel. Once the hostility subsided, the brunette looked around for any signs of attacks or damage. I see that. They didn't attack you, that means the protective barrier is still standing. Saying this, Issei approached one of the pillars and placed one of his hands on it, sending a pulse of energy that covered the entire building. This should reinforce the barrier, in case something happens to me later. What were you planning to do? Asked a brown-haired man upon seeing his leaders dressed in their clan's old armor, only now they had the symbols crossed out and in their place the emblem of the Sekiryuite. We were going to join the fight to avenge you. But I think the latter won't be necessary, we still want to help. Hajim said, taking a step forward, standing next to his companions. Seeing this, Issei had an idea. That made him smile. You know, I've learned that a grand entrance sometimes means we don't have to fight, or at least scare them and take them by surprise. Issei looked at his 4 demon leaders, while the image of 4 other demons came to mind. They'll realize. But if we do it right, we'll give them a big scare. Said Issei, smiling while his leaders still didn't understand what he meant. What do you mean? Hideki asked, quite confused, just like the others. To disguise themselves. Griselda, here. Issei handed a small emerald sphere to the former exorcist. This was an orb that contained one of her abilities, copied from Vali. Go ahead and give it to someone who is mortally wounded. We'll go later, we have to prepare something quickly. Obeying, Griselda went as quickly as she could towards the academy. Issei-sama. We also want to help. Entering through the door, Kalwarner and Kay offered their help. You. How? We followed Rainer here, we wanted to capture her to take her to her parents. They will know how to remove the mental control she has. Everything she did was not. It wasn't her fault. I know, Kakebiel told me before killing me. Cutting off Kalwarner's explanation, Issei revealed that he already knew the secret behind his ex-partner's actions. Well, we have something to prepare. Come. With that, Issei, Gabriel, their leaders and the newly arrived fallen angels began to work on Issei's plan. What is your plan, Issei? Asked Asa, being quite interested in this. It consists of causing fear, despair, trying to make them make mistakes. And nipping the problem in the bud. Issei sentenced. Kuo Academy. My revenge against the demons begins now. Kakebiel shouted as he rose from the ground and unleashed his power. Creating a spear of light, he quickly launched himself at Sarah, who swiftly deflected the attack before responding with a punch that was also repelled. I won't let you touch them. Sarah declared, exerting more force on her spear, with which she had stopped the cadre's spear of light. And I won't let you stop me. Mimicking Tomo, Kakebiel kneed Sarah in the stomach, then immediately followed up with a punch to her face, confusing her. But Sarah vulnerable and Metroton and the demons keeping their allies at bay, Kakebiel prepared to finish off Sona's mother. This is just the beginning of my revenge. Although the spear pierced a torso, causing it to bleed more than it already did, it was not its main objective. Rainer. Why? Why do you sacrifice yourself for them? Kakebiel claimed as he pulled his spear from the fallen young woman. Why? Ugh. I know Issei would do the same. She replied, kneeling while watching her blood gush out. Your dear demon died because of that. And you make the same mistake. Said Kakebiel, watching as Sarah hesitated to go help her. I know. Uncle, but I don't want any of them to die. He loved them. And I will love everything that he loved. He said before falling back against the ground. Then you'll die just like he did. Kakabiel said, watching Rainer's life drain away. Seeing Kakabiel's resting position, Sarah approached to try and help Rainer. But it was clear that she would perish from her injuries. Just then, Griselda crossed the barrier only to see that scene. She hesitated for a moment to hand over the orb Issei had given to the cause of so much suffering. From what she understood, but seeing it glow faintly as he watched her confirmed that she should give it to her regardless. Griselda. How did you get in? What are you doing with that? Sarah asked when she saw her arrive. She was supposed to take care of Issei's parents in case something bad happened to them. This feeling. Asia-chan. Issei's orb was slowly healing Rainer. It seemed Rainer and Asia had known each other a long time ago and had some kind of relationship. Forgive me. Forgive me. I never meant to hurt our beloved. She murmured, thinking she was experiencing the beginnings of a supernatural being's death. Soon, Rainer's eyes became empty, as if she had been brought back under mental control. I won't let you die. Yuma. But now you must help me. Help me instill fear in our enemies. She heard in her head. That voice that she missed so much mentioning her name. Hear my plea to the fallen, leave me. To be with the broken. One last time before I go. Those words were almost inaudible due to Rainer's state, but for some reason they began to echo in the heads of everyone present. Hold the last burning ember. Let us never surrender. May we rise unto the call. For the glory and the fall. With this last whispered, a lightning bolt struck near the academy, illuminating everything. Such was the intensity that everyone turned to look in that direction, managing to see in the distance a hooded person. Behind this person appeared several magic circles, which seemed to be teleportation ones. The wind made an appearance, helping to reveal who this mysterious person was under the intense storm. Issei, he was alive. Fear gripped Metroton and the demons as they saw the current demon kings, Azazel and Penemu, and their sister Gabriel, emerge from those magic circles. Somehow, he now understood why she hadn't arrived before him. He supposed she was trying to recruit help. But not this kind of help. The demons belonging to the council trembled as they saw their leaders appear, who would surely show no mercy in annihilating them. The allied devils were shocked to see Issei alive, and at the same time, a great joy and hope rekindled upon seeing him appear alongside their leaders in battle. They mistakenly assumed that their work was over. But even so, just as Issei had taught them, they did not let their guard down. After all, they did not know if it was just an illusion. For the beaten and the broken. For the lost and forsaken. Let us never surrender. May we rise unto the call. As if it were a war chant, that phrase was chanted by the newcomers. The enemies did not understand what was happening, but Kakabiel did not take his eyes off Issei. He believed that the dragon gods would not let him actively participate. However, he suspected that he would try to help in some way. As the phrase was pronounced, the cadre began to create a spear of light that aimed at the brown-haired man to make sure it was not a simple illusion. A lightning bolt was about to impact next to him, but he used the same spear of light to channel the lightning and merge it with it. Without hesitation, he threw it. For the beat and the broken. For the lost and forsaken. Let us never surrender. For the glory and the fall. The spear was stopped by Issei's hands, who used gift to absorb it, including the lightning energy. After this action, he let out a powerful dragon roar, while redirecting the lightning to the heavens and forming with it the silhouette of a roaring dragon. And to reinforce his position, Issei instantly approached the council's demons, killing 4 of them in an instant, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Immediately, Rainer's parents rushed to her aid. Sekuruyute. Metroton shouted, launching himself at him. His arrival ruined all his plans. But before he could even touch him, Gabriel rammed him with such force that he ended up falling to the ground. Wow. You're still just as strong, little sister. Michael trained you well. Metroton said, getting up from the ground and wiping away the blood that trickled down his lip. Gabriel reopened the wound Michael had caused. And you're still just as stupid as before. How can you even think about rekindling the war that ended with the lives of so many of us? Gabriel claimed, furious at the seraph with whom she shared so many moments. Don't lecture me, girl. Don't blindly believe what he tells you. Shouted Metroton furiously, preparing to fight. I don't need to believe in my brother to know that you have strayed from our ideals and become a threat. I will finish you off. Gabriel finished, flying swiftly to confront the seraph he had lived with for centuries. With a powerful kick, he pushed Metroton away from the area, causing him to crash into the academy, destroying part of it. I'll take care of him. Said the seraph, looking at Issei with regret. He only nodded. The latter looked at his companions one by one to determine the severity of their condition. Seeing Sona and seeing that she was holding her stomach as if she had been injured in that area angered him, and it didn't help that her clothes were stained with blood and part of her face showed wounds. With Alex Balam and Crystal Furfur near her. It didn't take long for Issei to assume that they were responsible for the injuries of his master, Ravel, and Sona. Using a speed that terrified Sona's father and his new partner, Issei positioned himself in front of the young women who were also watching him in surprise. Without saying a single word, the brunette landed a strong punch in Balam's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Turning slightly, he hit Crystal in the nose, making it bleed. Ascalon. Without wasting the opportunity that Issei had created, he summoned Akemi, and with her, he pierced the chest of Sona's father, who was perplexed to see a demon carrying a holy sword. No. Don't make her suffer. Please. It was all my fault. Was the last thing Alex Balam managed to say before turning into particles of light. Crystal was horrified because she had just watched from the front row as her partner disappeared forever. Graham. But those words, and seeing the appearance of a sword as black and red as a bloody night, she knew her death was imminent. But the attack never came. Or so Crystal felt as she felt her entire body go numb and then fall into a deep sleep. Issei, fulfilling Alex's request in the end, gave his partner a peaceful death using sleep magic and then stopping her heart. Everyone will die. Attack. But this order, the demon kings finally mobilized to attack the terrified demons upon seeing that sword belonging to the first Lucifer. That seemed to tell them that their first king was there to punish their betrayal. Quick and effective, the demon kings finished off most of the demons with the help of Issei. Only 10 escaped. But that was enough for them to leave their friends alone. Protect them. And you, don't interfere. Issei ordered, looking at Kakabiel. Give me a moment, I want to finish some unfinished business. Issei asked, looking at Freed, who was looking at him grimly while running his tongue along the edge of the incomplete Excalibur. Kakabiel just nodded. No one knew exactly why the cadre had such an abrupt change in attitude. But if it allowed them to rest a little, so much for it. You know. I still don't understand something. How is it that you are able to carry a holy sword with all the things you have done? The brown-haired man mentioned without waiting for an answer while he strengthened his grip on Ascalon, because he would use it. Oh, that has an explanation. But the father knows more about that than I do. Freed responded without taking his eyes off his enemy, ready to start but not wanting to make the first attack. That's because of this, said the Archbishop of the Massacre, taking an artifact from his clothes. I call it sacred element. It's something I invented after decades of research and experiments. I managed to create the method for exorcists to be able to wield sacred swords, even if they are not worthy of them. Although of course, my methods were not to the liking of the angels. In fact, that blonde boy over there was part of my experiments. Valper related, showing a certain amount of pride in his words. Issei-kun. Leave it to me. It's true, I was part of his experiments along with other children. We truly wish to be able to wield a holy sword. They sacrificed themselves for me. It's my duty to avenge them. Kiba stood next to Issei, showing quite resentment towards that father. Their sacrifice was what allowed me to create this. Even that hypocrite Michael recreated my invention, although without so much killing. This is the last example of those brats you lived with. Here, it's no longer useful to me, said the father, throwing the artifact at Issei's feet, who gently picked it up and looked at it closely, then gently closed his eyes. Here. Their souls want to talk to you. Issei's words surprised Kiba, who hurriedly took the artifact gently in both hands. Holding it for some reason, made him feel great sadness and hatred towards those who used them. I've always thought about it, you know. I should have survived. There was someone with bigger dreams than mine. There was someone with more desire to survive than me. Is it okay that I was the only one who managed to live peacefully? As Kiba spoke these words with his eyes closed, certain blue lights came out of the artifact and stood behind him, later revealing that they were souls of young people and children no older than 16. Souls of Kiba's friends who gave their lives so that he could live. When Kiba opened his eyes, he looked at them in surprise, staring at them as if it were all a dream. That feeling went away when he felt someone tugging at his shirt. When he turned around, he saw a girl he clearly recognized. That girl smiled at him without any remorse or resentment, causing him to cry. Don't worry, it's okay. We will always be together. Accept it now, even if our God no longer sees us, our hearts will always be one. Suddenly, those silhouettes swirled around Kiba, uttering those words and a phrase that seemed to be mentioned in their time, which was finished by Kiba while he clutched the artifact to his chest in sadness. The blue light soon ceased and entered Kiba's body, who opened his eyes again, but this time filled with determination. He did it. Issei whispered, seeing how his friend had reached the treasure that was given to him. My companions never wished to be avenged. But I must end the evil before me so that what happened in my generation does not repeat itself, shouted the Gremory knight, summoning a demonic sword. Kiba. At his friend's call, the young blonde turned to look at him. You can do it. Don't let their souls and their memories be forgotten. Smiling, Issei encouraged his friend. Kiba-senpai. Finish him. Following this thread, Kaneko joined the harangue. Udo-kun. Said Akeno smiling, transmitting her encouragement despite being badly injured. Udo. My knight must now finish what he set out to do so many years ago. Said Ria smiling at seeing her knight forgiven by his past friends. I am the sword of my friends. The sword of my comrades who now share a bond with my soul. The dreams, thoughts and unfulfilled dreams of that time and those of now. By the will of my friends and my king. I united sacred and the demonic. Raising his sword to the sky and releasing great power as he said these words, Kiba saw how the demonic sword in his hand changed. Half of the sword was silver and the other a deep black with golden details and having the phrase he shared with his friends engraved in the middle of the blade. This is my sword. The holy demonic sword. The traitor's sword. With that, Kiba pointed his sword at the cadre who stared at that sword in astonishment. It can't be. Both energies should repel each other. So that's impossible. Valper shouted, trying to think of a way for that to be possible. Issei, for his part, listened attentively to the archbishop's words, an idea coming to him because of what Kiba had done. The fusion of the sacred and the demonic should not be possible. Suddenly the father showed a face of total disbelief, but at the same time, a macabre smile began to form on his face. If the balance of demonic power and holy power collapses, then all things will fall from their place. In other words, not only the demon lords but also God has. Before he finished speaking, Valper was pierced by a spear of light from Kakabiel and impaled by Graham, who had been thrown by Issei. With just a raise of his hand, the most powerful demonic sword returned to its wielder. Issei-kun. Why? Kiba claimed, knowing that Valper was about to reveal important information. Even if Kakabiel didn't do anything, Issei would kill him, so that's why he claimed. It's not worth it. The brown-haired man said, holding Graham and Ascalon, looking at them very carefully. If you don't tell them, Sekiryuite. I'll do it myself. After all, there's not that much of a surprise anymore. Don't you think? Said Kakabiel, pointing behind Issei. When he turned around, he saw Grafia and Sarah's faces showing a great expression of surprise. For them it wasn't very difficult to try to complete the sentence. The fact that you were able to create a holy demonic sword, Kiba, is not only due to the support and memories of your companions, but because God has died. And with the original demon kings also dead, the balance was lost. Explained Issei, surprising all his friends. And with the balance broken, nothing stops Ascalon and Graham from becoming one again. But this, declared Issei, released a large amount of dragon power, in the same way the swords began to slowly release their auras. Created to keep the peace and destroy threats. Broken by ambition and selfishness. Separated by betrayal and war. Issei's friends watched in awe as the two swords drew closer to each other. Kakabiel watched in silence. Because seeing the union of those twin swords that were once one was magnificent. I fight to free the demons. Even Meteorin and Gabriel's battle stopped at the sight of such a feat. Gabriel's eyes widened as he watched Graham unleash even more power after those words. The other fought to maintain the order and power created by the angels. With this, Ascalon matched Graham's power. As if those words somehow described them. Both fought for what they believed was right. Now both will fight with a single goal. Defend their loved ones. But that said, this time it was Issei who released more power, enveloping both swords with it. Both will bring light and hope to their allies and darkness and fear to their enemies. Emerges great sacred demonic sword. Sword of the maiden and the dragon. A great flash of light emerged from the union of both swords. Issei now held in his hand a golden sword with several details in silver, black and red. It measured almost 1.5 meters without counting the handle, which measured about 30 centimeters. Father's sword. Metriton murmured, fascinated by the beauty of that sword. The union of the sacred and the demonic is beautiful. Whispered Gabriel, almost crying with joy at seeing that peace between both factions was truly possible. She will be mine. With her, I will annihilate the demons and the fallen. Declared Metriton, looking at Gabriel as he resumed his combat stance. I won't allow it. Gabriel shouted, returning to his fight, which had almost completely destroyed the academy. It's impressive. Issei is the wielder of the most powerful sword of our factions. Said Sarah, who kept a protective barrier over the injured. Ravel and Riaz were doing their best to heal Akeno, who was the most seriously injured. Issei. Sona, for her part, felt something different about her beloved. She felt hatred, resentment, and an incredible thirst for blood. Feelings that weren't reflected on his face or in his attitude. Alright, Sekiryuite. Show me your power. Kakabiel said, then snapped his fingers. Behind him, a huge magic circle formed. You, great guardian of the gates of the underworld. Today, the kingdom you protect will be destroyed by these beings that seek to invade the underworld. Cerberus arises. And defend your kingdom. The ground beneath the magic circle cracked and began to split as everything began to shake. From the crack emerged an imposing claw that dug into the ground. Then another appeared that did the same as the first, only for not one, but three enormous dog heads to emerge. It had chains hanging from its body, and its skin was made of magma. Its sharp teeth terrified Issei's friends except for Sarah and Grafia, who already knew this creature beforehand. Roar. Ooh. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr interruptions in our fight. Kakabiel, seeing Issei's intentions of wanting to attack this beast, said this to calm him down. What do we do, Sirziches? Grafia asked, looking at her husband who was further away. Oh. Sorry. We're not the original kings. When Sirziches said this, the 4 demon kings and the 2 fallen angel leaders present were enveloped in a wide aura before revealing their true identities. The situation was so striking that neither Grafia nor Sarah paid any attention to the auras of their kings. It was never our intention to deceive them. But Issei told us that if the demons saw their leaders coming to battle, we would give them hope and they would instill terror. I understand, thanks for helping us. Sona thanked, cutting off Ace's explanation. Issei had told her and her mother about a similar plan, but it was discarded because Sarah believed it wasn't something that could be executed well due to various factors. It's a great relief to her that Issei proved her wrong. Grafia, Ravel, take the wounded and protect them with a barrier. Those who can fight, follow me. Hearing the words of the Issei leaders, Sarah gave orders to avoid any tragedy. We'll try to get the Cerberus away, Issei. That way you'll fight without distractions. Good luck. Sarah said, approaching Issei to tell him her plan. He just nodded, still staring at the mad priest, who was just waiting for Kakabiel's order to attack. Your friend's battle begins now. But ours will wait until you finish your business with Fried, said the cadre, curious about how the Securuite would fight with such a large sword. Okay. Come on, brat. Don't you want to avenge all those beatings I gave you, you bitch, before you died? Fried boasted, showing himself overconfident against someone who had been able to survive Excalibur blessing. HPM. Now I realize, Sarah was right that night. I should have killed you quickly. Raising his sword, Issei prepared to attack. Moving quickly, even more than Fried, the brown-haired man attacked the priest who only managed to interpose the imperfect Excalibur he had between himself and the attack. Crash. Unfortunately for him, the imperfect Excalibur broke and the attack struck his chest. Just as he had done so many times with other victims. Now he was the one injured. He tried to touch his chest, believing that what he felt wasn't true, but he couldn't reach it because Issei withdrew the sword before he could touch it. Your hands are stained with Asia's blood. Mine too, she wouldn't have liked to see me turned into this. A simple murderer seeking revenge. Said Issei while holding Fried's head with both hands. Slowly Fried began to feel pressure being exerted on his head, pressure that grew rapidly causing him great pain. But you know what? Right now, all I want is to see you die in his name in the cruelest way possible. Shouted Issei, who slowly released the priest, who was holding his head trying to ease the pain while vomiting blood from the wound in his chest. But that would make me enter a place from which there is no exit. You don't deserve a quick death. But I won't deny it to you. After saying this, with his own sword, Issei cut Fried's neck. As Fried's life was ending, he could feel himself being released from a great weight. I'm ready. This ends here, Kakabiel. Issei shouted, preparing for the confrontation. You played with my life, Yuma's life and Asia's life. This time, I'll make you play a game. Summoning his sacred gear and releasing great power, Issei said this. Let's see who of us reaches hell first. With that said, Issei began running to fight Kakabiel. Kakabiel, in turn, summoned a spear of light and mimicked the brunette's action. He had been waiting quite a while for that fight. With that powerful shout from Issei, which was heard mixed with the roar of the Cerberus, would mark the beginning of the great battle, where every last effort would be made to triumph. Sona felt a lot of joy, fear and anger for everything that had happened recently. She was happy that Issei was alive, she feared for his life, the life of her beloved, her mother and her friends, and her anger grew as time passed because she was exhausted by what she had experienced in those 2 days, seeing her servants wounded, Ravel crying in fear, but still fighting without ceasing. She was fed up with conflict in general. Issei once told her that anger is a double-edged sword because it makes you very violent and effective by heightening your senses due to adrenaline, but at the same time it made you predictable and a danger to your allies. But he also told her that it was not right to suppress this emotion, sometimes it is simply necessary to release it. Graya. With that furious shout, Sona launched herself to attack the Cerberus. She supposed that if she and her allies managed to defeat that beast, they could help Issei and Gabriel end everything faster. You mustn't kill the beast. Just knock it out. Sarah shouted, immediately following her daughter. Asa, Hajim, Kiba, Riaz, Tsubaki, and Saji followed them, while Hideki and Griselda, now with a sword handed to them by Kiba, stayed to support Grafia and Kalwarner, who were maintaining the barrier, and Ravel, Aiko, and Kay tried to heal the injured members of both retinues. Boosted gear balance breaker scale male false. It seemed like only minutes, but hearing Issei's armor activate made them become aware of their surroundings. Monday had arrived, and the sun was only a couple of hours away from rising, just like the students at the academy. Gabriel didn't have it easy against Metriton. The academy had been reduced to rubble by their battle. She was tired, hurt, and angry. Metriton, on the other hand, looked hurt and furious, but not as tired as his sister. If the fight continued as planned, it wouldn't be long before he declared victory. Sarah, Sauna, Riaz and Asa didn't have it any easier than everyone else. After all, when they attacked they had to be precise and not damage the Cerberus too much to seriously injure it, including that they had to be very careful because of the random attacks that any of the Cerberus's 3 heads could give. These same attacks were responsible for taking Saji, Tsubaki and Hajim out of the fight. They were now also being protected within Grafia's barrier, since now Kay and Kalwarner had joined the fight. Only a few minutes had passed, and Issei's armor had already been almost destroyed, revealing his wounds and the blood flowing from them. Kakabiel was not in any better condition, he also looked tired, even more than Issei. It was logical, after all Issei could multiply his power infinitely. Recovering quickly, Kakabiel flew quickly and rammed Issei, breaking what was left of his armor, and both falling heavily to the ground. Knowing that being like that put him in danger, the brown-haired man kicked the cadre's face, even while they were both on the ground, and quickly got up to take distance again. Ha. 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 I want to ask you something, Sekiryute. Taking a breath and stopping his fight, Kakabiel spoke, drawing Issei's attention. Ha. What do you want? Issei asked, taking a breath as well, while taking the opportunity to heal his wounds with Asia's sacred gear. Why? Are you holding back? Why do you show me calm despite everything you've been through? Everything I put you through? Kakabiel asked, looking seriously at Issei, who was surprised by those words. I can ask you the same thing. After everything you lost, you let them kill the demons, you let me kill Fried without interrupting, even though you could have done it. Issei answered, knowing Kakabiel's past perfectly thanks to Office's help and Luzbel's consciousness. Do you know my past? Did she tell you? Asked Kakabiel, referring to Gabriel. Yes. And I'm sorry. Issei replied to Kakabiel's question, assuming he was referring to his goddess, Office, who had told him about Kakabiel's past a long time ago. So, what do you think about what he said? Continued the cadre, knowing that Gabriel's version was possibly changed. Your god hated dragons. And they hate him. However, not angels, not demons, and not the fallen either. They didn't like them, they just ignored them. Kakabiel opened his eyes at that revelation, and it also confirmed to him that the one who had told Issei about his past had been Office. She considered your god to be the most disgusting and repugnant being she had the misfortune to encounter. With those words, Kakabiel confirmed his suspicions, and his desire to fight suddenly ceased. God. He killed my friends in that village. My in-laws. My dear Farah and my little Samira. Kakabiel cried, kneeling on the ground, shedding tears while covering his face with his hands. I attacked him when he appeared next to me. He managed to convince me that he had been my brother Lucifer. But he himself had come with Lilith to congratulate me even though we were still at war. I believed him. I attacked my brother for that. But I failed. He didn't accept me back in his kingdom. Because I had fallen in love and had a daughter. Kakabiel shouted to the heavens, as if he could claim his dead father, only to speak later in a low voice. Defeated and repentant. I have been deceived. No, I have let myself be deceived. Regaining his composure, Kakabiel looked at Issei, creating a sword of light in his right hand. I can't fix all my mistakes, but I want to fix at least one. With that, a huge magic circle emerged beneath Cerberus's paws. That magic circle began to absorb the beast, returning it to where it belonged. Issei's friends, relieved, collapsed to the ground, exhausted from their efforts. Thank you. Whispered the brown-haired boy. It's time to end this Sekiryute. Once and for all. A single attack completely leaving the defenses. Issei, clearly knowing what the cadre wanted, increased his power again, while tightly holding the holy demonic sword he had. Kakabiel's words caught the attention of the allies who looked in his direction. Both of them would exchange attacks for the last time. A frontal attack without any techniques or sense of dodging that attack. A precise attack that would bring death to one of the two. They started walking, then trotted and finally ran. Both attacks connected. Issei had been wounded again in the stomach, I could even say he was getting used to the sensation. But Kakabiel was impaled in the middle of his chest. Kakabiel's mind. Where am I? What place is this? These words came out of a Kakabiel who was waking up in a totally empty place. White in color. Looking around the place he could see in the distance a young woman who was dressed in black armor with red details. Her eyes were very light amber and her pupil was slanted, her hair was long and whitish blonde in color, and she had a beautiful face. Although she was looking at Kakabiel with hatred and sadness at the same time. The cadre began to approach that young woman who remained very sure and still in her position. "Who are you? And what is this place?" Kakabiel asked peacefully, as he felt no hostility from that woman. "I don't have to answer you or talk to you about anything. But he does," he said, looking behind Kakabiel, who slowly turned around only to be petrified by the person behind him. The man with a good physical build, with silver hair and light blue eyes, and possessing an armor that would no longer be seen anywhere today. "It's been a long time. Brother," said the man with a melancholic tone in his voice. "Luzbel. Brother, weren't you dead?" asked Kakabiel, still not over the shock. "And I am. This is merely a manifestation of a fragment of my soul," he said as he moved a little closer to the cadre, whose appearance now changed significantly. His black hair was shorter and his skin somewhat more tanned. He was more human. His appearance closely resembled the one he had acquired when he was with his family all those years ago. "Forgive me, Lucifer. I should never have attacked you. But I let myself be fooled by the bastard who killed my family." Kakabiel hugged his brother while sobbing, feeling responsible for his death. Lucifer just bowed his head in regret. "I tried to protect them. But I couldn't do it, he managed to entertain me while Metriton killed them." Kakabiel's face showed an expression of disbelief, after all he had also allied himself with his family's murderer. "She asked me to take care of you, but even in that task I failed. My death prevented me from helping you. I'm sorry." Luzbel apologized, kneeling with his brother, Kakabiel. "No. Forgive me, I hurt you and your wife. I can never make that up," said Kakabiel, regretting most of his actions. "It's no longer time to think about that, brother. The Securitate will take care of putting an end to that problem. It's no longer time to fix the mistakes. Now, unfortunately, we have to leave them to them. What you can do is sleep," Luzbel said, giving Kakabiel a hug. "Forever. It's your time, brother." The sad tone was evident in the great Lucifer's voice. "Thank you, brother. Thank you and sorry, Securitate. Come on, love. Come with us." A woman's voice was heard. "Dad." A little girl's voice was heard. Out of Kakabiel's mind. "Farah. Samira." The cadre, showing an expression of relief, exploded into particles of light, leaving a large flash that caught Gabriel's attention as he watched as the last particles of Kakabiel's light disappeared. This distraction was what determined his fight against Meteorin. He, attacking treacherously, kicked the Seraph's stomach strongly to immediately do the same, but to her face, this last attack made Gabriel crash into the ground and leave her unconscious. The Seraph quickly regained consciousness and tried to get up. "Do you see what loving others can cause? Only loss and pain. You are stronger than me, little sister. But your kind heart is the only thing that makes you weak," shouted the Seraph, landing on top of her, stepping on her back and taking her head to say these words. At the end of these, he slammed her against the ground and then prepared to end her life once and for all. "Metriton." That shout pronouncing his name inevitably made him turn to look. "Leave her alone. Fight me." Issei challenged to defend the almost conscious Seraph. "Well. Anyway, the result will be the same." Leaving his bloody and tired sister, Metriton focused on Issei, who now had his eyes as black. "No. It won't be." With that said, Issei released his power as an evil dragon, after all he had been reserving it only for the mad Seraph. A shiver arose in Riaz when she felt that dark power, which left negative sensations. Sadness, resentment, envy, loneliness, but above all anger. "Oh. I remember this power, let me refresh your memory," Metriton said as a magic circle appeared in the middle of the sky, so that everyone present could see it. The Seraph sought to break the brown-haired boy's mind, too bad for him that Issei was already aware of many things. "I don't need you to remind me what I did to my companions that night. I remember it well," said Issei, throwing his sword at the magic circle, breaking it. It fell far from both of their positions, and Issei didn't seem worried about wanting to recover it. "Don't you need it? Don't think you're such a big deal about killing Kakabiel. I'm much stronger than him and my sister, as you can see, you're just a disgusting demon," Meteorin boasted, proud as hell of having defeated Gabriel. "Don't think you're such a big deal. After all, I am a dragon," said Issei, showing the blue orb that Vali had given him. "What is that?" Metriton asked, confused by the object he was pulling out of his chestnut. At first glance, it seemed harmless, but it emanated a strange and dangerous aura. "He told me that I simply had to support it on my enemy for its effect to activate, to divide its power. But with God dead, things change." After saying this, Issei summoned a gauntlet similar to his boosted gear in his right hand and embedded the orb in the center. Suddenly Issei's right arm began to glow with a blue and green hue that alternated rapidly. Ah. Issei's scream of pain was soon silenced by his own concentration on obtaining his rival's power. His own body was wounded by red rays coming out of the boosted gear and the new gauntlet. That is the power of the vanishing dragon. You are the Sekiryuite. Your power and his can never unite. You will only find your death. It didn't take Metriton too long to guess that the blue orb Issei had belonged to the hacker Yuku. It was not explained how he had obtained it, but that didn't matter now. Dividing skill. Assimilated. When that voice echoed in the area, Metriton's face stopped showing that pride to show terror and amazement. Issei's allies were also stunned by what they saw. Slowly, Issei's arm stopped emitting light and slowly revealed a gauntlet very similar to the boosted gear, except for its colors, which was white with a blue central orb and some gold details. The brown-haired man pointed his new gauntlet at the seraph, who looked terrified at the action. Divide. The brunette muttered, holding back some of the pain he felt for what he just did. The seraph felt his power partially stolen. Issei used that stolen energy to fuel Asia's sacred gear, which constantly healed him to mitigate the damage he had received. With you, I won't use my sword. With you I'll use my own power. Everything I've learned in this year and a half that I've been part of the supernatural. Without limiting myself. Issei shouted as in the same hand that carried his new power, a sword of pure sacred light began to slowly but continuously form. It wasn't even similar to the one used by the fallen, it was more like the same light he used. It can't be. It's not possible, you're a demon. Metriton shouted in fear, taking a couple of steps back. Surprising him even more, Issei created another sword in his left hand, but this time made of demonic magic. No. Now I'm now your worst nightmare. I must thank you, thanks to you I have become an evil dragon. Issei shouted as his dark power spiraled out of control and began to damage the ground around him. I'll make you pay for every single thing you made Yuma do by using her as a puppet. I'll shed your blood for every tear Asia shed that night. I'll mark your body for every wound I caused my love because of you. And no one will come to save you. Moving like lightning, Issei landed a strong punch in the angel's face, splitting his lip and knocking out a couple of his teeth. Every blow Issei landed with the new gauntlet stole part of the seraph's power. No. Please. Don't touch me. Gra. Ah. The seraph complained as he felt Issei's light sword enter the junction of his arm and shoulder, and it burned him as if he himself were a demon. You'll suffer today. But that said, using some brute force, Issei separated Metriton's right arm from his torso, causing the angel to scream in pain. With his remaining arm, Metriton grabbed the affected area, trying to stop the bleeding. Terrified, the injured angel opened his wings, trying to escape. You won't need them. Positioning himself behind him, Issei grabbed his enemy's white wings and cruelly ripped them off, just as they had done to him. Metriton's screams only grew louder, and he desperately began to run despite his injuries. Ah. Please. Mercy. But he couldn't get very far, because Issei, using a bow of light this time, injured his leg. Now you beg for mercy. After tricking Kakabiel into doing all this. After hurting my friends. After causing Asia's death. No. I will not have mercy on you. Issei said through gritted teeth, looking at the seraph with uncontrollable hatred. Creating another sword of light, he used it to sever Metriton's wounded leg as he screamed in pain. His screams faded as he became unconscious from blood loss. No. It won't end like this. Covering his hands with fire, Issei took Metriton's other leg and began to slowly burn it, causing him to regain consciousness. Without letting go until the skin and flesh were charred, Issei, using a little more force, tore off the fallen angel's remaining leg. Mercy. Please. Mercy. Metriton begged, hoping the pain would stop once and for all. As far as I was concerned, I'd have no problem healing you and putting you through all of this again and again. You took away my humanity and compassion. But Asia's humanity and compassion still remain in me. Thank her that your torment ends here. Said Issei as he raised his sword high above Metriton's head. The color of his eyes had returned to normal, and his body was showing signs of being exhausted. Releasing the sword above his head, Metriton's life was snuffed out and his body disappeared in the same way Kakabiel had. The sun was beginning to rise, and it was finally all over. Issei fell to his knees, his strength gone. The pressure he'd put on his body was too much, and it barely responded. The maiden and dragon sword separated again into Ascalon and Gram, returning to its wielder. Sona stood up and began to run towards her beloved, happy to know that everything was over. But her march stopped when she saw how behind Issei a dimensional gap opened, and from it emerged a being wearing white armor with blue details and a pair of wings of the same color that shone majestically. Very similar to the gauntlet that Issei had obtained during the battle. You are amazing, Sekiryuite. Being able to assimilate my power is almost a miracle. It's time. That deep grave voice conveyed a great sense of fear and respect to all who heard it. Yes. I know, but you could have been a little more subtle, right? Issei muttered, watching as a pair of black arms with claw-like hands emerged from the gap and grabbed him by the forearms. "Office-sama," Issei muttered as he saw how they held his limbs. "I'm just making sure you keep the deal," the creature said, suddenly appearing next to Kay and Kalwerner, who were guarding Rainer. They quickly prepared to attack it. "Stop. Don't touch them, Hacker Yuku," shouted Issei, who slowly got up thanks to some power increases from his sacred gear. That statement surprised everyone, the Hacker Yuku ancestral enemy of the Seker Yuete. The newcomer took the unconscious Rainer with both arms and again, quickly, was already next to Issei. "Issei," shouted Sona, who was already close. He approached Sona as best he could. "Asa. Back off. Go with them, Griselda," the brown-haired boy ordered, already hugging Sona. "I'm sorry, Sona. Now I must fulfill the deal I made to return. I promise I'll return. Promise you'll be strong for both of us, and I'll do the same." With these last words, Issei abruptly separated himself from his beloved's embrace and dragged himself into the gap, which immediately closed. Without disobeying their leader, the deserting demons prepared to retreat. The young woman stood for a moment looking at the place where her beloved had been taken. Falling to her knees, she began to search for an explanation for why Issei had been taken away from her again. She wondered who he had to make a deal with to still live. The only thing that calmed her heart was that he was alive, but what upset it was thinking that she would never see him again because of those last words he spoke to her and the destiny he had with the Hacker Yuku. Clenching her fists, holding back a couple of tears, Sona knew that it was not time for regrets. She had to act as king and prioritize the well-being of her allies, leaving aside her own for the moment. Just as Issei had done with them. "Where did she go, Sona?" Sarah asked, seeing her daughter's expression of extreme sadness. "I don't know. But he will come back, he promised me. And I trust him," replied Sona, summoning a magic circle where the image of Serafal, his sister, could be seen. "Oh Sona Tan. How are you? It's very rare of you to call me twice in just 2 days." Queen Leviathan's tone began cheerfully until she clearly saw her sister and mother, who were dirty, injured, and tired. At that moment, and just in time, Issei's leaders retreated. "We need help, Wani-sama." Seeing her sister's crystalline eyes threatening to shed tears, Serafal cut the communication. Behind both women and near Gabriel, who was trying to reassemble, a great flash of light emerged, showing Michael, Uriel, and Raphael, who had come to rescue their sister. Using a great amount of his power, the leader of the angels managed to open the sky once again. Azazel, Penemu, Shemhaza, and Barakiel also appeared alongside Kay and Kalwerner. Azazel was alerted by Michael, who had told him everything that had happened. Likewise Surziches, Ajuka, Serafal, and Erika. Of all of them, only Surziches knew what had truly happened thanks to Michael. Serafal quickly ran to hug her sister and mother, then glared fiercely at the angels and fallen present. "Calm down, daughter. They just arrived too," said Sarah so that her daughter wouldn't make a mistake. They had already been through a lot. She didn't want to fight again. "Where is Rainer?" Azazel asked the two fallen present. "The Hacker Yuku took her. It also took the Seker Yuete. We don't know why, sir," Kalwerner replied, trying to catch his breath while Kay healed his wounds. "Barakiel. Take them to be healed. And you tell him everything you know," ordered Azazel, directing his attention to the others present. "Yes sir," both of them said, fallen, before disappearing alongside Akeno's father. He knew his daughter was there, but he was also aware that it wasn't the best time to talk to her. Fortunately, he didn't see her. He would go mad seeing how hurt she was, and this. Azazel knew it well, and that's why he had chosen him. "Raphael. Take her out of here, have her healed in heaven," Michael ordered, also observing the wounded from the other factions. "Serafal. Take us to the hospital in our territory, there we will treat all the wounded," Sarah asked, and without disobeying her, Queen Leviathan created a huge magic circle where they would take all the participating demons. Now, only Ajuka, Surziches, Erika, Shemhaza, Azazel, Penemu, Uriel and Michael were present. The three main leaders, without saying a word, approached each other until the three of them stood in the middle of the entire battlefield. All three raised their hands, creating a barrier of silence between them so that the other leaders wouldn't hear their conversation. "I guess this is all our fault," Azazel said, looking at the ground somewhat thoughtfully. He expected to find his daughter there, but it turned out Vali had taken her and the Seker Yuete as well. What bothered him was that he hadn't communicated with him for almost a year. "Yes. Our lack of action caused all of this," Michael replied, seeing all the blood that stained the battlefield, the ruins of the academy building, and his own shoes. "We let others answer and pay for our actions. What should we do?" Surziches asked, unsure whether this made things better or worse. "Peace. They fought so we wouldn't find out, so the peace would last. The best thing we can do now is declare peace once and for all," Michael suggested, not wanting to let the efforts made come to nothing. "More than peace. I'd say an alliance," After all, fallen angels and demons joined forces to prevent this catastrophe. Even deserters and humans helped. Azazel mentioned, looking at Surziches for an answer. Meeting in a week. An official meeting. We must also investigate whether the Hakuryuku and the Sekiryuite are having their predestined battle and why they took your daughter. Lucifer proposed, agreeing with the other leaders. I have my suspicions. But nothing concrete, and Vali has stopped obeying me a few months ago. The father commented, worried about his daughter. I don't think they're fighting now. I didn't feel any hostility towards the other from either of them. I don't know what they're up to, but it's best to discuss it in a week. Michael said, undoing his barrier. The other leaders did the same. See you in 7 days. With that, they returned to their companions and disappeared, leaving behind the barrier that served as an illusion so that the humans wouldn't notice the academy had disappeared. Ajuka stood for a moment, scanning every detail of the place to show it at the meeting he had overheard. Once he left, a large group of demons arrived to rebuild the academy so that there would be no trace of a battle of such magnitude having taken place there. The barrier fell when the academy was fully restored. Guo Forest. Abandoned church. I could have been a little more delicate, Office-sama. Issei complained, getting up from the ground once more, as the power of his deity would have strongly attracted him. He felt his entire body tremble and a very intense pain in his right hand that didn't compare to the rest of the pain he felt in his body. He assumed this was because of the new ability he had acquired. You were about to collapse. And once you declared that you weren't fighting as one of them, but as a dragon, I can't allow you to show a weak side. Office silenced the brown-haired boy's complaints, showing a firm tone in her voice. Why her too, Office? Asked Hakuryuku as he slowly placed Rainer on the ground. Issei also wondered this as he watched the unconscious young woman with melancholy. He slowly approached and healed her remaining wounds. Unconsciously or not, she caused him great harm and set off the chain reaction that eventually made the wielder of the Sekiryuite become an evil dragon. And he must pay for it. Hearing this, Issei looked up to see Office in surprise. He hadn't expected that kind of response from his deity. And you will be the one who will give him that punishment. Ordered Office, seeing how the brown-haired man's gaze lowered to look at Rainer, who was still unconscious. No. She doesn't deserve a punishment. I won't punish her. Issei replied firmly, standing in front of Office, completely sure of his answer. Office's eyes flashed momentarily before Issei was forcefully pushed against a wall in the room, breaking it and landing outside. I've tolerated enough disrespect from you, kid. Issei's body trembled and he hesitated too much to get up again as he felt the deity slowly levitating closer. I don't want to punish her, Office-sama. She doesn't deserve it. She's had enough punishment under that control. She hurt people she loved, she was kept away from her family, and hurt by the person who promised to protect her. Issei explained, referring to himself in this last sentence. He saw that his words were working for him because he had managed to stop Office from pacing. Please don't force me to punish one of the people I love. Issei begged, standing upright, looking Office in the eyes with the last bit of strength he had. After all, his body had already begun to take its toll from all the energy he'd expended and was beginning to resent the pressure he'd been put under. I would like to ask the same of you, Office-sama. She is practically like my little sister, and I don't want her to suffer more than she already has. Surprising even Red, Vali spoke in defense of Rainer. This was logical, having been raised by Azazel, it is not strange that in some way he has related to Rainer. Office looked at Red with her eyes brightly lit, implying that he should leave with Vali, who was under his care. Leave them alone, Office. I'll answer for Vali if he makes a mistake and lets that Krochik live. Hearing what she heard, she turned again to see the Sekiryuite who, in her eyes, was slowly falling to the ground, already unconscious. Unconsciously, she quickly approached him to stop his fall, managing to do so by holding him by his shirt. Well. Changing the subject, I've heard some interesting information. Said the infinite deity, gently leaving Issei next to Rainer. The leaders of the Christian faction are now planning to ally themselves. They will meet in 7 days. On December 25th, and then we will show up. Office replied, knowing that the resurgence of her faction must be announced publicly so that dragons around the world would have a place to turn. And for that day, we must be ready. Hakuryuku, have you already gathered the dragons we entrusted to you? Office spoke, moving around the place, stopping in front of a cracked wall that at her feet showed the painting of the supposedly false saint that Irina had bought. But it was not of a false saint, but of God. All that's left is to awaken Vritra. I have to get one more sacred gear and talk to the wielder of the absorption line. Saji Genshiru, he carries the sacred gear with the largest fragment of Vritra's soul, that's why I chose him to be its wielder. Commented Vali while showing 2 sapphire-colored spheres that emanated a purple aura. Well. I'm going to propose a deal to this boy if he manages to gather the 3 dragons I entrusted to him within 5 days and assign them their territory. I will let him return to live with the humans for a while longer," said Office, knowing that Issei, despite his body being exhausted, his consciousness would be listening to her words and that he would not reject such an offer. After saying this, she touched that painting with her index finger, watching as it slowly crumbled before her eyes. Territory. At this question posed by Vali, the infinite deity covered them with its own power, and when it cleared, they now found themselves in a forest very similar to that of the human world, with a big difference that the trees were giant. Creating a surface where the fainted Rainer and Issei could support themselves, Office began to rise until Vali saw a beautiful snowy landscape that stretched for miles and miles. There were rivers and lakes, clearings and mountains, forests and caves, even flora and fauna that he had never seen before. As he broke through the clouds, he could see an artificial sun beginning to rise on the horizon. This was something that not even demons had. All this you see here is the territory of the Seker-Yuete. And around it are already divided the territories of the dragons that you will administer as one of the leaders of this faction. This territory marks the end of all our lands. It is the border with the territory not claimed by the demons or fallen angels. Your territory is similar to this Hakuryuku, so you have no reason to be jealous," commented Office while observing Vali, who looked at everything with astonishment and some envy. Hearing the last comment of the infinite deity confirmed that she was letting her emotions show too much. "How long do you think we'll give the brat, Office?" Brad asked, admiring the territory his wife had worked hard to build for her protege. "A few years. Maybe until he finishes his university studies or whatever," Office replied without looking at him. With that answer, Red began to suspect something, but he would consult her about it later. 5 days for 3 dragon kings for a few years for their studies and friends. Seems fair to me," Red commented before Office began to lower the platform, leaving Issei and Rainer on the ground. Office, without saying anything, simply flew away, disappearing into the Great Grove. "Come on, Hakuryuku. I'll show you your territory." Red opened a dimensional gap after saying this. "I'll be right there," said the Hakuryuku, lighting a fire near Rainer to protect her from the cold. Red crossed the gap to wait for the white dragon on the other side. Taking advantage of this, Vali spoke. "Thank you once again for helping my partner and my mother. She feels she owes you something too, so I'll help you on her behalf," Vali said, holding a blue orb in his hand. Azazel maintained relations with Fafnir for a time. "Perhaps if you go talk to him with her, he'll give you some clue as to how to find him. Tiamat inhabits the old lands that she and Drake once inhabited. Now it's the Forest of Familiars and Tannin. Well, he'll be more difficult to find, now he serves a demon, Mephistopheles. But maybe you can talk to him if you venture into his territory, but he'll be more dangerous because he might see you as an enemy. Good luck," Vali said, leaving the blue orb at Issei's side. Well, he knew that Issei was possibly listening to everything, leaving him a reminder message wouldn't hurt. Once that was done, he crossed the gap where Red had left. The forest where dragon and fallen angels slept was thick and almost no daylight passed through. It was perfect for resting for a moment, but at the same time it was cold and dark, even more so, considering that the territory apparently replicated the seasons of the human world. That's why Issei was internally grateful for the bonfire that the Hakuryuku had prepared for them. The brunette's rest wouldn't last long, as he felt extremely uncomfortable sleeping while covered in blood, dirt and sweat, and the pain still hadn't fully subsided. He got up, performing a couple of energy boosts. Putting a protective barrier around the unconscious young woman, Issei left the area, looking for a river or lake he could use to bathe. Once inside the lake, the chestnut-haired boy let the water slowly cleanse his body. The cold was no longer a problem for him. His advanced dragonification allowed his body to generate heat to maintain a good temperature. Issei observed in his reflection the scars he acquired over time. The day he died from Kakabiel's Spear of Light, the night Asia died, the training and the raiding game against Razor Phoenix, the ambush by the fallen and soldiers of the council, his battle against the assassins of the demonic council with whom he had to use his balance breaker to avoid dying, and his last great fight left marks on his skin that can never be erased. He looked at his hands with small scars, and despite being clean now, he could still see the blood of everyone he had killed. What hurt him the most was that he couldn't get out of his head the image of his hand stained with the blood of his beloved Asia, and then the image of his king all bandaged up smiling at him, despite him being the one to blame for those wounds. What would my mom and dad say to me when they saw me like this? What would Sona say when she found out about the lives I've taken? What would Asia say when she saw what I've become? Issei asked himself, clenching his fists, showing an expression of sadness and contained anger. This question was the one that worried him the most, yet he didn't expect to receive any answer. She'd say. "You've been through a lot," but he trying to cheer up his friend, Drake said this. "Thank you," Issei replied, smiling sadly as he relaxed his body. "It's time to rest. And return to Yuma," he said before exiting the water and, with the help of a magic circle, putting on new clean clothes. Issei was now wearing a white t-shirt, black pants, and matching sneakers. Upon returning, Issei found Rainer staring into the fire while hugging her knees. He hadn't expected her to wake up so quickly, as she wouldn't know how to act or what to say to him. Seeing her awake, he inadvertently stopped pacing, watching her from afar. And so, in that silence, a sob reached his ears. "Sorry, Asia-chan. I'm so sorry." Rainer got up and saw that she was in an unknown place and got scared and tried to use her magic to get out of there and at least return to her faction, but it didn't work and she didn't know very well if it was because of physical fatigue or something else. Suddenly, the sound of walking on the ground and the crunch of some twigs caught her attention. Turning in the direction of the sound, she saw Issei looking at her seriously. Her soul demanded she jump on him, hug him, and apologize for all the things she'd done, and so she did. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not coming back. Forgive me for everything I did. Please. It wasn't me." Rainer sobbed, hiding her face in the brunette's chest. He remembered that they were both almost the same size, now he was taller than her. Issei didn't know how to react to his ex-partner's touch, but hearing her cry and seeing her in that state, the one that contrasted with the happy and brave state she always showed him before and remembered, made him slowly hug the young black-haired girl. "It wasn't your fault. I know you didn't mean to do it, Rainer." With those words, the crying of Azazel's daughter increased as if she could vent with them everything she was forced to do. Issei, for his part, totally convinced that Rainer was not to blame for the action she was forced to commit, let the young woman vent as much as she wanted while she slowly knelt down next to a tree that was near the campfire. As time passed, Rainer fell asleep on Issei's chest as he gazed into the fire, wondering how he would achieve his goal. She had listened to Vali while she was unconscious and was grateful that he had left her that orb with which to remember some important information. At that moment, Ascalon and Graham emerged from it in the form of swords, then revealed themselves in their human forms while dressed in their armor. "So, what are you going to do with her?" asked Akemi, who had already been informed by Drake about the events that happened so that Issei could stay alive and what happened during the time she was fused with Graham. "I don't know. Essentially, she's still the same person I met almost 2 years ago. And with the return of my memories, my emotions are all mixed up. I love Sona, but I don't know if what I felt for you, for Rainer at the time, still holds true or not. It's complicated," Issei replied, not taking his eyes off the fire. "Do you think you'll make it? Will you be able to gather those 3 Dragon Kings?" Yami asked, settling into Issei's left shoulder as if he wanted to sleep. "I don't think so. But with the help of both of you I will try so that we can return home. Even if I have to go back later," said Issei, feeling how Akemi imitated her sister only with her remaining shoulder. "So, you don't remember anything?" asked the brown-haired man, curious about the topic. "No. It's difficult to explain and very confusing," Akemi commented, somewhat uncomfortable remembering the feeling of absolute nothingness. "I don't want to do that again. But if you ask us, we will," Yami said, lightly grabbing Issei by the shirt. "Maybe we should just practice fusion. But if you don't want it, I won't force you," said Issei, sensing the fear of both young women. "Rest. We'll need it later." Slowly calming his mind, Issei, Akemi and Yami joined Rainer in the dream realm, seeking to regain energy. Hours later. Sitri territory. "So there will be a meeting with the other factions in 7 days?" Sarah asked, already recovered thanks to Phoenix's tears and a few good hours of rest. "Yes. And we need you as key witnesses of what happened to be there too, and you will also help with security," said Surziches along with the other demon kings, who did not disagree with what their friend said. A few children and a clan leader without a retinue, tasked with the security of the faction leaders, who will have their armies behind them in case the negotiations go wrong. "That's a great idea, Surziches," Sarah said sarcastically, while questioning King Lucifer's decision. "But an alliance sounds better than this fleeting peace. Where will it be?" Sarah asked, suspicious of the plan, but still wanting to help. "Where it all happened, the academy," Ajuka replied. "Then I must order it to be rebuilt before those 3 days. Don't worry, Sarah-sama. I already took care of that," said Erika, showing her a magic circle where it could be seen that the repairs to the academy were finished and full of the same students, as if nothing had ever happened. "Anyway, I've kept in a pocket dimension a detailed and exact recreation of how it ended after the conflict," Ajuka added, showing in his hand the pocket dimension that contained said miniature recreation, even so the details were very realistic and clear. "Rest for now, Mom. We'll call you when we need you." "Where's Sona-tan?" asked Seraphil, seeing that all the other demons were involved except for her sister. "Don't bother her. She's not in a good mood after what happened with Issei," Sarah responded, hoping that the brown-haired boy would arrive at any moment, or at least that when they returned to the human world, he would be with his parents. "That's another matter." Surziches put his hand to his chin, thinking about what might have happened to the current Sekiryuite, according to what Sarah told him. where they will be fighting their battle. They usually alert all the factions, but now, there is nothing. Ajuka added, checking his data again to see if there was any news in the demon territory. Maybe. He went away so his loved ones wouldn't see his end. Erika thought without realizing that Sona was behind her. No. He promised me, he told me he would come back and I trusted him. Please, Queen Asmodeus. Don't repeat that again. Said Sona, getting dangerously close to the leader of the underworld, showing a gloomy face, scaring her a little. I'm sorry. Erika apologized, hiding behind Seraphol. Your sister has a scary face. I whispered to Queen Leviathan, who just smiled nervously as she watched one of the leaders hide from her younger sister. How are you, daughter? Sarah asked, ignoring Erika's reaction. Fine. I just want to get out of here. Sona replied, looking out the window at the hundreds of demon reporters at the entrance of her hospital. They were there because they had been informed that the 4 demon kings were with the Sitri clan and the Gremory clan, who had been attacked. Fortunately, they didn't know by whom. Okay. Is everyone ready? Sarah stood up from her seat ready to summon a magic circle to return to the human world. I have to stay a little longer. I have to talk to my parents and Razor. Go ahead. Rhea said with her servants, ready to return to the Gremory territory. Haven't you been able to contact Issei? Sona asked her friend before leaving. No. There's something stopping me from communicating with my pieces. Even King Beelzebub tried to help me, but nothing happened. Rhea's replied, looking worried, just like her friend, but hiding a detail that worries her. When a servant's pieces don't respond to a call, it generally means that the servant has stopped living. I see. Thank you. With that said, Sarah took her daughter and her servants back to the human world. Girls. You're back. Shouted Takeda when he saw Sarah and the others appear in the middle of the room. Kayako, Hikaru. Carrying a cane, Zenobia and Irina, who was helped by her friend since she still wasn't fully recovered. I'm glad everyone is okay. I don't think I can bear another loss. Said Kayako, hugging Sona and Tsubaki, who returned the hug affectionately. Kayako. Issei, he's alive. Revealed Sarah, surprising the brown-haired boy's parents, Hikaru, Irina and Zenobia. How? And where is it? We don't know. After helping us win, he left, promising me he'd come back. We tried to find him using every resource we knew, but we couldn't find him. Sona said, trying to calm her lover's parents. I see. That explains why Akemi suddenly left. He always keeps his promises, if only he would come back. He will come back, my love. Said Takeda, happy with the news, trying to cheer up his wife. Yes, I know. I just hope it doesn't take too long. Almost sobbing with joy, Kayako hugged Sona. He'll come back, darling. He'll be fine, trust him. The brunette's mother whispered into Sona's ear, who simply hugged back, thanking the woman for the gesture. Kayako knew that Issei and Sona already had another deal. She had suspected it for a while, and with these words she wanted to comfort Sarah's daughter a little. Thank you. Sona whispered as she walked to her room. Giant forest. Issei territory. The brunette woke up suddenly, his eyes turning crystalline. He had been dreaming of memories of his past romantic relationships. He tried to stretch out only to realize his arms had been trapped by the blonde sisters. He freed himself from their grasp without waking Akemi and Yami, then stood up and stretched, feeling how his muscles were clearly less tense than yesterday and more rested. Yuma. Being more aware of his surroundings, he realized that the young black-haired girl was not there. Looking around, he saw a couple of clothes that he clearly recognized were near the fire. Drying. Pen. I thought they would dry faster. Issei heard from behind him, only to find Rainer's face, her hair wet as she hid her body behind a tree. It didn't take long for the brunette to figure out why Rainer was doing this. Issei noticed that Rainer was still wearing the pink bracelet he had given her a while ago, only now it was somewhat torn. Without saying a word, Issei approached Rainer's clothes, seeing that even her underwear was drying out. He had become somewhat desensitized by living with Yami and Akemi, both of whom wore only underwear when it was still very hot, or even when they were still sleeping with him. This ended when Kayako discovered them and scolded them, although they resumed that habit when they moved in with the Sitri. Using a bit of magic, Issei dried Rainer's black dress, purple blouse, and underwear, took them, and approached to give them to her. She, for her part, hid her embarrassment behind the tree. The boy she liked had seen her underwear, and she felt very sorry for it. Here. Come closer to the fire, you'll catch a cold. I'll go get more firewood. Handing her the clothes and saying this, Issei walked away in the opposite direction to where Rainer was, to give her more privacy. After a while, Issei returned with some firewood that he wouldn't use at the moment, but that might be useful later. Rainer was somewhat uncomfortable. She felt that the clothes were a little tighter than she remembered, and that was no use. After all, her clothes had been repaired by herself in an unconventional way. Previous battles had damaged them a lot. But she didn't want to get rid of them because of the emotional value she held for them. Don't you think those clothes are a little small for you? Asked the brunette, leaving the firewood next to the fire, which was almost going out. Yes. But it's the only one I have now. Don't you feel cold? Rainer replied as she rubbed her hands together after warming them a little with the heat of the fire. My body produces enough heat despite these temperatures. Issei replied, beginning an awkward silence between them. The silence lasted a couple of minutes, as neither of them knew how to address the other. They? Who are they? Rainer asked, watching as Akemi and Yami moved around trying to get comfortable on the floor to continue sleeping. They are Akemi and Yami. They are the human form of Ascalon and Gram. Answered the brown-haired boy who was beginning to question something. I have a question. Bakabiel once told me that your father didn't want to restart the war because your mother got pregnant. How old are you? The brunette asked. The same age as you. Bakabiel was referring to my older brother Daniel. He, well, passed away centuries ago. The young black-haired woman replied, feeling somewhat insulted at first, but relaxing to answer the question. What happened to him? Issei was interested in this fact. My mom and dad were very busy trying to get our faction back on its feet after the war. On many occasions I left Daniel with the other cadres. One day a problem arose with the angels near the northern border, they had to go, so they left my brother with Anil. According to my mother, he loved teaching my brother about herbs and plants, even though he still didn't know how to speak very well. Rainer said, watching the fire slowly die out. By this time the two sisters were already awake and had heard the entire conversation. After all, the floor wasn't comfortable or warm enough to sleep on. But taking advantage of the fact that the cadres were concentrated elsewhere, a small group of demons attacked by surprise. Among them was the first son of the former leader of the Bale clan, Ezra Bale. Anil died trying to defend my brother. But before dying, that bastard forced my uncle to watch as his nephew was murdered. He had not experienced it firsthand, but remembering how his mother shed tears when remembering his brother broke his heart and he shared her pain. My mother. Upon learning of that attack, she flew as fast as she could, along with several legions of fallen angels to help my uncle. But she only arrived to see how the bodies of her brother and son disappeared. My father, upon learning of what had happened, devastated the demons and pursued them to his borders where he fought against the current Lucifer, who wanted to defend his relative. My father and the current Lucifer almost killed each other. Rainer continued telling, extinguishing the small flame that remained herself. My mother arrived in time before they both killed each other. She explained what happened to Lucifer, and he gave Ezra to my father with the only condition of not restarting the war. My father reluctantly accepted. Once my brother's murderer was in front of him, he ripped out his heart right there. Centuries passed before they had me. Rainer said, looking very sad, because she wanted to hug her mother and father after being separated for so long. I see. I'm sorry I made you tell that. The brunette apologized as he stood up from his seat. Nothing's wrong. Rainer saw Issei approach both young women who were looking at her with hostility. Akemi, Yami. This is you. Sorry, she is Rei. You can call me Uma if you want. Rainer interrupted, allowing Issei to call her like he did just over a year ago. Thank you. She is Uma, the daughter of Azazel and Penemu. She is a friend, not an enemy. The brown-haired man introduced them saying this, but even so both sisters did not leave their hostility aside. They'll get over it. Just give them some time. Asked Issei who, in order not to upset the young woman, ordered Yami and Akemi to return with him. Where are we going? Asked a young woman, accompanying Issei, who was walking toward the lake where he had showered while rubbing his shoulders from the blizzard. Feeling the heat emanating from Issei, she unconsciously stood very close to him. You know more about the underworld than I do. I'm a little hungry, but I don't know what to eat. The brown-haired boy revealed, remembering seeing a couple of trees with some kind of fruit growing despite the low temperatures. Issei knew that Yuma was having a hard time because of the cold, so he decided to summon 3 coats for the girls who accompanied him. Yami and Akemi had quite a tolerance for extreme climates, but they greatly appreciated the gesture of their bearer. Don't worry. You know I can cook very well. Yuma said, sure that she would manage to cook at least something decent with whatever she found around. After a while, Issei, Yuma, Akemi, and Yami finished eating. The first 2 were separated from the last 2 because even during the meal they kept looking at her hostilely, so by Issei's order, they both ate separately until they changed their attitude. Issei. Who are we? Yuma asked nervously, drawing the attention of the young women who were eating something far away, but who still managed to hear his words. After all, Issei and she hadn't formally broken up, and she knew that he was possibly already in a relationship with the heiress of the Sitri clan, but she wanted to get that doubt out of her system. And either keep her hope alive or bury it. I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet. I know perfectly well that everything you did was under mind control, and I don't blame you for it, but I'm already in a relationship with someone else. It's strange because having all my memories makes clear what happened, my history. but it confuses my feelings. And I don't know what to do. Issei had already talked about this with Drake while he was sleeping. The dragon had told him that it wasn't strange at all to love several partners. It was common among dragons to have several partners even from different races. It was when Issei asked him if he had other partners apart from Tiamat that Drake was speechless. I know that I may have told you in the past that I would like to be the king of a harem. But now, I don't have that idea in mind. Give me some time. To clear my feelings, okay? Issei asked, standing up again and offering his hand to help Yuma, who gladly accepted. Here. I know I gave you that coat, but you better put this on, it's really cold in here. The brunette offered the young woman a set of clothes that he thought would suit her. This was clearly Drake's idea, seeing how the young woman was still shivering from the environment. He was also the one who created those clothes. Thank you very much. The young woman took the clothes, and Issei created a ring of fire around her that would cover her while she dressed. Okay. Now where are we going? Yuma asked, curious about her next destination, now dressed in black pants, simple sneakers, and a pink blouse. She was obviously still wearing the coat Issei had given her, but now she was more comfortable. Let's say. To a family reunion. Said Issei, taking out a brochure with a symbol drawn on it. It's my dad's symbol. Yuma opened his eyes wide at this. Your father told me that if I wanted to talk to him at some point, I just had to invoke his name. He never mentioned this, I had to deduce it myself. Said Issei with Akemi and Yami behind him, because he knew that bad things could happen. Listen. Before summoning him, I'll hide you with magic. I want to talk to him alone for a moment. Promise me that everything we're going to talk about and what we talked about before has to be kept secret, okay? Issei asked, looking seriously at Yuma. I promise. I want to talk to you. Azazel. After receiving Yuma's answer. After hiding it, Issei invoked the name of the fallen angel. Gregory. Underworld. How are the preparations going? Do you have Calawerner and K's statements in writing? Azazel asked his wife as they walked down the hallway of their home. Barakiel is handling the statements, and Shamhaza is preparing the soldiers in case the negotiations fail. Penemu replied, flipping through some papers on another matter. Are you sure about? I want to talk to you. Azazel. Rainer's mother's voice stopped upon hearing that voice. Both leaders of the Fallen Angels faction stopped walking when they saw a magic circle on the ground in front of them. It's the Seker Yuete. Azazel murmured, shocked by the moment he was being summoned for the first time by the young brown-haired boy. Is it safe? Do you think it's a trick? Penemu asked, worried that it might be a trap. I don't think so. Besides, he may have information about Rainer or even be with her. Azazel replied, approaching the magic circle, being stopped by his wife, who took his hand. I'm going with you. If Rainer is there, I want to see her. Strengthening his grip on his wife's hand, Azazel and Penemu stood on top of the magic circle. Giant forest. Issei territory. The seal on the leaflet began to light up and slowly grow. With a great flash, Azazel, accompanied by his wife who was behind him, appeared, displaying that smile Issei knew well. Hey kid. I didn't expect you to call me after what Michael told us. How have you been up to now? I hope you don't mind if my wife joins me. Asked the cadre, looking at the beautiful place, believing himself to be in the human world due to the snow in the place, since the lighting of the sky seemed to show a sun behind the clouds in the sky. He had never seen a place as beautiful as this one before in any corner of the underworld. He remembered that there was one that could rival this one, but it was destroyed a long time ago. Azazel and Penemu had to summon a couple of coats because of the temperature of the place. Not at all, it's a pleasure to see you in person, Cadre Penemu. And to answer you, I've been through worse things, but that was arguably the hardest thing for me to overcome. I'm alive, so you could say I'm fine now, Issei replied as he walked over and sat down by the lake. It's a nice place to fish. Too bad I didn't bring my rod. Said Azazel with the same tone as always, imitating along with Penemu the action of the assimilated brown-haired boy who only wanted to talk. My territory is beautiful, isn't it? The brown-haired man commented, surprising both leaders of the Fallen. Your territory? Penemu asked curiously. Yes. And I can't leave here unless I keep a deal. These words alerted Azazel and Penemu, thinking it was a trap, but unlike Sarah, not feeling any hostility, they remained calm. What deal, kid? Azazel asked seriously this time. I heard that you keep in touch with one of the Dragon Kings. What kind of relationship do you have with Fafnir? Issei bluntly asked Rainer's father, who simply shrugged while smiling. It was Vali, right? HMP, the relationship I have with Fafnir is confidential. Azazel responded cautiously. The words you used to refer to him mean that you still keep in touch with him and know where he is, right? Those words surprised him. Issei didn't want to know about his investigation or talk to him, he wanted to find the golden dragon. Yes. But why do you want to talk to him? questioned the cadre, who had unintentionally revealed the information that the brown-haired man wanted. It's confidential. The cadre gave a small laugh before searching through his clothes and pulling out a dark purple orb. Fafnir. Come out please, said Azazel, so that immediately the orb shone with a beautiful golden color and in front of them appeared a huge golden western dragon. What does this drake-bearing child want? Shouted the dragon, who had apparently been listening to the conversation. I need your help, Fafnir. But we can't talk about it here, said Issei, looking at the fallen, who understood that they had to retreat. See you later, Fafnir, our deal is not over, said Azazel, waving goodbye. Wait, Azazel. I want to talk to you later, Fafnir, please follow me. Reluctantly, the dragon nodded and began to follow the brown-haired boy, who disappeared at full speed. Once far away, Issei spoke. Fafnir. I need your help. Alpha Sama and Red Sama are looking to revive the dragon faction, and they want you to be part of it, Issei commented, unleashing the uncontrolled laughter of the golden dragon. Hahaha, the dragon gods are dead, kid. Do you really want me to believe such a lie? Hahaha. The dragon mocked, letting out a loud laugh and making Issei wish Office was there to convince him faster. Tell me, Fafnir. What was the word that the Securitate used that made you laugh so much? With those words and feeling the great power behind him, Fafnir's laughter stopped dead. Maybe I won't hear it because I'm dead. Come on, repeat it to me. Office was behind him, looking at him darkly. Issei was surprised that what he thought was a coincidence, the goddess he was thinking about had just appeared. Office Ama. If you ask me, I won't refuse. The dragon blurted out, putting a great distance between herself and the Securitate. Despite her appearance in human form, Fafnir was cautious around her. I didn't ask you, it was the Securitate. You must answer to him, said Office, looking at the dragon seriously. I thought you wouldn't help me with this. The brown-haired boy interrupted the conversation between the two dragons. Your mission is to find them. However, when it comes to convincing them, you can ask me for help without problems. After all, Red also helped with that at the Hakuryuku, revealed Office, changing her tone of voice when speaking to Issei, a fact that surprised the golden dragon too much. I accept, Securitate. Fafnir said, seeing the one he believed to be a dead deity living with the Securitate, he became convinced that what was said was not a lie. Thank you, Office-sama. The brown-haired man thanked her before the goddess disappeared without saying another word to Fafnir. Well, what's next, Emperor? The dragon said, pronouncing the last word with some disdain as he began to walk back with the leaders of the fallen. Don't call me that, Fafnir. I don't seek to rule, nor do I demand obedience or respect from you. All I want from you is that you trust me as I will trust you, and if one day I have to make decisions, that you advise me and listen to me. With these words from Issei, what Fafnir was beginning to think about him stopped to give him a chance. It had been centuries since the last time he trusted a human. He would try to trust Issei now, hoping that he wouldn't disappoint him. Where is my territory? Is this it? Asked the golden dragon, looking around. No, this is my territory. If you fly high enough, you'll be able to see that the territories are already divided. Office-ama told me that the dragon kings would figure out which territory belongs to them. I would accompany you, but I can't fly, Issei replied, happy that at least one of the 3 dragons he needed to find was cooperating. A dragon that can't fly? Hahaha. I've never heard that before. Fafnir laughed, believing it was a joke from his new leader. It's no joke, Fafnir, my dragonification isn't complete, said the brown-haired boy, somewhat sad at not being able to fly like he used to. But you're a reincarnated demon, right? Shouldn't you have demonic wings? The Dragon King asked, curious about this topic. They ripped them out. It was a long time ago, the brunette replied dryly, with a hint of sadness. Hearing his tone of voice, Fafnir decided to remain silent. He would ask Drake later what had happened to him. Did you manage to hear anything? They're already coming back, Azazel asked his wife, who was trying to strain her senses to hear part of the conversation between the Dragon King and the Dragon Emperor. No. Did you manage to see anything? Penemu answered and asked, stopping her attempts when she was warned that they were already returning. It seems there was a third participant in your conversation at some point. But I couldn't see him or feel his energy. Fafnir was blocking it out with his body, Azazel said, turning back to look at the lake in front of him. Azazel. I need some time to fix a couple of things. Our deal is still on, but it will have to wait a while. The Dragon King said this as he was near the aforementioned and his wife. No problem, Fafnir. Take your time. Azazel waved his hand in farewell. Then you'll tell me the rest of the details, okay? At Issei's nod, Fafnir took flight to explore his territory. Well, kid. What did you want to talk to us about? Asked Azazel, who was still staring at the lake. Without saying anything, Issei sat down near the lake again, keeping a considerable distance from them. They remained silent until Azazel finally spoke. Hey kid. What do you know about Vali? The hacker Yuku? Asked the cadre, who wanted to know where to find him and find out what he did with his daughter. It's far from here. I don't know exactly where. The brown-haired boy replied, feeling how Rainer, still hidden, rested her hand on his back while watching her parents. I don't know if you know. But he took Rainer. We know that she did bad things to you and your loved ones, and that they are unforgivable, and a punishment like death will not be enough to remedy everything she did to you. But she is our daughter. Said Penemu, looking into Issei's eyes, appearing to be on the verge of tears. Everyone stood up at this, thinking that the situation could possibly get out of control due to a mother's desperation. Can you tell us where she is? Please. Penemu pleaded, approaching the brunette, but some distance away Issei also began to back away. This stopped Rainer's mother from walking. And what will they do with her? Judge her? Punish her? Torture her? Asked the brunette, turning his gaze back to the lake. But Azazel took these questions as advice or the reality of what his daughter was going through right now. We are her parents, child. We know that what he did to you has no justification or compensation. But don't ask us to hurt our own daughter. We will protect our daughter no matter what it costs us. And if I find out that you are hurting her. Annoyed by these words, the cadre released part of his power, showing his 12 black wings like the darkest night. Don't you dare threaten me, Azazel. Don't mistake my words for threats. I am not your enemy and I hope you are not mine either. Cutting off the cadre's words, Issei responded in the same way while summoning his sacred gear and Ascalon. He didn't want a conflict with the fallen, but he was willing to defend himself. Hearing this, Azazel slowly lowered his aura and hid his wings, resuming his calm personality, but this time he was serious. Issei imitated the cadre's actions by putting away his weapons. I know perfectly well that your daughter is not responsible for her actions. I just wanted to make sure that you were also aware of that and that you would protect her even from your race. Come Yuma. A pillar of fire emerged in front of the brown-haired boy as he pronounced Rainer's false name. When it stopped, she was there looking at her parents with tears in her eyes. Mom. Dad. The young woman said, approaching her parents, who ran to hug her, overcome with joy. After exchanging hugs and greetings, the young woman's parents looked at Issei, who had moved a little further away to give them privacy. I'm sorry kid, I didn't mean to. It's okay. When it comes to a loved one can lose one's temper. Interrupted Issei, who remembered himself with the same attitude as Azazel. Thank you. For forgiving her. Thank you, Sekiryute-sama. Penemu thanked, lowering her head. Azazel mimicked this gesture. Still, this gesture bothered Issei. You know. The greatest symbol of respect among dragons is to never bow your head to those you respect. I have great respect for both of you, and for you to bow your head in front of me is like spitting and trampling on the respect I have for you. So never do that again. Issei said, looking seriously at the fallen, who immediately raised their heads. You said before that this is your territory and that you couldn't leave it. Why is that? Asked Penemu, still hugging her daughter. I can't return to the human world. If I don't meet certain requirements within 5 days, if I don't get it I'll stay here forever. Issei commented, drawing Azazel's attention with some detail. You said human world. Are we in the underworld? The cadre asked incredulously. Yes. It's a part of the underworld, changed to my liking. Replied the brown-haired boy, not wanting to give more details. I see, it's impressively beautiful. Now what do you have to do? Asked Azazel, still not believing that that place was the underworld. I have to talk to Tannen. But I don't know where to find him. Said Issei, starting to think that he would probably have to go with Tiamat, even if Drake asked him to be the last one to search. I can help you with that. Consider it a thank you for healing and taking care of Rainer. Said Azazel, summoning a large magic circle. I spoke to him earlier to consult him on some things. The cadre looked at the circle, seeing how a holographic figure of a western dragon standing on its 2 hind legs was formed. Azazel. What do you want now? I'm in the middle of training the young dragons. Asked the dragon, crossing his arms, showing an annoyed tone at being interrupted. There's a boy who wants to talk to you. He's the current Sekiryute. Azazel commented, looking at the brown-haired boy. And what do you want from me, boy? Asked the dragon, directing his gaze towards the chestnut. I want to talk to you in person, now if possible. Issei expressed his request without hesitation and always showing a firm tone. I can't right now, and even if I could, I don't want to talk to a dragon. Like him. The dragon replied, ready to end the call. Issei unintentionally showed an annoyed expression. After all, he had expected that kind of response. None of the dragon kings would be willing to talk to an evil dragon, but he wanted to believe that they would give him a chance even so. Hey Tannen. Believe me, you'll want to listen to this boy. He even managed to convince Fafnir to do I don't know what. Azazel supported approaching the brown-haired boy, putting his arm around him. This caught the dragon's attention. After all, he hadn't had contact with Fafnir for years, and when he did, he didn't seem very willing to do anything. Fine. Summon me in 24 human hours, Azazel. I can't find where they are and now I must finish training the offspring. This was logical. The barrier that protected the great and vast territory of the dragons was made to work that way, to be hidden. Thanks Tannen, good luck with the brats. Follow me kid. Said Azazel as he took a pamphlet from his clothes and cut off communication with the Dragon King. Look. This is a pamphlet you can use to summon Tannen tomorrow. Oh, and here, don't get sick. Said the cadre, who took off his coat and handed it to the brunette before preparing to return to his territory with his family. I don't know what kind of deal you have to make, but I wish you luck, Sekiryuite. Said Pinemu, having finished speaking with her daughter, who had told her about the relationship she had previously had with the brunette. She, in turn, ran up to Issei and hugged him tightly. Will we see each other again? Asked the young woman, who was answered by the brunette. Probably so, take care Yuma. Issei said goodbye. Thank you very much again. Hi to Issei. With this, Pinemu, Azazel and Rainer returned to the territory of the fallen. What are we going to do now? Asked Akemi, who left Issei's house this time wearing casual clothes and the coat Issei had given her. For her part, she added a black trench coat to the clothes Issei already had. Shall we continue exploring? Asked Yami, who, also wearing casual clothes and the coat given by her wearer, took a rock from the ground and threw it into a nearby frozen river, being somewhat satisfied to see how the ice broke upon impact. No. Now that I have my own territory it's time to fulfill a promise I made a long time ago. Replied the chestnut-haired boy walking towards a giant forest tree and then starting to work on something. One day later. Human world. Abandoned factory. Aiko and Hideki were closing the windows of the place because of the icy wind blowing in from outside. Hajim and Asa were blocking the entrances, and Griselda was helping by trying to patch up the broken windows with whatever she could find. They were grateful that their letter's shield protected them from being found, but they would appreciate it even more if it kept the cold out. Are you sure you're okay? Hajim asked, watching his wife, Asa, show a pained expression as she tried to lift a box. Unconsciously, she reached for the area that bothered her. Yes. It's just a strong blow, it will heal with time. Asa replied, watching her husband help her with that task. Do you think she'll be okay? Aiko asked, lifting Celine, who, not having shoes that fit, was walking on the cold floor. What's the point of that question? Asa said this annoyed, believing that her friends had lost faith in their leader. Don't take it like that Asa. But you know, the hacker Yuku took him and they are destined to kill each other. And our leader wasn't well. And if he was killed. Don't say it, Hideki. Asa's shout caught the attention of the other demons, who were also trying to combat the cold and cut off the white-haired man's words. Issei fought against Metroton and Kakabiel, two of the great leaders of the factions. He survived their assassination attempt and swore that he would always protect us. He is the bearer of Ascalon and Gram. He managed to make both of them one again and above all, he managed to steal the distinctive power of the hacker Yuku. I trust him. And I hope you do too. Hideki couldn't refute, his friend was right. Aiko didn't like it all the way they addressed her husband and she began to unleash her power unintentionally. She knew Hideki was wrong, but there were other ways to locate him. Come on guys. Calm down and help me finish patching these holes. Griselda interrupted knowing that a fight would probably break out between them over something silly. There are other ways, Asa. Aiko claimed, not paying attention to the former exorcist. You know he's wrong as well as I do. Asa refuted, forgetting for a moment about his physical pain. I know. But it's not for. Cutting off their fight, a magic circle began to form on the ground floor, blocking the entrance and scaring off the deserting demons. Hide. Aiko, protect the children. Hajim prepares the emergency exit. Hideki with me. Ordered Asa, who despite his condition would protect the younger deserter demons. I'll help too. Griselda said, holding the sword Kiba had given her. The three of them, ready to attack any invader, waited for the circle to form. But when it was complete, nothing happened. No one came out, no attack, no warning. It just stood there, glowing with that scarlet red that reminded them of their leader. Hideki, stop. Asa shouted as he watched the white-haired man approach, wanting to touch the magic circle. The white-haired man didn't listen to her and tried to touch the circle very carefully. He didn't know why, but somehow he felt drawn to it. It's a magic travel circle. Celine's father said, watching as his hand passed cleanly through and he could feel some icy breeze on the other side. I'm going in. Griselda, please pass me a rope. Asked Hideki, stretching out his hand to receive the object. Don't give him anything, Griselda. I won't let you go. We don't know what's back there. Asa said, not wanting to risk one of his dearest friends. I know. But trust me Asa, please. I know I can do it. The white-haired man begged, looking at his friend with great determination. Good. Pull twice if it's safe. And only once to get you out of there. Issei herself was the one who passed the rope to the white-haired man, afraid but trusting her friend. And 3 of you to come with me. Okay. Once tied with the rope, Hideki crossed the portal without hesitation, not giving Issei time to respond. After a few seconds, the rope was pulled 3 times. Griselda and Issei looked at each other and then turned to look at Hajime and Aiko. Trust him. Aiko said to Issei before crossing the magic circle, followed by Griselda. It wasn't long before Issei returned, a big smile on her face. It's the Sekiryuite. He kept his promise. He built us a huge shelter. He said we all have to go and we have to hurry. Ordered Issei, who ran to collect a couple of boxes and went back through the portal. Without hesitation, the deserting demons quickly began to grab their things and cross the portal. They even saw Hideki go back to get a couple of things and leave again. Giant forest. Issei territory. Come on Hideki. I trust you. Bring them. Issei said through gritted teeth as he struggled to keep the circle open. Once he finished building a shelter with one of the enormous trunks from the grove, he tried to create a magic circle towards the old factory and cross over, but his same deal with office prevented him from doing so, and his voice wouldn't pass through the portal. With Drake's help, Issei was sending out some probes that only the pawns could perceive, hence his great confidence in Hideki. Hideki. Issei shouted as he saw the white-haired man come out of the portal he had created. Issei-sama. Seeing his leader, the white-haired man was delighted and didn't hesitate to pull the rope 3 times to let the others in. The next to come out through the portal was Issei, followed by Griselda. I told you to trust me. Shouted an excited Hideki who was in the lake quenching his thirst. Issei-sama Issei. Both women shouted upon seeing him properly. Issei looked at the surroundings with curiosity, reminding him too much of the human world. But what caught his attention the most was seeing in the distance a huge log near a large lit bonfire. The log seemed hollow and had some holes and what appeared to be a large door. I think the deal only affects me. Issei, I know it's not what you expected, but it's the best I could do to replace that old factory. Tell the others to cross quickly. I don't know how long I can keep this open. Obeying without hesitation, Issei returned in just a couple of minutes carrying a couple of boxes containing her husband, and her son's belongings. Oh, I'll go help too. Said Hideki returning through the portal to help bring everything. Akemi, Yami. Please help them. Griselda, please help me too. Issei asked the 2 sisters and the former exorcist, who accepted without complaint. With everyone's help, in just 10 minutes all the deserting demons were with Issei. They had left a couple of things behind, but they weren't that important. Everyone's here, Issei-sama. Hajime informed, holding his daughter in his arms through the snow. With that, the brunette closed the portal and performed a power surge to replace all the energy he had used in the portal. Issei-sama. What is this place? Hideki asked, approaching his leader with his daughter Celine and his wife Aiko. The deserting demons were grateful for the warmth provided by the bonfire and marveled at the beautiful scenery that surrounded them. This is my territory, here you can build and start over. You can settle wherever you want, just take care of the place and don't abuse its resources. For now, this was the best I could do until each family has their own home. Don't worry, I've put up a barrier to keep the cold out despite, well, being so open. Said Issei, watching how all the beings he protected were happy and even the children who had shoes were starting to play in the snow. The babies were starting to crawl inside the hollow log, feeling something other than the cold concrete for the first time. For them, who had lived almost 7 years in that cold and dark factory, it was as if they were in paradise. Here you are safe from the clans you fled from, they can't find you or enter here unless something strange happens, and if they manage to enter do not doubt that I will defend you. You no longer have to live in fear. Issei shouted, unleashing the euphoria of the deserter demons who hugged their loved ones, almost crying with joy. Issei approached Issei and hugged him, unable to contain her tears of happiness. Thank you, Issei-sama. Thank you so much. Their battle was over. Now they had a place to live in peace. Soon she felt all the wounds that bothered her begin to heal, her leader himself healing her while hugging her. Thanks to you, Issei. For helping me, training me, advising me and never stopping believing in me. Said the brunette, separating from the woman who looked at him with a big smile while drying her tears. Issei-sama. Can you take us to the human world later? We need to get food and some shoes and coats so the other children can play in the snow. Issei asked, knowing that despite everything, he would have to need the humans once again. Go now. Later I have to attend to an important matter. Replied the brown-haired boy, summoning a box and handing it to Issei, who looked at him confused. Spend what you need. No problem. Upon opening the box, Issei saw a large amount of Japanese currency, enough for plenty of groceries. After all, most of the money in the box was the surplus from his payment for protecting the human territory. Since he only took what he needed and didn't count the rest, he didn't know exactly how much money was in the box. "No. We can't accept it," said Issei, wanting to return the box to his leader. "I've seen your faces, Issei, the shame and guilt you feel when you steal from humans. I know that buying the things you need now doesn't change the past, but it's a start," the brown-haired man insisted calmly. "Come with her, Aiko. If you can afford it, buy some clothes for all of you too," said the brunette to reopen the portal to the abandoned factory. A few hours later. With the help of all the deserting demons, many houses had been built with the wood left over from the tree trunk. Even Aiko and Hideki built a house for their leader. Although the houses were empty, all the families were grateful to be able to rest peacefully in their own homes. Gathering a few stones and using some of the leftover wood, they continued to feed the large bonfire where the demons were now dining. Issei watched this from afar, using the excuse that he'd have to leave soon, but the truth was, he didn't feel part of that group. He was happy that they finally had a place to be at peace. He knew there were still many issues he needed to resolve, and he didn't want to spread his worries to them, because they'd already gone through enough without worrying about something unrelated. "It's time, partner," said Drake, bringing Issei out of his thoughts. "Thanks, friend. Akemi, Yami, come here. It's time to summon Tannen so he can listen to me." Taking out the pamphlet with the symbol that the fallen angel had given him, and then leaving it on the ground, the brown-haired man waited for the aforementioned to appear. Soon, a magic circle appeared behind him, while the pamphlet finished forming in front of him. "It's about time, isn't it, kid?" the cadre asked, appearing next to Penemu and Yuma. The latter had managed to appear there because Issei had decided so. "I hope we're not a bother, Sekiryute-sama," Penemu said, smiling calmly. Yuma, for her part, approached Issei almost side by side and looked in wonder at the houses in the distance, and how the people there were happily, peacefully, and above all, safe, having dinner. "It's no bother, Penemu. And that's right, Azazel. I was about to summon him." Issei raised his hand to the side, creating a barrier so the demons wouldn't see them. "I haven't had much interaction with that old Dragon King, but I know even he's impatient for this. Isn't that right, Dragon of the Burning Meteor?" the cadre said, causing the magical symbol on the leaflet to glow brightly in a very intense orange color. Above the symbol appeared a 20-meter-tall purple western dragon, displaying its enormous wings and standing on its hind legs. "Okay. Here I am, what do you want, brat?" asked Tannen, looking down a little to see the brown-haired man in detail, who looked at him amazed by his size. "Could you give us a moment?" Issei asked the fallen angels, but when he turned to look at them they were no longer there. Looking around the area a bit, he saw that they had approached the demons who were looking at him with distrust. Asa, Hajim, Aiko and Hideki were in front of Azazel, Penemu and Yuma ready to fight, since they didn't trust them. Asa. "Don't worry, they won't hurt them. They helped me with something and just wanted to say hello." I communicate through a small magic circle to Asa, who lowered his guard, blindly trusting his leader. After all, he hadn't let him down until now. "Who are they?" asked a dragon, looking with intrigue at the small town that the deserting demons had formed. "They are demons who abandoned their clans to protect their families. Deserter demons who ran into me and asked me for protection. They tried many times to capture them, but I got in the way," Issei said, watching Penemu holding Celine and Azazel holding Asa and Hideki's daughter, Camila, who was 1 year older than Celine. Yuma looked at them with a smile. "What did you want to talk to me about?" Tannen asked, his opinion of the brunette changing slightly. After all, he was against those who didn't show any willingness to do something, and that young man next to him had partially shown him what he'd been doing. "I wanted to ask you if you were willing to return to your position as one of the 6 Dragon Kings," Issei replied, looking back at the dragon who was showing a surprised expression. "That's a very tempting offer, kid. But I can't. I own my own territory now. There, dragons from all over are welcomed and protected by my hand. I can't abandon them. Besides, a kind of apple grows there that certain types of dragons must eat to survive," Tannen commented, standing firm in her decision. "Here you'll also have your own territory where you can house those dragons. In fact, I'm sure that's what they do want. I'm not sure about those apples, but..." "Wait. They? Who do you mean?" the dragon asked, very interested. "Office-sama and Red-sama. They want to reactivate our faction," the brown-haired boy revealed, causing Tannen to take a step back upon hearing those names. She thought the boy was lying, but seeing him serious and not sensing any sign of lying in his behavior, made her understand that he wasn't lying. "I see, I'll consider it. For the moment, where is the territory that belongs to me?" asked a former Dragon King, quite interested. "Fly high and look around. Office-sama told me that you would know how to identify your territory. I would accompany you, but I can't fly. My dragonification isn't complete and my demon wings were torn off a long time ago," Issei explained to save him from the same questions that Fafnir asked earlier about his wings. "Very well. See you later. Emperor. Asked Tannen, opening her wings. Don't call me that, Tannen. Issei said softly, watching as the dragon gained altitude. Breaking down the barrier, Issei looked back in the direction of the demons. Seeing him, the fallen angels headed in his direction. The stories they tell me about you. They seem to be those epic legends of heroes of yesteryear. Commented Azazel, watching with Issei as the families were already going to rest. Adults tell those stories to their children, so they stop having nightmares about the demons that were chasing them. That's why they are so changed and seem epic. Issei commented, starting to walk towards the forest, moving away from the area and being followed by his 3 companions. I'm impressed by everything you've accomplished with them. Azazel continued, walking beside the chestnut tree. I didn't do anything. I only offered to hide them and protect them from those who seek to harm them. And until now there hasn't been a single demon who has truly made an effort in this regard, and if there truly were, they wouldn't cause any problems anymore. Issei continued, reaching the edge of a cliff, seeing all the territory that now belonged to him. You gave them hope that their situation could change. That they could have a new life far from the dangers of their past. That's something to admire, and I'm sure many more demons will come to ask you for help. Said Penemu, looking at Issei, who kept his gaze fixed on the end of the cliff, as if he was watching something. Yuma, somewhat fearful because of past events, approached to take Issei's hand and lead him a little further back from that place. He just let himself be guided. Thank you. And I know that, but I also know that demons may come looking for some of those here, so I must be cautious when receiving more of them. Issei said, firmly grasping Yuma's hand. As an evil dragon, the memory of his failures and mistakes often tormented him, seeking to awaken his negative emotions, this in part with the help of the former carriers. I see that. They forced you to mature too soon, Issei. Said Azazel, agreeing with the brown-haired boy's words. I think so. And it hasn't been easy, but it was worth it to protect my loved ones, something I failed at. A long time ago. Letting go of Yuma's hand, Issei looked at the beautiful artificial full moon in the sky. Now who should you talk to? Penemu asked, curious to know if her work was finished. I need to talk to Tiamat. And it won't be easy. The brunette replied, summoning and looking at his sacred gear, searching for a sign from Drake to begin. The gem in the middle of the gauntlet glowed for a moment, signaling to Issei that it was time to begin his search. Can you take me to the familiar forest? Issei asked Azazel, who was looking at him seriously, wondering what the young man in front of him was up to. He had already spoken to 2 of the 3 dragon kings he was looking for. Are you seeking to revive the dragon faction? The cadre said those words seriously. I'm looking for help to better control my state as an evil dragon. From time to time my negative emotions get triggered, and I'm afraid of not being able to control myself and hurting my loved ones. That's why I'm looking to talk to as many dragon kings as possible. They know and have dealt with beings like me before. And I want them to train me to control my abilities well. Issei answered with a half-lie. He had orders not to reveal anything about his faction, but he knew that Azazel was a great source of knowledge and would know how to give him a couple of shortcuts. So he bet on asking him for help. In the worst case scenario, he would have to alter the memories of the 3 of them. And that won't be easy. I see. Who better than a dragon to understand another? Heh. Good one. Come closer, I'll take you to the forest of familiars. Penemu, you and Rainer go home, I'll catch up with you later. Said the cadre, believing in the young man, discarding his previous idea, but not completely. Thank you, Azazel. The brown-haired man approached the group, and a magic circle took them to another side. Forest of relatives. Upon arriving, Issei saw a forest similar to the one in the human world, with very similar flora, but fauna completely unknown to him. The violet sky of the underworld contrasted sharply with that of his territory, and that led him to wonder how his gods had managed to achieve such a thing. This part of the underworld is very different from my territory. Issei commented, amazed to see the place. Yeah, not everyone has an artificial sun and moon. Azazel said. These were the reasons why he believed Issei was looking to revive his faction, but at the same time he didn't rule out the possibility that it was some invention of the old demon lords who had explored the entire underworld and left it half finished. Do you see that mountain over there? It's rumored that the dragon of chaotic karma lives there. In her time, she was the strongest of the dragon kings. You must be careful not to surprise her. I have some important matters to finish right now, and I only have a few days. Take care, Issei. With that said, the brown-haired man looked once more towards the mountain and began walking towards that place. Are you okay, Drake? Asked the brown-haired man, summoning his sacred gear and raising his power a little, hoping that Tiamat would notice his presence, but not consider him a threat. Yes. I just hope that she listens to you, and I can talk to her. The dragon's tone showed how nervous he was about being able to talk to the one he believed was still his wife after so many centuries. Don't worry, Mr. Drake, I trust you. Listen. Akemi added from where she was. And if not, we'll force her to do it, Yami said, clearly knowing that he wouldn't let them hurt his wielder. We won't hurt her, Yami. If she attacks us, we'll defend ourselves, but we won't respond with attacks. We must show that we didn't come to provoke her, but to talk. Issei clarified, cutting off his friend's intentions. Thanks, partner. Drake commented simply, giving rise to a moment of silence. After several hours of walking, the brown-haired boy was already at the foot of the mountain, observing the entrance to a large dark cave. He didn't know exactly how long he had been walking. After all, the sky of the underworld made him lose track of time, and it seemed like the days passed slower than in the human world. Okay. Here we go. Said Issei, ready to enter the cave while there was a small flame in the palm of his hand to light his way. Let me speak to my Issei, please. Cutting off the brunette's actions, Drake asked this, and receiving a nod from the brunette, he began. Tiamat. Are you here? Drake shouted, echoing inside the cave. Soon, a breeze blew out of the cave with such force that it almost sent our protagonist flying. Drake. It's been a long time. Scaring Issei, a massive head suddenly appeared in front of him. Tiamat was a massive dark blue western dragon, nearly 50 meters tall, and she was looking at Issei in a serious manner. It was the first time he had seen a Sekiryu wielder who seemed fully conscious and not in the trance of the Juggernaut drive. I can tell from your voice that you have something to tell me, said Drake, speaking through the gauntlet. This made the Dragon Queen uncomfortable. In a quick movement, Issei was captured by the dragon's single claw grip that squeezed him tightly. Seeing how uncomfortable the brunette was, the dragon loosened her grip a little. Kid. Touch my head, I want to talk to Drake directly. Obeying without refuting, the brown-haired boy, still in the dragon's grasp, placed his left hand just above her eyes. Subconscious. Issei watched in amazement as both dragons now stood on his head. If Tiamat's height surprised him, Drake's actual height nearly took his breath away. The Red Emperor dragon was twice the height of the Dragon Queen in front of him. Soon their bodies began to glow, and where there were once two dragons, now stood two people. One was a man with an X-shaped scar on his face, long tied-up red hair, emerald eyes, dressed in a black coat with golden trim and tassels, a simple white shirt, black pants, and black boots. While the other person was a beautiful woman with blue eyes and hair, her face displayed a scar over her right eye that nearly blinded her on that side, dressed simply in a loose white dress with no shoes. These were the human forms of Drake and Tiamat. Tiamat approached Drake without saying a word. The Emperor expected some violent reaction from his ex-wife, but to his surprise, she hugged him, and he soon felt his chest grow moist and his ex-wife's power increase. They killed him. They killed Drake. He had just come out of his egg. And that bastard killed him. Whispered Tiamat through tears, clinging tightly to Drake's clothes. The bastard god of angels killed our son Drake. And I couldn't protect him. Forgive me. Forgive me. Revealed Tiamat, already being reciprocated in the hug. No. It was my fault, I shouldn't have left them. Our son, why him? Showing a sensitive face, Drake shed tears alongside his wife. Not wanting to see any more, Issei came out of his subconscious reality. Issei opened his eyes to find himself standing before a grown man dressed in shorts, sneakers, a sleeveless t-shirt, and a backwards cap, also carrying a backpack and a pair of gloves. A ridiculous outfit for someone with his appearance. What are you doing here? Someone already came a week ago looking for a relative, and that happens every month. Get out of here and sign up. He said, pulling out a notebook and pencil, ready to take notes. Well, let's see, aha. You can come back in 2 months, now get lost. Continued that conceited guy without stopping looking at the brunette. Do you think the Dragon Queen Tiamat is a familiar? Issei asked without taking his left hand off the dragon's head for fear of breaking the link. Her? A queen? Ha 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 ha. No, she's just a little crybaby dragon who only knows how to cry and cry. That's not the attitude of a queen. Having said that, she immediately had to dodge a fireball courtesy of the brown-haired boy. I'm not going to let you make fun of her. Issei threatened, looking seriously at the guy. If you kill me you'll be in serious trouble with the Demon Kings. The man replied with another threat. Go bring them. And I'll show you why the demons avoid me. The brown-haired man responded, unleashing some of his power as an evil dragon. The man stepped back slightly at such a threat and considered for a moment whether the brown-haired man's words had any basis in truth or not. Fine. You asked for it. In the end, the man decided not to believe him and took out a leaflet with a magic circle engraved on it to try to summon one of the demon lords. Unfortunately for him, Issei summoned Ascalon and threw it, breaking the magic circle before it could activate. Damn it. The man claimed, glaring at Issei furiously. Drake, for his part, warned Issei that he could stop placing his hand on his wife's head. Upon doing so, Tiamat opened her eyes and raised her head, looking at the despicable man who had tainted her name. Drake had already told his wife about the dragon faction, and she accepted without hesitation. Listen to me, you damn imbecile. You're going to beg Queen Tiamat's forgiveness for your words or you're going to die. You have 10 seconds to decide," said Issei, grabbing the man by the shirt and then throwing him to the ground with great force. 10, 9, 8. Issei began to count as he created magic ties to tie up that guy and prevent him from escaping. 7, 6, 5. At first the man thought they were just mere words, but seeing Issei take the sacred sword again and feel its edge on his neck made him reconsider if it was a simple threat. 4, 3, 2. Seeing that young man with brown hair raise his sword to the sky and not feeling any hint of doubt chilled his soul. 1. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things, Queen Tiamat. I'm truly sorry, please don't kill me. Begged and apologized the man who felt the edge of Ascalon tear some thin layers of skin without making him bleed. Get out of my sight, Issei ordered, releasing the man from his grip. Once free, the man didn't hesitate to run as far as he could. Thank you, Emperor. The dragon thanked her, lowering her head, surprising both Drake and Issei. The red dragon was hurt by that action. He remembered that his mate was the proudest and strongest of all the dragons he had ever met. Seeing her like that bothered and hurt him. I'm sorry about what happened to both of you, really. Issei replied, lowering his head as well. You mustn't lower your head, Emperor. Real dragons don't do that. Scolded the dragoness, lifting Issei's face with one of her claws, as if he were a small child. Then don't you do it again, Tiamat. You are a queen, the most powerful among the dragons. You shouldn't lower your head to someone like me. Issei returned, holding Tiamat's claw. Which soon turned into a human hand. Tiamat decided to use her human form when she was with Issei. Thank you, Issei. That way of naming him made the brown-haired boy smile. Let's go. It's time to prepare. Office-sama. Please bring us back. After these words, a dimensional rift opened to one side. It turned out that the infinite deity was indeed observing the brunette. Giant forest. Issei territory. Issei and Tiamat crossed through that crack to find themselves in the place where he had previously made the campfire to warm Yuma. Tiamat sat on the ground looking at the chestnut tree with curiosity. Approaching to take the firewood he had gathered earlier, Issei lit the campfire again using its fire. After this, he sat a little further away from the queen while thinking about his family. How did you become an evil dragon? Tiamat asked with some doubt at first. They hurt, tortured and murdered my partner without me being able to do anything to prevent it. The emotional blow was hard, but I also remembered things from my past that had been sealed due to many factors. Issei said looking at the fire as if it were the greatest wonder in the world. What factors? Asked the dragon, very curious about the past of her husband's bear. I had a love affair with Azazel's daughter. I was killed by Kakabiel in front of her eyes. They altered my memories at a request so that I wouldn't remember our relationship in order to protect me. For many months I believed the trainer had tricked me into killing me. But discovering that it wasn't like that and that she did all of that to protect me added to the death of my partner at the time. It was a lot. The brown-haired man answered, looking at his hands and remembering that night. How his hands were stained with the blood of his companions, with the blood of his king. I'm sorry. Tiamat apologized. No need. I wonder, when will Fafnir and Tannen come? Issei wondered, changing the subject. Have you contacted them yet? The dragon asked, surprised. Yes. They are looking at their territories I suppose. Why aren't you going to do the same? Questioned the brown-haired man. I don't want to run a territory. I just want to spend time with my husband, catch up. Tiamat replied, reaching out to touch the chestnut tree's sacred gear. He offered it to her without objection. I want to be with him. Talk like old times. She whispered so only Issei could hear her. Would you let me be with him? Asked the dragon queen looking at Issei pleadingly. I'm no one to refuse. Queen Tiamat. Replied the brown-haired man seeing how Tiamat turned into a mace of energy that entered the gauntlet. HMP. That's new. I wonder if Office-sama will agree with Tiamat's decision. Issei said to himself, looking at the fire and trying to settle down to rest for a moment. The next day. I'm sorry to hear that Tiamat and I'm also sorry for my previous behavior. How did our emperor find you, Fafnir? He doesn't like being called that. And I was in a deal with Azazel and what a coincidence this kid was able to contact him. The same thing happened to me. At first I didn't want to help him, but after seeing everything he had done for others who weren't his own, I decided to give him a chance. Look who we woke up. Issei listened to the voices that had managed to wake him up. When he opened his eyes, he found Tiamat's face looking at him with a smile. Looking around, he saw the faces of Tannen and Fafnir, who were looking at him seriously, or at least that's what the brunette thought, since he still couldn't identify draconic gestures. Everyone's here. How long did I sleep? Issei asked, getting up to stretch his muscles. Almost 12 hours ago. The sun rose a while ago or well. I think so, it can't be seen well because of all the clouds and trees. Tiamat replied. Suddenly, a dimensional rift opened a little further away from them, and out came Office, Red, Volley, 2 Eastern Dragons and, to Issei's surprise, Saji. Haidu. Saji shouted upon seeing his partner and then ran towards him. Saji. What is he doing here, Office Ama? Office approached the brunette and the blonde. He is the bearer of Ritra, Dragon King of the prison and one of the Dragon Kings. I see that you have succeeded. Commented Office seeing the Dragon Kings who looked at her with surprise and admiration. It's a pleasure to see you again, Dragon Kings. The deity greeted with a slight smile, which surprised the dragons even more. It's a pleasure to see you again Office, Red. Tannen greeted, somewhat happy to see his deities. Red, Office. Said Fafnir still not over the first impression of his deity. Red, Office. How good to see you all well. Tiamat greeted smiling. We're sorry for your loss, Tiamat, Drake. It will never happen again, we promise. Red apologized, knowing that his failure to act had led to many casualties among his people, including the death of Drake and Tiamat's son. Me too. Tiamat said softly. It's kind of crazy. Right? Asked the Sitri pawn looking at Issei. No. It's just a reunion between old acquaintances. How is everyone? The brunette replied simply, then asked about his loved ones. Everyone is a little sad because you're gone, but they know you're alive, so they hope to see you again, but my king. She's the most affected of all of us, although she knows how to hide it well. If it weren't for Sarah Sama none of us would have noticed. Admitted the blonde while looking in amazement at the 2 dragons that maintained their draconic form. It must also be because she's worried about the meeting of the leaders of the 3 factions, we were entrusted with security. Commented Saji, drawing Issei's attention, who looked at him annoyed. The safety of the faction leaders, whose armies will surely be in the hands of teenagers and a clan leader without a retinue. The current Lucifer may seem intelligent. But he's also an idiot. The brunette criticized. Those are almost the same words Sarah Sama told him when they told him, although of course. Not the idiot part. Pawn Sitri laughed a little. Okay, listen carefully. The meeting of the 3 factions will be in 3 days, get ready because that's where we will reveal to the world that our faction has re-emerged stronger than ever. Red shouted, excited by that. You Dragon Kings will help the Celestial Dragons manage our territory as our leaders. We and the Celestial Dragons will introduce ourselves first, and then we will call you one by one. I need you to present your true forms if possible. Office said, looking at the dragons present, finally looking at Tiamat. She knew that Vritra would not be able to show herself as such, but she appreciated that she was at least conscious, even if she was not complete. Vritra Bear. Tell us, what do you know about the leaders' meeting? Red asked, looking at Saji, making him nervous. I can't. The blonde was very nervous, and this only worsened when he saw Red's face take on an annoyed expression. Issei immediately grabbed his friend's shoulder, calming the blonde down, who began to speak. The meeting will be at midnight, all the leaders of both factions will be present to give explanations about their participation in the fight a few days ago. They want explanations for the death of Kakabiel, Metriton and almost all the demons of the demonic council. They also want to contact the celestial dragons to ask them their position on everything that happened. Said the pawn Sitri looking at the ground trying to remember all the details that his mistress's mother explained to him and to which he had not paid much attention. Anything else? Office asked, looking seriously at Issei, who returned the look, asking her not to push his friend so hard. After all, this was completely new to Saji. No. I just know that everyone is hoping that everything will be resolved peacefully and that way they can form an alliance to end the war once and for all. The blonde replied, feeling that something was escaping him. Good. In 3 days at midnight we will come to look for them, in exchange you, Vritra, will return to the human world and with this you will inform your leader of any changes or news. Vritra will be the representative of the Dragon Kings on behalf of Albion and Tiamat will be on behalf of Drake. Red ordered creating a magic circle in Saji's hand before opening a dimensional gap through which he planned to leave. Before you return him to the human world, Volley, I want to talk to the real Vritra. So awaken his consciousness. With that said, Office and Red disappeared leaving the Dragon and Celestial Kings alone. Please stay here. Issei said, then followed Volley, who had signaled for him to move further away. As they were further away, the silver-haired man put up a barrier of silence. What do you want to talk about? Asked the brown-haired boy standing near Volley. How did you gather them so quickly? You have several days to spare, and yet they're all here. The Albion bearer replied with another question. I was just lucky and had a little help from Office and Azazel. And you? How did you find them? Issei questioned, waiting expectantly for his now partner's answer. Red helped me by giving me their locations, but convincing them, that was up to me. I had to fight with Midgardsormr because of a misunderstanding when it came to waking him up. Yulong was working with a friend's ancestor and would only follow me if I showed him there would be some incredible fights. And well, Vritra was the least easy. Vali said, sighing tiredly. Saji. The most difficult one? Issei asked, surprised by the Hakuryuku's words. No, Vritra, his soul was shattered centuries ago, and with it many sacred gears were made. The bearers of these sacred gears fought until the end. Their souls were corrupted with the evil of the original dragon. With Red's help we managed to destroy the sacred gears that I got that were heavily infected. We planned to cleanse them of that evil, but to do so, we would have to erase part of the consciousness of the original Vritra, and we wouldn't know how that would affect when trying to awaken him. Explained Vali, who had thought of trying to implement this with Issei, but was stopped by Office, who explained everything that trying to eliminate that evil entailed. I see. What will you do now? Asked a brown-haired boy who had seen a solution to his status as an evil dragon in Vali's words, but he didn't want to lose his memories. Not anymore. I'll go to my territory to try to catch up with the Dragon Kings to inform Office and Red. By the way, I'm going to try to convince them to train Vritra and to help me test my power. But I suppose there will be time for that after the meeting. What will you do? Asked Vali, watching as the clouds of the place began to turn black. I will try to rest my mind and body. I still haven't fully recovered from absorbing the ability of your sacred gear. I also want to help Tiamat in any way I can, she hasn't had a good time. Issei answered, looking at how she was the most distant from the other Dragon Kings along with Saji, but the latter was because he felt intimidated by them. I know. Red told me the details of what happened. I'm sorry, Drake. Said Vali, seeing Issei's active sacred gear. Sorry for your loss, old friend. I didn't know that. Albion offered his condolences from the wings of Vali's sacred gear. Thank you, Albion. Thank you, Drake replied almost reluctantly. Don't be too rude to Saji, he's new to this. And sometimes, he tends to be a real idiot when making decisions. Advised a brunette, looking at the Sona Sitri, who was already chatting with the Dragon Kings, although still nervous. Tannen invited him to the conversation. Okay. Take care of yourself. After finishing saying this, Vali raised his fist in front of Issei. Surprised by the act, the brunette just smiled and imitated the silver-haired boy's gesture. You take care of yourself too. Once their fists collided, Vali broke the barrier of silence and walked towards the Demon Kings. Well, it's time to go. There are things we must talk about and prepare before invading that meeting. Vali shouted, summoning a magic circle enveloping Midgardsormr, Yulong and Saji to immediately disappear. Well. I see in everyone's expression some disgust at the way the Hakuryuku treats the other Dragon Kings. Said Issei, sitting near the fire that was barely burning. But Vali fought against them, and I guess he did so well that, well, they don't care too much. Explained Issei, fanning the flame with his magic. Now. Tell us, Issei, how did you become an evil dragon? Fafnir asked, who had not forgotten that topic. It's a rather long story. Ascalon, Graham. Saying his name, both swords were now levitating near the fire in front of Issei. His presence made the dragons in the place feel a chill run down their spines. They were about to become hostile when suddenly they saw how those swords lit up, and now in their place were a pair of young men in armor. One looked at them fiercely, almost hostile, and the other seriously, while letting part of her aura out. This was in response to the dragon's intentions. They are Kemi and Yami. They chose me as their carrier, and I introduced them now so that it won't be a surprise later. And keep in mind, I'm not doing this to threaten you. But so that there are as few secrets as possible between us. Explained Issei before being questioned by Tannen and Fafnir, who were the most affected by the presence of both girls. After the introduction, both girls shone again, this time wearing their casual clothes and the coats given by Issei. Make yourselves comfortable. It'll be a long story. Said Issei, taking a breath to once again tell his story, remembering everything he lost, being aware that at the time he gave everything to protect his loved ones, but even so. Feeling that he could have done more. Old building. Hours later. The academy was completely empty. The students had already left for their homes hours ago. The snow was falling slowly, and it was watched by a solitary young woman with short black hair. She was wearing the academy uniform and, over it, a coat that was too large for her own. Her violet eyes showed extreme sadness, but it was hidden by red-framed glasses. The young woman hugged her legs while sitting in a chair that didn't belong to her and rubbed her bandaged hands. The bandages had blood stains on the knuckles. This young woman is Sona Sitri. She acquired a small defect from Issei. When he felt annoyed or that the situation began to overcome him, he would hit trees with his minimum strength, seeking to distract his mind with the pain. He would do this for hours, making his fists bleed, to finally hit the tree even harder, not breaking it, but releasing a great deal of stress with this. The difference they had was the chestnut's healing sacred gear, which acted without him even having to summon it. As if it were a reflection of its previous wielder. She knew her partner's abilities perfectly well, but this didn't stop her from being very worried about him. She didn't even know if he was okay, and the news she heard, with the help of her relative, from her sister about signs of a big fight far from the demon's territory, only made her think things she didn't want to happen. For this reason, she imitated the brunette's bad habit to get those stupid thoughts out of her head. She shook her head vigorously to clear those thoughts, but as they left her for a moment, worries about the much-heralded meeting of the faction leaders came to mind. Added to this was the fact that Saji, her pawn, had disappeared almost a day ago, and she couldn't locate him even with the pawn pieces. She feared that the surviving council members had eliminated him as revenge against her. But these thoughts soon ceased when she heard President Saji, who said these words, was very surprised to receive a hug from his mistress and didn't know how to respond or if he could even reciprocate the hug. "Where were you?" asked the Sitri heiress, separating from her pawn, this time showing herself somewhat annoyed. "I had a hunch and went. Tried to find Issei." "Did you find him? Were you able to talk to him?" Seeing his king's glassy and very hopeful eyes, Saji almost told him everything he had been forbidden to talk about until a certain moment and confirmed what his other leader confessed to him. His king was in a relationship with his rival. It's not that he didn't suspect it because of certain details the black-haired girl had with the brown-haired boy, but confirming it like that hurt him just by seeing his king's state and not being able to ease his concern. "No. I couldn't find him." With all his regret, he had to lie to his king, who blinked a couple of times to control himself and resume his role. "Okay. Find Momo, she'll tell you how you can help, and don't leave like that again. It's an order." Saji raised his hand, wanting to stop his king, but it remained just that. "An attempt. As you command," whispered the pawn, closing the door, leaving his king alone again. Sona sat back down in Issei's chair and looked around for a moment, stopping to look at a photo Iruko had given the brunette for helping her study. There were her mother, Yura, Tsubaki, herself, and in the middle of the last three was Issei. Seeing herself smiling happily made her melancholy as she remembered herself months ago where she almost never showed any emotion at the academy. She didn't fully understand his emotional state. Before, she could remain calm even when her servants fell in the unofficial rating games against Ria's, but that changed with Issei's arrival. She began to relate better to her servants, no longer feeling like just their king, but their friend, who had the obligation to protect them and ensure their safety at all costs. But this also began to change. She no longer saw it as an obligation, but as a priority. "Sona. How are you?" Riaz asked, entering the room. She knew very well that her friend wasn't well and that she needed to unload on someone. As her friend, she wouldn't allow anyone else to see her in that vulnerable state. "I'm fine, I was remembering the past." "Have you already prepared your bishop for the meeting? You know you have to start preparing him early." The young black-haired woman replied and advised, not showing her emotions as she had done a while ago. "Gaspar is nervous. The only time he left his room was to deliver a note to Issei when we were forbidden to go to the human world a long time ago." Riaz commented, approaching and gently taking the same photo that her friend was looking at. "In the end, I decided that he wouldn't be part of the meeting, so I thought I could use this room for him to be in for the duration of the meeting." Riaz explained, gently placing the photo on the desk. "Why don't you leave him in the underworld?" asked Sona, who still didn't want to leave. "Not to be a bad daughter, but I don't trust my parents that much anymore. They were there when the council soldiers tried to kidnap Graffiani. Gaspar has a very powerful and unstable sacred gear. If it falls into the rabbit's hands, I don't want to imagine the damage they would cause." The young Redid responded somewhat sadly at first, but changing her tone to serious when talking about her bishop. "Is there any news about Saji yet?" asked a Gremory heiress, sitting down on the sofa. "Yeah. He's already appeared. He told me he had a hunch and went somewhere hoping to find Issei. Unfortunately, he didn't find him. Now he should be helping with the preparations for the meeting." "Were you determined to use the student council room?" Sona was somewhat annoyed by this, but she couldn't refute anything about that decision. Sona, without saying anything, got up from her chair and went to sit next to Riaz. The latter took her friend's hand and rested her head on her shoulder. The Redid remembered how Sarah's daughter did this when she was scolded by her grandmother, who was one of the few members of the Demon Council who managed to escape days ago. She remembered that she used to burst into tears, but now there was nothing, only a long sigh that seemed to show sadness, but nothing more. "Thanks, Riaz. Shall we go?" asked a young black-haired woman, getting up from her seat and offering help to her friend, who gladly accepted. Kuo Academy. Days later. "They're only a few hours away from arriving, daughter. You should come with us," Sarah said, wearing the traditional dress she wore as the school's director. Sona was also wearing her academy uniform, along with the same coat she had worn a couple of days ago. "Okay. I'll be there soon, Mom," Sona replied, watching from the window as a magical barrier rose across the entire academy grounds. This was a clear sign that a faction leader would soon arrive. "It's time to go." Sona said, clearly intending not to participate in the meeting, unaware that her mother had stayed to wait for her and had heard this last part. Will you not be part of the statements about what happened? Sarah asked, surprising her daughter, who had already assumed she would be somewhere else. You already have enough witnesses for Mom to testify, and you were also there. My presence isn't necessary. Sona said calmly as she was about to walk out the door when she almost collided with Ria's brother, Sirzich's Lucifer. Ria's herself, accompanied by her entourage and Ravel, were behind the demon leaders. Is Sona Sitri leaving? The leader of the demons asked, surprised. Yeah. They don't need me here. Besides, I don't want to remember what happened. The young woman replied, surprising her sister, who was standing behind the redeed. Sona Sitri. We would greatly appreciate it if you could be part of this meeting as one of the clan heirs who participated in the conflict a few days ago. Well, it is as you believe that there are too many witnesses for yours to be relevant. I ask you please to stay and verify or deny certain events. Ejuka respectfully requested, entering after Seraphol. The formal request from King Beelzebub surprised Sona greatly. Okay. Sona, agreeing to stay, stood in a corner of the room while rubbing her bandaged hands. They still hadn't fully healed, and she refused to use healing magic or any phoenix tears. I see. Some of you aren't happy about this. Erica joked as she watched her peer, Seraphol, unleash some of her power upon seeing the fallen angels appear. At Erica's words, Seraphol glared at her. Oh. Do you have a problem with us, Seraphol? Azazel asked, appearing alongside Penemu and Rainer. Behind them were Barakiel and Shimhaza. Rainer, why don't you keep Sitri girl company, maybe you can become her friend. Azazel joked, giving his daughter a little push. I'm not a little girl anymore, Dad. The young black-haired girl claimed, embarrassed. Ha 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 ha, I know, but it's never too late to make friends. Don't you think, Sirzich's? Asked Azazel looking at the redeed who just smiled. Ravel, Riaz. You go socialize too. Without refuting to save themselves from embarrassment, both young women obeyed. It's a shame none of us brought a young angel along to socialize with, said Michael, who was accompanied by all his siblings, including Gabriel, who still bore bruises and scrapes on his handsome face. This was evidently caused by his fight with Metriton. It's a pleasure to see you again. Gabriel greeted, approaching Riaz, Sona, Ravel, and Rainer. Although he didn't have as much contact with the latter, he was aware of the manipulation she'd been subjected to by her now dead brother. Same here, Lady Gabriel. Riaz greeted formally. Ravel echoed the same gesture. Hello. Aunt Gabriel. Rainer said. This relationship between the two was obvious. After all, Azazel was Gabriel's brother, and they still shared blood ties. It's good to see you're okay and conscious, Rainer. Gabriel returned the greeting, hugging his niece affectionately. She was known in heaven for being quick to forgive. The brunette returned the hug warmly. Sona, for her part, didn't say hello, not because she didn't want to, but because her mind was once again invaded by the possible outcomes of her current partner. She was soon brought out of her thoughts by Rainer's gentle touch. I'm sorry to bother you. I feel like something's bothering you. Azazel's daughter said. It's nothing. I'm just thinking about someone who isn't here. Sona replied, this time paying attention to her surroundings. The leaders were seated at a large triangular table, representing the three factions that were part of the Great War that had irreparably damaged them. Gabriel was no longer with them, but was now sitting next to her siblings, demonstrating her position as one of the leaders of heaven. Michael looked at the table with a thoughtful expression. Sona supposed he was perhaps worried that the negotiations would fail. Raphael looked at the demons and fallen with some hostility, but when he saw that none of them reciprocated those feelings, he began to think that his older brother's idea wasn't so far-fetched. Uriel, for his part, played with his light magic innocently, forming small animals that coexisted with each other. Azazel stared seriously at his hands while his vice-governor, Shimhaza, whispered something in his ear. They must have been using some kind of magic, so despite his enhanced senses, he couldn't hear the conversation. Penemu, meanwhile, was reading a book that appeared to be a novel about legendary beasts and dragons. Barakiel, for his part, occasionally glanced at Akeno, his daughter, who avoided looking at him. Sona knew the story behind both of them thanks to Riaz, and partly understood Queen Gremory's feelings. Sirzich's wasn't sitting with the others yet, but was standing near the window talking to his wife about everything that had happened in those months he hadn't seen her because of the Demon Council. The last time she saw or heard from Issei was a week ago. She couldn't imagine how they both felt after not being able to see each other for so long. Erica was nodding in her seat, sleepy from the hard work she had done centuries ago. Rumor has it that she hadn't slept for almost 10 centuries fighting against the Angels and Fallen in the Civil War and then in her work to restore her faction, and that's why her body was now taking its toll on her. Ejuka was reading a report from her researchers about an experiment she had commissioned. Seraphol, incredibly for her sister, was sitting quietly, playing with a pencil. She was greatly surprised by her sister's calmness with her right behind her, but she correctly attributed it to the fact that in such an important meeting, she couldn't show such a childish side. Seeing the leaders calmly made her wonder if she'd skip the entire debate because she was deep in thought, but seeing the time on the wall clock made her dismiss that thought. This, along with seeing the armies of the three factions outside while the barrier concealing them still stood, made her wonder. They were waiting for midnight, which just happened to arrive. Issei, now seated with his colleagues, signaled for Sarah to begin. At midnight on December 24th, almost a week after the incident that compromised the agreement between the factions, the leaders of the three factions, angels, fallen, and demons, are meeting tonight to discuss what measures we will take. If we return to war, we maintain the agreement or perhaps end this war once and for all. Sarah said, starting the meeting. After reviewing the beginning of the incident and everything that happened from the morning of December 15th until dawn on December 17th, the first to speak will be in alphabetical order. We'll begin with the angels and their explanation of the direct involvement of one of their leaders. When Sarah finished speaking, she stepped back. And with that, Michael stood up from his seat, ready to speak. We are aware of the damage our brother caused by breaking the agreement and attacking and manipulating both demons and fallen angels. We did not take into account our brother's actions, we should have foreseen it, but we still say. I decided not to act trusting him. Using the fragments of the already destroyed sword Excalibur to hurt demons, manipulating Raynor, daughter of Azazel and Penemu, and directly participating in the attempted assassination of the current Secretary, Issei. These are acts that we can overlook and I ask your forgiveness. For letting all this happen and leaving the fate of our factions in the hands of the group led by Sona Sitri, his daughter. Sona Sitri, Ria's Gremory and the aforementioned Secretary. The sound of surprise, the leader of the angels was apologizing and accepting part of the blame for everything that happened in those days. It's not just the Heavens faction's fault, Michael, our faction is also partly to blame for not stopping our containing Kakabiel. He was the one who initially controlled our daughter right after killing Issei and causing her to become a devil. Although, I know it may be cruel to say it, but maybe if that hadn't happened, we would be killing each other again, and I would have lost another child. Azazel replied, getting up from his seat and looking at his daughter after finishing speaking. How I wish that child were here, to thank him again for having forgiven her. Despite everything they forced her to do. Said Penemu sitting looking at her daughter who smiled at her from where she was. That brings us to the question, Azazel. How did you find Raynor? Issei asked, somewhat intrigued to know if the leader of the Fallen knew anything about Issei. He was about to answer with a lie to hide the brown-haired boy's whereabouts, because if Issei hadn't revealed his whereabouts, neither would he. I think it's best to finish our business and then discuss the actions of the Secretary and the hacker Yuiku in that battle. Gabriel said so that the matter wouldn't get sidetracked and to save Azazel from trouble. You're right, Gabriel. Well, we regret not having dissolved the Demon Council a long time ago. If only we had taken matters into our own hands more firmly, their involvement would have been null and void, and perhaps all of this would have been avoided. I believe all parties have already apologized for what happened. So, how about we start reviewing the events of that day? Issei asked, looking at Ajuka, who had laid out the ruined map of the academy on the table. One by one, those present who participated in the conflict offered their contributions to try to reconstruct the fight that left the academy in ruins, but one factor was always missing. The Secretary and their participation in the fight. None of those present were watching Issei the entire time, so the only one who can fully confirm his participation in the fight is Issei. And unfortunately, he wasn't there. Well. We've already partially reconstructed what the fight was like, unfortunately the Secretary's data is missing. Changing the subject a bit, how about we start talking about our future? What will we do? Will we keep the agreement? Asked Erica, who contributed a lot to that reconstruction of the events, thanks to her experience on the battlefield. It wouldn't be bad. But why don't we go further? During that battle we can rescue something good, angels, fallen and demons joined forces to stop the intentions of Metroton, Kakabiel and the Council of Demons. Even humans and dragons participated. Azazel answered referring to Griselda, Zenobia, Irina, Issei and Vali, who assumes that he participated by giving that blue orb to the brown-haired man. An alliance between the three factions. Speaking of humans. How about an opinion from you? And Griselda Quarta, Irina Shudu and Zenobia Quarta come here. Michael asked, wanting to know their opinion on this possible alliance. I'm sorry, but that wouldn't be possible. The aforementioned women clearly told me that, just as they didn't take their opinions into account while they were still members of the Heavenly faction, they wouldn't need them now that they are no longer part of it. Said Sarah, anticipating the Seraph's request and asking the three women mentioned if they wanted to participate, to which they responded. I see. Michael just lowered his head at Sarah's words, disappointed by his past actions. Azazel. Going back to a previous question, how did Reina return? Hadn't the Hakuryuku taken her as well as the Sekiryu? Asked Raphael, joining the conversation. Oh, that. Well, the Hakuryuku brought her back home. As you know, I raised Vali for most of his childhood and he brought her back just for that. Although when I saw him, he wasn't with the Sekiryu. Azazel lied, using the lie he had quickly planned the first time he was asked. Don't you have any way to communicate with him? So he can come here and ask him what position he'll take as a neutral being? Surziches asked, slightly disconcerting the cadre. Vali hasn't answered my calls for a long time. But I can try. Azazel replied, confident that, just like other times, Vali wouldn't answer. Unfortunately for him, this time he did. What do you want, Azazel? A voice was heard coming from the magic circle that the cadre had created. Vali. You finally deigned to answer my calls. Look, kid, I'm working on a matter I'd like you to participate in. Of course, only if you want. Managing to hide his surprise well, Azazel subtly asked Vali to introduce himself. Why not? After all, I'm bored. Hakuryuku accepted, appearing in the place almost immediately from a dimensional gap, something very rare, but which they attributed to him being traveling through it when he was called. Hakuryuku. It's a pleasure to have you here. We don't want to take up too much of your time, so we wanted to ask you what your reasons were for helping the Sekiryu by giving them an orb that contained one of your abilities. When asked so directly about that fact by Shimhaza, Vali turned to look at Azazel and said. Did you really think I would come out of my boredom to come to a boring meeting? The cadre, for his part, simply shrugged his shoulders while smiling. If I gave the Sekiryu an orb with one of my abilities it was for him to use against his enemies, I never thought he would be able to assimilate that power. I have to admit, it was impressive. And the reason I gave it to him was because he saved my current partner from the attack of a renegade demon. Nothing more. Vali replied as he leaned against the wall and looked out the window with curiosity at the armies of the factions. Issei. Where is he? Why did you take him? Asked Sona, standing in front of Vali, looking at him furiously. HPM. It seems like you've already formed your alliance. And you're just trying to tie up some loose ends, right? Vali asked, ignoring the Sitri heiress's question, annoying her, and if it weren't for Ria's, she probably would have hit him. We want to know the opinions and position the celestial dragons will take when forming this alliance. Do you agree with peace? Asked Surziches. I don't think it's my place to answer that. Vali replied, taking some distance. So who does it belong to? Uriel asked with great intrigue. To us, little dove. That deep feminine voice echoed throughout the room, causing the leaders present to feel something they hadn't felt in a long time. Fear. Behind Sona, a crack formed. This was noticed because a power erupted from it that completely eclipsed the leaders. Stepping back a little, Sona could see up close how claws emerged from the crack, seemingly holding the edges of it. We were missing. The man with red hair and eyes, a scar over his left eye, and dressed in a white shirt, pants, shoes, and a black cape abruptly shouted. This man smiled fiercely and confidently. Great Red. Azazel muttered, standing defensively, as did everyone present. You got it right, little crow. The dragon god said, almost without wanting to look at the leader of the fallen. So pathetic, so fearful. And above all, so vulnerable. Came a shout from behind the angels, who turned to look at the dark-haired woman with white skin, violet eyes, and a black dress, who looked at them with disdain, almost with disgust. She hadn't appeared through the rift like Red. She had simply manifested there. Office Ouroboros. Gabriel murmured, surprised to see her there. The leaders looked at each other, trying to find an explanation, but seeing the same expression of confusion on each other's faces, they realized the presence of both legendary deities was quite a surprise. What are the reasons for your presence, dragon gods? Ajuka asked, nervous, but trying to appear calm. Oh. It's nothing personal. We're just taking advantage of the fact that the leaders of the supposedly largest faction in the world are gathered here. This was the best opportunity to announce to everyone that our faction, the largest and most powerful of all, has resurfaced. Red declared, surprising everyone present. She believed the dragon gods were dead or that they were simply a legend. Seeing them causing the leaders to show fear confirmed to Sona that this was a lie. Don't take this the wrong way, we don't want to eliminate the competition. Just yet, We just want to follow the formal guidelines, for fun. Red said, laughing. It didn't take Azazel any effort to put two and two together that Issei was looking for the ancient dragon kings to unite them back to his faction. And this gave him to understand that he himself had been a participant in their resurrection. The dragon faction was previously relentless, unpredictable and indomitable. That god had caused both celestial dragons to fight each other and then kill them by treachery was what caused its downfall. Just thinking that the Sekiryu and the Hakuryuku were working together again made him uncomfortable, but he couldn't assume that they were seeking revenge for what happened to the original dragons. Besides, he gave a lot of credit to the brown-haired man who had managed to lie to him quite well, saying that he was an evil dragon. Or maybe it wasn't a lie and it was part of his plan too, because when talking to him he didn't feel any deception. Now I will introduce you to our leaders. Although I suppose introductions are unnecessary, aren't they? Hacker Yuiku? Said Red looking at Vali, who stepped forward to formally introduce himself as the leader of the dragon faction. I am the current Hacker Yuiku, bearer of Albion, and one of the leaders of the dragon faction. Vali Lucifer. That statement surprised the young demons who did not have this information. The descendant of the original Lucifer. Wielder of a celestial dragon. How is that possible? Riaz asked herself without realizing that she said it out loud. I am the son of a human mother and a demon father, being the carrier of one of the celestial dragons. Cannot be seen as anything other than a miracle. Vali stated proudly. Under his command are Midgardsormr, Yulong, and Vritra. And the latter is present representing his comrades. Red continued. Everyone was surprised to see Saji take a step forward, positioning himself next to the Hacker Yuiku, implying that he was the current wielder of Vritra. Azazel, understanding that Vritra was whole again, discovered the reason why Vali was interested in his research into the sacred gears. He wanted information to know how likely the resurgence of the old evil Dragon King was. He couldn't help but smile when he realized that, while thinking so much about his daughter, he didn't realize he was being manipulated by his adopted son and by the boy he believed to be a true closet pervert. And our other leader, the current Seker Yuite. Office's words brought a pillar of fire to life in front of her. Suddenly, Issei was standing there, accompanied by a woman. He was looking at all the leaders with a serious expression, but he held a grudge against one of them. Michael. He blamed Michael for what happened to Asia. After all, he had learned that Asia possessed the power of omnipresence and that he had seen everything she had been through. Without moving a finger. My name is Haidu Issei, current wielder of Drag and one of the leaders of the dragon faction. Under my command are the Dragon Kings Tannen, the Meteor Dragon, Fafnir, the Golden Dragon, and Tiamat, the Dragon Queen of Chaotic Karma, who now accompanies me. The brown-haired boy introduced himself, wanting to speed up the introduction, but without leaving aside or belittling the Dragon Kings, who were now under his command by order of office. Issei. Sona murmured, wanting to take him by the shoulder, but it was Tiamat who prevented it by grabbing his arm and slowly lowering it while shaking her head, letting him know that it was not the time. Red's words abruptly ceased, and he showed a serious face as he looked toward the window. Following his gaze, the leaders watched as their escorts, suppressed by some sort of magic, were easily eliminated by the large number of sorcerers who appeared outside the building. Looking around, the brunette saw how Ravel, Rainer, Riaz, Sauna, and their servants, except for Saji, were now covered in a kind of violet aura. He began to analyze the situation, coming to the conclusion that they were frozen in time. He approached Sauna and Riaz slightly, touching their shoulders with his hand, freeing them from that temporal paralysis. Once he finished, he walked away again without saying anything. Who dares to interrupt us with their disgusting presence? Complained the dragon god, releasing a small amount of his power. Seker Yuite. It seems you have a vague idea of what's going on. Share it. Office ordered, seeing the brunette's thoughtful face. This managed to calm Red a little, fortunately for Sarah, since that aura threatened to demolish the school building again. The Gremory heiress has a servant who owns a mutated bishop piece. This individual possesses a sacred gear called Forbidden Baylor View. A sacred gear made with the eyes of the ancient demon king Satan Baylor, who was massacred by the bastard Christian god. Possibly. Now these invaders have captured him. Commented Issei, watching as the last demon disappeared after being pierced by a magic ray. What the boy said surprised everyone because of the amount of information he handled. And this was no surprise, Issei knew about Gasper since Kalwerner gave him those documents almost a year ago. Amazing kid. Hacker Yuku, Vritra, it's time to demonstrate the power of our faction. Go out and kill them all. Red ordered, breaking a window so they could come out and fight. Seker Yuite. You will be in charge of pacifying the bearer of such sacred gear by whatever method. Tiamat, you will stay and finish off any invader who dares to enter here. Ordered office with Red. The other leaders didn't say a word. How could they contradict the dragon gods without endangering the existence of their factions? And child. Use everything you've learned. I want the world to see that you are not the weakest Seker Yuite in history, as the demons dare to call you. But, one of the strongest. The infinite deity was aware that the demonic faction considered Issei a weak demon who only had a lucky break to kill 2 leaders. She wanted her apprentice to show these disgusting beings how wrong they were. Seker Yuite-sama, please don't kill my bishop. Riaz was about to call the brown-haired boy by name, but she regretted it halfway through, fearing that it would be seen as an offense by the deities present. Without responding, Issei jumped out the window, landing on the ground in front of 4 sorcerers who were quickly eliminated by Volley, who was passing by, enjoying the massacre more than a fight. Without wasting any time, he quickly headed towards the old building. If I may ask. Why now? Why would they wait until this moment to reveal themselves to the world? Erika asked, wide awake from how nervous she felt being in front of such beings. That's very simple, girl. The leaders of 3 sides that belonged to a single faction, united with the goal of ceasing that war that consumed them for centuries. It's something that no sane faction leader will want to miss. Even now, we are being watched by Nordic, Greek, Hindu, Japanese and other magical circles. All factions will know who to fear and who to respect. Red replied, looking at certain places when mentioning the factions, implying that the magical circles were located there. Let's see how Issei goes. Said office opening a dimensional rift where Kaneko and Gasper were seen immobilized to the wall by magic seals. Both were surrounded by women with strange robes, these levitated over a magic circle. Kaneko had injuries and part of her clothes were torn to the point of leaving her left breast exposed, she was semi-conscious. Gasper for his part was almost unharmed, showing some scratches on his red cheeks, perhaps from some blows. His eyes shone while he stared blankly ahead. We have to push harder. That way we'll also be able to affect the leaders and eliminate them without problems, maybe even manage to affect the hacker Yuku. Ordered one of the women while looking out the window as the aforementioned easily finished off her companions. Maybe it will affect you. But not us, and don't think we'll protect you from those humans if that were to happen. Said Red amid laughter caused by the absurd plan of those humans. Humans? Are they human? Asked Sona looking at Office pleading for an explanation. They were modified by demons to be able to use their magic. Office replied, surprising her partner, who didn't think she would answer due to the memories she has with the demons. I don't think that's possible. Hearing those words coming from the crack, everyone turned their attention back to it, where Issei could now be seen easily strangling a sorceress who was almost out of breath. Without hesitation, with a swift movement, the brunette broke her neck, dropping her to the ground and astonishing his acquaintances, who didn't believe he was capable of doing something like that so lightly. You won't be able to affect us with that. I'll take care of it myself. Declared Issei, looking seriously at the remaining sorceresses. The Sekiryuite. One shouted taking a step back, trembling noticeably with fear. The Crimson Purgatory Dragon. Another said almost in a whisper, stepping back further than the previous one. Oh. Have you heard about me? Ha. Then you know what will happen. Today you will all die. Shouting the latter as his body was covered in fire, Issei lunged at the first one, piercing her torso with a gauntlet to quickly summon Gram and decapitate the nearest sorceress. Don't stay there. Attack. Ordered the sorceress near the window to quickly launch a powerful magic beam at the brown-haired man, who held it back with his bloody sacred gear. Gift boost. Absorbing and amplifying the sorceress's attack, Issei returned it with such power and magnitude that it left absolutely nothing behind. Without wasting any time, thanks to past experience, Issei positioned himself behind the last 2 sorceresses, touching their shoulders before moving away again and showing them both his hand ready to snap. As he formed such a gesture, both sorceresses began to feel their bodies being immobilized by a magical thread. Are you going to use that disgusting technique to undress women? You're nothing but a pervert. Complained one of the sorceresses who had investigated the Sekiryuite's past. No. You're wrong, it's true that this ability existed. Strengthening the snapping gesture a little but without actually doing it, the women's clothes were torn to shreds, leaving them totally exposed. But just as dragons do, my abilities also evolve. Snapping, the humans began to feel that thread begin to tear at their skin and flesh, causing them unbearable pain. If they didn't scream, it was because their necks had been cut in that way, preventing them from making any sound. Looking around, Issei analyzed the massacre he had carried out with a critical look. I should have taken less time and been faster. I didn't even have to fully use my sacred gear. He muttered to himself as he approached the Gremory demons. Issei-senpai. Kaneko whispered, seeing her companion who had come to rescue him. To Kaneko, her captors had simply disappeared behind a magical barrier. She could hear hints of a struggle, but she couldn't see anything at all. Calm down, Kaneko. I'll heal you soon. Said Issei, breaking the young woman's bonds and slowly leaving her on the ground. Behind you. The young woman warned in vain, as Issei was pierced by the sword that belonged to the now defunct occult research club. A sorceress had used it in a desperate attempt to attack. But seeing the wounded young man stand up as if nothing had happened despite having a sword through his chest terrified her. This isn't the first time they've done that to me, and I'm sure it won't be the last. You even had the nerve to attack me from behind instead of running. So as a reward, I'll show you some of my power. Holding the woman by the neck with his left hand, Issei used his right hand, surprising everyone except Office, to create a spear of light. With it, he slowly pierced the woman's stomach as she begged for mercy in vain. Issei let go of her and she fell hard to the ground. He tried to pull the spear out of his stomach because it burned, but ended up burning his hands in his desperate attempt. In the end, the woman slowly died, drowning in her own blood, while Issei watched helplessly as the woman pleaded for a quick death. "Senpai?" Kaneko asked, watching as the brunette continued to stare at a spot on the ground. She didn't see or hear anything after Issei got rid of his attacker. He didn't want his former teammates to see his actions, and that's why he prevented Kaneko from seeing her. "It's okay. Now, let's undo this." Pulling his sword out of his chest, Issei quickly healed himself and proceeded to break Gasper's bonds. Upon doing so, the boy fell unconscious in his arms. Moving Gasper to his shoulder, Issei carried Kaneko with his free arm and teleported back to the leaders. "Done," was the only thing the brunette's lip said as he left Kaneko and Gasper on the ground and used his healing power. Suddenly, Volley crashed through one of the walls, part of his armor shattering to the ground. The silver-haired man immediately stood up, his face serious when he saw his chest. There was a black line that rapidly absorbed his power. That rigid figure caught the attention of those present, and when they turned their gaze, they were able to see a 10-meter-long western dragon, completely black with certain purple details. "Saji. What happened?" Issei asked after surprising everyone with his statement. One of the sorceresses approached Vritra from behind. "I don't know what spell she used, but she immediately unleashed a black mace of pure power and shaped it into that thing," Volley explained, tearing off the line from his chest. Such was the line's adhesion that Volley even tore off the orb from his armor, where the line was attached. "He attacked me by surprise. Now I'll show him who's in charge." Annoyed, Volley abruptly smashed the torn orb. "Wait. If it's a control spell and his original body is protected under that mace of power, you'll kill him before you can break the spell. Keep him busy, I'll find the creator of the enchantment," suggested Issei, stopping Volley, who reconsidered his future actions. "Okay." Without saying another word, Volley regenerated his armor and left the place while everyone remained silent. "Very sensible, Sekiryute, but what makes you believe that the spell will not remain after the death of its caster?" asked Office, watching as Volley fought against that aberrant form of Vritra. "Nothing. If the spell holds, I'll also help stop Vritra. Whatever it takes," the brown-haired man declared, jumping out the window once more, this time taking a giant leap. Summoning Ascalon, Issei charged his blade with light magic and slashed through the air, producing a powerful ring of light that wiped out most of the mages in the air. Knowing that the mages would attack again, summoning reinforcements, Issei rushed to attack those remaining on the ground. They just stared at him in terror, unsure whether to attack or surrender. As rumors had told them, he never left any survivors. Their doubt soon subsided when Issei landed on the ground, this time carrying Gram. "Don't stand there. Attack him," ordered one of the women furthest from Issei. The other mages looked at each other, doubtful about whether to obey the order. They looked at his face, stained with some blood, and wondered if theirs would soon be there too. "Please, Sekiryute-sama. Have mercy." The mage, who was further forward and therefore more vulnerable, was the one who surrendered first, kneeling down and crawling to hold and almost kiss the feet of the brunette who was looking at her seriously. "Traitor." The woman who gave the order to attack shouted, launching a magical beam at the defenseless mage on the ground, but the attack was deflected by Issei's sword, stunning the woman who begged for mercy. Abruptly releasing himself from the mage's grasp and ignoring her, Issei began to walk towards the remaining magi. Slowly, each of them knelt down and bowed their heads before Issei walked past them, showing her that they would not attack him again. "I will never kneel before a demon," declared the last mage standing, feeling her whole body tremble. "I never asked them, and they didn't kneel before a demon, but before a celestial dragon." But these words, Issei grabbed the woman's neck, lifting her over his head. "Undo the spell. And you will live," said the brunette, who was observed by his companions, now free, as if he were someone else. The leaders were surprised by the strength, intelligence and ability of what they had wrongly judged as the weakest wielder of the boosted gear. Red watched him pleased. After all, he had made other beings kneel just with his presence, and anyone who defied him would probably die instantly. But Office looked at him critically. After all, he was using several of his abilities, but he was not making use of the power that helped him against the assassins of the demonic council. He was not using his balance break or his power as an evil dragon, and it was especially the latter that interested her to see again. "Never. You are on the side of the traitorous demons, of the original lords," said the woman, almost exhausting her last breath. "I'm not on their side, and I never will be. Make no mistake." With that, Issei easily snapped the woman's neck, causing his companions to look at him with some fear. Furthermore, these statements worried the demon leaders, who had begun planning an alliance with the dragons as well. "Issei. It didn't work. Vali shouted, landing next to him to tear off another line from Vritra, then use his sacred gear to steal his energy. That bastard. I thought he was stealing my power. I let him do it while I took his, but he's been taking my blood. I got too confident. Vali commented, kneeling down because of the dizziness he felt due to the lack of vital fluid. So he steals his enemy's power with those lines he uses. No matter how many times I increase my power, him stealing mine will make up for it. You take care of the other remaining magicians, I'll take care of Vritra. Said Issei, summoning the dividing gear again, as he called the white gauntlet. Do you think I'm going to let you have all the fun? The silver-haired man asked, looking at Vritra with great hatred. No, but I don't want you to kill him either. If he manages to steal my power, I won't be able to compensate with power-ups alone. I can't use balance break to its full potential yet, so I can't power up as many times as I want in less than 10 seconds without a limit, but this will make up for it. Raising his right hand forward, Issei stole some of Vritra's power while simultaneously performing a power-up. Divide boost. It was heard echoing in the place. Everyone looked on in amazement as the brown-haired man began to repeatedly use these abilities, weakening Vritra a lot and making himself stronger and stronger. But something curious is that every time he used the dividing gear, his hair began to present white strands. Every time he uses the Hakuryuku's ability, his lifespan decreases dramatically. But he still uses it. Maybe he's not aware of it. Red muttered, looking at Issei critically. If he's aware of it, he has no intention of living long. For him it's something easy to pay. What worries me is the stress he's putting his body under. After all, those strands in his hair I doubt appear just for style. Office shared her thoughts, drawing the attention of everyone present. What do you mean? Red asked, looking at his partner. I mean, now that he plans to fight at a high level, I don't know how much he will be able to use Albion's ability without wearing down his body, his life or his magic in the process. What I do know is that now, they are about to contemplate part of the true power of an evil dragon. A dragon that was formed thanks to his decisions and lack of action. Office responded, looking at the leaders as she said her last words. What do you mean by that? Asked Gabriel. Don't you understand yet, girl? Ha. He wouldn't have fallen to his negative emotions if it weren't for you. A fallen angel killed him, separating him from his first partner and condemning him to reincarnate, separating himself from his human side. And therefore, his parents. The angels purposely ignored a good and noble devotee of their beliefs who, curiously, was the partner of the Sekiryuite, and the demons lied to him, not trusting him, causing him to decide to distance himself from his own faction, and then be hunted by these same demons, considering him a traitor. Without a clear place in the world as he was no longer human, being an enemy by right of the fallen and the angels, and with broken ties with those who claimed to be his, he did not hesitate to accept our proposal and become part of our great faction. We didn't plan this, but for that and a few other things, thank you. Red clarified, looking at Azazel as he said these last words. This caused those present to reconsider their actions. If they didn't act, it was because they didn't want to spark war among themselves by taking direct action. They didn't act out of fear. False. Now Issei, wielding an incomplete form of his own balance break, prepared to face Vritra's bastard form. Issei. Vritra is my responsibility, it's my fault that he got out of control. Let me take care of him. Vali complained to Issei. The Dragon Kings are the responsibility of both celestial dragons, also. Saji is my friend, I won't let him become the same as me, and I won't let you kill him. The brown-haired man sentenced while the irises of his eyes turned black. Okay. I guess I owe you one. Vali said, taking flight again and taking care of the remaining mages. In turn, more mages appeared to support the beast they had unleashed. Get out of here. These words were directed at the surrendered mages, who didn't hesitate to escape into the forest near the nearly destroyed academy. They would later be captured by Seraphal and Gabriel and interrogated. The Hakuryuku spread its wings in the sky, crossing its arms and displaying a majestic pose was heard. Divide. Demonstrating his power as Hakuryuku, Vali stole the energy of everyone present in the area, except for Office, Red, Issei, and the leaders. Sarah, Grafia, Ravel, Sona, and Riaz, along with their respective entourages, were affected by the White Dragon Emperor's ability. As were the mages who had just appeared in Vritra. Graya. Vritra's imperfect form roared upon seeing the Hakuryuku in the sky, but this time, it wouldn't be facing Vali. It realized this when it was struck by a bolt of scarlet energy. I'll make them remember their place. The silver-haired man shouted, then let out a majestic roar as Albion's dragon form could be seen behind him. Being as fast as lightning, Vali effortlessly swept the mages through the air. The black dragon, getting up after the impact, turned its head to the place where it had received the impact to find Issei, who was looking at it seriously. Without wasting time, the Sekiryuite began a race that would end in a powerful blow with his leg to Vritra's face. Such was the force that the dragon fell backwards, while Issei made constant use of his new sacred gear. Vritra managed to hook Vali again with the lines seeking to absorb his power, but Vali, feeling this, grabbed them and threw Vritra into the sky where he positioned himself above him, hitting him on the head so that he fell again. Issei, seeing Vritra falling, ran as fast as he could to the point of impact while creating a small sphere of power in his left hand. Using his newly acquired ability, the brown-haired boy joined the hacker Yuiku in the task of reducing the mace of power that formed Vritra. Divide, boost. Both the energy he stole and the energy he gained from his sacred gear were directed into his left hand to increase the size of the sphere he created. Once positioned where Vritra would land, Issei slammed the sphere he created with an uppercut upward. From it emerged a powerful beam that once again lifted Vritra into the air while destroying part of the power mace that formed his body. The dragon shoot. No. I didn't think it could be that powerful. Riaz admitted watching her young pawn fight. The last time he used it with us in practice, he left a large crater in a mountain. Kiba said, amazed by his partner's potential. The last time I saw him use it, he destroyed a mountain peak. Sona joined in, sharing what she witnessed almost a month ago. The amount of power that was concentrated in that attack would be capable of destroying the mountain completely. What amazes me is that when I see his face it would seem that he is used to using that amount of energy because I see no signs of tiredness or effort. Analyzed Sarah, seeing how that attack almost completely erased the mace of power that surrounded her daughter's pawn. Seeing that the mace was threatening to take shape again, Vali created a magic circle above Saji, and from it came a beam of energy that sent him crashing to the ground. Issei approached his wounded friend, who seemed unconscious. I know you can hear me, Vritra. Seeing your sacred gears still active gives you away. Bending down to grab the unconscious Saji by the shirt and then lifting him into the air, Issei stared at his friend's left eye, which had changed. In place of Saji's natural eye, there was a violet eye with a slanted golden iris that stared intently at the Sekiruyute. Now you are complete, Vritra, again, but you do not have a physical body. Saji Genshiro is your bearer, and he is the new Dragon King who represents you. Do not confuse things, or try to deceive me by saying that it was all the spell's fault. That spell was undone when its caster died. That fact surprised the young devils and some other leaders. It also surprised Red, but it was when she realized that Issei was aware of it. Office had things to talk about with Issei, but his perception and attention to the situation kept her calm and in a way, made her feel somewhat proud. Don't ever try to rebel against us again. Because just as we brought you back, it won't be difficult to kill you again. Issei threatened and then saw how his friend's sacred gears disappeared, giving him to understand that Vritra had gone back to sleep, at least for now. Seeing how the blonde began to make gestures to wake up, Issei let him go, letting him fall to his knees on the ground. This woke Saji up immediately, while he began to feel an impressive fatigue throughout his body, in addition to pain from the wounds caused by the attacks of both celestial dragons. What happened? Asked Saji, watching as the remaining magicians undid the barrier that prevented the leaders from retreating, although this was useless as they did not expect to come face to face with the combined force of the Sekiruyute and the hacker Yuiku. They'll explain it to you later. After taking a moment to respond while analyzing everything that had happened, Issei teleported with Saji to the place where his gods were. What do you think, Sekiruyute? What all this was about? The Juka asked, having a small idea, wanting to compare it with what the boosted gear wielder had analyzed. But to his and everyone else's great surprise, Issei completely ignored the Demon King Beelzebub. Answer him, kid. It seems he needs some enlightenment. Red asked, mocking the leader of the underworld and also curious to know the analysis of the office boy. For me, it's a desperate attack by the last members of the demonic council to seize power, eliminating their leaders and if they could, those of the other factions as well. But it was an incomplete attack, something was missing in their equation, a factor. Issei revealed, confirming to Ajuka that he wasn't the only one with that thought. What factor? Erika asked, quite intrigued by all this. Issei glanced at Red, who nodded silently, indicating that he should answer. Someone was missing. Someone who was watching their meeting and backed away when they saw us arrive. That's why they seemed confused after kidnapping the Gremory bishop and using his power. They knew they had to continue. They never thought they would be left alone, and that's why they resorted to a bet. Trying to manipulate the Dragon King Vritra, a dragon famous for being extremely violent and spiteful. Apparently they were also watching this meeting to try to stay one step ahead of us. Issei finished his explanation staring at a spot in the room. After a while, and regaining the color of his eyes, he stopped looking. Well. After having fun and having solved a small inconvenience, we leave. Said Red, opening a dimensional rift and crossing through it, being followed by Tiamat, who was quite surprised by the ability of her husband's carrier. Wait. We want to invite you to join our alliance. Suggested Seraphol, assuming that the three factions would inevitably become allies. Those are topics that don't interest me. If it were up to me, I would make their features disappear with a single snap of my fingers for all the damage they did to us. But you can ask the celestial dragons their opinion. With that, Office left through the same dimensional rift, making it clear to them that she would never ally with them. Vali. Asked Azazel, approaching his adopted son, looking at him seriously. I see you're getting a little too confident, kid. The father said, brushing some of the dirt off the boy's jacket. Vali just laughed as Penemu, his second mother, came over to clean his face. You shouldn't worry, you should consider his condition. The cadre whispered, surprising Vali, who thought that information was top secret. He just laughed again, remembering his biological mother's words. Mothers find out everything. As long as there are exciting fights for me and a place to take care of my family. I'm not against peace, but I won't be a direct ally either, although well. Perhaps we can talk. Vritra, you will stay here and await further orders. You are forbidden to speak about our faction. Separating from both fallen, the hacker Yuku crossed the same rift as both deities. In the end, only Issei remained, looking out the window at the old building, remembering what he had done there, before turning his gaze to the battlefield where the corpses of the mages he had killed still lay. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, the bodies he saw were in better condition than those lying in the old building. Snapping his fingers, Issei set fire to the room in the old building, seeking to erase all traces of that massacre. Issei. The first to approach was Sona, who took his hand, causing the brunette to look at her. Let's go home. The black-haired girl said, almost pleading. Issei looked at her for a moment, then looked at the dimensional rift that was still open, as if it were waiting for him. Securite. Are you in favor of peace? Asked Michael, who was looked at hostilely by the brown-haired man. Why? Because you left her to her fate. Issei asked, his eyes slowly turning black again. The seraph lowered his head, a gesture that infuriated the brunette. Don't you dare lower your head in front of me. The brunette shouted, scaring Sona and her friends a little. Sarah, Grafia, and the other leaders just stared at him in surprise. Tell me. What was so important that you could ignore the prayers, pleas, and tears that 15-year-old girl dedicated to you? What stole your attention while that girl saw how everyone she knew turned their backs on her and insulted her on her birthday? Tell me, Seraphine. Why did you let Asia be expelled from the church and leave her to her fate for those 2 damn years? Said the brunette while getting dangerously close to Michael, who, out of respect, didn't back down. A year later, I received a report that she had cured a demon using her sacred gear. The higher-ups on Earth took charge, expelled her, and sent her to be hunted down. When I tried to interfere, she was already under the care of the fallen angels. I was afraid that if I interfered, the war might start again. Michael explained, hoping it would be enough. The only seraph with the power of his bastard and dead father's omnipresence, capable of solving many of the world's problems. And he's still just as useless as his predecessor. Those words annoyed Raphael, but his sister Uriel stopped him from taking any action he might take against the current Securite. Michael simply remained silent, unable to respond because the boy in front of him was right. She believed in you when she was expelled, praying for you, begging for food and shelter for 2 years in exile. She thanked you when she found it. And you left her to her fate. Asia believed in you until the end of her days. I won't make the same mistake as her. The brunette finished, then looked at Surziches, Ajuka, Seraphol, and Erika. In the underworld there are rumors that the current demon kings are more powerful than the previous ones. I wonder what is going on in their heads when they think that. After all, their leaders may be strong in terms of power, but they are limited by the supposed old customs that are a farce hatched by the dead members of the demonic council and the Great King faction, members who did not dare to kill despite all their insolence. And now, without those disgusting old men, they are still incapable of making a single decision without consulting their old fucking customs. They are nothing more than puppets who have been left without their puppeteer, but who are still under their strings. Puppets that I would be disgusted to associate with. Said Issei, and then looked at the fallen, who returned his gaze. The demons were speechless. 4 leaders, and none of them realized the manipulation that one of their brothers was suffering. Pathetic. Even more so their main leader, who prioritized his faction 1,000 times over his own family until almost the last moment. What a disappointment. Not wanting to say anything else because Azazel had helped him before, Issei turned around, looking through the dimensional gap at his territory, being the only one able to see it, since the others only saw the void. I will not be your ally, not now. Not ever. And believe me. The only thing keeping you safe from me are the few ties and memories I have with members of your factions, so out of respect for them you are not my enemies. But don't get too confident. A single act can make me change my mind very easily. Take care of your own problems. They are no longer my business. Slipping out of Sona's grasp, Issei crossed the dimensional gap that suddenly closed, leaving the leaders with a lot to think about. Sona was deeply saddened by what her partner had done, but she also knew that he hadn't done it because he didn't care, but because he had to fulfill a deal. Or so she chose to believe. Without saying anything and without being stopped by anyone, Sona left through a magic circle to her room. Phew. We got the smallest share. Azazel sighed in a joking tone, trying to lighten the mood. 1. I suppose we need to rethink a lot of things within our own factions. Gabriel added, also wanting to put that bad moment behind him, at least for now. She saw how her brother clenched his fists, bothered by the Security's words, but what bothered him more was that those words held so much truth. Yes. There are too many things to change, said Surziches, approaching Azazel and Michael. From now on, our factions are allies. Then we will see several terms that will benefit us all, said Michael, smiling but still unable to get the Security's words out of his head. Giant forest. Security territory. Office and Rad looked at Issei seriously upon seeing him appear completely alone, as they expected him to come with his partner. Vali, now with his team, his partner, and the Dragon Kings he would lead, stood to one side, looking to the side. He seemed to be reflecting on something. Why didn't you bring that demon here? Red asked. I guess. Because I'm an idiot. The brown-haired boy replied, seeing how the moon was about to set, ending the night and giving way to day. The marital life of the dragons we lead does not matter to us. What truly matters to us is that we are obeyed when we give an order, and you, child, have not complied with what I ordered you. Why have you disobeyed me, child? Office asked, suddenly appearing in front of Issei, grabbing his face to look him directly in the eyes. There was no need to show my true nature at that moment, not while we were being watched by faction leaders from around the world. Besides, I didn't want to become a problem other than Vritra. Issei explained, then was released from his goddess's grasp. Explain yourself. Office ordered, curious about this last part of the answer. I realized it when I killed the mages who were holding the Gremory servants. I felt how I partially lost control of my actions due to my emotions. If I had continued demonstrating my power as an evil dragon, I probably would have become the subject of ridicule towards you by the other factions, by showing you that the leaders of the dragon faction were unstable and volatile. The brown-haired man explained, fortunately diminishing Office's apparent fury. You've become good with words since the first time we spoke, and now you analyze the situation precisely. You've trained your body and mind, and you've learned a lot. I congratulate you. Office acknowledged, surprising Issei, who couldn't help but show his surprise. But now your true training will begin. Tannen will teach you to properly channel your great destructive power, agility and speed. Fafnir will teach you to use your disadvantages and those of your enemies to your advantage, in addition to stealth and surprise movements, and Tiamat will help you learn dragon spells and tricks and will test you every 30 days. When they consider you capable, I will test your abilities. Saying that, Office left through a dimensional rift, leaving Issei astonished because in the long run Office would test him with a real confrontation. You're amazing, kid. Keep it up, and maybe I'll test you too. Red congratulated, then followed his wife, leaving the young Dragon Kings alone. Issei didn't know how to interpret Red's words as a reward or a punishment. For now, he just let it be. Fine. I'll go bring all the dragons from my old territory here. I could use some help. Tannen said, spreading her wings to take flight. I'll go, it will do me good to stretch my wings for a moment. Tiamat joined in, taking her dragon form as she spoke. Why not? Maybe this way I can steal a follower or two from you, joked Fafnir, ready to follow the meteor dragon. You can keep the lazy ones, like you. Tannen said in the same tone of voice as the golden dragon. They continued their discussion as they flew toward Tannen's territory, Tiamat only listening, amused by the words they said to each other, reminiscing about old times. I'll keep sleeping. Wake me up when there's something interesting, Midgardsormr said as he flew away. The young people present found this scene very curious, as the dragon didn't have wings. I'm leaving too. Old Wukong is waiting in my territory for a practice fight. And don't worry, Securitate, I'll make sure that sleepyhead doesn't fall into your territory if he falls asleep. And hey Brad, the old man wants to talk to you, go when you have time, said the emerald dragon, ready to leave, directing those last words to Biku. Thank you, Yulong. Thanked Issei, watching as the green eastern dragon flew quickly to awaken the world serpent. So they scolded you, huh? Issei asked, walking away with the silver-haired man to the same place where they talked before. Something like that. Red told me that I almost made him look ridiculous in front of everyone by almost being at a disadvantage against a dragon king who is supposed to be weaker than me. He's partly right, I can distort reality, and I almost lost against an incomplete dragon king. Vali replied, already under the barrier of silence, being quite frustrated by the previous fight. You got carried away, and Vritra was out of control but not unconscious. He knew what he was doing. Although I'm surprised he wanted to continue that way once I freed him from the spell. The brunette reflected, watching as dawn was almost breaking. That he can steal my blood if he takes me by surprise. The worst thing is that just like with energy, I take a lot of blood at once. Vritra is incredible in its own way. But let's leave that behind for now and, changing the subject, how is it possible that you can handle light magic? You even assimilated Albion's main ability. Asked Volley, intrigued by that when he remembered how a week ago Issei had stolen his power. 1. The light magic is thanks to Gram and Ascalon. Gram possessed part of the soul of the original Lucifer. It was he who instructed me in my dreams about light and demonic magic and about knowledge in general, and Ascalon gave me part of his light essence when I began to train. Thanks to him I have studied my clan comrades, the 72 demonic pillars, the seraphim, the cadres, and the most important elements of these factions. Issei explained, seeing the small group of houses at the foot of the mountain he was on, noticing that one of the buildings was emitting smoke. Soon the smell of freshly baked bread invaded the senses of both bearers, letting them know that the bread was about to come out or had already come out. And about your power. It occurred to me when I saw how Kiba, my friend, was able to create a holy demonic sword. 2 opposing elements united to form a great power. I wondered if that applied to us too. It may not have seemed like it, but the damage to my body was brutal. Said the brunette, showing the silver-haired man how his right hand was shaking uncontrollably, even though a week had already passed. If I am considered a miracle for being half-demon and managing to be a bearer of Albion, you are something else. Joked Volley, partly praising Issei with his words. No. I just had some luck and a lot of willpower. The drake bearer belittled himself. Well, it seems they're already preparing breakfast. Volley thought, watching as some adult devils lit the bonfire that was in the place. They turned to look at them and greeted from afar. Issei returned the greeting, and Volley did so too. Yu approached the latter and looked at him pleadingly, as if she wanted him to ask Issei if he was inviting them. He tried to ignore her for the moment, feeling some shame for making that request. They were deserter demons, right? Iku asked, approaching the pair of dragons, feeling attracted by the aroma of the bread. Yes. But no longer, now they are part of the dragons. Declared Issei, watching as the sun began to rise. You gave them a new chance at life away from their cruel clans. How noble. Arthur said, watching with a small smile as the children left their houses, also attracted by the sweet aroma of the chocolate they were preparing. It smells delicious. LaFay said, wanting to get down and join them. Sakiriuchi. Are you inviting us to breakfast, Naya? Asked Kuroka, jumping on top of the brown-haired boy, resting her breasts on top of his head. If you do, I'll let you see them. The Nekomata whispered in Issei's ear, making LaFay blush, who had understood the first time. Asa. Could you prepare some more? I brought some unexpected guests, I'm sorry. Said the brunette, summoning a magic circle in his hand, where the image of the aforementioned appeared. Of course, Issei-sama, it's no problem. The woman replied with a smile. Thanks. Fine, you can go. I'll catch up with you later. I have things to think about. After cutting off communication with one of his leaders, the brunette headed towards Volley's group, who gladly accepted the invitation. Thank you. You whispered before leaving with Volley. You'll have your reward later. Kuroka whispered flirtatiously, pointing at her breasts and this time managing to make the brunette blush. Akemi, Yami. Please come with them. Issei asked, watching as both swords left his body and took on his human form. Without protesting, they obeyed, even with the concern that their leader might do something crazy. Once alone, Issei began to walk towards the forest, almost getting lost in it. Human world. Sitri residence. Sona was in her room, sitting by the window, watching as the sun began to illuminate the sky, despite it being covered by clouds. She was happy to know that her partner would be okay. It made her proud that he was part of her own faction, but this also hurt her. As the leader of a resurgent faction, he possibly wouldn't have time to continue his studies in the human world. She suspected that if Issei didn't take her with him, it wasn't because he didn't want to, but perhaps his own deities had forbidden him to interact with the other factions. This made her believe that perhaps she would never see her beloved again, or that hundreds of years would have to pass for this. Soon she was brought out of her thoughts when she saw a dimensional gap appear in the middle of her room, very similar to the one Issei used to leave. Without hesitation but being cautious, Sona crossed the dimensional gap while closing her eyes. When she opened them, she saw a beautiful snow-covered landscape and a strong breeze that froze her senses. She was fascinated by that place because of how beautiful it was, but in the distance, at the edge of a cliff, she saw the silhouette of a person. When she saw it, she felt déjà vu and at the same time feared what that person would do next. I remember something like this. Very well. The young man began, standing at the edge of the cliff. Sona, for her part, began to slowly approach as she listened to him speak. In a place like this, I tried to end what I considered my punishment when Asia died. And it wasn't just once. Continued the young man, looking sadly at the end of the cliff. I came here a while ago too. When I felt like the situation was starting to get too much for me. But I immediately thought of my family, of Asia. Of you. Remembering you with Tsubaki and Yura, while the three of you were smiling. while you were smiling. Issei continued, turning to look at Sona with a smile, who was already behind him. That's when I realized that I wouldn't escape like that, and I would give everything, even my life, to protect those beautiful smiles. Your smile, Sona. The young woman smiled as she watched him holding back his tears, honoring his previous promise. You don't have to hold back anymore. Just let it out. Issei felt Sona begin to hug him tightly as she buried her face in his chest. Issei could clearly hear his partner's muffled sobs. He simply hugged her back in silence, waiting for her to calm down a bit. I thought you were dead. I had to swallow my tears and stand firm for the sake of my servants, so they wouldn't lose hope in winning. But I saw you appear and all I could think about was running and hugging you, but I knew that would only cause trouble. When it was all over and you had to leave, I swore to myself never to cry in front of anyone else, but I can't even keep that. Sona said, wanting to say more, but also not wanting her partner to carry her problems, because she remembered Kakabiel's words. That's what couples are for, Sona. To support each other in the worst moments, no matter what the problem is. As if he knew his partner's thoughts, Issei tried to comfort the Sitri heiress. If I don't share my problems with you, it's because I don't want to worry you more than you already are. You take care of the student council, you help me with the disciplinary committee, and you attend to your duties as heiress of a clan. Adding my problems to you makes me uncomfortable, and I feel like I'm putting another burden on you while lightening mine. The brunette confessed, sitting next to Sona at the edge of the cliff. Was everything you told the leaders true? The girl asked, feeling calmer as she rested her head on her partner's shoulder. Yes. With my almost death, the seals that Riaz put to protect me from myself were broken, and I remembered everything. My relationship with Yuma, my depression, the time as a couple with Asia, the attack on my companions, and well, these attempts. Even with all that back, I feel that Asia's voice that I hear in my memories is not hers. But yours, as if I were not able to remember her voice. Said the brown-haired boy, while his beloved sacred gear began to envelop him in its greenish healing aura, without him ordering or wanting it to. I'm sorry. I didn't know Asia, but I appreciate that even though she's no longer here, she continues to protect you with her sacred gear. Said the girl, watching as Issei healed his hands. I don't know if he would have liked to see what I've become, to find out about the things I've done. The brunette lamented, not wanting to imagine his deceased partner's reaction. Maybe he wouldn't have liked it. But he would understand that the things you've been through forced you to make those decisions, and he would love you above all else, just like I do. The brunette agreed, knowing that Issei needed those kinds of words. He thanked her and simply stared at the distant lake, reflecting on many things. It's a beautiful place. Where are we? I asked, thinking they were still in the human world. It's my territory. We're far from the territories of the fallen and the demons. This caught Sona's attention, who asked. Are we in the underworld? Issei simply nodded. It was modified by the dragon gods, so that there is even an artificial sun and moon. But it only affects this area. You leave the territory, and the sky is purple during the day and dark at night. Here, even the stars of the human world are reflected. It is truly beautiful. Explained the Sekiruyute, watching in the distance how Vali's group seemed to have fun chatting among themselves, and sometimes with the demons of the place. Sona was fascinated to see that village that was next to the lake. She correctly assumed that those who lived there were the demons protected by Issei. After finishing the academy and maybe university, I will dedicate myself completely to my faction. It was the deal I had with Office to allow me to help them in battle. This statement took Sona by surprise. You won't come back? Sona asked, expectant of her beloved's response. Only for those years. Then, I'll leave the human world, and I won't ask anyone to accompany me because I won't separate them from their lives. The brown-haired man explained, standing up as he saw his dragon kings pass by in the sky, followed by hordes of dragons. Vali was also amazed by this. He had never seen such a large group of dragons before. Suddenly, these dragons stopped when Tannen, Tiamat, and Fafnir did, yet they didn't land on the ground. The deserting demons stared at these fantastic beings in awe and fear. Understanding the motives of his kings, Issei created a magic circle in the sky that would serve as a platform for him to stand on since he couldn't fly. Appearing in the place through a pillar of fire, the brown-haired man now stood in front of the great horde of dragons that looked at him seriously, and he responded with the same look. Vali took flight, putting himself at par with Issei, while summoning two magic circles from which Yulong and Midgardsorm emerged. He is the current Sekiruyute, one of the leaders of our resurgent faction. Tannen introduced Issei to his followers. He killed Metriton, a seraph, Kakabiel, a cadre, and wiped out a large number of demons. Commented Fafnir when he saw that some dragons were looking at Issei defiantly. He handles light magic, demonic magic, our own magic, and he demonstrates great composure by remaining calm when the situation calls for it, despite being an evil dragon. And as such, I hope you do not wish to test his patience. Continued Tiamat this time, feeling the aura of many dragons increase to intimidate their leader. Her words sought to diminish things, but they did not work at all. This is your new home, here you can live under the protection and strength of Great Red. As Vali pronounced the name of one of his deities, a dimensional rift opened right behind him. There he could see the enormous face of a red dragon that threatened to come out, but what came out of there was the human form of Red, who looked at them with a proud smile. They also live under the protection and wisdom of Office Ouroboros. The dragon saw surprised as behind Issei, who pronounced these words, a black mace of pure power, which drew with it the face of a dragon with bright violet eyes, began to take the form of a human woman who released a small part of her power that was enough to appease that of the dragons that threatened to say, "We are your gods. But we will never ask you to bow your heads or show us praise. We are not like the pathetic gods of the other factions." Red said, looking at each of the dragons present. "We will let them live in our territory as they please, as long as they follow a series of rules that will be explained to them by their respective kings. But one in particular must be emphasized." This time Offa spoke, gradually increasing her great power, causing many of the new dragons to begin to feel fear. "Respect your territorial leaders, because insulting them means insulting us as well. And we won't let any offense go unpunished." With that, Office vanished again, like a shadow in the sun. "Take them Tannen and explain to them the rules that Office spoke of. Fafnir, I see that many dragons are now following you," said Issei, seeing how despite the fact that Tannen had already left, many dragons stayed right behind the golden dragon. These young dragons want to learn about my way of life and for me to tell them my stories. Despite wanting to put it aside, it seems that my life as Dragon King is not over yet," said the dragon, looking at the demons who looked at him in amazement. His face was serious when he saw them. After all, they reminded him of those responsible for the deaths of many of his people. "I see. So, your legend is still going strong. This is your chance to make it bigger, Fafnir," Vali shouted, bringing the Dragon King out of his thoughts. "Yes. It's time, lizards. Let's go to my territory," Fafnir replied, beginning to fly quickly towards his territory. "You do not doubt that many of them want to inhabit your territories." Tannen gave them the opportunity to choose which Dragon King to live with. Tiamat, returning to her human form, warned Midgardsormr and Yulong about possible invaders in their territories. "HMP. Little offspring in my territory. They'll be a nuisance." The world snake complained, already imagining how they'll be around him, bothering him in his sleep. "Fine. I'll have participants in the prey position in the hunting game. Lol, I'm always the hunter." Yulong spoke excitedly about reviving the game he created centuries ago. "It would be best if you two learned the rules that Office and Red set for governing the territories. I understand that there are certain specifications for each Dragon King." Vali handed a pair of papers to both Dragon Kings present under his command. Both took them with their enormous claws, and what caught Issei's attention was that Midgardsormr took out some tiny glasses from who knows where to read that paper. "Hunting is prohibited. Should I reduce my sleeping hours?" Both dragons complained, looking furiously at their leader. "The safety of our race is our priority. The hunting game isn't forbidden. It's forbidden for you to play without restraining your power and to always be the hunter. The purpose of a game is for everyone to have fun, not to cause fear in your own kind. Besides, it's not a good thing for our kind to get used to being the prey," Vali explained, lightening the mood a bit by calming Yulong, who partially agreed with him. "Living in fear isn't living. And about the reduction in your sleep schedule, it's so that those who come to your territory see a leader, even if not as active, present. One who gives them confidence and inspires respect. I only remind you that if you fail, you will answer to me. And to Red," said the Hakuryuku, watching as his Dragon Kings reluctantly left. "And you must have shown power. They almost challenged you to prove your leadership." Tiamat scolded, looking at Issei, who didn't return her gaze. "I'm still not as strong as some of you, but it doesn't mean I can't defend myself. If any of them attacked me, I wouldn't be left behind. And I'm sure Office scared them off with her power to avoid an unnecessary fight. Not to defend myself," Issei stated, still somewhat unsure of his final words. "Anyway, next time don't let that happen," Tiamat asked before getting down and re-entering Issei's sacred gear, where her husband was. "That's new," Vali said, seeing Issei, who was starting to go down to meet up with Sona again. "I prefer not to ask, as long as she is happy I don't see any problem. Come, I want to introduce you to someone," simply answered the brown-haired boy, who was followed by the Hakuryuku. "This is Sona Sitri, my current partner." This surprised the silver-haired man greatly, as he recognized the young woman in front of him. She was the one Issei had his last interaction with before being taken to that place by force, and he later ran into her at the faction meeting. "It's nice to see you again. I'm sorry I ignored you during the meeting. I guess you already know me," Vali said, starting to walk back to the small demon village. "Yes. Volley Lucifer, right. Sona, along with Issei, also began to walk following the hacker Yuiku. Where are we going? Asked the young woman, curious to know the destination of her walk. Let's have breakfast. Issei replied, smiling. Later. That night. Sona had returned to the human world to help with what would be the Christmas dinner. There she informed everyone that Issei would be with them for that special event. The latter, for his part, was at the top of the cliff that morning, completely alone, watching how the small town was also quite lively. Everyone was helping prepare dinner for that night, since Issei himself had brought them tons of supplies without them realizing it. They had recently found them inside the huge log that Issei had made for them as a temporary shelter. Issei had lied. He had no intention of showing up at the celebration he'd promised to attend, nor at the celebration in front of him. He simply wanted to be alone with his thoughts, which kept reminding him of his past actions. He attributed this to the influence of the old bears. What's this? Issei tried to shift his position to better observe his territory. He felt his foot hit something that hadn't been there before. Looking down, he found a box wrapped as if it were a gift. The decoration on it was somewhat old and worn, but what was inside seemed to be in good condition. Bending down to pick it up, he examined it for a moment by the light of the moon, finding a tag tied to the gift's bow. If it hadn't somehow been floating in the air, Issei would have dropped it in surprise upon reading who it was from. The tag read. To Issei, from Asia. The brunette murmured, looking at the gift with great surprise. Soon, before his eyes, a message appeared written in the air with what seemed to be part of Office's power. It said. I found this in the old church when that little seraph helped you recover. I suppose it belongs to you. Let it be noted that this will be the last time I act as a messenger. Don't forget to check the video. This confirmed that it was the deity in charge of him who was delivering the gift. 1. He picked up the gift levitating in front of him again, but this time he was more careful not to drop it. When he opened it, he found a red envelope, heavy enough to contain only a letter, a notebook that looked quite old, and a cell phone that he recognized almost instantly. He had given that phone to Asia so he could stay in touch with her when he couldn't see her. He took the phone and carefully turned it on, discovering with surprise that it was fully charged. He assumed he must have asked someone for help to recharge it, surprising him even more. The wallpaper Asia used was a photo of the two of them smiling. He remembered with melancholy and some annoyance that he also had the same wallpaper, but on another phone. That phone was destroyed in a battle with a rogue demon, hence his annoyance at remembering that photo. Leaving his phone for a moment, he delicately picked up the envelope, finding on one side the words. My love, Issei. He carefully opened it, finding inside a handwritten letter with a gold cross with emeralds in the four corners. Behind it were the words in Italian that said Holy Maiden Asia Argento. But these had clear signs of having been erased, yet they remained legible. But above these words, there was a sloppy engraving in Japanese that said, I will take care of you with all my love. Issei, still holding that cross, which incredibly didn't hurt him at all, began to read the letter, instantly recognizing the handwriting. It was from his beloved Asia. He also noticed that the ink was running in some places, as if something had been spilled while writing it. Not something, tears. To my beloved Ice. I'm writing this because I know I won't have the courage to tell you to your face. I feel with all my heart that you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. This whole year we've spent together has been absolutely beautiful. And I want to believe there's more to come, that we'll have so much joy together. You always tell me that God isn't entirely merciful for everything he's put me through, but I think it's because of that I was able to meet you. I've kept this cross because it always reminded me that at some point in my life, I had accomplished something good. When I was expelled from the church, I always reproached myself for not giving my all. But you helped me change that thinking. You gave me so much joy and made me feel that everything I did was right. I experienced many emotions with you. I felt sad, angry, distressed, and worried. But I also felt very happy, excited, and pleased to be with you. I still remember that night when we loved each other without reservation, without thinking of anything else. Without control, but with so much love for each other. That night when we sinned for love. That night I became the happiest woman in the world. That happiness was born from being by your side, sharing beautiful memories together, from loving each other unconditionally, from being only yours. I thank you for everything you made me feel, whether sad or happy, bad or good. I thank you for falling in love with me and for staying with me, even though you were forbidden to. I thank you for granting a completely selfish wish of mine. You made my most cherished dream come true. You made me the luckiest and most beloved woman in the world. Hi to Issei, I know I don't have a ring to give you, but will you marry me? I said it once, Asia. And I'll say it again. I accept. After finishing reading the letter, which was read in a tone of voice he remembered from his beloved Asia, Issei couldn't stop the tears from his eyes as he lightly clutched the paper, which he feared would crumble. He stood there, crying alone for a moment, releasing some of the emotions that the letter had made him feel. He put the letter back in the envelope, and before putting it back in the box, he hugged her warmly. He took out that old notebook and opened it, finding the following written on it. My story with ice. From Asia, with the help of my friend Miss Yuma. That phrase was decorated with many colors and drawings. There Issei understood the relationship that Yuma came to have with Asia. They were friends. As he turned the pages, Issei found many photos that Asia had taken with her cell phone and had been printed to be pasted in that album. Each photo he saw reminded him of those happy moments he spent with her, and at the same time made his sadness grow, and therefore his negative emotions began to appear, dyeing the iris of his eyes a strong black color. But one page caught her eye. After all, the other pages in the notebook didn't feature photos, but blank pages. But there was one page in the middle of those blank pages that read, at the top, "Soon we'll be 3. With a heart at the bottom. I hope I'm doing it right. Let's see, yeah. I think it's done." The racing thoughts that were beginning to form in his head and his wailing stopped when he heard that voice he never expected to hear again, but longed for with all his soul. Looking up, he saw Asia's phone levitating in front of him as a video played. A dimensional rift formed in front of the phone, causing the video playing to become larger enough to be seen clearly. In the video, you could see a young woman with golden hair that reached more or less to her lower back. She was dressed in black jeans, white sneakers, a yellow blouse, and a red jacket. All the clothes she was wearing were loose and covered her body very well. She also had a pretty face that was decorated with a pair of beautiful green eyes that resembled 2 emeralds. "Hello, eyes." The young woman greeted the camera with a hand signal while smiling. "Asia." The brown-haired boy murmured, raising his hand, wanting to touch his beloved's hand. "I hope you're doing well. Today is your birthday." "Yes. Bravo." The young woman celebrated, raising her arms and jumping up and down. "And well, you know that I don't have much money or anything to give you, that I haven't already given you," said the young woman, blushing a lot at those words. This was even transmitted to Issei, who was the same as her. "So. At least I wanted to make you a little video as a gift. I'm so sorry I can't give you anything because you even gave me this phone. You did so much for me this year, and I really never thought I would love someone as much as I love you now," continued the young woman, blushing again, causing a lot of tenderness to Issei, who only wanted to hug the young woman who was watching. "You know I'm really bad at expressing myself face to face, but at least I hope that through here or in a letter I can be understood better. You always said that you really liked listening to me sing, so I decided to try to write to you or dedicate a song to you." At that moment she moved a little off camera, and behind her you could hear a melody starting to play. She stood in front of the camera, took a breath in order to calm down a little, and gently touched her cheeks as she began to move her body to the same melody. Jekajaran cover by 90 Suki. 1,000 excuses will freeze me today, so I won't speak. I didn't want to come to you for further help. My eyes fill with tears that don't let me see you. Anger makes me uncomfortable and all I can do is scream. From the darkness, you always emerge. Because you've been the only one who understands me. You will be the person who revolutionizes me. I like it, it hurts me, you create, you destroy. My strength and my weakness, everything is you. I'm going to give you my poor heart. Love isn't a game that becomes so easy. I'll do it, I'll be better. I am immune to the lies of this pain. I believe in this path that I chose. If you want to believe me, that's your decision, but I'll go with the devil who will teach me that masterful path. That darkness that tormented him until recently and was reflected in Issei's eyes, turning them a deep black, disappeared, returning those jade and honey colors that his eyes carried while, strangely, he began to feel a great tranquility like he hadn't felt for a long time. When the song ended, in the video you could see Asia breathing heavily, taking a breath. She approached the camera and sat down on a chair that was there. "Wow. I felt so good. I guess it was because the song is for you," she said, blushing again while smiling warmly. "Ever since I met you, you were always very good to me, you helped me and understood me. You don't know how happy I was when you showed interest in learning my languages. I felt like I was finally helping you with something and not just the other way around. I'll never forget our first date, nor the first time we held hands." As she went on about the things she did with him, Asia started to blush, and Issei started to shed more tears remembering those moments. "I'll never forget the time you proposed to me that beautiful sunset, nor the time we shared our first kiss. You are such a kind and gentle person. That's why I wish you the best on this day, which is your birthday, and all the others until the end of time. I hope you don't discover this gift ahead of time. After all, I'm recording this a week before your birthday. Because I don't think I'd have the courage to do this again later on, it's already very embarrassing. Never change eyes. Happy birthday, my love." With that said and a smile on her face, the video that Asia had recorded more than a year ago had ended. Thank you, my love." Issei couldn't stop shaking and crying as he knelt on the ground. He clenched his teeth tightly, not wanting to let any sobs escape, but failing miserably. He clenched his fists tightly to the point of making them bleed. He looked up at the sky, searching for some air, feeling like he was going to choke for some reason. To one side, he saw the golden cross that had once belonged to Asia. Gazing at it for a moment, without any fear, he placed the cross around his neck, and to his surprise, it didn't burn or hurt him. He didn't know why this was, but it didn't matter to him now. That cross symbolized Asia's history, and before and after meeting him, he would carry that cross until the end of his days. That's what he had promised himself. And he didn't break promises. Thank you, Office-sama. Thank you very much. After some time recovering and after thanking his deity for such a beautiful and somewhat painful gift, Issei would return to the human world to fulfill his old words. He would not break a promise again. Sitri Residence. 10 p.m. December 24. 1. Kayako and Takeda were finishing up the decorations in the great hall Sarah had prepared. Receiving the news from Sona that her son had promised to join them after a week of not seeing him thrilled them, and they were very happy. Zenobia and Irina had gone out to buy a couple of things they needed. Sarah, along with her daughter, Tsubaki, Hikaru, and Griselda, were finishing cooking the dishes they would eat that night. Akane was playing with Akemi, Yami, and Yura, who had been invited. Since her family wasn't celebrating those festivities. The other servants of Sona were with their respective families, even Ruruko had invited Jun-sensei and his friend Hinako to spend the holidays with her family. This same case was repeated with Ravel, Riaz, and their entourage, who were now in the Phoenix territory with the people they love. Although humans still didn't believe that beings like them could celebrate the birth of their supposed sworn enemy, they explained that, beyond celebrating the birth of the Son of God, they didn't call him that. In ancient times, demons gathered around these same dates to commemorate the supposed birth of the Antichrist, but later that reason faded, but the custom prevailed. Grafia had returned to the underworld with her family. She had been separated from her loved ones for a long time, and she was already eager to see her son, Milikas. She knew that at any moment she could collapse again due to lack of energy, but she would still take the risk. In the worst case, she would have to turn to Sarah and her husband, believing that she would no longer be able to contact Issei for a long time. But even though everyone was happy to see Issei again, they remained silent, a doubt beginning to grow every time they heard the clock tick. Will he really show up? Or was it just a lie to keep everyone calm? Had he broken his vow to keep all his promises? Those questions were beginning to bother several of those present. They didn't believe he was capable of deluding them in vain, but that possibility existed, given that he didn't want to tell the truth about his dealings with the beings who saved him. I remember that these celebrations were more joyful, that as children Irina and I would run around making mischief or trying to hide, so we could see Santa. Now that I think about it, those moments seem so long ago. The voice suddenly came from the entrance of the house. Everyone immediately turned to look at that place, finding the image of the chestnut tree that almost everyone missed. Issei Nai. Without wasting time, little Akane ran towards the brown-haired boy, who squatted down to hug her. I missed you a lot too, little one. The brown-haired boy greeted, lifting the little girl above his head. Issei. Son. His parents were the second to rush over to hug him. His mother arrived first, though, and if he hadn't reacted in time and kept his balance when his mother literally collided with him, they would both be on the ground. I'm glad to see you too, Mom. Issei said, reciprocating his mother's hug, which was then joined by his father. After leaving Akane on the ground and separating from his parents, Issei was hit hard by Yura, who didn't measure her strength when she ran to hug him. Fortunately, the brunette managed to stay balanced, but he took a couple of steps back. Yura. What's hap? Issei's words stopped dead in their tracks as he felt the small spasms the young woman was having as she hid her face in his chest, so no one would see her cry. I missed you a lot too. The brunette said, hugging Yura back. When he looked up, he saw Tsubaki smiling at him with crystal clear eyes. I'm glad you're back. She simply said, suppressing her emotions out of respect for her king. Me too. I'm glad to see you. Soon everyone approached to greet him with a hug, leaving Sona for last, who approached him and took him by the cheeks. I knew you'd come. I whispered to him and then hug him. I won't break my word. Or at least I'll try to keep it. The brunette reciprocated the hug with great affection and then went on to help with the preparations. Issei, I'm very glad you're back and I know you just got back, but could you go find Irina and Zenobia? They're taking too long and I'm already starting to worry about them. Hikaru asked, taking Akane in his arms with hidden intentions. Of course it's no problem. Issei replied, ready to leave again. I'll go too. Me too. I'm going too. No ladies. You have to stay and help. Go Issei, don't take too long. Seeing how Sona, Akemi and Yami wanted to leave with the brunette, Sarah stopped them and let Issei go. I'll be back in a moment. Issei said goodbye as he walked out the door. Why couldn't we go with Mom? Asked Sona, who seemed to suspect certain intentions of her mother. You know very well that it all started on Issei's birthday and that we couldn't celebrate it, that's why I need your help to put up the rest of the decorations. Revealed Sarah, who with a snap made some boxes appear thanks to a magic circle. That's a good idea, Mom. Come, help me put this up before I get back. Sona asked as she began to take out several of the decorations that had been ready for December 15th. Abandoned church. Remind me why we decided to come back here. Whatever the reason, it's not worth it. Zenobia complained, trying to warm her hands by rubbing them together. At her feet were a pair of bags filled with the things they had asked for. Recovering our battle suits, and speaking of which, I found one here. Irina replied after breaking the ice, kicking it hard, that had formed in the pond where they were bathing a while ago. How did it end up there? Now all that's missing is yours, which… oh, there it is. Irina shouted excitedly, willing to use her knowledge as an exorcist again to help Issei as much as she can in the future. After all, none of them were of any help in the last confrontation. In fact, she blames herself for getting distracted and letting Freed attack her so easily, resulting in her friend's near death. I don't understand how we could use this. I know it's super elastic, allows mobility and all that, but I think it wasn't very suitable to fight against what they ordered us to. Kneeling on the ground, Irina looked at Zenovia's suit with some annoyance. How was it possible that the church designated those suits for fighting? Remember the first time we wore them and thought they would protect us from harm despite looking so fragile? We were almost left fighting naked against that renegade demon. We wore them again simply because it was the dress code. They didn't even have protective seals or that old man's blessing. Zenobia reminded Irina as she approached her and remembered the Pope and those last words. You were right. It wasn't worth coming back here. Dropping that suit, Irina stood up, seeing how the fingers of her hand with which she had searched for the first suit in the icy waters were frozen and trembling. You worried everyone at home, you know. They turned to look at the entrance, where Issei was, who was making the bags disappear with a magic circle to take them home. Issei. Irina shouted, running quickly towards him and then jumping and hugging him. It's a pleasure to see you well, Sekiryute-sama. Zenobia greeted, also approaching, very happy. What were you doing here? The brunette asked, taking Irina's hand and warming it to remove the blue tint that was starting to form on her fingertips. I wanted to get our old exorcist outfits back. But they're not worth it. They don't protect anything, and I don't want anything to do with the church anymore. Irina replied, slightly blushing from the touch with her childhood friend. We want to help you as much as we can in the future. So we thought that maybe we could make use of what we learned as exorcists. Continued Zenobia, being very close to Issei because of the heat that emanated and made her almost forget about the cold place. Sometimes. It's better not to hold on to the past, they are only a heavy burden for the future, although it is not easy. Said the brown-haired man, approaching to take the suits of both young women, burning them with his power. Then if you want we can continue talking about it. But, what if now we go to home? Soon the brown-haired man's words were cut off by himself when he saw something new in that place that he thought he knew well. On a wall of the building that looked like it was about to fall, Issei could see something moving in the breeze that entered through an old wooden door. Driven by curiosity and something on his mind, Issei approached to investigate, being followed silently by both women. I slowly pushed open the door to find a room dimly lit by the moonlight that entered through a hole in the ceiling. Inside was a bed, a chest of drawers, above which was a half-length mirror, a chair, a desk, and a half-open wardrobe. Issei walked into the room while Zenobia and Irina stood outside, watching him with great curiosity. The boy approached the piece of furniture and gently ran his fingers over its surface. Some dust remained on them, clearly showing that they hadn't been used for a long time. He scanned the room again for signs of who it had belonged to, although he already had an idea. After all, there was only one makeup item on the dresser. A red lipstick, she remembered fondly. There was also a hairbrush, a toothbrush, and little else. Looking at the desk more closely, she noticed pencils of various colors, a notebook, and several loose sheets of paper with handwriting she recognized very well. He turned to look at the closet, managing to see inside. That fabric he saw swaying in the wind, leaving him paralyzed for a moment. Inside that closet, there was a nun's outfit. The one Asia wore regularly. He slowly opened the closet further, and there, carefully kept as best as possible, was the set of clothes he had bought after saving up money from several demonic contracts. On a small shelf inside the closet was the dragon plushie he remembered winning in a toy vending machine for Asia. Issei took the stuffed dragon in his hands shaking. The dragon had a collar on which a name could be written. It read, Rasei. Whatever you're going to call it, Asia. He remembered asking Asia what name she would give the stuffed animal. Rasei. For you. Asia answered in her mind, clearly her voice. Asia. Were you sleeping here? That soft murmur that came from the brunette's mouth greatly surprised the young women watching him from the doorway. Gently, the brunette placed the stuffed animal back in place, then raised his hand forward and created a protective magic circle so that this room, even if the rest of the building falls, would remain intact over time. "Come on in. I have a place to visit," said the brunette, turning towards the mirror, seeing right on one side what appeared to be a piece of paper stuck to it. Taking it in his hands, he blew on it to remove all the dust that prevented him from seeing what it really was. What was hidden under all that dust was a photo of him and Asia, who was wearing the outfit that was in the closet, both smiling and standing very close. Putting that photo in his coat, Issei headed towards the exit, carefully closing the door behind him. "Can I go with you?" Irina's question surprised the boy greatly, who turned to look at her in surprise. "I want to apologize to her personally for everything I said," Irina explained. The brunette now began to look at Zenobia, waiting for some answer on whether she wanted to go or not. "I would like to pay my respects," said Zenobia, very interested in going out of respect for Issei, who helped her in her worst moment. "Well, follow me." Issei didn't object to it, he didn't really know why. Maybe he just believed that Asia's soul would be very happy to see other people visiting her grave. After walking for a while, Irina and Zenobia saw a beautiful clearing in the forest. It had some snow, but not too much like there had been on their entire way there. "What a beautiful place," Zenobia murmured in wonder. "I see why you chose this place," Issei, Irina added. "This is where I confessed my love to Asia. This is where we became a couple, where she planted flowers, where we loved to spend the afternoons. She loved this place. So yeah. It's a beautiful place," the brunette commented, approaching to clean the stone where he had carved his beloved's name. "I'm sorry it took me so long to see you again. Amor mio," Issei apologized, lowering his head trying to hide his face and surprising the young women with Issei's words in Italian. After that, none of the young women knew what to do or what to say. Irina knelt next to her friend, resting her right hand on his shoulder and with her remaining hand taking her friend's, which was closed in a fist, causing pain. Irina looked at Zenobia, who also did the same with Issei, only on the other side. With the touch of both young women, the brunette relaxed his muscles, internally thanking the action of both young women. "Merry Christmas, love," the brunette whispered in Spanish before getting up from the ground and feeling a breeze move his hair, pointing to a specific spot in the forest. This caught the attention of the two young women next to him. Issei, without saying anything, began to walk among the trees, being closely followed by Irina and Zenobia, who remained silent. They began to look around them. The great vegetation of the place that was illuminated by the light of the full moon almost perfectly hid Asia's resting place. Turning around, they saw that they were no longer inside the grove, but outside it, and in the distance, they saw Issei. He was standing several meters away from them, on the edge of a cliff, staring at the moon on that cold winter night. They didn't know why, but that scene made them very anxious, and they wanted Issei to get out of there right now. "You know, not long after she passed away, I came here," Issei said as he looked towards the cliff. "I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to accept that she wouldn't be by my side anymore. I wanted everything to be like it was before. And an idea popped into my head. To join her. But she knew me and very cleverly made me promise that I would live for both of us." The brunette continued, still staring at that emptiness. As if it were calling him again. No, he didn't feel that anymore. It was there. As if it were waiting for his call. At this revelation, the girls' eyes opened wide. They couldn't even wrap their heads around the idea that someone like him, who had proven to be very strong, brave, persevering, and committed, would have wanted to leave everything behind. How was it possible that her God let someone as good as her have to pay for the sin of her followers, because I would live and she wouldn't? She felt it wasn't right. How could it be? I am condemned to live more than 10,000 years, and without her with me, all that longevity no longer made sense. I would see many of my loved ones die one after another, always leaving me behind. I knew it. But I didn't expect it to be so soon, that it wouldn't be her," continued the brown-haired man, releasing part of what he felt at that moment without stopping for some reason. "I attacked my master and my clan mates. People who have always supported me in difficult times. Could I be part of their group again after all the damage caused?" Irina felt how Issei began to release all those thoughts that tormented his mind and that he had hidden a long time ago. Would mom and dad accept me after knowing what I did that night? What I had become? What I had tried to do? I couldn't tell anyone about what was going through my head, about who I really was or what I had done. I was alone. Alone with my regrets and guilt. Issei continued as he directed his gaze to the sky. To the moon peeking through the clouds. And that idea intensified. I wanted to silence my insecurities, and I let myself fall. More than once. Continued Issei, putting a foot in the air, as if he wanted to let himself fall again. Irina and Zenobia quickly ran towards the brunette, holding him by his hands, even though he hadn't jumped but was still standing there. Looking at the moon. But all those times he would appear again in my room as if nothing had happened. One day I simply woke up. Without remembering all the harm I did to my companions, and with the feeling that I had done everything possible to save my beloved. Continued the brunette, looking again into the abyss without closing his eyes, as if he were facing his demons from the past with that simple look. My master. Riaz, I sealed my memories to stop these attempts and honor the promise I made to Asia, a false comfort that eased my mind. Now I think I understand why they sealed part of my power the night of my master's raiding game. They feared that for some reason or another, some blow or my own power, would unleash my memories, causing irreparable damage to both Razor's entourage and my companions, as well as me. Issei revealed the reasons why he did not hate his master, firmly believing that everything she did was to protect him from himself. But of all those times I jumped and woke up in my bed again. There was one where I didn't come back. I feel that in that last jump, in this place. Haidu Issei died. And I only usurped his name and his memories. Irina gripped his hand tighter upon hearing this part. I don't know who I am anymore. Issei smiled sadly as he looked at the Issei who died at the end of the cliff. Yeah. I don't even know what I am. I sacrificed my humanity to be able to fight days ago. I don't consider myself part of the demons. But I'm not strong enough to be a dragon either. Issei's eyes were lost in the end of the precipice while they became crystalline. Metroton. He said the carriers of the celestial dragons are only monsters who bring pain to their loved ones. So. Is everything that happened my fault? Am I just a monster who only attracts tragedies? Could I be the one to blame for someone else's death? The girls looked at Issei with great concern. Zenovia wanted to speak and try to comfort Issei, but Irina had signaled her to keep quiet. She knew her friend and, if he hadn't changed too much, she knew that if they cut him off now, it might take too long for him to open up to anyone again. What worries me is that last one. I don't care what I have to become to protect the people I love. I'll be what I must be and I'll do what I have to do even if you consider me a monster and if I have to get away from you so you can live in peace. So I will. Said the brunette giving them a smile. You're not a monster Issei, you never were and you never will be. You've been through a lot in just 2 years. You've been hurt in many ways. I've hurt you too. Irina said, glancing at the scar on her friend's arm from an outburst. She took her friend's face so he could look into her eyes. Believe me. I'm sure everyone is sorry for everything you've been through. You're not a demon in my eyes. But you're not the crybaby I left behind years ago, either. Irina said, trying to lighten the mood. But you're the same person full of dreams, you've just been hurt too much. Said Irina, who suddenly went blank. But you have managed to overcome those adversities. Yes, maybe you're no longer a human, but because you have become a dragon worthy of being called as such by protecting your loved ones, people who deserve it. Joining in with the words of encouragement, Zenovia tried to follow her friend's words. You have helped me and my mother when the church, to whom we dedicated our lives, abandoned us, without asking for anything in return. I want to help you in the future with your problems just as you helped us with ours. Said Zenovia, not knowing what else to say. I also want to be by your side, so that you never feel alone again. Continued Irina, resting her forehead on the brunette's forehead, managing to transmit security to him just as they did when they were children, staying like that for a while. Thank you both for listening and advising me. How about we go back home now? After looking one last time at the end of the cliff and seeing nothing but emptiness, Issei was ready to go home after the emotions that were unleashed upon finding his beloved's room and for something more. Sitri residence. 11 p.m. Why did you take so long? Yami asked when he saw Issei arrive with Irina and Zenovia. She was waiting for them at the door, then knocked 4 times behind her with a peculiar rhythm. It was nothing, just that there was something left to buy and you couldn't find it anywhere. The brown-haired boy excused himself, showing an ingredient that was truly missing, although it wasn't difficult to find. I'm glad to see you back, come on you're going to freeze. The Karu peeked out, opening the door a little that Yami was apparently guarding. Happy birthday. Upon entering the door, Issei was surprised to hear that shout from those who were present at the place. We couldn't celebrate before, son. But better late than never, right? Said Kayako approaching Issei who showed a cute smile. After many congratulations and toasts to a happy Christmas, Issei found himself on the roof of his house, looking at the moon. He didn't quite know why. But for some reason, that natural satellite brought him great peace. Sarah was in the backyard of her house, watching the full moon that night, aware that Issei was on the roof of his home, but unsure if he even knew she was there. Everyone is wondering where you are, you know. Said Sarah flying with her wings and then sitting next to Issei, feeling great comfort as she felt a great warmth coming from her daughter's partner. You'll be fine. I told you I'd go get some fresh air for a moment. It's been a while, hasn't it? The brunette asked, aware that he easily got lost in time when he was like this. That's right. You should go back. Said Sarah watching how Issei didn't take his eyes off the full moon. Do you really like watching the night sky? At this question, Issei's face drew a small smile. Yes. Although I don't really know why. It makes me think about everything I still have to go through. And it scares me a little, but who knows, maybe it's much better than I imagined. Said Issei looking at the moon that was crowned at the top of the sky. And if not, we'll all be there to support and help you like you did with us. Said Sarah while smiling. Don't take too long to come back. Continued the Sitri matriarch, getting up from her place to go back inside. Happy birthday, Asia. I wish you were here to celebrate together. Murmured the brunette, staying a little longer to gaze at the stars before going to sleep. The brunette headed to his bed, lay down, and was finally able to sleep. Free of worries and aware of his entire history. The next day. Morning had arrived, it was 8 a.m, and Issei was already beginning to wake up while feeling his arms go numb. This was due to Akemi and Yami who were with him. Both were awake but didn't move from their spots. Not knowing very well what to do since there were no signs that the young women were going to move, Issei stared at the ceiling of the place trying to go back to sleep, but this was left behind when he heard Akemi's words. Issei-sama. May I ask you something? The way the blue-eyed girl used to refer to him surprised him quite a bit. After all, she hadn't called him that in a long time. The young woman sat on the bed, hugging her knees and hiding her face in them. Yami did something similar, but she simply sat in her place with her back to the brunette. The latter suspected that the two of them had been talking about something while he slept, and he wasn't wrong. What do you want to talk about? Imitating the young women's actions, Issei sat down in his place while massaging his arms. Have you thought about your future? Asked Akemi, tightly gripping the sheets, this gesture being noticed by the brunette. Will we be in it? Akemi continued, not receiving a quick response from her carrier. What do you think of us, Issei? This time the question was more direct and asked by Yami, who still didn't turn to look at him. You were always very kind to us. You never scolded us in a bad way. Yami continued, showing a broken voice, surprising the brown-haired boy. You never treated us like we were just objects. Weapons. You showed us love and empathy. Yami seemed to start trembling every time he spoke a word. You taught us everything you knew, you bought us clothes. You were there when we didn't know what we felt, and you tried to explain to us what emotions were. With you, we felt fear, joy, courage, but we never felt alone again. This time the one speaking was Akemi, who now looked at Issei with tears coming out of her eyes. We feel love. We knew you didn't plan on having a harem, so. Said Yami still without turning to look at him, but with the same tone of voice. We started a little competition a month ago. The one you fell in love with first would stay with you. Yami continued, revealing something very important. But Drake-sama already told us. We both lost. Yami's broken voice intensified as she said this last part. We always wanted the best for you. And that's why, Issei-sama. We will no longer interfere. Akemi, taking Issei's right hand, said this and then was enveloped in light and disappeared, now showing the mark of a sword on the brunette's forearm, just like months ago. Have a good time, Issei. Yami did the same, but with his left hand, leaving Issei alone in his large room. Neither of them had let him utter a word, not because he didn't have time to talk, but because what was revealed to him left him speechless. He didn't know what to say to comfort them. He wouldn't tell them a lie like he wanted a harem now, knowing that it might give them hope for something that might never come true. This situation was compounded by Rainers, whom he still didn't know how to deal with. One problem had ended, and a new one had begun. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Issei went downstairs to make himself a cup of tea that might help him think clearly. Damn. It's impossible. I heard the brown-haired boy shout as he was near the kitchen. When he peeked through the door he saw how it was a mess with Yura inside, stained with various ingredients while holding a book in their hands, while their eyes let out tears. How could I even think he would notice me? I can't cook, I'm not delicate at all, and my body is just a bag of muscles. How could I even think Issei would notice me? The young woman lamented, stopping her words when she saw the person she was talking about standing at the entrance of the place, looking surprised. Overcome by shame, Yura ran off towards the room she was staying in, pushing the brunette with her body. Yura wait. When trying to follow the young Issei he found Tsubaki who looked at him seriously, but at the same time her eyes were crystalline. Tsubaki. What's wrong? Asked the brunette when he saw that the young woman was starting to cry. Sona told me yesterday. I lost. Those words left the brown-haired boy frozen, who didn't expect that Tsubaki also had feelings for him. I tried hard. But it wasn't enough to win your love. Continued the young Queen Sitri, unable to control her tears. I love you so much, Issei. I wish you happiness. With that said the brown-haired man opened his eyes finding the ceiling of what seemed to be his room. He felt like he was in an awkward position and his body longed to sleep a little longer, but his mind was restless and confused. After all, he was in his room, with Akemi and Yami sleeping on each arm. Agitated, he freed himself from the sister's grasp and got out of bed. Looking at the clock next to his bed, he saw it was 6 in the morning. The sun was still a couple of minutes away from rising, but he didn't want to sleep anymore. He had so many doubts in his head. That was just a dream. The brown-haired boy muttered to himself, still unable to find a clear answer. No, partner. That was a premonition, Drake replied, seeming to be aware of what Issei had seen. A premonition. Now calmer, Issei continued consulting Drake about what he had seen, which seemed so real to him. There is a rare species of dragons that has the incredible ability to foresee the future. And it seems that you belong to that species, Tiamat answered this time, with a tone of astonishment in her voice. How is it possible? Remember what I told you. With dragonification you will become your own kind of dragon, and the coincidence that you are that type despite being an evil dragon is amazing, explained the Red Emperor, being almost as surprised as his partner. Is this going to get real? Asked the brunette, still staring at the bed where Akemi and Yami were sleeping, remembering his premonition. He shook his head, not wanting to remember what they had said. It will only happen if the conditions are met. If it seems so real to you, it's because all the factors are in place. Tiamat explained this time. Your idea about not having a harem. Does it hold up? Braig asked, bringing the brown-haired boy back to reality with that question. I don't know. I have to ask someone. Soon a pillar of fire engulfed him, leaving those young women who were sleeping peacefully alone. Phoenix territory. A young, newly initiated maid was watering the flowers in the front garden of the clan leader's mansion early in the morning. Everything seemed very quiet, as usual during her practice days, and this remained so until she saw a pillar of fire emerge from seemingly nowhere in front of her. This frightened her so much that when she tried to step back, she fell backward after tripping on her dress. The fire disappeared, revealing a beautiful young man with heterochromatic eyes, dressed in black pants, matching sneakers, a white t-shirt, and a black trench coat. His somewhat disheveled hair was brown, although it had several white strands. I'm sorry I scared you. I didn't mean to. To the young maid's surprise, this same individual was apologizing to her while offering his hand to help her up. Somewhat hesitant, she accepted the young man's help in front of her. No problem. There are many things I don't know, it's my first day, and I didn't expect something like this. She said, downplaying it while dusting off her dress. Could you do me a favor and call Razor Phoenix? I have to discuss something with him and get his opinion. Issei didn't know anyone else who had a harem, and he believed that the third heir of that clan could help him solve a couple of doubts he had. I don't think he's awake at this hour. But I'll do my best. May I know who's looking for him? The maid asked, very surprised by the young man's kind attitude towards her. After all, only members of that clan were that kind to the servants, and also the Gremorys when they visited. After them, the other guests generally never looked her in the eyes, or even glanced at any of the maids or servants there. Hi to Issei. And miss, please try to keep this a secret. Issei didn't want to disturb his mistress, who was probably still sleeping at that time of day. Very well. I'll try to make that possible. Come with me, I'll take you to a place where you can wait. The maid invited him to enter, pointing to the mansion's entrance. The brunette, without objecting, simply allowed himself to be guided. It wasn't the first time he had entered the Phoenix compound, but it was the first time he didn't have to fight soldiers to make his way through. In fact, these same soldiers greeted him politely as he passed by them, a gesture that was returned by the young man who could see that many soldiers were surprised by this. What Issei didn't know was that those soldiers thought he was there exercising his position as securite, just as he had done the last time. See. Securite. A woman muttered a few meters away from Issei and the young maid. This woman was wearing a robe over what appeared to be a nightgown, she was barefoot and had a cup of coffee in her hand. The hairstyle of the woman in front of him reminded him a lot of Ravel, as did her face, and with this, it didn't take the brunette too long to assimilate who this woman was. Lady Phoenix. The young maid looked at the clan matriarch and then looked at Issei. She did this a couple of times before speaking. Excuse me for interrupting. But did you already know each other? The young woman asked innocently. Yes. The last time we saw each other, I hit your son on his wedding day, turning that day into a bitter memory for everyone. After analyzing Issei's explanation well, the young woman opened her eyes wide as she looked at Issei. Why? You are the person who wanted to take Miss Ria's hand, said the young woman, taking a couple of steps in surprise. I'm sorry for the things I did that day, Lady Phoenix. The brunette apologized, looking away, remembering what happened that night. No need, Riaz and Razor explained everything to me. I'm the one who should thank you for helping my daughter adapt well to the human world and also for protecting her from the events of a few days ago. For all that, I thank you. Securite. Lady Phoenix bowed to the brown-haired boy who was very surprised by this. The young maid, surprised like Issei when seeing the gesture of her matriarch, made the same gesture as the latter. The soldiers who were in the hallway knelt on one knee. "Lady Phoenix, you don't have to do that. Please raise your head," the brunette said, approaching the matriarch. She, for her part, raised her head to look at him again. "What is the reason for your visit?" the matriarch asked before taking a sip of her coffee. "There's something I'd like to discuss with your son Razor. Although, may I ask you a somewhat personal question?" Issei asked, thinking that perhaps the Phoenix matriarch was also part of a harem. For her part, the maid didn't want to keep someone so important waiting any longer, so she continued to guide him towards the waiting room. "You can always ask the question. Whether he answers it or not, well, that's another matter," said the matriarch, walking beside the chestnut tree. Have you let your husband have a harem?" The brown-haired man's question surprised the matriarch so much that she stopped walking. "What's the point of your question, young man?" Having recovered from her surprise, the matriarch continued walking. "Years ago I had a firm belief in becoming the king of a harem. But with the passage of time and many events that happened, that idea is forgotten. Today I had a very strange dream in which many girls I know had their hearts broken. I already have a partner, and the truth is I do love them, but I don't know how I could maintain a relationship like that, and if Sona would agree, no. I don't want to give them false hope. I don't know what to do," explained the brunette to the matriarch already in the waiting room. Those words surprised the two women present, so much so that the maid stayed instead of going to find Razor. "The first thing you have to be very clear about, young Sekirute, is if you truly love them. Because I firmly believe that if you accept someone in a harem just because they look pretty or because their body is attractive to you, it is cruel. Why don't you care about their tastes, their goals or their thoughts? The only thing you want is their body or their beauty. For me, someone like that is simply disgusting," responded the Phoenix matriarch, giving her sincere opinion on the subject. "Heh. That description is very similar to how I thought at that time," Issei said as he began to remember all the gestures he had with the girls who were in love with him. How many times Tsubaki was the one who made him breakfast, Yura shared her lunch with him when he forgot to bring it. He remembered how many times when he fell asleep in the old building, he could sometimes hear Akemi and Yami arguing over who would pet his head. He remembered his past with Rainer. And many other times with them. "I see you've been thinking about it. Have you already made a decision?" After a long while, in which the Phoenix matriarch finished 2 cups of coffee in silence so as not to disturb the brown-haired boy's thoughts, she spoke when she saw how Issei's face slightly showed that he had made a decision. "You know, I remember a situation with my late partner, Asia." Issei began to speak, surprising the matriarch and the young maid with that information, since they did not know very well the story of the pawn of the first wife of the third heir of the clan. "We would sit in a clearing in the forest to chat. Many times I would bring her flowers that she planted there, which she cared for and loved." Issei continued playing with his hands, having the complete attention of both of them. "One day I confessed to her that my dream at that time was to be the king of a harem. She simply laughed tenderly." The brown-haired boy showed a melancholic smile, remembering the laughter of his beloved. "She told me my heart was so big. That I could love many partners equally. That she didn't care what place she had in it, as long as I carried her in a part of my heart. She would love me." The brunette continued, taking out the photo he had in his trench coat and showing it to Lady Phoenix. The maid, somewhat intrigued, also saw the photo. "She was a very pretty woman. And very kind to you," said the maid, delicately taking the photo. "I remember that I got jealous with her answer, and I told her that it could be a double-edged sword, insinuating that I didn't like the idea that much anymore. Because she could also love another man." At Issei's words, the clan matriarch smiled at the deceased young woman's intelligent response. "And what did she say?" the maid asked, listening attentively to the story. Lady Phoenix looked at her disapprovingly, as she believed she shouldn't meddle in such matters. "She told me that the only person she could love as much as me was our son or daughter." This same answer surprised the blonde woman a lot, since this same thing gave her to understand that even though her partner has a harem, she would continue to love him no matter what. And look how clever that was. That even though I'm now in a relationship with Sona, I can't stop loving and missing her smile, her tastes, the moments I had with her. The brunette said in a murmur that was only audible to the women in the room. "Thank you, Lady Phoenix, for listening and advising this low-class demon." The brown-haired man thanked, bowing slightly to the woman. "There's no need for such formality. I don't think I've done much this time, but whenever you need an ear to listen, don't hesitate to come here. Oh, go find my son. He should be awake by now," the matriarch ordered, urging the young maid. "It's no longer necessary. Your words and your ear were more than enough. See you later, Lady Phoenix, young maid." Saying goodbye in that way, not knowing the names of the women in front of him, Issei left again to the human world. "Young lady. If the Sekirute comes again, do not hesitate to let him in and tell the other maids. And when he is present, you will be the ones to attend to him. He has shared part of his private history with us. And it is best not to betray his trust by telling everyone what he has told us here. Lady Phoenix ordered the maid, who accepted without any complaint. Human world. 8 a.m. Issei appeared in front of his old house. With the help of the demons, he was back to where he was as if nothing had happened. The last time he was there, half the house exploded because of him, for not finishing off those invading demons quickly. Issei didn't know why exactly he wanted to go there. But he felt like something was calling him. He gently knocked on the wooden door before entering the house. There was a lot of dust everywhere, but everything was as he remembered, absolutely nothing was missing. But there was something else. A strong shiver ran through his body, chilling his blood. Whatever was causing it was in the dining room, and it was purposely turning its back on him. He knew someone was sitting there, not only because of the sensation, but also because of his sense of smell. Issei went over to take a photo from the nearest shelf. There he was with his mom and dad on his 8th birthday. He was glad they were even able to recover the photos. I'm not so naive as to not know you're about to leave. I notice your presence, and I was only ignoring you to sort of test you. To make sure you weren't someone hostile towards me. Which is what you want, demon. Said the brown-haired man, leaving the photo in its place, then turning towards the dining room and facing the invader of his home. I'm Ingrid Leviathan. And before you go any further. The villain role doesn't suit you. Issei said, interrupting the young woman in front of him. This young woman had beautiful purple hair, orange eyes, a cute and innocent face, and pale skin. She was wearing what appeared to be a noble dress with slits and a short skirt. The brunette didn't understand how it was possible for that fearful young woman in front of him to provoke such a state of alert. Issei sighed heavily and approached the young woman, who stepped back until she collided with the table, somewhat afraid of the person in front of her. The brunette passed by and made a noise with the dining room chair, getting the young woman's attention and signaling her to sit down. Not wanting to disturb the young owner of the house, she obeyed. Well, Ingrid. Tell me, why are you here? Asked the brunette while he was in the kitchen preparing something. Well. The young woman was still nervous and couldn't answer well. Here. The brunette approached the young woman while offering her a cup of hot chocolate. Thank you. It smells delicious, said Ingrid, smelling the aroma of the chocolate before she began to drink it animatedly. But this, and to Issei's surprise, the young woman's body began to glow, and then this massive light became smaller. And in place of the woman who had appeared before him, there was a little girl who didn't look more than 10 years old. When she finished drinking the chocolate, the young woman realized what had happened. When she was distracted, the spell that kept her in that form broke and revealed her true appearance. Tell me, girl. Before the demons outside my house come in and try to get you out of here. What did you come to tell me? Issei asked, surprising the young woman in front of him and the demons who were listening to everything even more. I want to show you something. Please follow me. The girl said, getting up from her seat and heading for the door. Obeying, Issei found himself standing on top of a magic circle drawn by one of the soldiers. Looking at them more closely, he realized that the soldiers present were wearing armor that looked familiar, but that he didn't remember seeing on any of the soldiers he had faced before. Where are we going? The brown-haired boy asked, curious about this. No. I can't say that. But trust me. We won't hurt him. Ingrid replied confidently. Issei looked at her doubtfully for a moment, and not sensing any trace of deception, he agreed. Good. With that, the girl smiled happily. The magic circle began to glow a deep purple before teleporting them away. Underworld. Turning to look around, Issei found very old buildings, all abandoned and almost consumed by the nature of the place. Many others were destroyed or completely in ruins. He soon realized that there were people peeking out of the windows of the buildings, looking at him in fear. The architecture reminded him very slightly of the Phoenix Mansion and the Gremory Mansion. He assumed that perhaps they were from the same era. No, it was older. Where are we? The brunette asked, turning to look at the girl. This is our home. The soldiers took off their helmets and dropped their weapons, fully trusting the sécurité, inspired precisely by the girl they were guarding. Why did you bring me here? What do you want to show me? The brunette asked again, looking at the buildings again, this time analyzing them by the auras he sensed. There were many adults and very few children. They vaguely reminded him of the night he ran into the deserting demons. Follow me. She'll explain everything to you. Ingrid replied, running up some long stairs. Not wanting to be left behind, the brunette followed her closely, managing to see at the top of the stairs a statue broken in half, leaving only the bottom part, which was apparently a woman's dress. To one side of the broken statue, there was a spear embedded in the ground. Its shaft seemed to be made of gold, its edge hidden from view, and it had a red clamp, like blood, that waved in the gentle breeze. And in front of this place that seemed important, there was a person covered in a purple cloth, not allowing anything else to be seen. Grandma. Grandma. I did it. I brought him here. Shouted Ingrid, running towards that person, leaving Issei behind. Oh, very well done, my little girl. The woman replied, turning to look at the little girl, who jumped to hug her and was hugged in return. This woman's appearance contrasted greatly with that of the girl she was holding. She was a tall woman with glasses and violet eyes. Her skin was dark brown, and she had long brown hair that showed a few gray strands, but her face didn't betray her apparent age. The tunic she was wearing didn't reveal her body or the clothes she wore underneath. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sekiruite sama, the woman greeted, kneeling down and lowering her head to the ground. This gesture was imitated by the soldiers who had followed Issei, making him uncomfortable. Look, ma'am. Please stand up, I'm not used to this kind of treatment. The brunette approached the woman, offering his hand to help her up, a gesture that was appreciated by the woman. Thank you very much, young man. My name is Kateria Leviathan. I am the daughter of the first demon king Leviathan, and this is what remains of my father's territory. Explained the old woman, looking at the place with great sadness. What happened here? Why do they still live here? The brunette asked, watching as the people who were hiding in the houses slowly began to come out, looking at him with, still, great fear. Once upon a time this place was teeming with life. My father had built this statue in honor of Queen Lilith. She had helped my father a lot in the construction of this floating island and asked her to give it a name. This island is called Agrees. Issei was skeptical of the woman's words because looking at the surroundings he didn't get the feeling that he was on a floating island, but he didn't notice any hint of lies in the woman's words. Luzbel liked this idea of a floating island so much that she ordered the most important technology and objects of that time to be brought here, since it would be a strategic place, easy to move to safe places and, in the worst case, easy to destroy. Our city had become important in the lives of the ancient demons. But it all ended when the Great War began. The woman commented, remembering how that whole place used to be very busy. There was beautiful vegetation, children played everywhere, including her. Did God attack this place? The brunette asked, watching as the woman showed a bitter expression as she remembered that chaotic day. No. Seraphiel, the one in charge of the penances of the idiot you named. The woman responded with a lot of anger in her voice and a bit of a migraine. He cornered me here, seeking my father's attention. He killed him right here. Using the spear. If it hadn't been for Zadkiel, who took pity on us and defended us from his brother, my mother and I would have been dead too. The old woman summarized, wiping her face and managing to calm down. My father knew that without his protection many of the important artifacts in this place would be stolen or perhaps fall into the hands of our enemies, both external and internal. After all, the spear was causing the island to fall. Kateria continued her explanation, turning to look at the building behind the broken statue, implying that those objects of great value were there. He cast a spell that made this city move as far away from the demon territory as possible. The further we moved away, the closer the island was to reaching the ground. That's why you don't believe my story. Because you don't see it floating, right? Asked a woman, seeing how Issei put on a surprised expression at discovering that his thoughts were guessed. My father died after getting us to safety. And my mother sacrificed her life some time later to create a protective barrier that would protect us from attacks from the sky and hide us, but her protection deteriorated over time, until they found us. Zekrom Bale found us and offered us protection in exchange for our help in assassinating the leaders at the meeting a few days ago. The woman revealed. So you were the missing factor. The faction of the ancient demon kings. Said the brown-haired man, amazed by those words. No. We're not part of them. We voluntarily isolated ourselves after discovering Zekrom's schemes to frame us, the original descendants, and put his puppets in charge of the underworld. We know the truth, but we couldn't prove it. So, to preserve the peace, I made the decision to isolate ourselves. Zekrom. What else do you know? Asked a brown-haired man who had already had that man as a fixed target for some time. We know that there were demons who conspired against the original kings to assassinate them. We suspect that it was Zekrom's idea to please his father, but we have no proof. Kateria responded, hoping that with this information, it would be easier to please Issei, so that he would agree to protect them. You said they were discovered. Issei said so Kateria could continue with her story. We told him we'd help him in the hopes he'd leave and never come back. But he came back yesterday and said he'd pull out all the stops to wipe us all out. Kateria commented, looking at Issei pleadingly, and he knew exactly why she was looking at him like that. She was looking for protection for her people. I don't know. I don't want to. Issei's words were cut off when he felt a large amount of demonic auras heading towards his position. They've arrived. Here, take her away from here. At least fulfill this request, I beg you. Said the woman, trying to hand Issei the girl she was holding, believing he would refuse. The sound of a loud explosion right behind them stopped any further action. With that done, the demons hiding in the abandoned houses ran to where Kateria and Issei were talking. "Kateria, you had a deal. Everyone here is going to die," shouted a middle-aged man with black hair showing. His red eyes showed uncontrollable fury, and he was wearing a disheveled noble attire. "I've never been a fan of being threatened, you know." The man's brutal temper was further fueled by the brunette's disrespectful response. But as he turned in the direction of the man's words, his bloodlust and airs of superiority disappeared, replaced by surprise and a fear that began to grow as he remembered how a few days earlier, that same young man had murdered his fellow council members. "Secretary?" asked confused and scared the one who was once an honorable and feared former clan leader. "You were one of the few who got away from us that day," the brunette mentioned, vaguely remembering that guy's face. "If you value the opportunity you had and the lives of your soldiers, no. Your kind doesn't care about anyone but yourselves. Leave. And we'll both avoid an unnecessary fight," Issei replied, increasing his aura, frightening the soldiers of the newly arrived demon, but they showed no signs of backing down. "If I retreat, they'll kill us anyway," shouted the demon, throwing a sphere of demonic power, which was stopped and absorbed by Issei, using both hands against the power of it. "Let me guess. You have two options: go back, beg for your life and have Zekrom kill you, or beg the current kings for mercy in exchange for information. But you are not a traitor, you are a noble devil who fights for what he believes is right. Or am I wrong?" said Issei ironically, sincerely being somewhat fed up with the constant fighting. "Silence," the demon shouted, hurt because his pride had been attacked. "As you wish, Tiamat." Hearing the call of her emperor, the dragon queen appeared, emerging from a dimensional gap behind the brown-haired man, displaying great power while her blue eyes lit up menacingly, showing a serious expression, which with the light of her eyes and the darkness of the dimensional gap behind her, gave her a threatening air. "Don't let those soldiers touch any of them," the brunette said, calmly descending the stairs, entrusting the dragon with the safety of the demons behind him. He hadn't planned on accepting Kateria's request for help, but he was fed up with the demon's unnecessary hunting of people who didn't bother anyone. "I gave you the chance to retreat and you didn't accept it. Fine. Today, unfortunately for you, I'm not in a good mood, so I'll show you the power that made Metroton fear me," shouted the brunette, activating, without thinking twice, his false mode that presented some changes. His right arm was covered by white and gold armor with blue robes, said color extending to a part of the chest, and his left arm lacked armor. This took Issei by surprise, but it was not the time to show confusion, so he knew how to hide it well. Without giving them time to prepare, using his previous knowledge, the brunette charged at the leader of the soldiers and created a sort of light magic, surprising even Kateria, who remembered that the only demon capable of doing that was her uncle, the original Lucifer. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a faint glow. When she turned, she saw that the spear in front of the broken statue was emitting a light golden glow. Issei, having the leader of the soldiers defenseless, didn't hesitate and attacked him with his lightsaber, seriously wounding him in the chest. He had done it before and knew the behavior of soldiers without a leader. They were disorganized and fearful. With their leader dead, the soldiers were predictable, manipulable, and above all, impulsive. And it was this that condemned hundreds of them, as they found themselves pushed aside, cornered, and like a snake, they would fight to the bitter end. Making a great demonstration of his abilities as a demon, his dragon power and great strategy and agility, fully using his sacred gear and the ability obtained from absorbing the blue orb from the Hakuryuku armor, Issei managed to get rid of the largest number of demons. He was also wounded and managed to hit them with several attacks. To counteract this, he used Asia's sacred gear to hide the wounds, giving the image of someone unstoppable. Although something curious for Tiamat was that he only killed the demons that launched themselves to attack him. Those who moved away a little, due to fear or panic, he did not touch them or even make the attempt to try. Issei, as in the past, ended up with blood stains, both his own and those of the enemies he faced, but this time they were not so large as to leave him completely stained with the vital liquid. "Now, I'm speaking to you, soldiers," said the brown-haired man, taking a certain distance as a precaution, while he magically cleaned the blood that stained him and recovered his breath. They were the only ones who remained motionless despite what was happening to their comrades. They were sensible. "Even if I had been defeated, I highly doubt they would have been able to defeat Tiamat. I want to ask them, what was the reason they abstained from fighting?" The few soldiers looked at each other, trying to see if any of them would dare to step forward to explain their decision. I have a newborn son and a wife." A trembling, long-lived soldier stepped forward, saying this. "I want to see him grow up to be by his mother's side when she takes her first steps. You don't know how much I want to run away from here and go to them. But if I do that, Lord Zekrom, you'll kill them." The terrified and broken man pointed his spear at Issei while trembling, afraid but firm, and not wanting to back down to protect his family. "And what makes you believe that he won't do it anyway if you fail in your mission?" That answer surprised the old man, who only smiled knowing that the young man in front of him had the same suspicions. I'm going to trust that you will kill Lord Zekrom before he reaches them. The soldier said after imagining the Securite saving his family while he tightened his grip on his weapon. Issei sharpened his gaze and left his guard to slowly approach the soldier, who with each step the boy in front of him took, the firmness in his weapon diminished. Don't talk nonsense. Protect them yourself. Issei replied, arriving in front of the soldier and taking his weapon. But if I do, where will we go next? There will be no place in the underworld where we will be safe. Securite-sama. Please accept us as part of your faction. Shouted a soldier who had made her way through the demons to the front. These words caught the attention of Tiamat, who had been listening to everything from afar. We've heard Lord Zekrom's claims, he says that you look after deserting devils. Please, I beg you. Accept us and our families into your faction. The female soldier pleaded on her knees before Issei, this same gesture being imitated by the other devils. Before giving his negative answer, Issei felt Asia's sacred gear activate in his right hand. Give them a chance. If they dare betray you, I will devour them myself. Surprisingly supporting the demon's pleas, Tiamat walked to stand in front of them. Despite the years, she hadn't been able to get over the death of her child. She didn't want the same for anyone else. Very well. We will take care of them and keep them away from Issei and the others until we are completely sure that we can trust them. Taking the activation of his beloved sacred gear as a sign in Tiamat's words, Issei accepted the devil's pleas. After all, only 15 of all the soldiers present remained, it wasn't that many. From now on, you are part of the dragon faction, you belong to the chaotic karma clan. Protect the ideals, dreams and ambitions of your leader right now. And don't doubt that she will protect yours. Issei said, practically the first thing that came to his mind to officialize the incorporation of those demons into his faction. Follow me. No talking. Tiamat ordered the soldiers, then followed the brown-haired man, who was returning with Kateria and little Ingrid. Thank you very much, Securite-sama. Kateria thanked with the girl in her arms, who had not seen anything of what happened thanks to Kateria herself. Do you have any idea on how to raise this island again? Issei asked, looking at the little girl, already on the ground, who was hiding from him behind her grandmother. I just wanted to talk to you about that. The spear flashed a moment ago, Securite-sama. I think you should try to pull it out. Suggested Kateria as she limped closer to the spear that killed her father. Issei looked at the spear for a moment with a critical eye. If no one had been able to pull out that spear, it was for a reason, perhaps a spell or something else. Grabbing the spear by the shaft, Issei watched as everything around him disappeared, changing the surroundings into a wide environment. Looking around, he saw the spear being held by a woman who began to speak. I'm glad to be able to talk to someone after a long time. It's a pleasure, my name is. This woman had red hair, as well as beautiful eyes. Her face could be compared to, or even more beautiful than, Gabriel's. She wore a loose noble dress that covered her entire body except for her right arm, where she held the spear, and her cleavage. She looked at Issei with a slight smile on her face. Issei immediately recognized her. She was Lilith. Interrupting the brown-haired man's thoughts and the woman's words, a man with silver hair, a beard of several weeks and hazel eyes spoke. Lucifer? Is it really you, Lucifer? Asked the woman, letting go of the spear, which remained levitating there as she approached the man. Love. It's been a long time. Melting into an embrace, the oldest and most beautiful couple reunited after centuries apart. Boo. But how is it possible? Asked the woman, moving away from her beloved a little, to look him in the eyes while holding his face, almost crying with happiness. I left part of my consciousness in Graham to try to help the carrier he chose in any way I could. And I see that you did the same. The original Lucifer was very excited and happy to see his wife in a long time. It's a pleasure to meet you, Queen Asmodeus. I'm Haidu Issei. The brunette greeted respectfully. He was able to identify her earlier thanks to Lucifer telling him about her when he asked her about the subject. Were you going to choose him to carry your spear? Asked Lucifer, very curious about the subject while behaving like a child. Yes. It caught my attention that he is the Securite, apart from the fact that I could see well how he used pure light magic despite being a demon, but I never thought that. Wait a minute, you said that you left part of your consciousness in Graham. That means that. Very surprised, the red-haired woman turned to see Issei, who was looking at the spear carefully, noticing that its edge seemed to be stained with blood. You're the bearer of Graham. The woman murmured, drawing the brown-haired man's attention. Yes, Queen Asmodeus, I am a carrier of Graham. Confirmed Issei, not wanting to boast. But not only that. He's also a bearer of Ascalon. And he also has father's healing rings. Luzbel commented excitedly, making his wife's expression of surprise grow even more. Is it true? Lilith asked, wanting a verbal answer. I didn't mean to say it like that. But, yes. It's just that. Well, I don't have them with me right now. The brunette admitted, somewhat embarrassed by Lucifer's words. It's incredible. It seems that everything aligned in your destiny for you to receive these gifts, said Lilith, wanting to give the spear to Issei, but noticing that at her last words the boy in front of her slightly showed a gesture of displeasure. What's wrong? Lilith asked, briefly moving the spear away from the boy. It's nothing, Queen Asmodeus. Issei replied, hiding the truth. He didn't see these gifts as something positive, but rather as a future burden and an impediment to trying to achieve his peaceful life. What happened to you? The brunette asked, trying to change the subject with a question he was interested in knowing the answer to. Seraphiel. After Lucifer's death, I was trying to recover from my wounds. Seraphiel ambushed me and killed me, not before losing an arm and an eye in the process. The bastard prided himself on being the right arm of justice and his vision of the truth. I forced him to flee, but the wounds he caused were lethal. I died shortly after. Although it seems that bastard recovered my spear. Lilith commented very briefly, because remembering that produced a lot of hatred in her, since they took advantage of a moment when she was vulnerable, otherwise she would have been able to defeat Seraphiel. I can't blame him either. This was a simple human spear, the spear with which they could kill a god. Revealed Lilith, handing the spear to Issei, who looked at it carefully. The spear of Longinus. The brown-haired man murmured, amazed to have such a historical object in his hands. The original. I'm surprised you know about it. Lilith commented, smiling as she hugged her husband. My partner told me about the whole story of God and his son. At least the one that humans know, said Issei, admiring the spear that had evidently been modified by Lilith, perhaps for more resistance or simply aesthetics. She's probably a girl who doesn't know who you really are, right? Lilith commented, making the wrong assumptions. It was a girl who knew what I was, but didn't know what I had become. Issei answered, surprising Lilith, who was about to ask the reason for his answer but was stopped by Luzbel, telling her that he would tell her the story of this boy later. I think I should go back. I don't know how long I've been here, Issei said, only to immediately regain his senses. Looking at his hand, he felt like the spear could have come out simply by sliding with little force. And so it was. Surprising everyone present, Issei easily pulled out the spear, stopping to look at it briefly, before immediately storing it in his sacred gear. Summoning his sacred gear and following some instructions from Lilith in his head, Issei placed his left hand on the whole left after withdrawing the spear and gave a pulse of energy that seemed to travel through the entire island. Sekiryute Sama. What did he do? Kateria asked, intrigued. Suddenly, she began to feel her father and mother's aura very faintly, causing her great nostalgia and sadness, and the island began to shake slightly. Just following orders, Issei replied, smiling slightly, watching Kateria shed a couple of tears because of her memories. The island, Lady Kateria. The island is rising, shouted one of the demon soldiers who ran to see at the edge of the island's territory how it was slowly but surely beginning to separate from the ground. Do you remember how to run the island? Issei asked Kateria, who lowered her head. No. I was very young when my father died and I never saw him running this island. He always preferred to go out and play with Crusory or Shalba. Kateria admitted. I see. Fafnir. Tannen. I need your help. The aforementioned took a moment to appear, and when they did, the demons present were frightened by the looks of these beings. This better be something very important. I was in the middle of dragon training. Tannen complained. It was the second time he had been interrupted in such a short time. I was finishing arranging my treasures in the cave I chose. What do you need? Keeping Tannen's tone, Fafnir also complained. I need you to help me move this island to our territory. It has important information from the past and some treasures, Fafnir. Help me, and I'll let you keep some of it on the condition that if we need it, you'll give it to us temporarily. The information was valuable to Tannen. Maybe he'll find another place where those rare dragon apples that grow in his territory, but with some other variant grow. And treasures were a very tempting bargaining chip. Without saying a word, and Tiamat taking her true form, the three dragon kings took flight, separating in the sky, and between the three of them, they formed a great magic circle that was visible for miles across the dimension of the island. The dragons had created the circle so that the island would slowly pass through it as it rose, and during that time, the dragon kings were not to break the magic circle because it could bring terrible consequences for the territory. Knowing this and being aware that there were probably more enemies nearby, Issei summoned his false mode again, ready to respond to any attempt at an offensive. As he was already higher, he could see in the distance how several demons were quickly flying closer. Many of these were reinforcements from the demonic council, but there was one group of 3 demons in particular that caught his attention. They were demonic journalists. He didn't know how it was possible for them to be here, but his doubts were immediately answered, assuming that they secretly followed the soldiers. Kateria. Can you create a barrier so they can't see the island? shouted the brown-haired boy at the edge of the island. "It won't be a problem." The woman replied, immediately getting to work. "Good. I don't want any record of this, or that we were here." Deactivating the rest of the parts of the false mode armor except the mask and putting on the hood of his trench coat, Issei jumped off the island with the purpose of intercepting the devils of the council. The mask and hood were so that the journalists could not quickly identify who he was, and that is why he could not use his sacred gear or light magic. He would have to relegate himself to only using his magic as a devil. He landed abruptly, aiming to draw the attention of the nearby demons, and remarkably succeeding. The demonic soldiers, seeing him, stopped dead in their tracks and took up defensive positions. "Who are you?" one of the soldiers shouted, looking at Issei in disgust. He, for his part, didn't bother to respond. "Answer," ordered another of the soldiers, getting the same response from Issei. "Silence." "Fine. You asked for it. Finish him off," shouted the first soldier, who was in a hurry to get to where his comrades supposedly were, since he had lost contact with them. Seeing the soldiers quickly closing in on him, Issei decided to charge at them and knock them down with brute force alone. He couldn't take their lives because he immediately had to dodge a spear thrust, a sword attack, and then a volley of arrows. All of these attacks were charged with basic demonic power. Although Issei was quite fast, he was still wounded by a couple of the attacks, which, being imbued with demonic magic, gained an extra range that wasn't easily seen. In turn, he was intercepted by an arrow to his right shoulder. With this, Issei realized that he should practice his skills as a devil more. If he were using his full capacity, that attack probably wouldn't have hit him. Pulling the arrow out of his body, Issei created a bow with demonic magic and imbued the arrow that winded him with great power, since he would use it as a projectile. Believing they could stop the attack, the nearest soldier created a shield with magic. When the arrow made contact with the soldier's shield, it shattered like glass. Landing a lethal blow on the soldier, the arrow pierced his body, and before it reached a large group of demons, Issei caused it to explode. The soldiers were saved thanks to everyone's help in creating a protective barrier. Issei walked over and took the spear from the soldier who was dying on the ground, trying to contain the vital fluid leaking from his wound. The brunette crouched down beside the soldier, who was desperate to get away from him, while creating a barrier to prevent anyone from hearing what he was about to say. "You leave. And say that your friends back there simply disappeared, that you lost contact with them and don't know what happened to them. Follow my orders or join them. Do you accept?" The brown-haired man asked this time, looking at the demons who were simply watching him cautiously, because his words gave them to understand that their companions were dead. "I, Ace, accept," murmured the dying soldier. "And you?" asked the brunette, addressing the soldiers who were looking at each other. Accepted. Idiots," said the dying man who felt like his time was running out. The demonic soldiers had phoenix tears, they just had to go up to give him one. The soldiers nodded, accepting Issei's deal. "Good. Go and don't forget your friend," Issei said, moving away a little, then turning around, spinning the spear in his hand and sticking it into the ground. When the spear touched the ground, a barrier rose up, hiding Issei's presence and what was behind him, which, by the way, was almost finished. "Help me. Guys," the man pleaded, unable to move due to the loss of blood. "I don't think so. It would be more believable if soldiers in retreat survived such a massacre. Don't worry. I'll personally send my regards to your little girl." "It was a pleasure, Captain," said the demon with Phoenix's tears, being supported by the others to leave. "Traitors," the man managed to say, feeling himself grow weaker and weaker as he disappeared into particles of light. This action was recorded by the journalists, leaving them confused. They would be informed of the demonic soldiers' defeat and how they had let one of their comrades die. Issei regretted the death of that soldier due to the selfishness of his comrades, but he wouldn't interfere anymore. He had enough problems with the new devils that he had decided to accept. "Are we in the human world?" asked one of the demons upon seeing the snowy landscape never seen before in the underworld. "No, we're in the underworld and this is my territory," said Issei, seeing the Agrees Island levitating stationarily in the distance. Being under Issei's protection, the devils of Agrees Island were forbidden to leave it until he was completely sure that the small community that the deserting devils would not be negatively affected. They did not hesitate and accepted the condition. "I can sense in you many doubts about this. And that is why you will not live with them. I will not expose you to possible dangers. You will live there," said Issei, pointing to a clearing quite far from the deserting demons and already part of Tiamat's territory, although very much on its limits. "There you can make your homes and start over," Issei dictated, turning to look at them. "You are not allowed under any circumstances to leave your assigned area, do not abuse the resources of the place, and you are demons. Make the trees you cut down grow, and last but not least you must completely obey Tiamat, any of the dragon kings under my command and me. If she has rules to give you she will communicate them when you are in her territory. Go and prepare your homes, write down everything you have to look for. Because tonight will be the last time you visit the territory of the demons. But that said, Issei left surrounded by a pillar of fire, something that surprised the demons too much, who had never seen that way of teleporting. Same rule for you as well, absolute silence and raise your hand to speak. Follow me. Tiamat, in her human form, led the demons she had chosen to protect toward her new territory. Human world. Sitri residence. Issei reappeared in his room, finding himself face to face with Sona, who looked at him in surprise and somewhat relieved. She was already wondering where her partner had gone. Where were you, Issei? What happened? She asked, seeing how Issei's expression showed slight concern and nervousness. I had a strange dream. And I went to seek advice. Issei began, still hesitant about bringing up the subject at that moment. It's about Yura and Tsubaki. Right? Asked Sona, who already suspected the feelings of her servants. And about Yuma, Akemi and Yami. I used to dream about a harem every night. But Yuma, Asia and you? You made me forget about that, and I don't want to hurt you by resuming a stupid dream. Issei continued, sitting on the edge of the bed, somewhat surprised by his partner's perceptiveness. I think you know very well that you shouldn't accept their feelings if you don't really love them that much. You would hurt them. Said Sona, sitting next to Issei and taking his hand, something unthinkable for her in public. I know. I can't deny that they are very pretty, that each one has her characteristic feature, that I like to see them happy. But at the same time, I know that if what happened to Asia happens to me again with any of you, I don't know if I'll be able to maintain my sanity, less considering my status as an evil dragon. Expressed Issei, letting his ghosts from the past torment him again. My mother once told me that I let myself be so carried away by the fear of losing that I let that fear overshadow what winning could mean. And that, Issei, in my experience, is very mediocre. Make a decision, as long as you don't leave me aside and you don't hurt them. I have no problem at all. Sona placed a soft, short kiss on Issei's lips and, blushing a lot, left the room. Issei lowered his head, staring at his hands. He stared at them for a while, as if he was waiting for his mind to play tricks on him and make him remember that horrible night. To his surprise, the only thing that came to mind were Asia and Sona's words, allowing him, on the condition that he never leave them aside, to love other women. He already had Asia's permission. He just wanted Sona's too. I assume they love me too. But I should ask them personally first. Has Yura left yet? The brunette wondered as he got out of bed, analyzing the auras present in the house. He went down to the kitchen, where he had a deja vu with Yura. After all, she was trying to prepare something that when he tried it, her face showed a look of disgust and then frustration. Good morning, Yura. Greeted the brunette, entering the kitchen, closing the door and putting up a barrier of silence so no one would hear them. Good morning, Issei. How are you? Asked Yura, very nervous at having been discovered in her attempt to prepare a sandwich for Issei. More or less. I have a lot of things on my mind. Issei began helping clean up the mess Yura made. She timidly began to clean up alongside him. Do you think I can do something to help you with that? Yura asked, a little embarrassed that the person she was planning to surprise was helping her clean up her failure. I want to ask you something. Issei said, continuing to clean, although he was almost done. Yes? She asked, starting again with the recipe she was planning to make, but this time more slowly, paying attention to her beloved's words, although of course, he didn't know it yet. I used to be very ignorant or innocent when it came to recognizing the gestures of the people around me. Said Issei, passing an ingredient to Yura, who listened attentively, happy to be of help. And I've noticed how you care about me, how you smile when I'm with you, how your treatment changes compared to other people. Yura stopped her actions while her ears and face burned with embarrassment and some emotion. When I'm with you, with Sona or Tsubaki, I can be calm. And it makes me happy to see you smile, acting shyly, even though with others you appear very confident and determined. Yura believed that she had hidden her shyness very well, but Issei had lived with her so much that he had begun to notice those small gestures for a long time, gestures that seemed very tender coming from a woman like Yura. Would you be willing to? I like you, Yura. Do you feel the same? Looking away without being able to calm or hide her embarrassment reflected in the blush on her face. I like you too. But I also know the president likes you. We've never seen her so happy. And I'd feel really bad if she already gave me her permission. Issei interrupted, seeing Yura's eyes begin to glow. With that said, Yura flashed a huge smile and jumped towards Issei, hugging him so tightly that the latter could hear some of his bones creaking. I'm sorry. I went too far. Yura's apology was interrupted when Issei, taking courage, kissed her briefly. It was my first kiss. I love you, Issei. She said, smiling very happily. After finishing helping her prepare that cake and tasting it, explaining to Yura who the other members of her harem would be, Issei set out to look for Tsubaki, who was in her room. Issei climbed the stairs to the first floor and walked down the hallway, looking at the doors. He stopped in front of one that had a small sign hanging on it that he remembered well. It was a sign with an Alice in Wonderland theme. He remembered that he had bought it and given it to her because her sacred gear was called Mirror Alice. "Tsubaki. Are you there?" Issei asked after knocking on the door a couple of times. When he didn't get a response, he put his hand to his head, wondering where in the house the long-haired girl might be. Suddenly, as if the entire house had agreed, there was only silence, and his enhanced senses soon made him hear a very faint sob coming from the room behind him. "I tried to help you. But I only made things worse," said Sona, approaching Issei while putting a barrier of silence around both of them. "What happened?" Issei asked in a calm tone. "Our mothers already suspected our relationship, my servants and even Saji knew about it. I thought the same thing happened with Tsubaki. I was wrong," continued Sona, unable to look at her friend's door because of sadness. "What did you tell her?" The brown-haired boy continued asking, wanting to know why his friend was crying. "You know, Issei and I are dating and I wanted. That's what I said before she ran off to her room. It seems she was the only one of all of us who didn't suspect us," explained Sona. "Stay here." Issei broke out of the silence barrier and opened Tsubaki's door with magic as it was locked. Closing it behind him, Issei received a pillow to the face. To be honest, he had expected a more violent reaction from the young Queen Sitri when he suddenly interrupted her room. "Leave me. I want to be alone," she whispered, managing to briefly calm her crying. "Tsubaki. I said you shut up," she yelled, abruptly standing up, releasing part of her aura in the process. Issei remained silent but persisted in approaching the young woman. "I won't repeat it to you, Issei. Go away," said the young woman with a sad yet furious tone, although she herself couldn't explain the reason for her anger. Despite this, Issei managed to get close enough to hug her affectionately. Faced with this act, the young woman only let out her tears and the frustration she felt at losing once again, against Sona. "I lost again," the long-haired girl sobbed, tightly clutching her lover's clothes. "I knew I had to be quick. That I shouldn't let her take away what I loved first," she said, slowly losing strength in her legs. Issei, accompanying Tsubaki, knelt down with her without stopping hugging her. "But seeing her happy with you. Somehow I knew it, but I refused to accept it," she said, calmer now. "You said you didn't want to have a harem. But I want to at least tell you." Looking up, Tsubaki met those heterochromatic eyes similar to hers. She saw the face of the person she loved and the words she wanted to say so long ago. They went away once more. "You know. You don't need to say it," Issei began, wiping away the trail of tears that stained the young woman's cheeks. "Do you think I didn't notice your gestures? Your actions? Your reactions? The coffees you make with a heart drawing on them, the times you cleaned up the disciplinary committee, or the times I fell asleep and mysteriously woke up in your lap? I always noticed all of it, it's just that I was scared," continued the brunette, a little embarrassed remembering all the times he caught Tsubaki making him a coffee with a heart drawing on it. "I'm afraid of confusing things that would happen that night. That what happened with Ria's will happen again," the brunette confessed. "But I realized that I can't change the past or relive it, but I can live in the present, treasuring everything I have now. And among all that, there's you with Sona and Yura, accompanying me on the path I have left to travel. Which I hope will be by your side," said the brunette, showing his hand, waiting for Tsubaki to take it. "I hope so too," Tsubaki replied, approaching the brunette's face to plant a tender, breezy kiss, then take her lover's hand. She didn't fail to say "I love you" in the confession, as the sentiment was evident in the young brunette's first kiss. "Shall we watch cartoons?" Issei asked, standing up and offering his hand to help Tsubaki. "Sure," the young woman replied with a smile. "Along with the others," she added, leaving the room with Issei. 6 months later. 6 months passed quickly, along with a longed-for tranquility for everyone. Issei, Saji, Yura, Ria, Momo, Tomo and, the newly enrolled, Irina and Zenobia, are about to begin their last year at the academy. Ravel, Ruruko, Hinako, Kaneko and Gasper moved up to second year, although Issei couldn't believe the latter had been able to do so, since he never saw him around school. Riaz and Akeno started their first year of university, Tsubaki did the same. Not so Sona, who decided to take a gap year to begin her studies with Issei. Saji was the vice president of the student council, losing to Momo the candidacy for president. Ruruko was the new secretary along with Hinako, who was the treasurer, and Ria as historian. Issei remained the president of the disciplinary committee with Yura as vice president. Ravel, wanting to be more involved in the group, joined the committee as secretary. Tomo took the position that Riaz left free and is now the historian of the committee. Irina and Zenobia joined the disciplinary committee, and to prevent other members from running for the student council, Kiba and Gasper joined it. Although with these changes there was no shortage of rumors seeking to explain why Issei and Kiba were no longer part of the same group. 4. Sarah was preparing everything to become the principal of the academy's affiliated university next year. After all, she considered her job with her daughters to be more fun. Ayako would be the one to remain as vice principal, alongside June as principal, due to her many years of service, and because she managed to convince the current vice principal to retire at the end of the year. Takeda and Hikaru wouldn't be switching jobs. Akane started elementary school, leaving kindergarten behind. Griselda worked as another leader of Issei in the Draconian territory, a name Red himself suggested, so the rogue demons would stop identifying themselves as another race. This information was shared by Volley, as neither Red nor Office would ever admit that they didn't dislike those rogue demons that much. Calwerner and Kai returned to live peacefully in Fallen Angel territory to take care of their children. Occasionally, Issei and Rainer visited them, although they never met. Speaking of these two, Rainer and Issei agreed to try to mend their relationship and were on the right path, although Rainer still had doubts about herself. She didn't want to hurt her loved one again, and this was what was holding her back from making significant progress. They all showed significant progress in their abilities due to the arduous training they voluntarily underwent. They wanted to be ready for the next time an event like the one with Metroton reappeared and not be taken so by surprise. Everyone was well aware of their progress, except for Issei and Sona. Issei trained alone with the dragons on Office's orders and limited himself to helping the others in training and giving advice. They were unaware of his current potential, but they had no doubt that he had grown stronger. Sona asked her mother for personal training and occasionally went with her sister to consult her about her ice magic. Akemi and Yami quickly realized they were falling behind Issei in his relationships and didn't hesitate to awkwardly propose to him. Issei accepted them, even though he had some doubts about whether it was the right thing to do to accept more girls. The latter didn't know how to treat his fiancées properly and didn't want to upset the Phoenix family again. Although he occasionally asked Ravel, who had lived with her brother and his harem. Brafia was in the underworld, she had given up being a maid and would live in the human world, leaving aside some responsibilities to raise her little daughter born approximately 2 months ago. Issei had healed her without using Asia's sacred gear, something that caught the attention of Surziches and Azazel, but when consulted, Issei only replied that he would not say anything about the matter. And this suspicious attitude of Issei was something that was beginning to become common, as well as the nightmares that worried Akemi and Yami. Since what happened with Kakebiel, Issei suffered terrible nightmares 2 or 3 times a week, most of them were of the beings he had killed while chasing him. LeFay also went with Volley often because she loved the way Issei told her Red stories. With Volley, he mostly chatted about trivial things, but once his body started releasing too many pheromones, making his partners and those not in relationships much more provocative toward him. The silver-haired man explained that this was due to his advanced dragonification and the increase in the number of females interested in him and his life. After all, dragons resembled animals and would exhibit some similar behaviors. He told him that he would only last 3 days, being a young and incomplete dragon, but that over time he would last longer. Although he could ask Office for help to put a spell on him to prevent certain events. Kuroka, for her part, always showed up to insinuate that Issei should have offspring, achieving this just as she entered the breeding season and at the same time that Issei was leaving it. Both disappeared for a full day, a day in which the brunette's partners thought she would be training. Kuroka showed up one day in the middle of a family lunch and firmly declared that she would be the mother of Issei's future children. This information took the brunette by surprise, who almost choked on his food. Clarifying, arbitrarily, that she would be Issei's partner and he couldn't refuse since they agreed not to say anything about their date together. And although at first Issei believed that Kuroka was only interested in him for his draconic genes, little by little, he became fond of the young Nekomata. The same happened with Kuroka, although she was already interested in him before, but the details and care that Issei gave her attracted her romantically. The young brown-haired boy was currently walking through a snowy forest in his territory. He liked to stroll there during winter. It calmed him down and helped clear his mind, so he asked Office to keep it winter in that forest. She readily agreed, as she was also somewhat worried about her protege's mental stability. Unknown place. A young woman with brown hair was beginning to wake up to a new day. For any young person her age, this would mean experiencing new things with the people she loved, or alone but always happy, or experiencing new things and activities. But for this girl, a new day meant the resumption of her suffering. She couldn't move much from the shameful position she was in, as the chains that bound her hands and feet prevented her from doing so. The hunger was too much for her. She hadn't eaten in days. Her starvation, dehydration, and exhaustion were evident. She always felt cold, as if in the dark stone room where light didn't reach until a certain time of day, and she wasn't even wearing any clothes. She was completely naked and wounded. She had fallen into the hands of what she believed to be the worst and most miserable creature that could ever have existed. This creature, every day without fail, alone or accompanied, indulged his carnal desires each time in a more painful and humiliating way than the last. Whenever she thought there was no worse way to hurt, humiliate, or torture her, this man would always surprise her with something new and horrifying. Despite being a demon, and despite the fact that they have a very low birth rate, her pregnancy was just further fervent proof of how many times that subject had pleased her, since he wouldn't let his companions use his special place. As that repugnant being had named it. Just hearing his voice disgusted her. Her sacred gear was the only thing that managed to prevent her from falling into the famous Stockholm Syndrome or her mind from plunging into madness. And although she knew that a being was growing inside her stomach, her body didn't show it because it was so battered, and since she couldn't use her sacred gear due to the properties of the room, she couldn't do much more. She couldn't continue recounting her story, which helped her considerably from going crazy, because the door to the room where she was being held was abruptly opened, letting in light for the first time that day, and providing her torturer with a beautiful view of her body. The blonde man with a beard and blue eyes was wearing black dress pants, matching shoes, and a white shirt with his collar untucked. He wore a look that mixed irritation with destructive desire. Added to these emotions was lust, evidently represented by the bulge in his pants. Today. I had a disgusting day. I haven't wanted to get here this badly since. I murdered your father while your mother satisfied me in a futile attempt to save you. The guy mocked, beginning to unbutton his shirt as he casually approached her. She didn't answer. It hurt her even more because she remembered how he cruelly showed her that scene. She was fed up with the cruel fate her ungrateful mistress had left her. She had waited for months for some Prince Charming to save her, or for someone to intervene. But it never came. It had only been weeks since she decided to escape from that torment on her own. But she had to wait for her sacred gear to accumulate enough power to carry out her plan. She correctly assumed that its powers were limited only within that room. She only had to leave to cause a huge uproar. In the best case scenario, she would die before making it out. In the ideal, she would manage to escape. And in the worst case, she would return there to suffer tortures worse than any she had ever endured. But she would go for it or nothing. Not for nothing was she the bearer of one of the most powerful beings in the world. I hope you're getting ready for a long day. Because this time, I plan to release my stress with you, said the man, grabbing the young woman's head by her hair, forcing her to look at him. So, how about you start with? Boom. Suddenly, an explosion interrupted the blonde and caught the young woman's attention. She hadn't planned this, but she wasn't going to waste the extra opportunity to escape. Enveloping her body in flames, the young woman gave a battle cry to free herself. The fire that engulfed her had melted her magical chains, and without the subject being able to do anything, she could only watch as a scarlet lightning bolt struck him before it disappeared through the door of the room. When the guards, also affected by the young woman's attack, they recovered and immediately went to attend to their master, who lay kneeling, holding his nose, which was broken, while a large amount of blood stained his hand in the ground. That bastard. I'll get her back. He muttered with such fury that his own guards were terrified by the amount of power their lord was unleashing. Standing up, a small trail of fire visible on his face, he began walking toward the door, and before he reached it, his wound had already healed. The young woman, who was half covered in scarlet armor with orbs resembling emerald gems scattered throughout her body, had some cracks, as did parts of her armor. This showed that the armor was fragile. The loud explosion seemed to partially cover her escape, but from one moment to the next, all the guards in the place had been alerted to her escape. She didn't have time. She knew she was weak and that the armor protecting her wouldn't last forever, as it would only hold as long as she had enough energy and magic. She felt the adrenaline course through and give some energy to her body, a product of her partially successful escape. Her heart was full of joy despite feeling the contractions in her stomach due to the stress she was subjecting her body to. But she was also afraid, nervous, and didn't quite know where to go. The only thing she could manage to do was break down the walls of the mansion, looking for the exit, even though this would give away her position. When she finally managed to get outside, she found herself surrounded by dozens of soldiers who maintained a distance of at least 25 meters while aiming at her with magic attack circles. The scarlet armor she wore was increasingly cracking, indicating that she would soon run out of energy. It was the abrupt and strong kick from her captor and torturer that finished breaking the armor that dressed her. She no longer had enough energy to summon it again, and the damage to her back, where she received the attack, was too much for her battered body. That subject was about 10 meters from her, looking at her furiously. Invoking fire magic, he made it take the form of a whip, with which he began to whip the young woman's back until he was satisfied, while he listened with joy to the screams of pain from his victim. "What do we do with her, my lord?" asked a soldier standing nearby. "Prepare it. It will be a reward for your hard work until tomorrow," said the phoenix, very annoyed. Just remember. Whoever uses your special place will die. The resentment in the man's voice was evident as he approached to grab the young woman's hair, and then, with his free hand, he burned over the whipping marks, causing the pain once again. Don't worry, bitch. You and I will have fun later, we have hundreds of years ahead of us. At these words, the blonde received a spit from the young woman who, with the little strength she had, looked at him with hatred. Die, Razor. Son of a bitch. At that comment, Razor slapped the young woman with such force that he broke her lower lip. I'll soon break you. And we'll see if you keep saying the same thing, said Razor furiously, holding the young woman's face tightly. Her plan had failed because her body was in poor condition. She wasn't sure if she could return to the tortures and horrible sessions that tormented her dreams. Defeated, she could only cry silently, as she had done before. But suddenly, a dimensional rift opened behind her, and a mysterious energy invaded her. The soldiers and Razor himself stared at the dimensional rift in confusion, as it revealed a landscape seemingly from the human world. A snowy forest. It's your chance, girl. Will you take it? The young woman heard that voice as if it were being whispered in her ear. Distracted by the sudden rift, they had no time to react to the young woman's sudden attack, which freed her from the soldier's grasp. Without hesitation, even though she didn't know the origin of the dimensional rift, she entered it, hoping it would close as soon as she passed. But it didn't. He could feel the cold snow invading his naked body, producing a feeling of nostalgia and relief as the snow soothed the burning of his recent wounds. He turned to look at the place where he wished the crack was gone, only to find it still open. Some soldiers had passed by to chase her, but they were just standing there. Glancing in their direction, it took her a moment to realize they weren't looking at her. Turning around, she found a young man, whom she first noticed was wearing black boots and black pants. Looking up, she saw he was wearing a white t-shirt and a black trench coat to protect him from the cold, she assumed. He had different colored eyes and hair the same color as hers, and he was looking at the soldiers in front of him seriously. What surprised her greatly was that he showed no fear, as the soldiers heightened their auras to provoke the supernatural being before them. He didn't flinch at this and almost responded in kind. Fearfully, she moved a little closer and hugged one of the young man's legs tightly, knowing that her life and freedom were perhaps in the hands of that man. Please. Help me. I'll do anything. She whispered, crying as she hugged the young man's leg tighter. This young man was Issei, and he wasn't looking at the soldiers, but at the man behind them who also didn't lose sight of him. Razor. Where are you? Issei murmured, having a magic circle in his ear where he was communicating with the Razor he knew. I went out to dinner with Riaz for our anniversary, what happened? What's wrong, Issei? Asked his mistress, confirming the story of the third Phoenix heir. Nothing. Just a matter, which I will explain to you later. He said dryly, cutting off the call, confirming his suspicions that the blonde man and his mistress's husband were not the same person. Soon he felt the young woman at his feet clutch his leg tightly, her breasts against his, making him slightly uncomfortable as he listened to her plea for help. He took off his trench coat and tried to cover her with it, but in the process, he noticed the scars all over her body and the burns on her back. He knelt beside the young woman, scooping up some snow from the ground and placing it on the burn. The young woman trembled in pain, still holding him, yet she didn't utter a single complaint. That would calm the young woman's burning pain for the time being, until she was rid of the invaders. You are invading my territory. Leave and you will save your lives, stay, and I will make your cowardly master hiding behind you swallow his visors. Declared Issei firmly, surprising even more the young woman who begged him for help, because she did not know anyone who had dared to speak like that to a Phoenix heir. How dare you call our lord a coward? Shouted a soldier who launched himself at the brunette, who, being faster than the soldier, anticipated the attack and interrupted it by grabbing him by the neck, breaking it, and throwing him to the side. Issei's abrupt actions were due to the fact that he correctly suspected that they were responsible for the injuries of the young woman behind him. The soldiers watched in astonishment and somewhat fear as their comrade's body disappeared after being killed so easily. The young woman, for her part, felt great relief and satisfaction at seeing with her own eyes the death of one of her abusers, although she firmly believed she deserved to suffer more. Give me the girl. And I'll order them to retreat to prepare their punishment. Shouted Razor as he also crossed the crack, melting the snow and burning the grass on the ground where he stepped. Let me go. Issei ordered the young woman who, hesitant and worried that he would hand her over, obeyed the orders. And, according to you, what crime did this girl commit? It must have been something very serious for you to search for her so insistently. Asked Issei, who felt the young woman hug his leg again while looking at him with pleading eyes. That's none of your business. Just know that that girl belongs to me. Razor Phoenix. Third heir of the Phoenix clan. Razor shouted, covering his body in his legendary fire. Yes. I know who you are. But you're not who I thought you were. The brunette replied, placing his hand on the young woman's head to calm her down, succeeding, but not completely. I won't hand you over to this girl. I don't trust your word. The brunette declared, hoping the young woman would let go of her leg so she could respond in case of an attack. You dare challenge a son of the Phoenix family? Razor shouted angrily, covering his body in fire once more. But the young brown-haired boy in front of him didn't seem to flinch at his words, which irritated him even more. Kill him. Razor ordered his soldiers, who did not hesitate to obey the order. Once free, Issei charged ahead of the soldiers. Grabbing one of their spears, he pulled it away, freeing the soldier's torso to land a powerful knee strike that knocked the wind out of him. Using his enemy's spear, he repelled the attack from another, then buried the blade of the spear in the still-breathing soldier's head and pulled it out abruptly, staining the surrounding snow with blood. The young woman watched in amazement as Issei dispatched the abusers who had tortured her for who knows how long. Making it look so easy. If that young man was as strong as he believed he was, he would do anything. Whatever it took to secure her protection. Immersed in her thoughts, she returned to her senses when she no longer heard the sounds of battle. Her young protector had defeated all the soldiers who dared to attack him. Only their blood and weapons remained, staining the snow as proof of their existence. Useless. Razor muttered, somewhat embarrassed by Issei's display of skill. Young man. I beg you, kill that bastard son of a bitch. Surprised to hear a familiar sound coming from the right hand of the young woman behind him, Issei became careless for a moment. A moment that was taken advantage of by Razor, who quickly approached the brown-haired man to land a strong punch that, to his surprise, didn't even move Issei from his place. In response, Issei grabbed the blonde's head tightly, bringing him to his knee, severely injuring Razor's face. He quickly freed himself from the grip to try to attack him, but with a strong punch, Issei sent him to the ground, where he stayed for a moment, resenting the blows and healing his wound. The young woman was completely surprised that the man she thought was invincible was now on the ground, suffering from the blows he had received. Who do you think you are? I am a phoenix. Razor shouted, trying to intimidate Issei by creating a huge phoenix with his fire above him. He staggered a little as Issei began to choke him. In response, Issei did the same, creating the figure of a huge fire dragon behind his back, which let out a roar that frightened Razor's phoenix, who hit Issei's arm with great force, trying to free himself. Issei knew perfectly well that the fire of his mistress's husband's clan was stronger when the spirit and will of the wielder were. And I am a dragon. Declared Issei, making the fire dragon attack Razor, lifting him into the air and then crashing him abruptly into the ground, causing severe burns. As Issei was about to capture him for interrogation, he noticed the dimensional gap beginning to close, an act that was immediately noticed by Razor as well. He didn't hesitate to attack Issei by surprise, managing to delay him a bit and then managed to drag himself as quickly as possible towards what he hoped would be his salvation. But one of his arms was captured by a chain coming from Issei, who began to pull on it. Cough cough. In his work, Issei heard the young woman cough behind him, distracting himself for a moment. Razor used this moment to cut off his arm and escape through the dimensional gap. Choosing to prioritize the health of the one he firmly believed was a victim of that man, Issei would take care of her before hunting down that charlatan. Thank you. She said weakly as she saw Issei approaching. What's your name and why were they chasing you? The brunette asked, taking off the young woman's raincoat and putting some snow back on her back before starting to heal the girl. My name is Ima. Ima Haidu. She replied, feeling a huge relief along with a satisfying warmth on her back. That answer halted the brunette's actions for a moment, but it didn't take long for her to regain her composure as she remembered a very important detail. He always replayed his entire journey from childhood to his betrayal and capture, but he never replayed his time as a prisoner. Because of that, he'd lost track of time, and now, when he tried to explain his situation, words failed him. Ima. Let me explain. That voice appeared again, drawing the brown-haired man's attention once again. You're Drake, right? The Red Dragon Emperor. Issei asked, surprising both Ima and the dragon, who hadn't even introduced himself. Yes. Who are you? The dragon asked in astonishment. My name is Issei, that's all you'll know for now. Tell me everything that happened to you. And I'll tell you who I am. Said the brunette, cautious about whether or not he should trust the young woman he had just helped. I am Drake, my current carrier is Ima Haidu, she is a human who was reincarnated into a demon by the bitch. By Ria's Gremory. Issei evidently noticed the unknown dragon's quick correction, correctly assuming that he had identified that he belonged to some demonic clan. You shouldn't mince your words with me. Yes, I'm a reincarnated devil, but I don't belong to his faction. Like I said, I'm a dragon. Said Issei, wanting that Drake not to limit his words. Thank you. Drake showed clear relief in those words. Ria's Gremory, that bitch, was engaged to the bastard who ran away. She requested a battle between both clans to escape her obligation. Ima loved that woman as a friend, she trained day and night, she sacrificed her right arm to obtain my power. But even so, it wasn't enough. The brown-haired boy was somewhat surprised by the similarities that the young woman's story had with his own, in addition to knowing that Emma's Rias seemed to have done something very bad for Drake to hate her so much. They lost miserably by letting Emma handle everything. The phoenix struck, no. Nearly slaughtered my comrade who had run out of time to maintain balance breaker. Her injuries were so severe that she was unconscious for almost 2 weeks. Upon waking up, Issei could feel a great deal of pain coming from the dragon's last words, which was unusual for the drag he possessed. He felt that even he was struggling to explain the following. Ria's Gremory gave Emma away in exchange for not having to get married. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to talk to Drake about the subject. Drake. If you allow me, I'll see your memories about the matter. So you don't have to say it. The brown-haired boy stated, theorizing about some of the events that Drake refused to tell. Using his left hand, Issei held Emma's right hand, which looked tired but relieved from the pain, since it was now healed. Issei closed his eyes for a moment, and during that time Emma could see how the environment suddenly heated up, and this heat came from the boy who was holding her hand. Issei opened his eyes after a while, and Emma could see that they were a deep purple. Issei let go of his hand and closed it into a fist that bled from the pressure exerted. After a couple of minutes, and because of a sneeze from Emma, Issei regained his normal eye color, and the aura he released, which warmed the environment, also calmed down. I should have killed him. I murmured to him with clear fury in my voice. I'm sorry. For everything you've had to go through. The brunette consoled, hugging the young woman again, who cried softly, as she was used to. You don't have to hold back anymore. I won't let anyone hurt you again. But that said, the young woman slowly increased her crying, releasing the frustration she had been pent up for so long. The crying turned into a scream, seeking to vent everything that had happened to her, although of course, it wouldn't be easy. Come on. I'll take you to eat something and rest. Carrying her in his arms, Issei and Emma were enveloped by a pillar of fire. Ignis Village. Issei appeared at the cabin the rogue demons had built for him long ago. He entered, lighting the fire with some magic to warm the place up. Can you stand up? Asked a brunette who, after confirming, left Emma on the ground. There's the bathroom, you can use this after you clean up, and there's the bedroom, said the brunette, handing her a couple of his clothes so she wouldn't be so exposed. Where will you go? Emma asked, somewhat afraid of being alone. I'll go get you something to eat. Issei replied, hiding half of his motives and preparing to leave. Please. Don't leave me alone. Emma begged, hugging Issei from behind. It'll only be a moment. You won't even notice. I promise to be here when you get out of the shower, okay? Issei proposed. Emma accepted somewhat hesitantly. As the young woman entered the bathroom, Issei emerged from the cabin, meeting Red, Volley, and Office. He had secretly called them from Emma so she wouldn't worry. After sharing the memories he saw in Emma with the dragon's present, they began to chat. What that girl went through is horrible. Why did you let him live? Volley asked, quite disgusted by the situation. Don't remind me. I'm still grieving about it, although I also believe that death is too kind for him, replied the brown-haired man. What do you want to know, Issei? Office asked, annoyed, but for everyone it was imperceptible except for Red and Issei, who was already beginning to notice the tiny details in the expression of his goddess. The question we all have. How is it possible that she has so many similarities with my story, and how did she get here? Even our names are similar. Issei asked without hesitation, although he already suspected the answer to the first question she asked. The dimensional gap is a peculiar place. Anything that spends more than a few seconds inside it disappears or dies from exposure to nothingness. That's why you must enter there with magical protection of some kind and possess a high level of power. But that's an excuse that we created to prevent idiot adventurers from entering that place. Red began to explain while showing a representation of what was supposedly happening. But that excuse of protection is just a means to somehow anchor your presence to your world. The dimensional gap is actually the space between dimensions. It's the stretch before you find yourself in an unknown dimension similar to ours, or perhaps entirely different. The Office continued, knowing that Issei had already confirmed her suspicions. Emma was him, just his version from another dimension. And about how he got here. I gave him a little help, of course not alone. Confessed Office while Red looked away. What are they planning to do with her? The brunette asked, suspecting hidden intentions on the part of Red rather than Office. Sometimes. I like to see versions of beings I know or knew. I did that with you, Issei, discovering versions of you that do impressive acts, some questionable and others. She was in them. Office confessed, remembering the disgusting scene she saw at the beginning. Every dimension has its pair of dragon gods, but so far we haven't found anyone who can surpass or match our abilities. Emma's dragon gods died killing each other. They wouldn't help her. Red revealed, adding to the revelation. I wasn't going to just stand by and watch. But I was hesitant, it was Red who helped me make the decision to intervene. Office continues, looking out of the corner of her eye as Ima, with wet hair, peeked out the window of the cabin. Not long ago she had begun to listen to the conversation. Although if it bothers you, I can return it. Those words worried Ima who, before making a hasty decision, wanted to hear her savior's answer. No. Ima is under my protection, although I am worried about the consequences that will occur due to the absence of a rival Emperor Dragon in her dimension. Ima could only hear that Issei would take care of her before a barrier of silence surrounded the dragons. It might cause a war between dimensions. Volley warned, thinking out loud. No, it's too extreme. But maybe it will affect the balance of power in his dimension. I don't know. I really can't think clearly, I'm still thinking about letting him get away. Issei was quite annoyed by this and felt guilty for not being able to take revenge on behalf of his other version. Things happen for a reason, Issei. Maybe you'll get the chance to fix this, or not. That's just the way it is. You have to learn from your mistakes. I told you before. Office said, ready to leave. If you want more information, look it up in the Agrees library. Midgardsormer has been busy documenting this topic. I'm still surprised he's become interested in this. Red said, escorting his wife, leaving the two dragons alone. Here's what you asked for. My mom made it, said the silver-haired boy, handing Issei a container that gave off a delicious smell. Thank you, replied the brown-haired boy who was still thinking about many things. Don't give it another thought, Issei. It will only give you a headache, advised Volley, looking at the prosperous draconian city. I know. How are Arthur and Biku? Issei asked, wanting to change the course of his thoughts. Arthur has improved a lot with the sword. Although he still can't accept that you haven't returned Excalibur to him. Volley began to tell his friend, dissipating the barrier of silence, allowing Ima to hear the conversation. Nightmare is very good, and it's not like I haven't tried to give it to someone else. Raphael came to ask me for it, but for some reason the fragments refused to go with him or even Gabriel. Commented the brown-haired man, not knowing clearly why the fragments refused to leave him, but it wasn't something that bothered him either. HMP. Biku is a bit upset, although he is not as impulsive anymore after training with Yulong and old Wukong. Volley continued commenting, causing a small smile in Issei. Biku calm? That's new. Although the old man seems to have been more annoying than Biku at his age. Issei guessed. You wouldn't believe it. Yulong said he did things that even managed to annoy Buddha. Confirmed Volley, showing the same smile as the brunette. And Le Fay. She's been studying the book Sona lent her. Although she's also asked to read a few books about us. Maybe she's planning something. Volley answered to the brunette's question, although he didn't know much more about the subject. His wife was just days away from giving birth and wasn't paying attention to it. How's Kuroka? Issei asked. It was already customary to always ask about her last. He spends his time playing at home while he's in his cat form. I don't really know what's going on in his head. Lately, he's been saying he visits you a lot, replied Volley, who knew what happened between his companion and his friend. It's complicated. I love her, but I don't know if she really loves me, or if she's just interested in taking advantage of me. The brunette responded somewhat sadly. I see. And how are your partners? Volley tried to change the subject. He would try to talk to you, so he could talk to Kuroka about it, but he didn't know if he should interfere or not. I don't know why. But every time I see them or talk to them, I fall in love even more. It's strange, replied the brunette, aware that Ima was listening to him and, with some sadness, he didn't want to talk more about the subject. And those two girls. Akemi and Yami. Have you cleared up your situation with them? Volley remembered Yami and Akemi, that's why he asked about them. Yeah, that's all clear now. Maybe they're doing something around the house. Lately, they've all started taking a stance of competition with each other. The brunette replied. I see. I'd better go back, I don't want to leave you alone for too long, said Volley, summoning a magic circle. Send my regards to everyone. Issei asked, watching Volley disappear and then entering the cabin. Ima, seeing that Issei was about to enter, wanted to run out to get dressed since she hadn't done so out of curiosity. But on her way, being wet, she tripped and used everything in her to avoid hitting her stomach, receiving the worst damage to her head. Hearing the blow, Issei quickly entered the cabin to help Ima get back up. He picked her up again in both arms and carried her into the bedroom, where Ima finished drying off and dressing. Issei, trying to respect the young woman's privacy, couldn't do so as he began to examine all the scars and bruises she still had all over her body, especially on her face. Ima didn't feel Issei's gaze as that of her captors, but rather as that of someone who sincerely cared for her, and that's why she didn't give it too much importance, although it did sadden her a little. Recovering, the brunette handed her the food that Volley had brought her. Upon smelling the delicious aroma coming from the container that Issei was holding in his hands, and that, by the way, was offering it to her, she couldn't help but shed a few tears. It had been a long time since she had the opportunity to eat properly. Thank you. Thank you very much, really. He thanked while eating, unable to calm his excitement. It's nothing. You can eat in bed if you want, no problem, said Issei, encouraging the young woman to sit on the bed so she could be more comfortable. Just feeling the softness and quality of the bed touching her skin made Ima feel very sleepy, and her body was beginning to resent the small increases in power she had been making to stay awake. I know you heard my conversation out there. How much did you hear? Issei asked. I know that. You're my version from this dimension. We're the same person. Ima replied, continuing to eat because she was so hungry. That's right. And I promise to tell you who I am, and just as you shared your story with me, I'll do the same, said Issei, seeing that Ima was almost out of food and offering her a dessert that Sona had prepared for him. My name is Haidu Issei, and although I think you already guessed, I am the current Sekiruyute of this dimension. I am a devil reincarnated by Ria's Gremory, but I no longer belong to said faction, nor do I serve said clan. My master is one of the people who helped me the most in dark times. She is not like the one you know. Issei began, making clear the differences between them from the beginning. Dark times? Ima asked, somewhat ignoring Ria's description there. There was an event. I was in a relationship with Asia Argento, did you meet her? Issei asked, curious about this topic. No. I didn't get the chance. Ima replied, leaving the food container aside and accepting the dessert from Issei. She was a beautiful, kind and very good-natured young nun. We were a couple, although I think I already said that. Until one day. She was murdered. That day I awakened my sacred gear and my dragonification began, and at the same time, I became an evil dragon. Issei sat next to Ima, who lay down to sleep holding her savior's hand. Sorry. But I feel safer this way. She apologized, letting go of Issei's hand, believing that it made him uncomfortable. Don't worry. It doesn't bother me, said the brown-haired boy, caressing the young woman's hair, who felt Issei's touch pleasant. I faced Razor Phoenix twice, the first time during the raiding game where we lost. And the second time was the night of my master's engagement and I gave up. I thought my master didn't want to marry him, but I guessed wrong. They both loved each other, and the Razor here is totally different from the one you know. If you want, you will have the chance to meet him. Ima was surprised by those words about the version of her captor in this dimension. She didn't distrust Issei's word. But she didn't want to meet anyone who would remind her of her time captured. I tried to move forward without the help of my companions. A couple of things happened in between, but in short, I managed to get the help of Sona Sitri and her entourage to stop a latent threat. Kakabiel and Metriton wanted to restore the war between factions. Continued Issei, wanting to shorten the story so that Ima could rest, since he noticed that she was making a great effort not to fall asleep. We won. And there was a time of peace where I strengthened my knowledge and acquired new ones, and then, I found you, although well, we can go deeper into that another day, said Issei while he watched the young woman in his bed sleeping peacefully, as she hadn't been able to for a long time. Rest, Ima, the brunette said, wanting to leave the room, but Ima's grip on his hand was still too strong. Resigning himself, Issei sat down and took advantage of the time to provide and exchange more information with Ima's drag, aside from setting certain conditions. After a while, revealing certain details, Issei spoke. What is Ima planning to do with it? Asked the brown-haired man, looking at the dragon from another land. When I told her about it, in order to hold on to her sanity, she began to imagine a life with the child growing inside her. It was a desperate attempt to not get carried away, Ima's drag commented, regretting suggesting such a thing. Now, she wants to have that child and live a quiet life away from all things supernatural. She wants revenge with all her might. But she is determined never to ask you for such a thing. She doesn't want you to carry her past with you. She will prioritize the well-being of her child before any selfish desire. She knows that if she dies, her only latent selfish desire will be extinguished, Gotch commented, not agreeing with his carrier's decision, but he would respect it until the end. I see. It's hard for me, but I will respect Ima's decision and help her in every way I can. But straying from the supernatural would be denying our own nature. There's a reason we were born with the boosted gear, Gotch, and I'll have to clarify that with her, said Issei, coming out of his thoughts upon hearing Ima's voice. Mom. Dad. Ima lamented in her sleep, trembling a little until she felt the touch of the brown-haired boy on her head. What happened to your parents? Issei asked Gotch, who deliberately avoided showing him that information. They were killed by that bastard Phoenix. You don't need to know more, replied the Ima dragon, wanting to take care of his carrier's savior. Okay. You have your reasons. Just at that moment an ice blue magic circle appeared in the cabin and from it came Tsubaki, who was in charge of bringing dinner to Issei that day. Issei. Here I leave you. Who is she? And what happened to her? Tsubaki shouted, initially jealous, but when she saw the scars on Ima's exposed limbs, she became extremely worried and drew her own conclusions. Lower your voice. Issei whispered, making Tsubaki cover her mouth with her hands. Go home. I'll go in a few days, there I'll explain everything. I need to calm my emotions, and I don't think I'll be able to do it if I have to tell what I saw now. Said Issei, trying to hide his resentment uselessly from his beloved. Let this stay between us, Tsubaki. For now. Issei asked before feeling Tsubaki's aura leave the place. Your aura? Is? I'm an evil dragon, gotch. Negative emotions affect me seriously, leave me alone. I'll regain my composure in a while. Said Issei, who once again showed those purple eyes full of anger, but his aura only erupted slightly, enough so that it didn't bother Ima. Underworld. Issei territory. Ima murmured, beginning to wake up and look around. She noticed that everything was darker than she remembered. Of course, there was an explanation for this. It had gotten dark in Issei's territory. Her senses were recovering after finally waking up from a good night's sleep. First her sense of smell, then her sense of touch, and finally her sight. Her demonic vision was the only thing that allowed her to see anything in the place, though it didn't help her much. She soon felt something strange in her hands. But it wasn't necessarily bad. Turning to look, she discovered the reason for the gentle touch. The brown-haired boy who had saved her the day before was holding her hand. He was asleep in a chair, his head resting on an open part of the bed. And with that touch, she felt that everything that had happened wasn't truly a dream. She had managed to escape her torture, and part of that was thanks to that boy. She soon understood why her Drake was telling her about some of the consequences she was likely to face. She believed he was telling her stories, just as he had done during her captivity, to help keep her sane. But she soon forgot about that and remembered the reason she had left the realm of dreams. She was hungry. She didn't want to disturb Issei, not after what he had done for her, so she gently let go of his hand and got out of bed, trying not to move too much. First because her body still hurt and because she didn't want to wake Issei. Successfully completing her mission, she began her march towards the kitchen of the house to see what loot she could get to quiet her stomach. Drake, do you think all this is real? Ima asked her celestial dragon, still unsure. It was normal. After all, her captors loved to play with her, even creating fake scenarios like these. Little girl. If this was an illusion, you wouldn't even be able to communicate with me. Besides. The dragon began to explain as she watched her savior sleep. The power of my version here. Gives me chills, his power is so immense. It's hard to ignore, and none of those bastards would be able to match something like that. The dragon continued, revealing a significant fact: he was weaker than the Drake here. And my version of here? She asked, watching Issei sleep. He may be the bearer of my version here, Ima. But I don't think he's your version here. Their features and essence are very identical, but they are not entirely. He's more similar to a brother to you, the dragon explained his analysis while one was sleeping. Will he be able to defeat that bastard? Ima muttered, clenching her hands as she continued to sit on the bed. Defeat him? No. Drake replied, worrying his wielder a little. He could kill him in such a simple way that it would seem like child's play. I even dare say he wouldn't need the help of my version, here explained Drake, reassuring Ima greatly. Thanks for saying that, Drake. Ima mentally thanked her, feeling the clothes on her skin strange. While awake and asleep, she managed to maintain her composure, but she still wasn't really used to wearing those clothes. She had suffered for who knows how long, being the way she came into the world, and the feeling of clothes felt very strange. Looking in a decorative mirror, she could see her face after so long. She had a scar over her right eye, and one that divided both lips on the left side of her face, in addition to the bruise her captor had left as her last memory. She became curious about the other parts of her body and took off the pajamas Issei had given her, discovering what she believed to be the reason for her discomfort. Her body was full of scars from burns and weapon wounds, even some parts of her body still showed signs of healing and some bruises. Surely these were consequences of her escape, and then the beating she received every day. He looked on in horror as his body had been marked by his kidnapper. Well, those scars reminded him of the sessions, as he used to call them. Today my stupid father asked me what those noises in the dungeons were. Today I'll teach you to keep quiet. Razor's voice echoed in Ima's head, who began to hyperventilate as she covered her body with her hands and knelt on the ground. Thinking that everything that had happened a few hours ago was nothing more than a dream. Unconsciously, she let some of her power emanate, although she couldn't notice it. She was very unused to using magic. I'm going to test out some methods I discovered. I hope you're ready. Some scars on her thighs and breasts began to burn as she remembered those words. Soon her tears began to flow out of her eyes, but as she had learned, she didn't make any noise when she cried. Ima. Issei woke up after being alerted by his drake, who never stopped watching Ima since he woke up. Memories of those days began to torment the young woman, who felt increasingly painful and desperate. She began to believe she heard footsteps coming from outside her dungeon, and her breathing became more labored, almost leading to a panic attack. Ima. Issei called out to the young woman upon seeing her on the floor, hugging herself. It didn't take him long to understand that she was being tormented by her mind. He quickly got up from his seat to go assist the brown-haired girl. Ima. Ahaha. No. That's not your name anymore. You're just my bitch. Don't forget it. Her kidnapper's voice echoed in her head again, making her shrink more and more, as if she were trying to let the ground swallow her. Wanting to return to the dream where they saved her. Ima. Hearing that scream was the trigger that made Razor appear in front of Ima, ready to torment her. Although this was clearly a figment of her imagination. No. Don't touch me. Get away from me. She screamed, pushing the brunette with all her strength, not knowing it was him. Ima. Relax, everything's okay. Despite the young woman's initial struggle, Issei hugged her to try to calm her down, while he spoke to her. All the while, he felt Ima's resistance and a constant struggle accompanied by strength to free herself from her captor. You're okay. You're safe, you're now. You're not there anymore. Accompanied by a gentle rub on her back, Issei's words made Ima slowly come out of her memories and return to reality, meeting her savior, hugging him tightly. I won't let anything bad happen to you. Breathe and everything will be okay. I'm here with you. Hearing those words from the brunette relaxed the young woman a lot, who strengthened her hug on him, applying a little more force while tears formed in her eyes, thinking again that if she let go, he would vanish. I'll protect you. We all will. Said Issei, reciprocating Ima's hug, who didn't pay much attention to the last part as she was trying to regain her composure. Suddenly Ima's stomach growled, reminding her of the reason why she had woken up and helping her recover a little, and see that in her struggle, she had knocked over many things in the house, even breaking the mirror and hurting Issei, and the latter was what she regretted the most. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. It's okay, come on, I'll give you something to eat. Said the brunette, taking the pajama shirt from the floor and covering Ima. Issei tried to get up, but again Ima's grip wouldn't let him. I'm scared. Scared that if I let you go, you'll disappear, that I'll wake up in that place again. That I'll be alone again. I know it's silly, but… No, it's not. No problem. Come with me. Issei cut off Ima's words, accepting that she was close to him all the time. He himself had experienced Ima's feelings to a much lesser extent. He wouldn't deny his other version something as trivial as company. After Issei tidied up and cleaned up a bit because of what had happened, not to mention that it was harder than usual with Ima stuck to his arm, now they were both sitting on the bed looking out the window at the stars in the night sky. Ima still believed they were in the human world. Thank you. She said, clutching the brunette's arm tightly against her chest. After satisfying her hunger and restoring her hydration, Ima asked. Can you finish your story? I fell asleep earlier. Issei looked at her with some intrigue until he heard her words. Sure. What's the last thing you remember? Ima thought for a moment, trying to remember how to answer the question. You said you fought him twice. Ima replied with some disgust in her voice. Him? Ah, yes. I fought him twice. Understanding who she was referring to, Issei thought for a moment to formulate how to continue the story. Did you win? She asked before Issei continued. No. Once I lost and the other time I gave up. Replied the brown-haired boy, who felt Ima's grip intensify for a moment, as if it bothered or scared her to hear that. Why did you give up? She questioned, looking at him with disbelief and annoyance. He's not himself, Ima. He's not the one you remember. The Razor here would never do what he did to you. To anyone. Explained Issei, feeling his arm once again feel an unpleasant pressure. You don't know. She reproached angrily. I fought him for my master's freedom in the raiding game, and I lost. Just like you. Issei explained as he took Ima's hand as a signal to stop squeezing his arm. But I asked for revenge. At that time I confused the kind gestures of my master, Ria's Gremory, with love, and I believed that we loved each other. The lie that I chose to believe, perhaps influenced by the death of my partner at that time. At this last information Ima loosened her grip, being very surprised. It was during the rematch that, seeing the expression and the tears in my master's eyes, I understood that those feelings were not towards me. But towards Razor, who was trying to get up behind me while injured. He didn't want to hurt me. He felt guilty because he unintentionally hurt me so much during the first raiding game. Issei continued, remembering that day. I gave up. So that Rias, who took care of me for so long and worried about me, would be happy. Then a lot of things happened, but it seems that you are much more interested in my first partner. Issei said, seeing how Ima remembered that he had mentioned the subject to her, but she didn't remember it because she was so tired. Asia Argento, right. What happened to her? Ima asked, genuinely interested. Shortly after I was reincarnated as a demon, I met a nun who didn't speak our language while wandering the streets. I was in a hurry, and apparently she was too. And we had the bad luck that her suitcases opened, spilling all her things out. That's when I met her. It seemed like a simple coincidence. The brunette fondly recalled, beginning to delve a little deeper into his past relationship. We became friends, and then things flowed. But our relationship was forbidden, so to speak. She was a nun. And I was a demon. The brunette commented. Everything was beautiful, even Riaz knew I was dating a member of the church, but even so, she didn't interfere. I even think she was very much in favor of my relationship with her. Everything was fantastic. Until one night where there was a sighting of many rogue demons. Saji Genshiro, pawn of Sona Sitri, and I went to try to stop one that was near the city limits. It was an ambush, they knocked out Saji and I had to fight alone. I managed to win after waking up Drake. They ripped off my wings, I can't fly. I felt like something wasn't right with Asia, and I went to the church where she was staying. Explained Issei almost without any obvious problem, ignoring certain parts that bothered him. Then he continued to delve into how his companions arrived to help him in his mission to save Asia. Asia died in my arms. And I was consumed by my hatred and resentment. I don't remember anything else from that day. Only that when I woke up, I saw my mistress covered in bloodstained bandages and she was smiling at me, happy that she had finally woken up. The brown-haired boy remembered a bandage all over Riaz, while she smiled happily at him with some tears in her eyes, which he still didn't know if it was from the pain or the happiness of seeing his servant safe. He was leaning more towards the former. It must have been hard for you, said Ima, somewhat jealous of the relationship Issei had with his companions and his mistress, but also sad for what he had to go through. It was, but I was able to recover thanks to my companions. I can't imagine how I would have ended without their support. I know they didn't help you and left you to your suffering, but I will never let them hurt you again, and their versions of here would never hurt you, and if they do, said the brunette, trying to comfort Ima, who at the young man's careless mention, remembered what she didn't want. What if they do? I'll train you and help you defend yourself. And if there's still too much for you, never forget that you can always count on me. Issei replied after thinking about it for a while. Thank you. Really, thank you very much. Ima rested her head on the brown-haired man's shoulder. She didn't really know why, but being with him brought her a lot of peace. She would ask her Drake the reason for this. Issei got up and went to the kitchen to make Ima something quick to eat. She sat at the kitchen table, trying to be close to him. As he prepared breakfast for the young woman, Issei began to debate whether or not to tell Ima about his decision. In the end, he decided to do so before giving her breakfast. I've been thinking about everything that happened until now. And I think you shouldn't go back to where you came from. These words caught the attention of the young woman, who stopped before taking a sip of her tea, who didn't want that either, but had doubts about whether she could stay there. I thought about the consequences of your stay and how you should start over here. In the end, I made the decision for you to stay here, but I don't want to make decisions arbitrarily. What do you think? Issei asked, waiting for the brown-haired girl's response, who had frozen in response. To be accepted into your family, she murmured, immediately thinking of the fate her biological parents suffered. Yes, whispered the brown-haired boy. Like brothers? She asked. Logically, Issei nodded. I'd love to, she said happily, hugging the brunette. She would have a family again. She couldn't believe that was a reality. She wouldn't accept that it wasn't. Good. I'm glad you liked it. Before going home, I have to go get something in my territory. When I get back we'll go buy clothes and then go home. Issei declared, trying to get up, but Ima's grip didn't loosen for a moment. Me too. Calm down. Let's go. Understanding that Ima might need more time to regain her confidence, Issei let her remain glued to his arm. To protect her a little more from the cold, he decided to give her the trench coat Azazel had given him. I'll show you the territory on the way. Upon opening the door, Ima could see the snowy forest on one side of the house, and in front of it, a large clearing that seemed to end suddenly some distance away. Approaching the end of the clearing with great curiosity, she could observe in great detail a large part of Issei's territory. They were on a high mountain where they could see the river and the lake where it flowed. At the foot of the mountain, which didn't seem to be high enough to have snow, everything was covered in vegetation. But what clearly stood out and caught their attention most was the floating island that seemed to move slowly around a small town. I have to look for a book that is on that floating island. If you want we can go down later to say hello, suggested Issei, who received an enthusiastic smile from Ima, who, for the moment, had forgotten everything. Yes. I would love to. Emma's drag was happy for her, with Issei by her side, she could finally stop being on the alert all the time to warn and protect her wielder from danger, although the truth. She felt useless since she couldn't help her at all during her torment. With the help of a magic circle, Issei and Emma went down to the floating island. All the inhabitants of the island greeted Issei happily. Many noticed Emma's presence, but did not want to ask since every time they looked at her to greet her, she hid behind the brown-haired tree. "How are you, Midgardsormr?" the brunette greeted, seeing an old Nordic-looking man with grey eyes and glasses. His face displayed a large beard with a few braids in it, as well as in his hair. "Very well, Sekur. At least one of the two knows how to greet," he commented, looking at Emma, who hid behind Issei once again. "Boo boo, good morning, sir," the young woman greeted, somewhat frightened. "Relax, girl. I know who you are. I'm so sorry for what you went through. No one deserves that treatment. But that changed and now you're part of us. From now on, all those who seek to hurt you will become my enemies." Some time had passed since Midgardsormr began to live with those of his own species and with Issei's refugees. Although he didn't like to admit it, being awake and living together was much more fun and enjoyable than sleeping, waiting for a prophecy that, currently, probably won't come true. He knows. Emma asked, looking at Issei, thinking that what happened to him had become public. "All the leaders of the territory know. I had to tell them about your situation so they could vote for or against your staying here. He is Midgardsormr, the dragon of the end, and one of the 6 dragon kings. He voted for your stay," Issei explained, relieving Emma a little. "Here is the book you asked me to find. You won't find more than what Office told you, but it will go into some depth," explained the dragon king, handing an apparently new book to Issei. "Thanks, Midgardsormr. I'll return it tomorrow," thanked the brown-haired man. "You better. And girl, if you ever need any books from here or just want to nourish yourself with knowledge, you are free to come here whenever you want." Covering itself in an almost ghostly white fire, the dragon disappeared. Issei's way of appearing became very popular among the other kings, even Vali used it. "Thank you, sir." Emma thanked her, now knowing that she had such powerful beings protecting her. "Do you want to come down and say hello?" the brown-haired man asked Emma, who was looking over the edge of the island at the small town below her. "Who lives there?" "They're deserter demons. Demons who abandoned their clans for the greater good. They're fugitives from the demonic world and are under my protection. They didn't harm anyone, and I think it's unfair that their leaders hunt them down like they're nothing," Issei explained, explaining his motivations for reaching that point. "I'm happy for them. They must be very grateful to you. But I think it would be best if we went home," Emma said, already somewhat nervous and anxious to meet Issei's parents. "Okay. Time to go to the human world." Raising his hands a little, a pillar of fire enveloped them, taking them to the human world. Issei took Emma's hand and quickly took her out of the men's bathroom of them all, avoiding being seen by anyone thanks to a little magic. "Come on. There are many places to see here." Emma stood for a moment in her place, looking around at the people, feeling the warm air and a pleasant cold on her feet, smelling the aromas of the place. That was the human world. Without wasting time, and putting on a huge smile, Emma quickly attached herself to Issei's arm, again looking at everything around her with a fascination typical of a child. "Look, they sell a lot of women's clothing and shoes here. Do you want to go check it out?" the brunette asked, hoping Emma would change into something more appropriate since she was attracting attention. To lessen the attention, Issei hid Emma's facial wounds with magic. It took a long time for Emma, with the help of a saleswoman, to pick out a bunch of outfits and shoes. Issei, meanwhile, just read his book and walked around, never letting Emma get too far away from him. She even peeked around the changing table to check if Issei was nearby. After waiting a little longer and paying, Issei was a little surprised by the final price. He wasn't short of money, but he firmly believed that some of the clothes Emma chose were a bit overpriced, but he simply paid. He knew nothing about clothing, so he wouldn't comment on the matter. Emma was wearing white sneakers, a black jumper that covered her legs completely, and a white blouse. Although the clothing store employee insisted she discard her battered and somewhat torn trench coat, Emma insisted it was something very important to her and managed to get it back, holding it in her arms because the weather wasn't suitable for wearing it. Apparently unintentionally, Emma dressed in the same colors Issei wore in his clothes. Now she was at a hair salon at her own request, not wanting to look bad next to her new brother. There, the experienced stylist cut her hair, now above her shoulders, and applied makeup after seeing her scars, since Issei had forgotten to maintain the spell while reading the book. There, the worker asked him how he had gotten those wounds and glanced at Issei, who was engrossed in the book. But Emma explained that it was from a past relationship and that the boy accompanying her was her brother, who had helped her get out of that horrible relationship and beaten up the man who had left her marks. This story was invented by Emma's drag as quickly as possible so that the bearer wouldn't get a bad impression of his savior. Emma added that he was so engrossed in reading the book because he would have to take a very important exam in a few hours. Very well. Now you are beautiful little girl," said the woman, happy for the new path the girl in front of her was taking and knowing that she was not alone. "Thank you very much, ma'am." Ima thanked, very happy to see her new look. "Thank you, ma'am. For everything," said Issei, paying for the haircut with a large amount more for the lady for the details she had with Ima when putting makeup on her to make her feel pretty. "Oh boy, this is too much. Have this left over." The woman tried to return the extra money, but Issei refused. He knew it was not customary, but he did it anyway. "Believe me, this is fair. I help and listen to Ima. I made her feel comfortable with herself. Believe me, I don't think anyone has seen her with that smile in a long time," insisted the brunette, looking at Ima, who was looking at herself happily in the mirror. "This is for the cut. And this is for making her feel free again," whispered the brunette, leaving the woman speechless, who cried with happiness because the money would help her with her business, and she was also very grateful for being able to help a young woman who had gone through a very difficult relationship, evidently in her eyes. "Get ahead. Let's go home. Ima," Issei said as he left the store. Ima followed him, but not before hugging the lady before quickly returning to Issei's side. As they turned into an empty alley, they were both engulfed by a pillar of fire that would take them back home. 2. Sona Sitri residence. Tsubaki had told Issei's other partners what she saw the night before, and after thinking about it separately and a couple of hours of sleep, they were all debating in Sona's room who that girl could be who showed so many wounds. None of them had had breakfast to finish debating this topic. They knew that the only one who had the truth would be Issei or the girl who accompanied him, but until then they could speculate. Rainer was not in the house simply because she felt somewhat uncomfortable living with beings to whom she had caused so much harm, nor was Kuroka, although it was already strange for her to see her at home without Issei there. What if she's a demon who was being hunted by other demons and Issei intervened to save her? Yura added after thinking for a long time to finally give her first contribution. "It's impossible." Issei said that his territory was too far from the demon's territory, and just in case it was hidden by a spell from the dragon gods. Sona quickly refuted Yura's theory. "That's true, that's absurd you." Yami joined the debate while braiding her sister's hair. After all, she was the only one of the two with long hair. "Yes, but they didn't say it was inaccessible either. So I wouldn't totally rule out Yu's theory." Akemi supported the blue-haired girl who looked a little embarrassed by her words. Suddenly, they felt Issei's aura suddenly appear in the house, accompanied by an aura very similar to their own. Without wasting any time, they jumped out of bed and off the beanbags respectively to go meet their partner. They hadn't seen him at home for 6 days, due to the training routine his superiors imposed on him. He often only returned to the human world when he had to present his final year's work at the academy. They didn't want to go straight down, so they simply peeked out from the second floor to see the young woman with her back to them, sitting on the living room sofa flipping channels on the television, stopping at a cartoon channel. Issei was beside her, apparently reading some documents that the girls couldn't quite make out. From time to time, both brown-haired men let out a small laugh at the jokes they heard or the scenes being shown. Catching a glimpse of Ima's appearance through a decorative mirror in the living room, the young women felt a little inferior and very jealous. But they would fix that in a flash. Glancing at each other knowingly, the girls quickly got up and headed to the bathroom to look as beautiful as possible for their partner. Ima left a cup on the tea table in front of her before turning to look in the direction of Issei's fiancés because she felt how the gazes of these girls were piercing the back of her neck, causing her some discomfort, but when she turned her head, they were no longer there. It was evident that Issei was aware of the position from which his partners were watching him, but he decided not to say anything, waiting for them to show up alone. Although their sudden withdrawal did surprise him, he thought they would quickly go down to see the new guest. "Good morning, Issei-sama," Griselda greeted, entering through the entrance door accompanied by Hikaru and her own mother, Kayako. "Good morning, Griselda, Mrs. Hikaru. Mom." Issei was quickly hugged by his mother, who was really happy to see him after so long. "And what is your name, young lady?" Kayako asked when she saw Ima, who looked at her in astonishment. Mom. Ima murmured as tears formed in her eyes, running her makeup a little, and she slowly brought her hand towards Kayako, wanting to make sure again that she wasn't dreaming. Feeling the softness of Kayako's clothes, Ima simply buried his face in her stomach and hugged her. Her body trembled and spasmed, revealing that she was crying. "Issei." Kayako looked at her son looking for an explanation, while she reciprocated the hug of the unknown young woman, while she felt a horrible anguish arise inside her, reminding her of when Issei cried as a child. "I'll explain everything. But Dad has to be here, where is he?" replied the brunette and then questioned his father's whereabouts while rubbing Ima's back trying to calm her down. Mom, I missed you so much," Ima said between sobs. The appearances and behaviors of Ima's mother and Issei's were identical, the only difference between them were their names and their stories, although she didn't know the latter. "Calm down. It's over now, darling." You're okay now, everything will be okay. Assuming the role of a protective mother, because that's what her own instincts were screaming for, Kayako hugged Ima tightly while she addressed those words, seeking to comfort the young woman who little by little intensified her crying, and with it, Kayako also began to shed tears, as if she unconsciously felt the young woman's pain. I'll go get him something to drink, where's dad? Issei asked, getting up from his place and making the book disappear with magic. He had almost finished reading it. He was with us, he went off to buy something we forgot. He should be back. Kayako replied, trying in vain to maintain her composure. Well, Ima, do you want something specific? Issei asked the young woman who was beginning to calm down, and with her Kayako. Chocolate. But the sudden news of her version of the place's decision, Ima had not been able to finish breakfast in the underworld, she would never dare to refuse delicious food. Very well. I'll bring it to you now. Issei said, heading to the kitchen, finding a somewhat curious scene there. Ima finished wiping her nose while her mother wiped away her tear-stained makeup. Issei returned with Ima's drink and sat down next to her again. Just then, Takita's voice was heard. Kayako. Can you open the door and help me with this please? Issei was about to go, but with a gesture Kayako made him stay with Ima. She would go help her husband. She's your mom, not mine. Right? Ima asked, already recovered, watching Takita enter the house with a mountain of bags that obscured his appearance. Now Issei understood why Kayako and her friends didn't bring any bags when they returned. She's our mother. We're brothers now, you said it. Don't forget it. Replied the brown-haired boy looking at Ima with a smile. What's his name? The young woman asked, watching as the women who arrived before went to help the chestnut-haired boy's father. Kayako. Was your mother called the same? He answered and then asked the brunette. No, her name was Miki. But, her appearance is identical to mom's. Ima remembered her childhood when thinking about her mother. I see. Our dad's name is Takita. Issei commented, seeing how Ima smiled upon hearing that fact. After all, it was the same name as her father, although once again it wasn't his appearance. But her smile disappeared when a thought came to her head. We'll have to tell them about my past. Right? Ima asked. She didn't want to remember those dark moments, but she also knew she had to give an explanation upon her arrival. You can do it. But it's not necessary. If you want you can wait here while I do it. Issei saw how Ima shook her head. If it's just them. Mom and dad. I'll try one more time, but not anyone else. Don't tell anyone else. Please. It's enough that I don't know how many dragons know. Ima looked pleadingly as she said this. There aren't many of us. Only the important leaders know. And I promise. No one else will. Issei said, committing a pact of silence and clarifying that not many dragons know his story. Now he'd have to find a way to explain Ima's presence to the others. He'd figure it out, as always. Oh. Issei. Glad to see you, son. Who's your friend? Oh, she's quite friendly. Takita asked once he was free from the bags and was now in front of the pair of brunettes. He said this last thing after receiving a hug from Ima, who this time was able to control her tears. Her name is Ima. We're waiting for mom to tell you everything. Replied the brunette, surprising his father with the young woman's name. Because it reminded him of someone. Takita. Issei has something important to tell us. Said Kayako, arriving with a couple of chairs to sit in front of Ima and Issei. Oh, yeah, sure. Takita replied, immediately knowing it was something serious. Hey Issei, how long? How are you all? Sorry for the delay, no store in town had this. But before they could start talking, Sarah appeared through a magic circle, showing a bag with some kind of meat that had cost Sarah a lot of effort to get. Good morning, Sarah. Issei greeted neutrally to his main partner's mother. I had to go to another city to get it. Sarah explained, handing the bag to Hikaru, who was standing next to Sarah. Good morning, girls. Where are your daughters? Kayako asked when she saw that only they were there in the living room. They played a video game almost all night. It seemed like a lot of fun. They haven't woken up yet, and Akane said she wanted to sleep some more. Hikaru replied, then yawned softly. Griselda and I had liked the game so much that they played it until late. Who is the guest, Issei? Sarah asked, analyzing Ima with her eyes, finding many facial similarities with Issei. Her name is Ima. She'll stay here. You and, if necessary, the other leaders will protect her while I'm gone. The brunette replied simply, looking at Griselda while receiving a nod from her. He still hadn't come up with anything to justify his now sister's stay. What a piece of information. Sarah said ironically, clearly noticing that her son-in-law was hiding something. Mom, Dad. Sit down. We need to talk. The brunette said, ignoring the Sitri matriarch's comment and putting up a barrier of silence to prevent the others from gossiping. For their part, Hikaru, Griselda, and Sarah went to the kitchen with the obvious motive of gossiping as much as they could. or as they like to call it, staying informed. Why is Issei acting so mysteriously? It's not common for him. Hikaru whispered, surprised that he didn't go to greet his partners as soon as he returned, as he usually did. Griselda moved a little closer to the door, trying to listen for something. But Sarah, noticing that she couldn't hear anything, deduced that Issei had put up a barrier of silence, so she used a spell, so everyone could see the lips of those gathered in the room, and try to read them. They all watched as Ima began to talk about who she was. Although only half-heartedly, the gossip monger's detectives managed to find out that she didn't belong there. Soon, Ima's speech became slow, followed by tears as she tightly held Issei's hand, alerting them to a new suitor for the brunette that he was keeping a secret. But as the minutes passed, that thought suddenly disappeared when they saw Kayako and Takita's expressions showing great shock and horror. It can't be. Sarah muttered, putting a hand to her mouth, looking in astonishment at the girl with short brown hair. What's wrong? Asked Hikaru, who couldn't lip read as well as her friends at her side. Turning to look at Griselda, Hikaru saw the same expression on her blonde friend's face as Sarah, who almost inaudibly whispered the word that had left her like that. Soon, Irina's mother was aware of the seriousness of the matter. Sarah. What's going on? I asked, seeing how the coffee cup Sarah had been holding was completely shattered on the floor. She had dropped it when she realized the seriousness of the matter. She was. Sarah's words were cut short when she noticed Issei staring at her with a stern expression and his eyes as a deep black color. The brunette slowly shook his head, making it clear that she was absolutely forbidden to mention the subject to the others. Sarah. What happened? Asked Hikaru, looking at Sarah, who looked back at him for a moment and then turned her attention back to the family, who was now hugging Ima, except for Issei, who was still looking at her seriously. No. I can't say it. We shouldn't even. Sarah trailed off before attempting to climb the stairs to her room, stopping when she realized that such behavior would be inappropriate for someone who supposedly hadn't heard the conversation. All she could do was meditate to relax as she began to clean up the mess she'd made. Returning to the Haidu family, Ima was finishing her story. She didn't know how, but she had managed to narrate all the events she had experienced herself, sparing many details about her time in captivity. I crossed that chasm and got here. He helped me and defeated those bastards. He took care of me and healed me. He fed me, gave me company and support. He bought me clothes, he made me feel at home again. Ima said, trying to control her tears and wipe her face. I made my first decision as faction leader. Ima will stay. We, along with the gods and dragon kings, are the only ones who know about this, and I hope it stays that way. They unanimously accepted my decision. Ima will not return to her world. Ever. So, I thought that maybe she could be part of our family. She is 2 years older than me, she would be her daughter and my sister. The brown-haired man added, knowing that he needed his parents' permission, but at the same time he was aware that they would not deny it. Although the emotions and reactions they would have after hearing Ima's story, he had no idea how they would end. Would you accept me as part of your family? Ima asked, somewhat afraid of a negative answer. Ima. We would never deny you in our family. We will protect you, I will protect you, I promise. Daughter. I will do everything possible and more to protect you. Kayako declared, hugging Ima while she cried, wanting to tell her many more things. But there would be time for that later. Ima reciprocated Kayako's hug, very happy. Ima. That was the name we gave our second daughter. She passed away shortly after birth. As a father I couldn't protect her. I know you're not the same one Kayako and I lost. But. Takita had a hard time talking about Issei's older sister, but he managed to compose himself. Ayako had tried to convince him a long time ago that his second daughter's death wasn't his fault. She thought she had convinced him of that. Now he understands that it wasn't. But I promise I'll do everything I can, as a father, to never let what you went through happen to you again, daughter. After hearing these words, Ima finally let go of Issei to hug her new parents. Kayako looked up to see her son staring blankly ahead. What's wrong, Issei? Asked Kayako, worried about her son. I'm just thinking about what to tell the others about Ima. She doesn't want anyone else to know this. I don't know how to respond. The brunette explained, unable to come up with a credible excuse. Tell them the truth. Just leave all that out. Takita replied as if it were an order. He was still upset about what had happened to his now daughter. It's better not to say anything, just let them know your decision. You look very pretty today, but let's fix your makeup, shall we? Ayako suggested, receiving a positive response from Ima. The two of them headed for the first floor of the house, leaving the two men of the family alone. So. I had a sister. Issei asked, still maintaining the barrier of silence. 2 brothers. Takita replied, surprising the brown-haired boy even more. Ryuzo. He was your first brother, I named him that. He died from a miscarriage your mother had, they wouldn't let us officially register him with that name. But she and I will never forget him. Takeda continued, aware that now he owed his son an explanation. Ima. Was the name your mother gave your sister. An idiot with a vehicle crashed into ours on the way to a checkup. The crash injured your mother's abdomen and she had to give birth prematurely. Shortly after she was born, I felt her breathing stop in my hands and I stood there like an idiot not knowing what to do. Takeda responded, annoyed with himself, telling that with tears in his eyes, he thought and will think all his life that maybe if he reacted and did something or asked for help, maybe his Ima would have survived. This made Issei think Ima wasn't his version from another dimension. She was the version of Drake and his carrier from another dimension. That would explain why some of the phenomena mentioned in the book he was reading hadn't happened. In Ima's dimension, either never existed or died at birth. Somehow, that reassured him. He wouldn't have to take certain preventive measures anymore. You were our last chance. The doctor said you were a miracle child and that if your mother got pregnant again, either she or the baby would die. Kayako was so sorry she couldn't give you a brother or sister, but I convinced her that she'd be even more sorry not to be able to see you grow up. Takeda was going on, but Issei wouldn't hold back. He knew his father needed to say this. Did she really go through all that? Takeda asked, looking at his son, knowing he had the answer. The latter looked away. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. I just regret not killing him. Issei murmured those last words as he unleashed some of his power, cracking the barrier of silence and part of the ground. Takeda calmed himself down, trying to transmit that feeling to his son, and spoke. You didn't know, son. Don't blame yourself, said Takeda. I don't blame myself. I just regret having taken pity on her. Issei looked towards the first floor as Ima was now wearing her makeup again. Take good care of her. Today is my test. The brunette said dryly before disappearing in a pillar of fire. As Issei left, Ima clung to her mother's arm. Test. Ima had managed to hear that last part thanks to her senses as a demon and knew it was a worrying topic when she saw Kayako's expression. His leaders are evaluating him to check his development. I hope he does well, said Kayako, very worried. He'll be fine, love. He'll be fine, Takeda said, worried about his son. Both parents were reminded of how a month ago, when they woke up and tried to go downstairs, they saw a horrible scene. Issei, covered in blood, was passed out in the middle of the living room with serious deep wounds and some burns. Well, what do you think if we go out for breakfast? Asked Kayako, looking at Takeda, who did not hesitate to accept the proposal. Sarah had explained what she'd managed to read to Hikaru, not wanting to share the details Ima had provided. Irina's mother knew they had made a terrible mistake by eavesdropping on that conversation. Griselda knew their leader had never punished his leaders, but she believed that perhaps with this, she would be the first. The three women went out into the living room again to try to talk to Kayako about the subject, although they knew perfectly well that this would give them away, but perhaps the Sekiruyute's mother would be able to appease her son's displeasure. Mom. Do you know where Issei is? Asked Sona, beautifully dressed in a midnight blue dress fitted to the middle of the hips and free to the knees. She wore a pair of red shoes that matched perfectly with her crimson lipstick and the frame of her glasses. Saji had gone to the house to deliver his weekly patrol report by hand, and when he saw her he was knocked out on the living room floor with a nosebleed that ended up staining his report. He would have to do it again. So Sona. Why are you like this? Sarah stammered, watching her daughter dressed so beautifully down the stairs. She reached for her phone so she wouldn't miss the opportunity to take pictures and send them to Serafol. For nothing in particular. I just want to surprise Issei, replied Sona, knowing what Tsubaki had done and feeling her jealousy burning strongly in her being, but she wouldn't let that be noticed so easily. Issei just left, today is his test. Hearing these words from her mother, Sona put on a worried expression. She didn't want her beloved to end up hurt again like last time. Issei. Sona muttered before being pushed by the girls who had come down fighting and arguing from the first floor. What are you doing? Sarah asked as she saw the four half-dressed girls fighting amongst themselves. And nothing. Just finding no plausible excuse, Tsubaki was left speechless. It was worth noting that she was wearing only her bra and a towel to cover her lower half. Sarah, looking at the others, saw that they all looked just like Tsubaki. Except for a few who were missing something. We were just seeing who had the biggest breasts. Yura quickly replied, her face slowly turning red and her ears heating up. Griselda and Hikaru stifled a small laugh at Yura's response, which made the other girls blush as well. Why, that's right. And I won. So I'll be wearing this blouse. Tsubaki declared, quickly getting up, snatching the object that was the fight's incentive and running towards the kitchen. Although this answer made all of Issei's busty fiancés forget about the main topic. I won. Even Akemi. That blouse is mine by right. Yami shouted, chasing Queen Sitri. We're twins, idiot. Complained the aforementioned, annoyed by her sister's statement. Hey. Why are you wearing them if that blouse is mine? Issei bought it for me. Not wanting to be left behind, Yura followed the shocked group of girls into the kitchen. The commotion woke up those still sleeping. You won't participate, dear? Hikaru asked Sona without noticing the obvious, causing Griselda to laugh, which was stifled by Sarah's hands for her own good. I'm already dressed, besides. I'll never be able to compete against them. The young woman replied, showing a somber and distant expression. Sarah simply smiled and headed upstairs with her friends, knowing it probably wasn't the right time to cook, plus she'd remembered it was Kayako's turn. She hoped with all her might that the girls had taken their fight to the backyard, otherwise Kayako would be furious. That, however, gave her the idea to cook, to take an extra worry off her son-in-law's mother's shoulders, and perhaps win her favor. I forgot to leave the meat boiling. Ayako muttered as she quickly entered the kitchen. She had also forgotten that it was her turn to cook. Upon entering, Kayako saw that Yami was holding Tsubaki in a chokehold, while the latter pulled her hair into Kemi's, who was being tickled on the foot by Yura, who had her shirt half on, making her laugh non-stop. Suddenly they stopped when they noticed a cold and grim gaze directed towards them, slowly and nervously turning their heads to find themselves facing a blank, smiling gaze from their beloved's mother. Oh, look at this place. Who could have caused such a mess? Huh? At such words that frightened them, the young women quickly stopped fighting. We don't know. But we are happy to help clean and cook for you today, he said, Tsubaki starting to wash yesterday's dishes. Yes. Delighted. Yura supported, starting to sweep while Akemi and Yami organized the utensils they threw during their fight. Thank you, girls. You're very kind. Kayako said, this time ignoring the behavior of her son's fiancés. Sona joined the girls, holding back her laughter at the attitude of her classmates in the presence of Kayako. She held back her laughter so as not to be scolded as well. A couple of hours later. Ayako, Takeda and Ima were returning home for lunch after having breakfast again with Ima. Leaving aside their new daughter's past, at the latter's request, Kayako and Takeda managed to establish the first bonds with their daughter. But despite knowing that she was in good hands, and that there were people and beings ready to protect her at any time and any place, Ima still felt very insecure and nervous without Issei by her side. Verdrag explained to her that this could be because she had witnessed Issei without any problem humiliate the being she considered the strongest, so her subconscious understands that Issei is the most powerful being that exists, and that in itself makes her feel safe. Where are all? Takeda's words were cut short when he saw the enormous pool of blood in the middle of the room. It had happened again. Love. Why don't you take Ima upstairs and show them the photos of Issei when he was a child? Maybe he'll like them a lot. Suggested Takeda, obstructing Ima's view of the scene. Sure. Let's go, honey. Taking Ima's hand, Kayako climbed the stairs toward her room. No words or witnessing the scene were necessary for the brunette's mother to understand the situation. Just seeing her husband's expression was enough. She was sad and wanted to see her son, but Ima herself had confessed that, for her, no one was stronger than her brother, and that was why she got nervous away from him. They wouldn't break that dream. Takeda wasted no time and quickly went downstairs to the healing room. There were all of Issei's partners waiting for him to recover, while he was unconscious, submerged up to his neck in the healing waters of the room. Girls. How are you? Asked Takeda as he approached them. Even Rainer and Kuroka were there, who was in her feline form lying on Issei's head. They all showed signs of extreme concern. He even noticed that it seemed that Yura had cried until not long. It's okay, Mom says she'll wake up soon, but she's worse than last time. Sona was the one who answered. You can go upstairs if you want, I'll stay with him. Meet Ima, I'm sure she'd like having friends. Suggested Takeda. Thanks, but come on. We want to stay with him. Besides, we still don't know who she is. Sona said, not wanting to leave her partner alone. Okay. I won't insist, take good care of him and let us know if you need anything. Said Takeda, very aware that they were much more capable than he was at protecting his son. HMP. Akemi smiled as she noticed a small detail. What's wrong? Yami asked, curious and somewhat annoyed by her sister's gesture. I'm holding out longer than last time. Even though it was only a few minutes. Akemi commented, making everyone notice. Yes, she was worse off than last time when she got back, but it's also true that she had lasted a little longer upon arriving. You did well, Issei. Rainer murmured, taking Issei's hand, feeling how Issei slightly reciprocated her gesture. The next day. Yura began to wake up, finding Issei no longer in the room and her, like everyone else, covered by a blanket that protected her from the cold. This was evidently a gesture from her lover. Wanting to take advantage of some time alone with Issei, she decided not to wake the others and leave as quietly as possible. As she climbed the stairs, she realized the sun hadn't even risen yet and wouldn't be rising anytime soon. In the living room, Issei was dressed and fully healed. Asia's sacred gear healed him as soon as he recovered a bit of energy. The brunette reread the book he had asked Midgardsormr for. This book was one of those the Dragon King had written about Office and Red's knowledge of the behavior of other dimensions. He closed it in disgust, finding nothing there that gave him a clue as to whether Emma's presence would alter the balance in his dimension. He didn't know if it could be problematic to have two red celestial dragons, but he didn't want to leave anything to chance either. Thank you for taking care of me, Yura. Leaving the book he was reading on the couch, Issei turned to look at the young woman behind him, holding back tears. Yura was a strong girl, and her personality fit well with this. Only Issei and her true friends knew about her sensitive side, although the only one who could attest to that was her lover. Why do you let them hurt you so much? Asked a blue-haired girl foolishly, hugging the brown-haired boy, since it was not Issei's intention to let them hurt him. They're stronger than me. It's not like I have a choice, you know. Issei replied, reciprocating his beloved's hug. And so they remained silent for a while. The warmth Issei emanated was very comforting to Yura, who slowly began to feel numb. May I ask? Who is that girl you brought home? The blue-haired girl asked. That doubt made her drowsiness go away, as she wanted an answer. Her name is Emma. It's complicated to explain how she got here, but the most important thing is that she is me. Issei tried to explain, not only failing, but also confusing Yura even more. I know it sounds confusing, but let me explain. Before Yura could start trying to find an explanation and get even more confused, Issei spoke. Emma, in essence it's me. But from another dimension. She's the bearer of a celestial dragon, and that same one is Drag. She's the Sekiryuite of her dimension. We share a similar history, but with many differences. I can't tell you her whole story. I made a promise, but what you have to know is that she suffered too much and will not return to her home. That's what I decided, and the dragons accept my decision. Now she's part of my family, she's my older sister. Explained Issei as briefly as possible while honoring his promise. So, now I have a sister-in-law? Yura asked, still somewhat confused. Yes, you could say. I'll introduce you later, but don't ask her about her past. She'll tell you everything she wants you to know. But don't force her. With that, Yura hugged Issei again and he lay down on the couch, with Yura on top of him. There, she gave him a long kiss and they stayed there in silence, enjoying each other's company. But it was in those happier moments when Yura's memories attacked her the most. Issei. Do you really love me? Asked Yura, who remembered Cage's words, they still echoed in her mind. What's the point of the question? Of course I love you. Issei asked, somewhat puzzled by the question. No, it's nothing. Just ignore me. Yura dismissed the question as she smiled at him and tried to fall asleep. But Issei sat up and sat Yura down next to her. Yura. You don't ask these kinds of questions, and you've been trying to compete with the others for a while now. I mean, it's normal between you two, but you almost always take it too far. What's bothering you? The brunette asked, looking at the young woman, who avoided his gaze. The brunette gently took Yura's chin and made her look at him. Trust me, Yura. What's wrong? Insisted Issei, seeing how Yura had crystalline eyes. How can you love me? You have Tsubaki and her beautiful body, President Sona who is beautiful, and not to mention Akemi and Yami. How can you love this sack of muscles who is so unfeminine and behaves like a tomboy? Issei immediately remembered Cage's words. Until that moment he didn't know that they had strongly affected Yura. Yura. Everything that idiot said isn't true. You're beautiful, delicate and even sensitive with the people you love. Look at yourself, it hurt you that useless person described you that way. Don't let harmful comments from people you don't know hurt you. Issei took Yura's face with both hands and gave her a soft kiss on her lips. But, if they hurt me, said the young woman, still sad. I know, but always remember this. You are perfect with the right person, no matter what happens I will always love you, Yura. With that said, Issei hugged his partner while she reciprocated it and felt how Issei's words sounded stronger than that idiot's. Thank you. With that, Issei and Yura settled down to sleep for the rest of the night. They didn't sleep long, as Issei's partners soon arrived to interrupt the lovers' slumber. Kuroka was the first to land heavily on Issei, suffocating him with her breasts. Yura was pushed by the brunette to another couch, so she wouldn't be hurt by the Nekomata's ambush. How mean of you to leave me behind, honey, don't you know how worried I was about you? Kuroka whispered into Issei's ear with a provocative tone. Issei, for his part, was beginning to lose consciousness due to lack of air, so to prevent that from happening, he was trying to hold one of Kuroka's tails. He had learned from past experiences that these and her ears were very sensitive. Oh. I feel like you're not the only one happy to see me. The black-haired girl continued as she began to slide her kimono ready to have some action. To her bad luck, Issei had finally managed to grab one of Kuroka's tails, making her feel a shiver run through her body, and in this way she managed to get away before falling to her instincts in front of Yura. Kuroka. I'm glad to know you're okay, said Issei, already recovered and calm. And I see that you are still resisting giving me children, Naya. She replied, adjusting her kimono when she noticed the other fiancés of the brown-haired man coming up the stairs. We already talked about that, Kuroka, said Issei, sitting in his place to quickly be hugged by Yura. She had also seen the others get on and wasn't going to lose her place. Issei, the others shouted before jumping on her fiancé, who had to separate himself from Yura to, once again, prevent him from getting hurt. Okay, calm down. I'm fine. The girls slowly moved away to free their partner. Issei sat on the floor to give the girls a more comfortable spot. Yura quickly took back her spot next to Issei, and Rainer took his other side. Kuroka, being more mischievous, lay down on the brown-haired boy's lap while starting to purr. This wasn't just to annoy the others, she knew Issei was under a lot of stress, and this was one of her ways to relax him. Akemi, Yami and Sona looked at the other three seriously, but chose not to fight at that moment, so they simply sat on the couch in front of Issei. How was your day today? Asked Tsubaki, wrapping her legs around Issei's head, making the latter feel the softness of Queen Sitri's skin, and that somehow relaxed him, besides that he liked the sensation, and he couldn't hide it in his expression. The reason Tsubaki had done this was because maybe her boyfriend would like it more, even more after such a stressful experience. Tsubaki, complained Sona, who wasn't upset about what her queen had done, but because it didn't occur to her first. Leave her alone, Sona, I win. Yami muttered, annoyed. It's weird to see you guys not fighting so much. Heh, it went well. I feel like I lasted a little longer than last time. But I can't stop feeling like an ant in front of a mountain. And the mountain hides all its power. The brown-haired man responded, quite annoyed. He knew he had progressed, he was able to face Tannen, but not for long. It was an achievement for him. Even so, when it came to facing Office, the first time he was knocked unconscious from a simple attack. And so were the next 4 tests, but in the 5th he managed to dodge the attack. And so he progressed between the encounters until today. His current record is 1 hour against Office, just resisting and dodging attacks. Never until now could he even try to hit her. And also, he knew that his record was very fragile to maintain. Because Office was holding back too much. Come on. At least you've made progress, right? Rainer tried to comfort her partner, knowing that every encounter with Office left him frustrated because he couldn't do anything but dodge. I want to believe that. The brown-haired boy replied, somewhat discouraged. Oh my little dragon, I know perfectly well how to cheer you up. She can help if she wants, said Kuroka, approaching the brunette's face while she loosened her kimono again, even though the others were still there. Bad cat. Rainer, blushing at the insinuation, pulled out a sprinkler from who knows where and doused Kuroka with water. As if she were a real cat, Kuroka got off Issei and snorted at the fallen angel. What do you think if we go out on patrol? Maybe that'll distract you, Akemi said, adding something different to the cat's suggestion. What time is it? The brown-haired boy asked, thinking that it might be dawn. It's 3 in the morning. What are you saying? Yami responded, supporting his sister's idea. Okay. Go change. I'll get something to eat. With that said, the girls went upstairs to change in their rooms, leaving Issei alone with Kuroka. How have you been, Kuroka? Asked the brunette to avoid thinking about his confrontation with Office. Bored. Kayako-sama spends her time knitting for her granddaughter. Vali is running around very worried about Yukio, and she is days away from giving birth. Biku spends his time training with his ancestor, and if he doesn't he complains about how they bother him. And Arthur and LeFay are investigating something regarding her family. I think it's because they got LeFay involved with some idiot over there. But you should know more than me about little Faye, didn't you read those dragon books together? Oh, speaking of those siblings, Arthur wants to talk to you about something. But you come as soon as possible, although he said that last week. Summarized Kuroka, contrasting a bit with what Vali had said a few days ago. With that, Issei had an explanation for why he hadn't seen LeFay lately. She was a good friend after all. Yes, LeFay has many interesting things to teach, it's a shame about her engagement. I hope they find a way to resolve that. Although it seems that you have also gotten into trouble, said Issei, seeing that Kuroka had bandages on her abdomen and left arm. That. Yeah, well. There are certain idiot demons who are still after my head. They ambushed me, don't worry, I returned it 1,000 times over. Kuroka explained, feeling a reassuring warmth. Issei had healed her. Be more careful next time. I don't want you to get hurt. With that said, the two remained silent for a while. But with time together, Issei began to reflect on his relationship with Kuroka as he stroked her head and she purred. After a relatively short time that seemed much longer to the brunette, he spoke. Kuroka. Do you really love me, or are you just here because you want powerful children? Asked the brunette, surprising the Nekomata. She remained silent for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Although she did know the answer, she just couldn't find the words. At first I thought having powerful children was the only thing I wanted. But, seeing how you behaved with your partners and that, by force, I included myself, you never pushed me away. I'm still not clear about what I really feel, but I don't want you to push me away from you or the other gossips to do it. With that, she turned to look towards the stairs where the other fiancés were listening to the conversation. We'll continue this later. Somewhere more private. Taking her cat form, Kuroka climbed onto the brunette's head and settled in comfortably during the patrol. Issei smiled. Perhaps his feelings were slightly reciprocated, and that was enough for him. Come on girls. Getting up from the couch, Issei headed towards the exit. Okay. Where are we going? Your part of the territory is too safe thanks to your leaders. Sona said, realizing that it might be unnecessary. And how is your territory? Issei asked, watching Sona puff out her chest before answering. My territory is being watched by Saji and… Hello, yeah. What? Yeah, now come on, hold on. Like I said, Saji and Momo need help. They're outside the city, to the north. In the middle of her speech Sona was interrupted by a communication magic circle. What happened? Issei asked, running towards that place. Well, he could teleport there, he wanted to stretch his muscles a bit. He trusted Saji and Momo. Nothing serious would happen to them. Remnants of the Demon Council's army, I suppose, devoted to them. Always causing trouble. Issei's face hardened upon hearing Sona's words. The memory of the methods they tried to use on him came to his mind, and he became worried for his friends, gradually increasing his speed. Noticing this, his companions also did the same. Akemi. Yami. They knew what Issei meant by naming them, so without hesitation they went with him. Forest. Outskirts of the city. A soldier hit Saji hard as he was on his knees, chained down by chains that weren't easy to break. Momo was the same as Sona Sitri. She wasn't too hurt thanks to Saji, who provoked the soldiers to focus on him while she communicated with Sona. For the last time, shut up. The demonic soldier shouted, holding Saji by the neck. The pawn quickly broke free from his grasp and headbutted the soldier, breaking his nose. You miserable bastard pawn. I'll remind you of your place. Freed, standing up, Saji was able to dodge the next attack and charge with a charge that managed to knock down the soldier. I'm not just a bastard pawn. I'm a dragon king. Saji declared, aware that tied up, he wouldn't be able to do much. But he also knew his friends were nearby. You'll never get out of this with… Bua. The soldier's words were interrupted by his own blood, which was leaking from his mouth as a result of a sword piercing his abdomen. Issei had thrown Ascalon to break the barrier that kept the soldiers from being discovered. Issei landed in front of the demonic soldiers, who retreated at his presence. Behind him came his partners, who were determined to defeat their enemies as quickly as possible. But before they could even lift a finger, the soldiers were dismembered, spilling a great deal of blood and freeing Saji and Momo. The movement that killed the soldiers was so fast that no one present could see it, except for Issei. Arthur. Issei muttered, watching as Arthur appeared from between the trees, sword in hand, the blade stained with blood and completely spotless with the liquid. With a feint, he wiped his sword clean before putting it away again. Issei. Both men looked at each other, Arthur showing a serious expression and Issei one of surprise when he saw him. We need to talk. When the young blonde's expression hardened, Issei had an idea of Arthur's presence there. It's about your sister, right? Can we talk? Somewhere more private? Arthur asked, seeing Issei's partners behind him, some of them were helping Momo and Saji. Why so much secrecy? Little prince. Asked Kuroka, knowing perfectly well the reason why her friend was there, after all she had told him where he could find Issei. Don't interfere, Kuroka. I asked you to talk to him a week ago. A week. The knight shouted with some fury in his voice, something that surprised even his teammate. Looking closely, Issei realized that Arthur's clothes showed signs of battle and cuts on various parts of his limbs. And his breathing also betrayed that he was on alert. Issei closed his eyes to analyze the environment, managing to detect up to 5 human presences with luminous weapons nearby, surrounding them and, sensing that they were ready to attack, he spoke. Humans, move one more muscle. And I assure you that not one of you will be left alive to confirm the failure of your mission. The brown-haired man warned his partners, who immediately went on the defensive. You followed me. Arthur was alerted. When he turned around, he saw an arrow of light inches from his face, but it was the boosted gears gauntlet that took the hit. Issei moved very quickly to stop the attack on his friend. With the same speed, he captured the person in charge of launching the attack by the neck, beginning to suffocate her, not to kill her, but to render her unconscious. They are assassins sent by my grandfather. Scare them away. Some were friends. Asked Arthur, who was already calmer, knowing that Issei would help him even if he hadn't asked him to. Asa. Get them out of my territory. With that, Issei's 4 leaders appeared through a portal, ready to chase after the remaining 4 members, who fled in terror. Their training was to be able to deal with family members, like Arthur, not demons. Griselda. take her and interrogate her. If you need it, ask Tiamat for help. Just by naming her, the former exorcist appeared through a magic circle. Issei had given her pamphlets like the ones he used when Riaz was fully in the territory, so it was easier for the knight to navigate. Now, what happened? Issei asked, turning to see Arthur, who was ready to tell everything. Sitri residence. Living. You have to help my sister. Please. Arthur finished explaining his situation to the brown-haired boy and begged for help. But why didn't you tell us, Arthur? You know we'll help you, said Kuroka, who knew about the situation but didn't know the seriousness of it. How was I supposed to know this would happen? We thought we'd have more time. They wouldn't accept you. Vali is with Yukio, I'm his brother and Biku. Really? Arthur seemed to lose his temper easily because he knew that Issei had to make a decision now. You're right about Biku, but how did she become the main heir? You're the oldest. Kuroka tried to uncover the missing information with that question, but the blonde refused to answer. I don't think you're understanding what you're asking, Arthur. Wouldn't it be better if I just went in and got her out of there? The brunette asked, not knowing why the former Pendragon heir was making such a request, especially in front of his partners. No. They will look for her and kill her, and they have the old methods of the original Merlin. Replied the blonde, clenching his fists tightly. Apparently he had remembered something he didn't like at all. Look. I know what I'm asking is too much and a huge lack of respect for your partners, but I have no one else to turn to. Those I thought were my childhood friends support the notion, and that son of a bee. Realizing that he had abruptly raised his voice, he cut his words short and tried to calm down. He was normally calmer and more peaceful, but after what had happened to him those days, he was already on the verge of collapse. If she really must be committed to someone, I prefer it to be you. Arthur continued to insist on the subject. What if LaFay really doesn't mind that relationship? What if you're not doing it for her but for yourself because you're not capable of respecting her? I seen how he hits her. Arthur shouted, getting up from his seat and silencing the words of the Sitri heiress, who did not agree with the request because she felt there was something else hidden, and that is why she tried to oppose with that comment. No one can love a man like that, and I'm not going to allow my sister to suffer with that guy. Now they had discovered the reason for the ex-heir's uncontrollable fury. If I could, I wouldn't ask you for help. But that old man took Caliburn from me. As long as he has her, no one in my family will go against him. Arthur explained, trying to give more reasons why he needs the brown-haired man's help. Issei felt the warmth of Asia's sacred gear lightly flow from his hands. After thinking for a moment, the brown-haired man took that as a sign from his beloved to help him. That's why you wanted me to give you the fragments of Excalibur. But even if I give them to you, you still need ruler. Said Issei, who was already willing to help Arthur. I found it. But its power is nothing compared to Caliburn. Said Arthur, annoyed by his lack of power. Besides, the former Pendragon heir felt like ruler asked him to go with Issei. This wasn't because the sword had chosen him naturally. Under normal conditions it would obey Arthur, but Issei has Ascalon, Graham and, secretly, the Lance of Longinus. This influenced the sword fragments quite a bit to choose him. If you manage to unite their fragments again into a single sword, and you help me, I'm sure that the whole problem will be reduced to a confrontation between you and my grandfather, which I'm sure you will win. Arthur seemed to realize that it was no longer necessary to beg so much, since he saw on Issei's face an expression that seemed to indicate that he would help him despite a refusal from his partners. And he confirmed this when Issei took ruler and stored it in his sacred gear. Girls. Show him. The brunette ordered, glancing sideways at the girls. Knowing exactly what he was referring to, the girls stood up from their seats and uncovered a certain part of their bodies, which began to glow a deep scarlet. This is the mark of the dragons. Thus, by mutual agreement, the parties agree their commitment to the other. Explained the brunette while Arthur observed the girls. Kuroka had her mark on her right breast, shaped like a cat's paw, quite close to the nipple, but not so close as to be shameless. Rainer had hers on her left wrist, it was shaped like a bracelet. Sound on her neck, in the form of a necklace. Yura on her left ring finger, obviously in the form of a ring. Tsubaki also on her neck, but shaped like a heart. And Akemi and Yami had theirs on their right and left hands respectively, they were shaped like a sword. Needless to say, the mark is not present all the time on the skin, it is only visible when it lights up. I modified the original mark, but considering your family had treaties with dragons from ancient times, I doubt they wouldn't recognize the mark's distinctive essence, especially since applying it involves a sort of ritual. Are you sure you're asking me, Arthur? When I mark her as one of my mates, the mark will only disappear when you or she dies. I know it, and we also know what it means to carry the mark. It will keep members of the same or different species away from the opposite sex. This effect is only present in females. Placing the mark should not be taken lightly because the damage to males is irreparable. That phrase is a paraphrase of the book Issei read months ago to place the mark on his partners. Now he understood that both brothers had thought about that for a long time. "How long have you been planning this?" Issei asked, looking seriously at Arthur. "Not long, a few weeks before my arrest warrant." The blonde confessed, knowing that it would be useless to try to hide the truth. "I know I promised that we'd make every decision regarding us together. But I'll help Arthur whether he accepts it or not. I'm not going to leave Lefay to her fate." The brunette apologized to his partners. After these words, there was a prolonged silence, which lasted until Rainer spoke. "I can't speak for the others. But I'm not opposed to that. I still don't understand why so many protocols must be followed and not just rescue Lefay, but promise me something, Arthur. Promise me that this is the only way to resolve things. If so, I won't object." The brunette approached the blonde so she could observe his eyes properly when the knight responded. "I promise." Hearing the answer, Rainer approached Issei and hugged him. "Be careful, okay?" The brunette nodded while reciprocating his partner's hug. "Most of us don't agree with this, Issei. We feel that there is something that Arthur isn't telling us. But we won't delay it any longer. But we do warn you something, Pendragonair. If Issei gets hurt in any way, I swear that none of us will rest until we return you double what he suffered." Sona's words were greatly influenced by the state Issei had returned to. They knew perfectly well what Issei was capable of, but they were unaware of the abilities that Caliburn could have and what kind of tricks that old man could use. "If it comes to that, I will not resist, I swear," declared Arthur, kneeling on his right knee like a knight in front of Sona. "Be careful, Issei." With that said, a pillar of fire enveloped both men, appearing back in the forest, only now it was raining lightly. "Rainer, Sona and the others aren't the only ones who think there's another solution. Why are you so willing to follow your family's protocols?" Issei questioned, materializing the fragments of Excalibur. "Many times in our family, the leaders did not actively participate in duels for leadership. Many times they designated a champion. My uncle is my grandfather's champion and my mother's murderer. And also, one of my teachers. Challenging him goes against the laws of my family and would make me lose the favor of several members to regain my place as heir. That is why I trust you and I need your help," replied the knight, watching Issei use holy magic to try to unite the fragments of Excalibur back into a single sword. It would not be permanent, he did not possess such type of magic yet, but he was practicing it thanks to Drake's advice on the uses the fragments could have in the future. "I need you to be my champion, your armor and your speed will help you. Not only the safety of Lefay will be at stake, but also the leadership of my family. With you as my champion, I can challenge my grandfather following the rules and thus not lose the favor of my relatives," explained Arthur, watching in wonder how the fragments of Excalibur completely united and formed the legendary sword. The shape and appearance it had was identical to the portraits his family had from the time of the first king. "I will be your champion, Arthur, but I will put one more condition. As a faction leader, I cannot ignore that I am supporting the future leader of a family when this is over. Your family will lend its help to my faction unconditionally." It was a serious condition not taken lightly by the brown-haired man. He knew that many fruits and vegetables did not grow naturally in his part of the territory due to the climate. He believed that this way he could provide a greater variety of food to his followers. But Arthur did not think the same as Issei. He assimilated that they would be tools for whatever the dragon faction was planning. He thought about it for a bit and would accept being a slave to the dragons before his own grandfather. "I accept, Seker Yuite," Arthur replied seriously. "Let's go." With that said, and with the sun about to rise, marking that it was almost 6 in the morning, Issei and Arthur were once again enveloped by a pillar of fire. England. 9 o'clock at night. Arthur and Issei appeared a few feet from the entrance to Cadbury Castle, the mythical home of King Arthur. Using magic, Issei camouflaged them so they could move easily in the shadows without being detected. In this way, they managed to climb to an open window that Arthur knew very well belonged to. "Where are we?" Issei asked, analyzing the room. "It's one of the maid's rooms, Elaine. Are you here?" The blonde whispered, knowing full well there was someone in the room. Issei, before creating fire with his fist, closed the curtain so they wouldn't attract attention from outside. "Arthur." With the light present in the room, Issei could see a young black-haired woman dressed as a traditional maid. "Elaine. I'm here. Where's my sister? Are you okay?" The blonde man approached to hug the young woman. He had been very worried about her because of his previous conflict with his uncle in his desperate attempt to free his sister. If it hadn't been for her, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape. "Miss Lefay is in her room. No one can come near me. I hid here so I wouldn't get hurt. Why did you come back? If they see you, they'll kill you," the young woman warned, taking the blonde man's face. "I can't let my grandfather continue committing these acts of tyranny. But I can't challenge him directly, and that's why I sought help." Arthur turned to see Issei, who was holding by the neck a knight who had always been inside the room, waiting for the maid to come out of hiding so he could capture her. She fainted from lack of air and would be unconscious for a while, thanks to a spell Issei cast. She was always here. I guess she's lucky she hasn't been discovered yet. The brunette whispered, gently placing the knight on the ground so as not to make a sound. To reinforce this, he put up a barrier of silence. Who is he? The maid asked, relieved that she hadn't been stupid enough to leave. He is Haidu Issei. My champion. With this last, the maid looked at Arthur worriedly. Are you really going to play his game? The young woman asked. I have no choice if I want the support of the other members of my family. Besides, he's the wielder of Excalibur. Arthur replied, seeing how the young woman's expression showed her annoyance. He stood up and stood in front of Issei. You told him that. Don't you know that Excalibur was destroyed years ago? You're trying to take advantage of Arthur. And you actually believed him. The maid, upset, verbally lashed out at Issei and finally turned to look at the former Pendragon heir, who signaled her to look at Issei again. In doing so, he managed to see that in Issei's right hand was a sword with a golden edge and a silver blade, with engravings that shone in a scarlet-red color, this due to Issei's magic, with its golden hilt with a red gem, and the symbol of the Securitate reflected in it. This symbolizing that it now belonged to Issei. Excalibur. How? How is that possible? Murmured the maid, astonished and at the same time relieved that her lord had not been deceived. The remnants of Excalibur chose him, and he managed to reforge Excalibur. I don't think there's anyone more capable of defeating my uncle, nor more trustworthy than him. Arthur assured Alexandra to reassure her. It's a pleasure to meet you. Issei greeted with a slight smile, a gesture that managed to calm the maid. I say the same and I'm sorry for yelling at you. I'll try to create a distraction to get the soldiers guarding Miss LeFay out. Are they human? Issei interrupted Alexandra's words and also her actions. Yes. But what's the point of your question, Mr. Issei? The brunette wasn't stupid. He could tell by the way Arthur and Elaine looked at each other. He wouldn't let her take that risk. He didn't know her, but he didn't want her to be hurt or used against Arthur if she were ever captured. Lure them here. I'll do the rest. Elaine turned to Arthur, who nodded in confirmation that she should obey. Conveniently, LeFay's room was on the same hallway as hers. She peeked out the door a bit, glancing to the sides and managing to see in the distance how the knights guarding LeFay's room were also looking at her. Without wasting any time, they quickly approached the room and Elaine quickly went back inside, intentionally leaving the door half open. The soldiers kicked the door and managed to open it easily, easier than they had thought it would be. Looking inside, there was nothing but darkness, not even a single moonlight coming through the window. The soldiers exchanged glances and entered the room, one of them holding an oil lamp that was illuminating the hallway, which strangely emitted a much louder echo than usual. Get out, Westcott. Complicating your capture further will only make your sentence more severe. One of the gentlemen present warned seriously. Why do you say that? What? Did you soften after seeing the little heiress taught respect? The soldier with the lamp mocked. I swore to protect the heirs for life. First, what happened to Master Arthur, and then seeing that. As a knight, it makes my blood boil. You also swore loyalty. We swore that all those who harmed the heirs would be our enemies. Why did you do it? The remaining knight demanded. I swore loyalty to the leader of the family. If that old man asked me not to intervene, it's better for me, it saves me work, and I'll surely also earn a promotion for managing to scare away that boy and for stopping you. Continued the knight, noticing something. They had walked a long way considering they had entered a maid's room. Something's wrong. And it's only going to get worse. That voice emerged from the same darkness, and without warning, a pair of claws grabbed the knight carrying the lamp, sending everything into darkness. The remaining knight couldn't see anything, but he could hear his companions' desperate screams that lasted a long time and then quickly ceased. Is this God's punishment? But I did everything possible to honor my oath. Please, God. Have mercy. In a desperate act influenced by fear, the knight knelt down, praying not for salvation, but for a quick death. Mr. Drake. Rise. Everything is fine. The voice of the former Pendragon heir managed to make the knight raise his head. Master Arthur. Oh boy, what are you doing here? If your uncle sees you, he'll kill you. Drake seemed happy to see Arthur back. But at the same time, he was very worried about Arthur's safety. Calm down. I've come to get my place back, a friend is helping me. Arthur looked at Issei, who greeted him by raising his hand and smiling. The knight Issei had captured was unconscious, tied up and gagged in a corner of the room, and even if they woke up and managed to make a loud noise, the room had a silent seal that would prevent anyone from hearing them. There's a lot to explain, but it's best to do it with LeFay present. Arthur said, helping Drake up. Oh, sir. I don't think you'd like to see your sister now. This made Arthur serious. What are you talking about? See it for yourself. But that said, they quickly went to LeFay's room, abruptly opening the door, finding two maids inside, apart from LeFay, who was looking at a wall of the place. What is this? Explain yourself, Sir Drac. Si Seker Yuite. Ordered one of the maids inside the place, who cut off her words when she recognized Issei. After all, this maid was a demon hired to guard Lefei. Oh. You recognized me. Perfect. It'll make things easier. Demon of the Aguirre's family. On your knees. Issei's tone of voice left no room for complaint. The demon simply stepped back and obeyed the order. You're removed from your position. Give my regards to your king, and if he has any complaints, he knows where to find me. At least most of the time. The latter part referred to her territory in the human world. With that, the demon vanished through a magic circle. It seems that you were not the only one who thought of asking for help. You should not worry, as long as there is no problematic high-class devil nearby, this will be very easy. Said Issei, turning to look at the other maid, who was human, but seeing that this guy managed to scare the contracted devil just with his presence and his smile, he moved away and put his head to the ground. Lefei. I brought the. Arthur's words were cut short when he saw his sister look at him. Lefei's face showed an ugly swelling on her cheeks. Her eyes were red, her lips chapped, her right cheek was purple, and her left was covered in makeup. I tried to defend myself. But that's a damn thing. Tears escaped from the young mage's face as she clutched the white dress she'd been forced to wear. The knight, Arthur, and Elaine stood frozen in place. They couldn't believe their eyes. Drake knew she'd been beaten, but he didn't understand how badly it had happened. He couldn't even pronounce his words properly. Issei didn't know who had done that to Lefei, but he was aware that his blood was boiling because, unconsciously or not, he related it to Emma's memories. All the frustration and resentment he had for having let the other razor escape came to his head, and he almost lost control. His eyes turned black, showing his fury, but they quickly returned to normal. Issei was the first to move to hug the young woman. This comforted Emma. She thought it might work for her, and she wasn't wrong. There, the young woman managed to unburden herself a little more. He was soon pushed out by Elaine and Arthur, who hugged the young witch for a while. Drake, meanwhile, left the room and stood guard by the door, making sure no one entered. Lefei. It's time. Said Arthur, looking at his sister, who just nodded. Issei. Show. Mekwifi of F mash Linda Pafa K Khalifa the Pity Pifo. Lefei knew what was coming now, both brothers had devised that plan after all. Don't worry, Lefei. When I finish the ritual, I'll heal you. Where and in what form do you want? This last question referred to the spot where Lefei wanted her betrothal mark. She turned around and pointed to the area below her neck. A lash. Dragon. With that, Lefei began to feel a strange energy entering her body through that area. Marking a partner is more complex than it seems. During the formation of the mark, both see each other's memories from their entire lives up to the present. All of this takes place in a matter of seconds, which is why this process is dangerous for a human, due to the great mental burden it can cause if the dragon is too long-lived. That's it. Issei whispered, his pupils black as he looked away, trying to control his anger again, but to no avail. Issei's essence was all over Lefei's body, evident by the wing-shaped mark she now had on her upper back. Thank you. And pardon. Lefei knew from the books she'd read that the ritual was extremely important to the dragons, and that it had serious consequences if it was done carelessly, as was the case here. If it were to be discovered, it could jeopardize Issei's status as a celestial dragon. But that wasn't all. I'll always be in your debt, Issei, please heal her. Arthur asked, but Lefei denied. She had one more plan that she planned during this time when her brother was gone. No. If the family sees what Grandpa did to me. With that said, Lefei looked at Issei. They were officially married from that day on and for the rest of their lives. Fuidish Mishtralish. Lefei asked, conveying her plans simply with her tired gaze. Okay. Change of plans. Issei took the time to explain to Arthur, Elaine and Drake their roles while the ceremony was held normally, and also what they should do when it was time for their appearance. Okay. How long until the ceremony? Issei asked, looking at the maid who saw the clock on the wall as she handed Excalibur to Arthur. She wouldn't be able to use the sword's full potential because she hadn't chosen him, but Issei assured her that it was enough for the small theater organized by Lefei. 10 minutes left. Miss Lefei should be downstairs by now. The maid replied, glancing at Arthur as she appreciated his family's legendary sword. Finish her makeup. You'll carry her. Arthur said this last, sheathing his sword and looking at the kneeling maid, who only nodded and quickly stood up for greater agility. All the family servants knew the legend of Excalibur and the prophecy of destruction and blood upon its return, hence their fear. They quickly finished applying her makeup to cover her wounds. That, plus the veil, which was thicker than usual for obvious reasons, would prevent the family from noticing her condition. Lefei. Issei stopped the girl's pacing when he named her, but he didn't dare look at her. She turned to look at him and felt her lips heal so she could speak better. Just call on my name. And it will all end. Issei's concern for Lefei had increased thanks to the ritual. Well, it doesn't affect the feelings of the marked partner, it does affect those of the dragon who makes the mark, because by marking her as his partner, his feelings towards her increase greatly. Arthur condemned Issei to love his sister until eternity despite not being reciprocated. There is no worse punishment for a long-lived being in love with a short-lived race. Cadbury Castle. Ceremonial garden. Where is that brat? That should have brought her here by now, is that what I bothered hiring her for? Complained an old man dressed in high society clothes from centuries ago, as he sat on a stone throne that had a couple of cushions for comfort. It was on this very throne that King Arthur's son, Mordred, was killed by his own father, and in turn, from the injuries he caused, King Arthur died at the hands of his son, centuries ago, breaking Excalibur in the process, leaving only Caliburn. The same sword was held by the old man in a gesture that symbolized the presence of the first king, and his agreement with the upcoming engagement. Beside this old man named Thomas was Arthur's uncle, Maximus. He was scanning the area for any clue that might indicate his nephew's presence, knowing that he wouldn't stand idly by. Standing before them, dressed in a suit, was a man named Henry. He was an elderly man with several gray hairs on the sides of his head, but none in his imposing beard or on top. This was LaFay's fiancé. It was he who had left the sorceress's face in that state. Pay attention, dukes and duchesses. The first heir, Miss LaFay Pendragon, is here. One of the servants opened the door and let LaFay in. She walked up to the altar, typical of religious weddings, and stared at her grandfather. She didn't even look at her future husband. Okay. We'll start with silence. The only thing LaFay turned her gaze to was to silence the servant who, out of surprise, remained silent without protest. Let me ask you something, grandfather. Since when did you start seeing me as a bargaining chip? Since when did you stop seeing me as part of the family? Since when did you plan my mother's murder and my engagement? LaFay claimed, drawing the attention of the other relatives who were in favor, surprising those who remained neutral, and enraging those who were against LaFay's marriage. And since when do you think, brat, that you have a voice in this family? Who do you think you are to be able to address me in this way? Your father was the one who gave you those privileges, not me. He's dead, now keep quiet. Thomas shouted, furious at his granddaughter's insolence in addressing him in that way. I never needed anyone's permission to speak. Only you imposed that rule on me when you let this brainless moron beat me until I was like this. And then you killed my father when he confronted you. LaFay responded, screaming while tearing off her veil, revealing her swollen skin. But the same veil, and despite her pain, she quickly removed her makeup, leaving the family members stunned. Seeing this, Henry approached to want to stop the little theater that his wife was doing. Try to touch me again, you filthy gorilla. Try to lay even a single finger on me again. And I swear your filthy claw will be turned to ash. LaFay turned around and muttered through her teeth, clearly showing her burning fury. Henry looked at Thomas, who received Caliburn from Maximus, who nodded, indicating that he was exerting the sword's influence to prevent LaFay from using her spells. As he tried to hit LaFay, Henry clearly felt his arm being scorched as if it were just a sheet of paper. A pillar of fire momentarily covered LaFay as her betrothal mark shone clearly. Henry was on the ground writhing in pain, unable to do much else. What did you do, girl? Thomas shouted, surprised to see the mark on LaFay's back, recognizing it instantly. When she looked back at him, he and Maximus saw firsthand how LaFay's face slowly healed. Me? Nothing. That was done by my true husband. The current secretary, Issei. The witch muttered still furiously as her eyes began to shine in a strong scarlet color. Roy. With that, a pillar of fire erupted, so powerful it could be seen for miles around. The heat was stifling for everyone except LaFay, who bore the mark. The roar that accompanied the appearance of the pillar of fire intensified as it took the form of a dragon roaring at the sky. When the fire dispersed, Issei stood in front of LaFay, staring seriously at the two men in front of him, who couldn't hide the fear that was beginning to rise within them. Arthur had told his father about his new friend, and before dying, he had warned Thomas that his sons wouldn't be without support. That they had the strength of a dragon. Now he understood those words. Secretary. Your legend doesn't do you justice. Maximus said, believing that all this was a little theatrical performance by his nephews to scare them. But the older members of the family had seen firsthand the dragon's mark of commitment. This one was a true dragon. They wouldn't interfere. They didn't want to be targets of such a legendary being's fury. Same here to you, Maximus Pendragon. How does it feel to not be able to fully utilize Caliburn? Issei mocked, knowing that he had touched a nerve by Arthur's uncle's reaction. Issei was using the information Asa had gotten from the captured assassin. You know. It is rumored that Excalibur was anchored to the Pendragon family lineage, that only they could use its full potential. Although it was also capable of choosing its wielder. Caliburn is almost as powerful as Excalibur, and they share characteristics. So it didn't choose you, or you don't have the blood of the first king running through your veins. This was not true, both Caliburn and Excalibur chose their wielders, but Maximus did not know this. He knew the legends that said that only the descendants of King Arthur could use these swords to their full potential. For the first time in his life. Because he was not able to use all the skills that his father had wielding said sword, Maximus doubted his own blood for a second. Long enough for Arthur to take advantage of to kick his grandfather's hand and snatch Caliburn from him. Nice move, grandson. I guess this is all over. Stop with the theatrics and exaggerations, we're giving up. Thomas declared, knowing that he could be freed by pulling some strings with certain family members. No. You killed our father. You killed our mother. You had me killed like a coward. And you allowed that idiot to beat Lefay, and I'm sure you did it too. Arthur shouted, feeling Caliburn giving him more power. He closed his eyes for a moment to calm down. Maximus lost an arm when he tried to attack Arthur when he was unguarded. Releasing Caliburn, he quickly drew Excalibur to defend himself, severing Maximus's arm in the process. The entire family was amazed to see the sword Arthur was wielding. It was Excalibur reattached. Do you recognize this sword, grandfather? Arthur asked ironically while carrying Excalibur, finally managing to make the old man show a look of surprise. That one. That's Excalibur. Shouted one of Arthur's relatives upon recognizing the sword. He's back. It was rebuilt by the Securitate. Arthur shouted, causing his family members to immediately kneel in respect to the new wielder and restorer of Excalibur. They didn't know why Lefay's husband had been able to reforge such a family heirloom, but they were in no position to question it now. You don't know how much I want to kill you for everything you did to my sister, but I'm not the leader of the family, and it's no longer up to me to act on behalf of Lefay. It's her husband who will decide her sentence. Said Arthur, knowing better than anyone that if Issei killed them he was within his rights to do so, but if he did it, he might not be accepted when it came time to take command of his family. Arthur turned to see Issei, who showed a strong violet color in his eyes and looked blankly at the men in front of him. His eyes now showed violet due to his essence as an evil dragon. Issei was showing what kind of power he truly possessed, even if he didn't do it consciously. The events of Ima, his guilt for not having killed that other razor, the frustration of his defeat without landing a blow or even a feint, and seeing the face of Lefay, his friend and now partner, made Issei's negative emotions overflow. They'll die. Issei whispered as his body violently engulfed itself in fire, which took the form of a dragon, which opened its mouth and engulfed Thomas, Maximus and Henry. After this incident, Issei and the three main culprits disappeared. No one moved a muscle, paralyzed by the scene they witnessed. The seconds felt like minutes, and the minutes felt like hours. Just 3 minutes later, Issei reappeared, engulfed in fire, but this time, he was alone. By now, he had realized he had lost control and was trying to regain consciousness of his actions. Issei. The aforementioned turned violently towards Lefay, who spoke to him. It's over. You saved me. I'm fine. Let's get out of here. Lefay was aware of Issei's status as an evil dragon. Hence the reason for her words, they were meant to reassure him. She didn't believe that seeing her like this had provoked such strong emotions in him. She suspected there must be something more to it, and she wasn't wrong. Lefay's words gradually calmed Issei, who stopped having that strong purple color in his eyes. They turned black and then returned to normal. The pillar of fire enveloped the couple and they disappeared from the place, leaving Arthur with Drake and Elaine. The latter took the blonde young man's hand, scared, since all the family's eyes were on them. The most important problem was already solved. Now it was his turn to take charge of the punishment that the members of his family who agreed with the traitors would receive. Sitri residence. A pillar of fire appeared in Sona's room, where all the Securitate couples were waiting for it. They all turned their attention to the phenomenon that emerged, but when the fire subsided, only Lefay remained. Lefay. Where is Issei? Asked Sona, looking seriously at the mage, who was confused. Until recently she was sure he was with him. Rainer approached to calm Sona a little and not pressure her too much. He was with me. It's okay, there was no major conflict, although. The mage replied, feeling her mana flow freely through her body again, Caliburn no longer affecting her. Although. Yami pressured Lefay to finish her sentence. Akemi intervened to get her sister to lower her voice. Is it all over? Kuroka approached Lefay and stared at her, noticing her strong sadness and frustration that she had experienced before. Yes. It's all over. May I use your bathroom? The mage asked, wanting to tear off that dress and burn it. Lefay moved away from Kuroka a little, which surprised the Nekomata. She thought that, like in the past, the girl in front of her would hug her and start crying. Yes. Go, then you can tell us everything. Kuroka approved, not wanting to put any more pressure on Lefay. It's my house, you know. Said Sona, a little annoyed by Kuroka's decision to freely offer her bath. Would you have denied it, Paleo? Kuroka replied, provoking the Sitri heiress with that nickname that referred to her power. Sona simply looked away. Meanwhile, Issei was sitting in a garden of fire flowers, a common flower within the Phoenix territory. Razor had given him permission to visit that place whenever he wanted. Whenever he felt lost or thought he had made a wrong decision, he would go there or meditate on his walks within his winter forest in his territory. The soft breeze that moved the flowers there, the warmth of the earth, being able to feel that same breeze moving his hair, reminded him a lot of Asia and his dream of being able to plant many flowers. That place helped him listen to what he believed would be her advice. On the other hand, the forest of eternal winter helped him in a certain way to control his inner demons, appeasing them. He believed that he had not made the right decision by accepting Arthur and LeFay's plans. Why was the couple ritual really necessary? Issei began to think silently, looking at his hands. Why did they decide that I would be the one to help them and not Bali? Why did I agree even though their instincts were screaming at them not to? The brunette continued to think, remembering the opposition of all his partners, while even more doubts arose in his head. He raised his gaze to see the horizon again. Would you really have wanted me to help them, no Asia? Or were you also somehow telling me not to accept? Issei knew the answer, or what he thought his late wife's answer would be. He took Asia's sacred gear reaction as a sign. He knew that Asia would help them without thinking too much, but he doubted the method she would have chosen. I left my partners aside in this decision. Sona, Yuma, girls. Forgive me. Issei felt the commitment mark on his body that symbolized his connection with LeFay Byrne, a clear indication that she didn't really love him. My king. Did I make the right decision? Issei asked the heir. Riaz had always given him good advice and never refused to help anyone she knew. She often changed the terms and plans to make everything work out. The flowers did remind him of fire, but the red color that tinged them also made him think of his king, and somehow he felt his support. That gave him peace of mind. Issei-kun. Those words mentioning his name made him turn to see the authors of these. When he turned around he could see his king. She was standing there behind him while looking at him with a smile. She was truly happy to see him again. Behind her was Akeno, who was just as happy to see her partner. Akeno. My king. Issei said, standing up from his place to hug the aforementioned women. They didn't hesitate to return his display of affection. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a month. After separating, Riaz looked at Issei with a smile. I already told you that you don't have to call me that. She scolded while squeezing the brunette's cheeks in reprimand for how she was mentioned. Sorry. The brunette apologized, rubbing the affected area after being released. Ara, you shouldn't treat Issei like that after so long, Riaz-sama. Akeno mocked in her characteristic tone of voice. Riaz simply limited herself to making a small pout because that way of referring to her bothered her. It made her feel distant from her servants. How have you been? The girls miss you on your movie and TV nights. They miss your fun facts, Riaz, and also the ease with which you prepared snacks, Akeno. Those meetings ceased, swearing that no one would see anything until your return. Asked a brunette, interested in knowing why his king returned so abruptly to the underworld, and with her, his servants. Oh, they're so cute. I miss them too. I hope to return soon so I can watch the series. Riaz gushed, remembering those nights when they used Issei to go shopping for candy and drinks. The brunette even remembered that fondly. Akeno just laughed, flattered to be the best cook among all the girls. Oh Issei, a lot of things happened. Dad wants a grandchild now, and Razor and I don't want children yet. I'm very young, I'm starting college in 2 weeks, and I still want to do a lot before taking care of a child. It's too much responsibility. Riaz confessed, although she quickly stopped herself from saying too much. I'm sorry, I don't want to worry you with my problems, you probably already have enough with everyone else. Riaz apologized quickly. Akeno was a little surprised by her king's willingness to share his worries with Issei, but she let it be. She knew perfectly well that her king needed a moment of relaxation. Perhaps the clan's pawn could accomplish that goal. Even I offered to take on the responsibility of having to give an heir to the Gremory clan. Anyway, he just wants a strong heir, but he said he wouldn't accept that the future leader of his clan has mixed blood. Akeno commented, summoning a set of table and chairs, as well as sending an invitation to Kaneko and Kiba, in case they wanted to stop by and chat for a while. I see, I didn't know that side of your father, Riaz. I understand your point, taking care of a life is a lot of responsibility, it's not a decision that can be taken lightly. And I don't understand your father. Why rush things so much? Issei said, agreeing with Riaz and reflecting a bit. Right. Well, I told him that and that he already had a grandson, little Milikas. He would be a great leader of the clan, but he yelled at me saying that he would be my brother's heir to his position as Demon King. Riaz continued in a furious tone. Evidently, she had begun to let out more of her problems and worries. Kiba intervened, saying that the position of Demon King is not acquired by nepotism, but is chosen among the strongest and most capable. I had never seen Ziotica so upset. He wasn't like that. Akeno commented, remembering how her king's father yelled horribly at the night for interrupting a conversation between high-class demons. No one mistreats my servants in any way, not even my own father. There were a few extra words and I told him clearly that if he continued pressuring me or mistreating my servants again he would never see me again. And he told me that was impossible because I was known throughout the demon world and. To stop listening to him I went to Razor's house. In fact, the two of them are arguing now in the mansion. The Redeed continued to elaborate while summoning a couple of drinks and half-prepared snacks that she had left in the mansion's kitchen. Riaz looked behind the brunette, making the latter follow the gaze of his king. So she saw three people approaching in the distance, Kiba, Kaneko and a boy with platinum blonde hair and red eyes, who wore the Kuo Academy female uniform. Even this. These little things like cooking and watching TV are frowned upon by my father and the elders of the Gremory clan, it's absurd. Riaz continued to vent while Issei listened to everything. It's a pleasure to see you again, Issei-kun. Greeted the knight looking at his companion. Senpai. How are you? Kaneko greeted, a small smile on her face. She had truly missed her companion. Although he had a familiar scent, she wouldn't give it any importance now. The most important thing at that moment was her king. Kaneko. Kiba and. You, I've seen you before. You were the one who left me Graphia's letter a long time ago. Issei greeted his companions and recognized a boy hiding behind Kiba. His name is Gaspar Vladi, he's my bishop and one of your partners Issei. Gaspar, this is Haidu Issei, he's my pawn and your partner. Come on, Gaspar doesn't bite. Sometimes. Riaz introduced him, encouraging the bishop to greet Issei, saying that last part to annoy him a little. At that last part Gaspar hid behind Kiba. Calm down, take your time. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gaspar. Issei greeted politely while smiling at Gaspar to try to convey confidence. How did you know it was a man, senpai? Kaneko asked, sitting down on a chair and starting to eat a cookie. What's so strange about it? Asked the brunette. It's because of how Gaspar-kun dresses, the times the other demons see him for the first time they mistake him for a woman. Explained Kiba, imitating the gesture of his feline companion. Oh, it has to do with the sense of smell. Drake says that dragons can identify the gender of other species through smell. As for how it works, he refused to tell me, and honestly, I prefer to keep it that way. Explained Issei, remembering that little chat and was still debating if those words were to annoy him or were a sincere warning. After a moment, Akeno herself took it upon herself to share with Ria's other servants what they had been discussing with Issei, so that they could also give their opinion and point of view. Back to the topic. I suppose they are too accustomed to their time, Riaz. I firmly believe that my king would never waver in his desires before those inept old men. What must hurt him the most is that it is his own father who thinks that way. Riaz nodded with her mouth full while looking at her pawn in admiration, then she began to show a slight smile. She was proud of how much her pawn had matured, but she did not like at all the method to which it was subjected. You know. I even thought about doing the same thing as you. Give up everything demonic. Try to live a human life as long as possible before our nature as supernatural beings catches up with us again. Razor took me to dinner yesterday to try to distract me, but it was no use. He always came back to the subject. Revealed Riaz. This surprised Issei, because it made him understand that there were many more things that overwhelmed his king. After all, he remembered that she once declared that she wanted to be the queen of the rating games. She must be going through a lot of stress to even think of that solution. Suddenly the place fell silent, no one knew what to think because everyone thought that this was out of their control. Everyone, except Issei. It's difficult to make such a decision. Unlike me, you'd be leaving behind many people you love. But this proposed solution is only an escape from the problems. Problems that sooner or later will catch up with her. Issei commented, knowing firsthand that trying to deny what they are will only cause them more harm. But it's not a bad thing to run away either. If you make that decision, you should be aware that yes. Problems will find you, but by then you'll be ready to face them. Take control of your life, tell your father. Don't ask his permission, tell him what you're going to do. Advised Issei, showing Riaz that inexperienced, clumsy and somewhat perverted young man, because she always looked at his face, had disappeared a long time ago. Whatever your decision is, to stay in the underworld or live as a human, I am sure that you will always have the support of your husband and your active servants. And if that is not enough, do not forget my king, that even though I am now a faction leader, I am your friend and you will always find help in me. I will never forget my oath. To protect my king and his dreams. Issei took the stance of a knight and oath, which made Riaz remember that day when they officially introduced themselves to him as demons. The other members of the clan did the same as their partner, thus demonstrating that Issei's words were well-founded. Riaz would always have the support of her servants, and that excited her. Thank you very much, Issei. Interrupting her friend's posture, Riaz hugged him affectionately while shedding tears of happiness. Now. Tell us, what's bothering you? Riaz looked beyond her former servant's eyes and knew something was bothering him. Issei looked confused and somewhat unreceptive, not wanting to bother his king with his own problems. You heard my problems, Issei. I shared them with you. Now, do the same with us please. If we can we will help you, and if not, always know that we will be your refuge and we will try to advise you. It took a while, but Issei finally accepted and told them everything that happened with Ima, avoiding mentioning what his oath prevented him from saying, his test of skill against Office, and the latest incident with Lefei. Riaz wasn't all that surprised by the existence of other dimensions, as she was aware of the dimensional gap and knew its name wasn't just for show. What was both surprising and upsetting was learning that a version of her husband had caused a Sekiryute's version in that dimension to suffer through hell. At first, she couldn't fully understand the brunette's frustration with his trial until Issei explained how he felt about fighting his god. And the couple's ritual. I can't believe there was no other solution for that. If your instincts told you no, why did you accept? Asked Riaz, adopting the posture of the brunette's couples. Asia. Her sacred gear activated slightly after hearing Arthur's explanations. I took it as a sign to accept, but now I think that maybe it was a sign not to. The brunette revealed. The Pendragon family. I think, if I am not mistaken in speculating so much, that they chose you so that after all that their family would end the conflict as soon as possible. Kiba said, managing to get the attention of those present. You said she called you my husband, right? So what you were really looking for was to avoid a war between the family for the leadership of the clan. Kiba finished explaining, arriving at a fairly acceptable deduction. Of course, with Lefei being the wife of a dragon and her brother the new bearer of Excalibur, why would the other members oppose the leadership of the legitimate heirs? Anyway, I don't understand why they want that position. Riaz continued, taking her knight's hypothesis as true, causing Issei himself to reflect on the matter, coming to the conclusion that she was right. I think it's because of his parents. The little I heard was that his mother was killed by his grandfather and that his father died trying to defend Lefei, while giving Arthur some time to escape. They want to honor his legacy, I guess. Continued Issei, seeing how Riaz became a little fascinated with his conclusion. Yes. Very well, Issei. We completed the mystery. Riaz shouted happily, managing to spread that happiness to the brown-haired boy and the others present who had not seen their king so excited for a month. Oh. Razor. Riaz mentioned upon seeing a communication magic circle. Love. Where are you? I was worried about you. Said Razor, relieved to see Riaz okay. I'm in the fire garden. I'm with Kiba, Akeno, Kaneko and Gasper. Oh, and look. Issei is with me. The group is together again. Riaz showed her husband to Issei, who just raised his hand in a greeting. We were just catching up and we solved a mystery that will remain a mystery to you. It's a group secret. Riaz continued, showing herself very happy and relieving Razor, in addition to making him very happy, because since the problems with the Gremory clan arose, Riaz had been very worried and rarely showed an explosive emotion and a smile like the one now. But her happy face quickly changed when she remembered the reason for her call. She quickly appeared in front of Riaz through a magic circle. Your father went looking for you, Riaz. He wants to annul our marriage. I wanted to warn you about that, and that whatever your decision is, I will respect it. The third heir of the clan made an appearance because he considered that a topic like that should be handled in that way. Canceling our marriage. Why? Why so suddenly? Riaz questioned the heir, trying to come up with an explanation for herself. However, Razor didn't understand it that way. He found out that you no longer want to inherit the clan, that's why he wanted a grandson to have an heir as soon as possible. He said that with the genetic history of the Phoenix and the adaptability of the Gremory, we would achieve it quickly. Explained Razor, loosening his tongue a bit as he spoke and mentioning the last thing with some anger, because he considered that those words were an insult towards his partner and towards him. Inherit the clan. That's your biggest problem. You no longer wish to inherit the Gremory clan? Issei asked, perplexed. The other members were just as shocked as the brown-haired boy. Razor. Riaz complained with a cute pout, looking at her husband. Sooner or later they'd find out. Riaz. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so careless. Razor almost mentioned Riaz affectionately, but instantly retracted his words. He didn't want to influence his still partner's decision in any way. You don't want to be the queen of the rating games anymore? Issei asked, looking incredulously at his king, because when he met her that was his greatest ambition. At first, I thought that inheriting the clan and being number one in that tournament would make me feel fulfilled and earn me a name other than King Lucifer's sister. But over time I began to appreciate the small moments in life more. Sharing with you, Sona and the others made me see that it doesn't take that much to feel complete. Riaz confessed, looking at the flowers and smiling at how they moved peacefully with the wind. Issei was perplexed. The devils were generally dominated by the 7 deadly sins. Hearing that Riaz's ambition had disappeared was amazing to him. And the worst thing is that Riaz wasn't lying. Dad had always supported my decisions, so I wanted to share it with him. But he didn't like the idea. He said my new way of seeing things was stupid. Using his authority as a father, he wanted to force me to give him a grandson so he could be the heir while his mother lives her fantasy life. Riaz looked away while crossing her arms. She was hurt with her father. She never thought he would impose something like that on her. The brunette didn't believe what he was hearing. How could a father Zeodicus, who had shown great affection for his daughter, say something like that? Why? Why after so much time? Of all the things I did to make him happy. I was the best in the class at the demon school he attended. I managed to erase a mountain at only 10 years old. I even got married at that age for him. I'm not saying Razor is a bad person, but he was 18. As if he didn't have hundreds of years to find a partner. Wasn't all that enough? For the first time the pressure that Riaz felt from her father reached her, and despite the fact that she regularly took it out on Akeno, this time her feeling was stronger. Razor stood there listening to his still partner vent, and it was true. He was 25, and she was now 19. It was a big age difference. Issei approached to hug her again and, without permission, accessed Ria's memories, managing to see everything she had done at her father's request. Riaz returned to the underworld in her marriage to Razor. You must bring him. The Securitate is too important to let him wander around. Besides, being here you could protect him from the other clans. Do it, Riaz, bring him here. It's an order. Those words were from the night Zeodicus ordered Riaz to capture him. Yes, Dad. Riaz convinced herself that if Issei was close she could protect him more easily, so she accepted. His king's attempt to convince him to return under his command. He rejected you? Fine, if this is how he repays our kindness, we'll return it in kind. You're forbidden from caring for him, seeing him, or even contacting him. Issei witnessed Zeodicus's order to completely abandon him and how Riaz refused to obey that order. You can't ask me for something like that, Dad. He's my servant and I'm going to protect him. Don't challenge me again, Riaz. Get out of here and comply with my order. What Zeodicus did before those words unleashed Issei's violet eyes again. Slowly, they both separated. Issei wouldn't look her in the eyes, and she couldn't stop looking at him. Riaz had also used that spell to see what bothered her pawn so much and what he refused to say. They were identical in that regard. So Riaz always knew what was happening to the most mysterious of her servants, even if she didn't like the methods he resorted to. Riaz. Here you are. Oh, I see everyone's here. Step back, Phoenix, this is a family matter. You too. Out. Zeodicus appeared a little far from those present and did not show a friendly face. Father. What do you want? Asked Riaz, taking a step forward with her servants behind her. Didn't you hear me? Get out of here. This is a matter between Riaz and me. Riaz's father shouted. No. If it's a family matter, my husband deserves to be present. Riaz's feelings towards Razor were not forced by herself, they were true, her early marriage was forced. You are no longer married to that useless man, you are my ungrateful daughter and the stupid heir of the Gremory clan, and I am your father. And I order you to return home now. Zeodicus shouted again, quickly approaching Riaz, but a fireball from Razor made him retreat. I won't allow you to disrespect my partner. Razor declared, standing in front of Riaz. Don't interfere, Razor. It's a matter of his family, your marriage with Riaz was unilaterally annulled. I'm sorry, son, but you can't defend her anymore. Lady Phoenix appeared along with Ravel and her husband a little far from her son. Lord Phoenix was a tall man with a large blonde beard like his long hair tied in a ponytail. He wore a traditional demonic costume. But Mom. How? He relied on the still ruling laws of the former council members. We couldn't do anything. Forgive us, son. Lord Phoenix explained. Riaz. I'm sorry, I thought it would only be annulled if you accepted it. Razor had to get out of the way. If he didn't and broke the demonic laws, both clans could go to war, and he didn't want his loved ones and friends to suffer. Besides, he wasn't so sure that Riaz loved him as much as he loved her. Let's go home, Riaz. To try to get closer and touch Riaz to leave using a magic circle, this time it was she herself who put an impediment between them. Riaz had a sphere of the power of destruction in her hand. What do you think you're doing? Zeodicus expressed astonishment at his daughter's decision, then turned to a look of contempt. I won't go with you, you'll just get me engaged to someone else. I'm not a bargaining chip, Dad. Riaz replied, starting to doubt the decision she was about to make. I will not allow this offense. Knowing that his daughter would hesitate to attack him, Zeodicus quickly lunged at her to appease her. But swords that erupted from the ground halted his advance. What do you think you're doing, sir? Asked Zeodicus, looking aggressively at Kiba. The oath of a knight is to be the sword that delivers punishment to those who try to hurt my companions and my king. And you are trying to attack them. Kiba replied, returning the same look. Riaz's father quickly created a sphere of power and threw it towards the knight, but it was deflected with a punch by Kaneko. Upon impact, a large part of the fire garden was destroyed. It was not the power of destruction, but it was very destructive. Asper hid behind Issei, who looked seriously at the man in front of him without saying anything. And Akeno raised a barrier to defend her king, who still could not believe that her father tried to hurt one of his servants. We didn't spend much time together, Zeoticus. A chance encounter in the hallways of the mansion before the raiding game against Razor Phoenix. Issei began to speak, drawing the attention of those present. But that brief moment was enough for you to share a little of your wisdom with me. Continued the brown-haired man, who began to walk towards Zeoticus, who took a step back at Issei's advance, but quickly planted his feet on the ground after realizing this. He told me that a pawn's duty is to fight for the happiness of his king, no matter who the enemy is. Never forget that. May he never allow anyone to threaten that happiness or try to make decisions for my king. As he said this, the brown-haired man's eyes shone brighter as he approached him. Zeoticus seemed amazed by the brown-haired man's actions, and, although he didn't show it, he felt intimidated. You are attacking my king's happiness and are arbitrarily making decisions for it. Kaneko, Akeno, Kiba and even Gasper were not far behind, and, as Issei unconsciously increased his aura, they did so too. I and my companions have decided that all those, no matter who they are, who do these acts, will become our enemies. With that said, Issei centimeters away from the leader of the Gremory clan, staring him straight in the eyes with no intention of backing down. The Phoenix Razor's servants, who had just arrived, Razor himself, Riaz and her servants couldn't believe what they were seeing. Issei had raised his hand and extended it in front of Ria's father's face. What do you think you're doing? Zeoticus shouted nervously from being so close to Issei. I honor my oath, Zeoticus. I protect my king and his dreams from any enemy who wants to harm them. That's the oath of a pawn. Remember. Issei declared in front of his king, declaring Zeoticus an enemy. That's it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Until the author add more chapters. Take care.